In the cold, dimly lit clinic, Li Fei woke up in shock. Memories flooded in like a tidal wave, crashing into his brain and stirring it up quickly, causing him to cry out in pain, almost passing out. After the memories settled, Li Fei's face turned dark, looking terribly grim. He was wearing. This was a world with bizarre awakenings. Horror games had invaded reality, and humans were forcibly extracted to be sent into the restricted zones of the game, tasked with completing missions to survive. And the original Li Fei, after enduring inhuman torture in the restricted zone, had finally found release. This isn't looking good. Li Fei pulled himself together and looked around. This was a room that seemed to be a clinic. Under the dim light, pieces of unidentifiable flesh and blood were scattered everywhere, emitting a foul stench. With one step, he realized that what he was standing on was not a floor, but something slimy, a living creature, sending a wave of nausea through him. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Li Fei's mind. Due to an unknown error, the official system failed to load. Detected host's mythical level medical talent. Ghost doctor system activated. Beginner task, trainee doctor. Description: you wake up to find yourself as the resident doctor in a strange clinic. Now, perform your duties and treat the patients who are about to arrive. I understand the system. But the task isn't to run away, it's to be a doctor? Isn't this a bit off? But, if there really are patients, then I suppose it's fine to have a look. Li Fei shrugged, a sickly excitement flashing across his face. He had an almost obsessive obsession with curing patients. It was this obsession that had made him a top doctor in the world in his previous life. Creak. Just as Li Fei was getting excited, the sound of a door opening came. He quickly adjusted his white coat and looked toward the door. Only to see a monstrous, bloodied, flesh-warped creature struggling to squeeze its way into the room. A few seconds later. Once it completely squeezed inside, it began to wriggle its swollen head around, seemingly searching for something. Li Fei, who had barely managed to keep his composure, almost screamed. Although he had seen many bizarre and grotesque patients, they were still within the realm of human beings. But this twisted monster in front of him. Damn system, you're telling me this is a patient? You're trying to turn me into a patient by scaring me to death, right? Huff. Despite being badly frightened, Li Fei took a deep breath and forced himself to remain calm. At that moment, the creature's hoarse voice echoed, sounding like some broken, filthy organ making noise. Is this a hospital? Are you the doctor? I feel so bad, can you help me? It could talk. The possibility of communication meant there was a chance for intervention. It wasn't too bad. Li Fei forced a stiff smile and pointed to a nearby iron chair, saying, as an excellent doctor, Li Fei knew that before treating a patient, the first thing was to earn their trust. At this moment, he appeared calm and composed, smiling with ease. His entire demeanor exuded the authority of an experienced doctor. The creature paused, then came closer, studying Li Fei carefully, before extending a tendril to scratch its swollen head. It was unsure about the human doctor in front of it. But seeing the man's confident demeanor, it felt, maybe he really was professional? After a brief hesitation, the creature obediently lifted its rear and sat down on the chair. Crack! The huge body slammed down, and the iron chair shattered like a toy. The creature crashed to the ground with a loud thud, shaking the entire clinic. The lights flickered and dust fell everywhere. It's fine if you sit on the floor. Li Fei cleared his throat twice to cover the awkwardness, then quickly stepped forward to examine it. But the more he looked, the more uneasy he became. This creature was nothing like a human. It looked like a massive lump of rotten meat, pieced together from countless pieces of decayed flesh. Inside the layers of rotten meat, there were even severed hands and feet, and clumps of tangled hair. Li Fei's sanity seemed to be slipping away. Who can understand this? Although I am indeed a doctor, this time the patient is simply like a small knife cutting the butt. It really opened my eyes. And judging by this meaning, if one mistake happens and I do not serve it well, I guess my own life will be gone. What to do? Just when Li Fei was anxious and at a loss, the monster seemed unable to sit still. Doctor, are you done looking? The monster's huge body twisted twice, looking very impatient. No, wait, are you really a doctor? Why do I feel you? Don't move. Li Fei hardened his scalp and shouted once. His voice was full and strong, shocking the monster so much that its whole body trembled and it stood there stupidly. Your illness is very tricky. Why did you wait so long to come see a doctor? You are way too irresponsible to yourself. The condition has already worsened, I need to study it again. While speaking, Li Fei held his chin with his hand, frowned tightly, and kept circling around the monster, putting on a look of hard to handle. He had practiced medicine for decades, and had long trained a kind of confidence aura that allowed no doubt. Together with a few classic lines, he barely managed to control this not very smart monster. After all, although the other side looked terrifying, in the end, it was still a patient seeking treatment. No matter what, the supply and demand relationship was right here. Facing a doctor, as a patient, it was still the weaker side in the end. And after being yelled at by Li Fei, the monster actually hummed and muttered and sat back down, becoming quiet. But Li Fei did not dare to relax at all. He understood that this was only a delaying tactic. If he could not give a treatment plan as soon as possible, with this monster's short temper, he was afraid that within 5 minutes, he would be taken away by a full set of medical trouble. He could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Thinking of this, Li Fei hardened his scalp and stretched out his hand, pressing toward the monster's bloody and mangled abdomen. Wet, slippery, sticky. The monster twitched twice, seeming a bit sensitive. And at this instant, Li Fei's eyebrows slightly lifted. The system appeared again. Ding, patient detected. Condition diagnosis in progress, details as follows. Name, Fat Meat Ghost. Rating, LV4, Little Ghost Level. Description, this guy is obsessed with sticking all kinds of rotten meat onto his own body. It is currently considering whether to tear you into 2 halves and make you into its scarf. Symptoms, stabbing pain caused by a sharp object. Cause, 50 years ago, it went through a desperate life or death battle, and until today, that small half of a sharp short sword is still stuck in its butt, faintly aching. Suggestion, immediate surgery. Got it. Li Fei was overjoyed. This ghost doctor system not only provided the monster's name, level, and symptoms. It even thought out the treatment plan for him. Only, from the outside it seemed impossible to see that half-short sword, it looked like it was stuck very deep. How exactly to carry out this surgery still needed more observation. What's wrong, doctor? Did you figure it out or not? Could it be that you can't cure my illness? Or is it that, you are not a doctor at all? The fat meat ghost's voice became more and more violent. Li Fei felt the air pressure in the room rapidly dropping, even breathing became a bit difficult. It seemed that too much time had been spent earlier, finally exhausting this short-tempered patience. Just when the fat meat ghost was squirming and about to stand up, and a terrifying medical riot was about to break out. Li Fei smiled, waved his hand, and said calmly. All right, the condition has already been figured out. You have a sword stuck in your butt, we'll just do a small surgery later and it will be fine. A full 50 years, dragging it so long before seeing a doctor, a small illness you dragged into a big one. Luckily you ran into me, you can count yourself as having good luck. 50 years? A sword? Hearing these 2 words, the entire fat meat ghost was completely stunned. It had never mentioned it to anyone, 50 years ago, that moonless and windy rainy night, that lucky escape from death. Let alone the doctor in front of it whom it had just met. Now, this doctor not only got the time exactly right, he even reported the weapon that had heavily injured it. Could it be that this really was a doctor? A doctor with real skills. Alright, stand up. You need to change this habit of yours, sticking so much rotten meat outside, you've even covered the sword tip. I need to use my hand to confirm its position. Li Fei spoke as he reached out, poking the fat meat ghost's back with his finger, one poke after another. With each poke, the fat meat ghost trembled lightly, the fat on its body swaying in waves, rolling back and forth. Does it feel here? How about here? What about here? With each poke, a subtle feeling slowly rose within the fat meat ghost, and after a brief eye contact with Li Fei, this mountain-like creature let out a couple of hums and, to Li Fei's surprise, turned its head shyly, unwilling to look him in the eye. When its hoarse voice rang out again, it no longer sounded frantic or terrifying but instead had a hint of embarrassment. Just now, there was a little feeling. Doctor, could you go a little gentler? I'm afraid it will hurt. Chapter 2, Congratulations, the surgery is a success. Hold on, it'll be over soon. Li Fei kept poking while asking. Soon, his hand was covered in slippery, coagulated blood. As a professional doctor, he was used to this kind of scene, merely frowning slightly and focusing on his task. Amidst the fat meat ghost's shy cries of pain, Li Fei, relying on his rich experience, quickly located the tip of the sword. Almost there, the surgery will start soon. No problem, right? Please, doctor. As the fat meat ghost nodded in confirmation, a new prompt appeared in Li Fei's mind. Fat meat ghost's medical task, foreign object removal surgery. Description, the problem is simple now, cut open the patient's skin and remove the sword tip. Reward, experience plus 50, ghost coins plus 50. Hint, for the rest of the rewards, ask the patient directly. Li Fei raised his eyebrows. It seemed that after interacting with the patient, the system would issue a task. By completing these tasks, he could earn experience and ghost coins to improve his abilities. And the system's hint of ask the patient directly for the rest of the rewards meant the patient would probably pay an extra medical fee? 1 job, 2 wages. It was twice as efficient. Li Fei happily patted the fat meat ghost and gestured for it to lie on its back, then turned around and walked to a rusty metal cabinet. Since this was a clinic, there should be plenty of medical tools. For example, a scalpel, hemostats, tweezers. A good set of tools could greatly improve the efficiency of the surgery. It wouldn't be possible for me to tear open a wound by hand, right? Creak. The unpleasant sound of metal scraping. Li Fei opened the cabinet door, but what he saw inside left him completely stunned. Rusty saw. Quality, D, rubbish. Description, a saw covered in rust, you can use it to slowly saw the patient in half. Hammer. Quality, D, rubbish. Description, a blunt hammer, with a little effort, you can easily crack open the patient's skull. Sealant tape. Quality, D, rubbish. Description, a roll of sealant tape, you can use it to seal the patient's mouth to prevent screams from attracting the police. Li Fei was stunned. A saw, a hammer, and tape. Besides these, there were other strange tools in the cabinet, all of which had one thing in common: they had nothing to do with surgery. Are these things supposed to be in a clinic? It felt more like the collection of a serial killer. Li Fei scoffed, expressing his doubt about the former owner's professionalism. After picking out a few tools that were barely usable, he turned back to the fat meat ghost. Due to the fat meat ghost's enormous size, there wasn't a proper operating table in the clinic for the moment. At this time, it was awkwardly lying on the ground, waiting for the surgery. Although the fat meat ghost had been alive for over 100 years and had experienced countless storms, lying down to be butchered was still a first for it. Nervousness, fear, unease. Various emotions surged up, twisting its already terrifying face even more. And when the fat meat ghost turned its head and saw the pile of tools Li Fei was holding, its back immediately went cold, and it tremblingly asked, "Doctor, what are you going to do with these?" Surgery. Surgery? Does surgery need a machete, a hammer, and a hacksaw? Of course. Li Fei answered calmly, as if it was the most natural thing, then threw the tools with a clatter onto the ground. Let me see, which weapon will work best. I was wrong. It's a tool. Li Fei picked up a 2-meter-long rusty saw. It might hurt a bit, you'd better endure it. Even if I can't endure it, I have to. Hearing this, the fat demon immediately became nervous, its fat sometimes tightening, sometimes trembling slightly from fear. If it weren't for this doctor pinpointing its illness. If it hadn't been tortured by that sword tip for decades, unable to eat or sleep properly, its strength weakening day by day, struggling to climb up 5 floors. It would never lie here, letting anyone butcher it. If this doctor dared to make any moves, it would twist its big butt, and in the blink of an eye, crush this quack under it. Ah! Without giving the fat demon a chance to react, Li Fei raised the saw and struck. In an instant, the clinic echoed with a blood-curdling scream. Flesh and blood flew, a sight too horrible to watch. Even more terrifying was that amidst the spine-chilling sound of the sawing flesh, there was a soft, calm voice mixed in. Little fatty, it's okay, no problem. Endure it, it'll be over soon. The atmosphere grew even more bizarre. In this situation, Li Fei's bloodied smile and gentle tone only made the fat demon feel even more horrified. At this moment, if anyone passed by the door, they would definitely think they were walking past the crime scene of a deranged killer. Ding! Horror surgery experience plus 10. Ding! Horror surgery experience plus 10. Ding! Horror surgery experience plus 10. 20 minutes later. Li Fei was panting heavily, his white coat soaked with sweat and blood, sticking to his body, somewhat sticky. In front of him was the fat demon's chubby backside, now with a hideous wound carved by the saw. The wound was deep, with serrated marks around it, showing the roughness and horror of the recent surgery. There was no choice, given the current conditions, this was the best I could do. Fortunately, the patient's physical condition is not bad. Li Fei rubbed his sore arms and threw the broken rusted saw aside. As a doctor with both virtue and skill, he always strives to provide the best medical care for his patients. It's just that, at the moment, he only had these scrappy tools at hand. He worked hard, sawing for 20 minutes before barely cutting through the fat demon's thick skin. Breaking through the defense was so difficult, so naturally, he couldn't care about a comfortable medical experience. Dr. Li, is the surgery over? The fat demon's weak voice came, trembling slightly. As a low-level demon, after experiencing the terrifying butchery, it now had a deep fear of the human in front of it. A doctor, using a rusty iron saw, smiled while cutting through its body for 20 minutes. Is this something a human would do? No. Could it be that this doctor could easily tear it apart? Was he just enjoying the perverse pleasure of torturing it with that dull iron saw? Yes. This doctor is not human, he's a monster disguised in human skin. It's over. Congratulations, the surgery was a success. Li Fei turned around, the bits of flesh on his face slipping off because of his smile. He shook the thing in his hand in front of the fat demon. It was the half-broken short sword. The sword glimmered with a silver-white cold light, looking very sharp. The sword! The fat demon cried out in shock. Although Li Fei's surgery had frightened it greatly, once it recognized the short sword, its heart immediately stirred, and it quickly checked its backside's condition. No pain? Really, no pain anymore. Except for the slight discomfort from the surgical wound, the sharp, stabbing pain that had been embedded in its flesh, making it restless day and night, had completely vanished. Ghosts. 50 years. 50 years of youth. How many 50 years can a fat demon have? It thought its remaining years would be tortured by illness, but unexpectedly, today, with a hope of luck, it was cured in this shabby little clinic. Heaven has eyes. Thank you, doctor. I'm not in pain anymore. He. After a noisy laugh, the fat demon fully regained its strength. The surgical wound began to heal visibly at a rapid pace. At this moment, Li Fei received a notification that the task had been completed. Fat Meat Ghost Surgery Task, completed. Experience plus 50, Ghost Coins plus 50. Notice, for the remaining rewards, please ask the patient directly. As expected, besides the rewards from the system, he still needed to ask for the medical fee himself. Well, it's only natural to get paid for services rendered. Even as a doctor, there should be no exception. So, Li Fei wiped the blood from his face, forcing out a smile that could barely be called gentle, and looked at the fat meat ghost. Alright, this patient. Let's talk about the medical fee. Medical fee? I thought it was free. I don't have any money. Hearing about money, the fat meat ghost immediately burst into laughter, its big head swaying left and right to show it had no money. But as soon as the words left its mouth, it saw Li Fei's expression change. The previously gentle smile gradually stiffened and froze, and Li Fei's whole demeanor became extremely cold. So, are you trying to get a free medical treatment? An icy question came through. It made the fat meat ghost's heart tighten, and several hairs on its body stood on end. After the butchery-like surgery just now, it had already developed a fear of the doctor in front of it. Although this doctor looked no different from an ordinary human. But to think, with just one glance, he had accurately diagnosed a condition from decades ago. During the surgery, he had shown a crazed, pathological behavior only high-level ghosts would possess. Also, to have a clinic on this street alone proved a certain level of power. It had once doubted, but now, the fat meat ghost was absolutely certain, the doctor in front of it was 100% a vicious ghost wearing human skin. After a quick assessment, it gave up the idea of skipping out on the bill. And misunderstanding. Dr. Li, I'm not trying to avoid paying, it's just that I'm tight on money lately. Look, can this work as payment? As the fat meat ghost spoke, it grabbed a sticky mass of flesh from its body and handed it to Li Fei. Li Fei didn't hesitate and reached out to take it. A slippery pink lump of flesh squirmed slightly in his palm. Biological glue gland. Quality, B, excellent. Description, a gland that secretes biological glue. The fat meat ghost uses this glue to bind decayed flesh together and armor itself. Li Fei raised an eyebrow. Paying with organs? Well, that's not impossible. After all, this was his first time being a doctor, and he wasn't sure what the going rates were outside. Then again, the equipment in the clinic was all near scrap metal. The glue, rated excellent by the system, couldn't possibly be a loss. As a doctor, Li Fei knew full well the importance of biological glue in the medical field, and how to use it properly: quick blood clotting, wound bonding, degradable, reusable. It could be said that this was just perfect for him. Alright, it's a deal. Let's shake on it. Li Fei tucked the small lump of flesh away and shook hands with the fat meat ghost, indicating a pleasant cooperation. The fat meat ghost returned a grateful smile before stomping out of the clinic door. As the door closed, a series of system notifications popped up in front of Li Fei, giving him the feeling of a screen being flooded. Newbie task, completed. Rating, S, perfect. Conclusion, as an intern ghost doctor, you have completed the newbie task perfectly, not only successfully curing your patient but also receiving rewards far beyond expectations. Now, the clinic is yours. But remember, the upcoming patients won't be so simple. Reward granted, experience plus 50, ghost coins plus 50, internship doctor certificate plus 1. S-class rating special reward, clinic property deed plus 1. Such generous rewards. Li Fei could hardly keep up. Besides the experience and money, there were 2 items he had received. The first was the internship doctor certificate, a badge similar to a work ID with Li Fei's name on it. Internship doctor certificate. Quality, C, ordinary. Description, with this certificate, ghosts will reluctantly acknowledge your doctor identity. Don't forget to wear it around your neck. A medical license. With this, Li Fei no longer had to worry about being questioned about his identity as a doctor. If a patient comes through the door now, this badge could save them a lot of talking. It won't be like before with Fat Meat Ghost, where as soon as I entered, he started doubting if I was really a doctor. But, this is definitely not a golden ticket or a pass. After all, I'm just an intern. If I mess up, I'll still end up in a terrible situation. Li Fei thought this while he began examining another item. S-level evaluation bonus. Safe Clinic Property Certificate. Golden Legendary. It seems that as long as I stay within the clinic, I'll be invincible? But this invincibility needs to be tested on a patient to figure out its full extent. Either way, these two certificates are a huge boost for Li Fei, who just arrived in this world. Li Fei put both certificates into his system backpack. Then, he went to the spot where Fat Meat Ghost had been lying earlier, bent down, and picked up something shiny. It was something that had caught his attention earlier. Frost Short Blade, Fragment. As expected. A high-level ghost hunter must be some kind of powerful being. Remember, the deep wound I made with a hacksaw earlier, that guy healed in less than 2 minutes. Is it because of the ice enchantment? Li Fei thought while rubbing the blade with his finger, a chill running up his spine, confirming his guess. Good. The cold, paper-thin blade. Li Fei rushed to the toolbox, grabbed a sturdy iron handle, and used the glue he had just acquired to attach the two pieces together. Ding! You have successfully combined an item. Done. It was as smooth as cutting tofu. If I had used this knife during the surgery earlier, it would have taken no more than 5 minutes to finish, instead of 20. Li Fei happily put the knife away and turned to count his gains. Doctor's certificate, property certificate, medical glue, surgical knife. And apart from these items, the experience gained from the surgery had leveled him up several times. Next, he opened the personal panel in the Ghost Doctor system to check his stats. Name, Li Fei. For attribute points. Though he wasn't sure about the situation outside, no matter how you looked at it, this level up speed was definitely fast. As for the attribute points, Li Fei didn't hesitate, directly adding them all to strength. Strength is related to stamina, and stamina means endurance. After all, a complex surgery could last several days and nights. Without endurance, you simply couldn't handle it. Of course, aside from the professional considerations, Li Fei's attribute allocation also took into account some personal preferences. Li Fei smiled, thinking about how he had added the points to his strength. He couldn't deny that his interest in physical strength wasn't just for his medical career. Shaking his head, he returned his focus to the task at hand. Li Fei felt a surge of excitement as he looked at the things he had gathered so far. He had been thrust into this world unexpectedly, but now, at least, he wasn't entirely helpless. He had no idea what kind of challenges awaited him outside the clinic, but one thing was certain. Li Fei stood up straight, his eyes filled with determination. He picked up his new surgical knife, testing the weight of it in his hand. With his heart beating steadily, he took one last look at the clinic before stepping outside. Because he believed since he was a child that great strength brings miracles. Chapter 4, Stay focused, don't waste your growth. Strength plus 1, strength plus 1, strength plus 1, strength plus 1. Current strength, 12. Reminder, when a single attribute exceeds 30 points, an exclusive talent may awaken based on personal traits. Please distribute points wisely. Example. Strength exceeding 30 points may awaken Golden Bell Shield, significantly increasing damage resistance. Agility exceeding 30 points may awaken Bullet Time, significantly improving reaction speed. Spirit exceeding 30 points may awaken Ghost Control Technique, allowing control over ghosts. With the 4-point strength boost, Li Fei's energy quickly recovered. The fatigue from the surgery vanished, and his sore arms regained strength. But that wasn't all. He also felt a warmth in his dantian, with a flow of warm energy gradually spreading out from there, coursing through his meridians, flowing to his limbs and bones. In an instant, Li Fei felt himself expanding. Not mentally, but physically. He could clearly feel his biceps rapidly bulging. This strange feeling. It felt like his body was evolving. Half a minute later, after the evolution finished, Li Fei grabbed the hammer in his toolbox, swung it a few times, and the sound of wind breaking echoed. 80, 80, 80. Now, swinging the hammer was effortless for him, as if he were playing with a spoon. Just a few minutes ago, he had thought the hammer was unbearably heavy and struggled to lift it. Sure enough, for a beginner, a 4-point strength boost was quite impressive. After putting down the hammer, Li Fei looked around and gradually furrowed his brows. This clinic is way too dirty. I just performed surgery in such an environment? This is a crime, a crime. Since this clinic is now under my name, I absolutely cannot tolerate such filth and disorder. He then found a mop in the corner and began cleaning. As a doctor with strong ethics, he valued the patient's experience highly. And the most basic part of that was to ensure the clinic's hygiene. When patients walked in, they should instantly feel like they had come to the right place. With the mop dancing up and down in his hand, the blood and flesh on the clinic floor were quickly cleaned away. The originally white tiles reappeared, and with the faint smell of disinfectant in the air, it gave off the vibe of a private clinic. Li Fei nodded in satisfaction, and then a system reward popped up. Ding! Daily task, daily cleaning, completed. Description: as an excellent doctor, you have good hygiene habits and are committed to creating a clean and tidy clinic to provide patients with a comfortable medical experience. Reward sent, experience plus 10, ghost coins plus 10. Reminder: daily tasks can be completed every day and rewards can be obtained repeatedly. Once a day, repeat rewards. Such a good deal. Li Fei felt deeply pleased. Cleaning was supposed to be part of his job, but now there were rewards for doing it every day. The system was very considerate. But he wondered about the value of these ghost coins and where they could be spent. As he thought, Li Fei opened the store section in the system. Unfortunately, there was a small row of gray text below the store. System store items are being prepared, please stay tuned. This. Does the system store need preparation too? It's not like they are stealing from somewhere else. Weird. But from what it seems, he was now in a situation where he had money but nowhere to spend it. Li Fei sighed to himself and counted his assets, 110 ghost coins. He didn't think it was too small a sum, but he needed to find an opportunity to spend it soon, maybe buy some equipment or supplies to make up for something. Ah. Wait. Li Fei suddenly had a realization. Since the system store wasn't open, what about other places? Maybe in this forbidden zone, there were some shopping malls or shops? As he thought, he looked toward the clinic's door. Outside the glass door, the night was so dark it was impossible to see a hand in front of his face. The darkness seemed to have substance, and it was spreading in a half-fog, half-liquid form. It wriggled closely to the large door. Thick, ink-like fog continued to swirl and stir, washing against the clinic's door. From time to time, strange noises echoed from within the fog, sounding like growls, screams, and even sobs. It was as though there were monsters hiding within the black mist, waiting hungrily for Li Fei to step outside. Maybe I shouldn't go out. Li Fei muttered to himself. According to the memories of the original owner, every forbidden zone had its own rules. And the forbidden zone he was currently in was called Eternal Night Street. The most important rule here was, never go outside at night. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fei gave up the idea of going out to explore. After all, at this stage, focusing on development was more important. With his property deed, he could stay safely in this clinic and wouldn't encounter many issues. There was no need to go out and court death. Besides, he had only saved up enough for one round of medical fees. Once he had more money, he could go out and explore later. By then, his level would be higher, his abilities stronger, and he would be safer. Creak. Just as Li Fei was looking forward to the future, the sound of the door creaking open reached his ears. Behind the door, a small figure peeked in, seemingly a new patient. Li Fei adjusted his white coat and stood up with ease. After being baptized by the fat meat ghost, he had gained some initial confidence. The monsters in this forbidden zone were, at most, just slightly more bizarre looking or had slightly different symptoms compared to the previous patients. But when it came to treatment, the difference wasn't that big. As a top-tier doctor, Li Fei was confident in his skills. No matter if they were human or monster, whatever came, he could treat it. Hello, welcome to Peace Clinic. I am the doctor here, Li Fei. You can call me Dr. Li. Li Fei forced a professional smile and began examining the new patient in front of him. Unlike the massive fat meat ghost, this new patient had a body similar to a human's. To be more specific, she was a slender girl, looking like a student. She wore a Japanese JK uniform, black stockings, and small leather shoes, with a white mask covering almost all of her delicate face. Above the mask, a pair of large, watery eyes peeked out, and her thick lashes fluttered, making one feel an instinctive sense of pity. What's wrong with you? Li Fei was a bit surprised. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't seem like a monster. Could it be that there were still normal human patients in this forbidden zone? No, wait. Before he could finish his thought, the girl reached up with two delicate fingers and pulled down her mask from her ears. Under the mask, a grotesque, wide mouth was hidden. The blood-red lips were plump and inviting, and the corners of the mouth stretched into an exaggerated arc, almost splitting her head in half. The slit-mouthed woman? Li Fei thought of a legendary ghost from folktales. The slit-mouthed woman appeared to be in great pain, pointing at her mouth as if trying to say something, but only making indistinct sounds. After observing briefly, Li Fei noticed something odd. The reason the slit-mouthed woman couldn't speak was because her lips were sewn shut with a row of black thread. These thin black threads glistened faintly, tightly stitching her upper and lower lips together. Where the threads passed through, dark red blood oozed out, making Li Fei's heart tighten. Without a doubt, the patient was suffering from the pain of this affliction. This was something he absolutely couldn't tolerate. What is this? I understand. Please lie down, I'll have a look at you. Li Fei steadied his mind, pointing to the nearby surgical bed, signaling the slit-mouthed woman to lie down. The slit-mouthed woman glanced around, hesitated for a moment, lightly pinching the edge of her pleated skirt and fidgeting as though uncertain. Don't worry, it's fine. Look, here's my credentials. Seeing this, Li Fei held up his internship certificate in front of his chest, then gently patted the slit-mouthed woman's head. The next second, the system's diagnostic notification popped up. Ding! Patient detected. Diagnosing condition, details as follows. Chapter 5, The New Patient, the Slit-Mouthed Woman. User prefers translations to be direct and emotionally impactful, while still keeping the original words and expressions intact, especially when translating from Chinese to English. They focus on ensuring the translations are simple and understandable to a wide audience, even those with lower cultural or educational levels. Name, Split-Mouth Woman, JK version. Rating, LV9, E, Little Ghost level. Description, since her mouth was sewn shut, her strength has been gradually weakening. Even so, all she needs to do is move a finger, and she can rip out your heart and liver. Symptoms, unable to open her mouth. Cause, half a year ago, her mouth was sewn shut by the corpse sewing man. Be careful of the black thread sewn into her mouth, it is a ghostly tool made by refining countless corpse chi. Advice, cut the corpse sewing thread, repair the wound. Corpse sewing man? The corpse sewing thread made from corpse chi? Li Fei rested his chin on his hand and thought. It seems that these monsters in the forbidden zones don't belong to a unified camp, and they attack each other. And this specially made black thread, since the system gave a special explanation, it must not be simple. It makes sense. Based on the previous Fatty Ghost's performance, ordinary wounds could heal in an instant for these monsters. But this higher-level split-mouth woman is unable to self-heal due to the black thread, and the wound still hasn't stopped bleeding. It seems that the corpse chi emitted by this thread has the characteristics of being easy to infect, causing inflammation and having strong corrosiveness. I need to be careful. However, before the surgery, the first thing to do is to make the split-mouth woman trust me and lie down quietly on the bed. Come on, please lie down here. Li Fei squeezed out a professional smile and pointed to the nearby, clean surgical bed. The split-mouth woman did not move, her eyes filled with hesitation. She first glanced at the doctor's certification hanging on Li Fei's chest, then looked around, examining the clinic's environment. It seemed she was still on guard. Don't worry, this is a legitimate clinic, clean and hygienic. The past 6 months with the corpse sewing thread must have been unbearable, right? We'll finish it quickly, and you'll be better soon. Hearing this, the split-mouthed woman's eyes flickered. She had been tormented by this corpse sewing thread for over half a year, unable to eat or sleep well. Not only did she have to endure the pain every day, but her strength had also been gradually weakening due to the corpse chi, and the pressure to survive was growing larger. And the clinic before her, with its clean and tidy environment and neatly arranged instruments, was trustworthy. The doctor had a valid medical certificate and quickly determined she had been suffering for 6 months, which seemed very reliable. Maybe she should give it a try? If the doctor did anything suspicious, she could instantly tear him apart. After all, the ghostly chi around him was almost non-existent, he was just an ordinary human. The split-mouthed woman hesitated for a long time before finally lying down on the surgical bed. Unlike the mindless Fatty Ghost, she had a girl's natural suspicion. At this moment, she did not fully relax her guard but instead tensed her body, glaring at Li Fei with wide eyes, ready to react. If the doctor made any strange move, she could jump up in an instant and tear him in half. With the split-mouthed woman now lying down, Li Fei's task to treat her was also confirmed. Ding! Patient has confirmed acceptance of treatment. Split-mouth woman has issued medical task, corpse sewing thread removal surgery. Description, the patient's mouth is sewn shut, the treatment plan is simple, cut the corpse sewing thread, help the patient return to her original state. Reward, experience plus 100, ghost coins plus 100. Tip, for other rewards, please ask the patient directly. Just like the previous patient, I need to ask for the medical fees directly. This isn't a problem, but this patient is still too nervous. I feel like she's about to start a fight with me any second. Little sister, relax. Since you've chosen Dr. Li, you need to trust Dr. Li. The surgery is starting now, you can't move around. Li Fei spoke gently, trying to comfort the split-mouthed woman as he reached behind to grab a cleaver. To be precise, it was a bone-chopping knife, stained with dark red blood. The kind most favored by killers in horror movies. Li Fei took a deep breath, and with one swift motion, he brought the blade down, the cold light flashing as it aimed at the split-mouthed woman's mouth. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed. The bone-chopping knife in Li Fei's hand collided with the corpse-sewing thread, causing a spark to fly before it was knocked away, falling to the ground. When he got closer to examine it, he saw that the knife had been reduced to half its size. The other half had already been eroded by corpse gas, turning into a pool of black water. As expected, this corpse suturing line is extraordinary. Not only is it hard, but its corrosive ability is also incredibly strong. Ordinary knives can't even handle it. Woo woo. Ah. Muffled syllables came from the mouth of the split-mouthed woman, sounding wildly frantic. At this moment, her already fragile trust had been completely shattered by Li Fei's earlier attempt. After a sharp scream, the split-mouthed woman sprang up from the bed and lunged at Li Fei, who was at the bedside. With a sharp whoosh, her pointed nails nearly pierced Li Fei's eyes. Too fast. With Li Fei's current abilities, he simply couldn't react in time. And just when the nails were only a few centimeters from his eyeballs, the split-mouthed woman suddenly stopped. To be more precise, she was held in place by some invisible force with a clang. Then, she watched helplessly as that force slowly pushed her back onto the bed, making her lie down obediently. Not even a finger could move. MMMH? The split-mouthed woman's face was filled with terror as she let out a series of confused questions. What is happening? She couldn't understand. This seemingly fragile doctor in front of her actually possessed the power to freeze her in place instantly. And if she wasn't seeing it wrong, he hadn't even looked at her properly, nor had he moved a finger. It was as if her sudden attack was just a child's play in his eyes. This is impossible. Unless, he's a monster disguised in human skin. A monster far stronger than her. Sure enough, this is a dark clinic, doing cannibalistic work. This doctor is untrustworthy, just like those despicable humans, they all want to harm me. I'm done for, I'm definitely going to die today. Just as the split-mouthed woman was gradually sinking into despair, Li Fei's gentle voice of comfort reached her ears. Little sister, calm down. It's just a small operation. With you acting like this, you're making me a little nervous. I was just testing the waters earlier. Now, the real operation begins. You mustn't move around. Move around. Is this even a human thing to say? I'd love to move around, but didn't you pin me down on this bed? At this moment, the split-mouthed woman's eyes were glistening with tears, her body pressed flat against the bed, unable to move a finger. The overwhelming power Li Fei had shown earlier had already convinced her that resistance was futile. From the moment she stepped into this clinic, her fate had already been sealed. She was destined to become this evil ghost's meal. Little sister, just a quick reminder. I don't have any anesthesia here, so it might hurt a little. We'll try to make it quick. No anesthesia. Although the split-mouthed woman didn't know what anesthesia was, it was obvious that it wasn't good news. Before she could even process this, she saw Li Fei pull out a small knife from his pocket. She had never seen such a knife before. Short but powerful, it was about the length of a palm, yet had a strong intimidating presence. The blade was surrounded by a white mist, gleaming coldly. Clearly, its sharpness was extraordinary. Just one glance at it made the split-mouthed woman's hair stand on end. At this moment, her monstrous instincts were shrieking, desperately warning her. Run! But she couldn't escape. All right, the operation officially begins. Li Fei spoke in a very gentle tone. However, to the split-mouthed woman, this sounded like a death sentence, a demon's whisper. It felt like one of those sick, cannibalistic monsters saying, "I'm starting my meal." A terrifyingly twisted sense of evil. Whoa. The split-mouthed woman on the operating table lightly bit her lip, quietly sobbing. The bright surgical lights above her head were blinding, making it impossible to keep her eyes open. In her blurred vision, she vaguely saw a sharp, menacing shadow coming towards her mouth. Then, in her utter despair, she closed her eyes and let out a terrified scream. Chapter 6, The Knife is So Fast. Li Fei took a deep breath. This split-mouthed woman was really too noisy. Even with his professional training, he was starting to get a little irritated. However, considering this was her first time undergoing surgery, some mild paranoia is understandable. Of course, this understanding is based on having the Peace Clinic property certificate. Just now, Li Fei had already confirmed that the protective effect of this property certificate fully deserved the legendary rating. It could even block attacks that he himself hadn't noticed. In other words, even if he closed his eyes now and lay down on the floor, the split-mouthed woman wouldn't be able to hurt him in the slightest. In other words, as long as he stayed in the clinic, he was practically invincible. Of course, the most important thing is that with the protection of the property certificate, Li Fei could fully focus on treatment without worrying about medical disputes. After all, his level was still too low, and any of these ghostly patients could easily take his life with a single move. Now, it's time to get serious. Li Fei adjusted his breathing and returned to the operating table. Just now, he had confirmed the strength of the stitching line. Ordinary blades couldn't cut through it at all. After a brief consideration, he pulled out the surgical knife. The surgical knife made from fragments of an ice-type legendary weapon. Cold surgical knife. Quality, B, excellent. Description, a sharp surgical knife, gleaming with cold light, compact and efficient. For it, most monster skins are as fragile as paper. This surgical knife was unusually light and thin, its edge gleaming with a cold sharpness. And when Li Fei held the knife and approached the split-mouthed woman, her body involuntarily trembled slightly. More importantly, the stitching line on the patient's mouth slowly began to reveal its true form under the pressure of the surgical knife. In an instant, the black thread turned into wriggling black worms, frantically eating away at the patient's lips. The corpse energy materialized, then rebounded against the host? Li Fei made a judgment after observing the condition. It was clear that every second of delay added more suffering to the patient. It was time for a quick decision. Although the patient was still emotionally unstable, waiting any longer was not an option. As the chief physician, he had to have the resolve to cut through the chaos swiftly. After making up his mind, Li Fei's pupils contracted, and he focused his energy on his right hand holding the knife. He held his breath and concentrated. The experience of thousands of surgeries exploded in his mind, gathering into a powerful force in his right hand. Swish! A sharp cut was made. A streak of cold light passed by, and black and white mist collided and scattered. The black worms didn't even have time to react before they collapsed and disintegrated instantly, turning into powder and dissipating into the air. At the same time, because the stitching line was cut, the host, the split-mouthed woman, also suffered a backlash. It was a pain like scraping bones for healing. In an instant, the split-mouthed woman didn't even scream, her eyes rolled back, her head tilted, and she fainted. Ding! Horror surgery experience plus 10. Ding! Horror surgery experience plus 10. Ding! Horror surgery experience plus 10. 10 minutes later. The split-mouthed woman woke up. At this moment, she was still very confused. She had thought she had mistakenly entered the lair of an evil ghost, and was about to lose her life, becoming food for this heartless doctor. But now, she hadn't died. Or perhaps, had she already been in hell? A hell specifically for containing monsters? No. She hesitantly touched her face, and when her hand reached her lips, she froze. The stitching line was gone. Where did it go? It was gone. It didn't hurt at all anymore, and she could open her mouth. At this moment, all sorts of complex emotions surged in her heart. A false alarm, a loss and recovery, gaining something from misfortune, her body feeling great. The emotional roller coaster almost brought tears to her eyes. Unable to believe what was happening, she kept touching and checking her mouth again and again. Ha! What is this? The split-mouthed woman touched her lips, feeling a slick sensation. It seemed as though someone had coated it with some sticky substance. It even smelled foul. It felt a bit disgusting. Could it be? This is medical bioblue, used to repair your wound. Don't worry, it's not some strange thing. A gentle voice came from beside the bed. It was Dr. Li from earlier. You're awake? You can already speak so soon. It looks like the surgery was a success. So, let's talk about the surgery fee. Li Fei wiped off the remaining glue from his hands, sat down at the edge of the bed, and looked at the woman with the slit mouth, who appeared confused. Surgery fee? In a daze, the woman with the slit mouth slowly regained her senses. At this moment, she felt clear-headed. After waking up, she not only felt no pain, but also noticed that her level had increased quite a bit. She had risen from LV9 to LV15, leveling up by 6 levels. She had made the leap from a minor ghost to a malevolent spirit. This was all thanks to Dr. Li. At this moment, she finally confirmed that the man in front of her was a truly skilled doctor. For such a doctor, she was, of course, willing to pay a reasonable price. After all, this forbidden zone was dangerous, with frequent battles, and she might need to come here for treatment often in the future. There was no need to be stingy over this bill and ruin the relationship. While thinking, the woman with the slit mouth pulled out 2 ghost coins from the pocket of her pleated skirt. Thank you, Dr. Li. Is this much money enough? In the eyes of the woman with the slit mouth, the value of 2 ghost coins was not low. It was almost all her savings from the past half year. Reluctant heart, trembling hand. As she nervously handed over the coins, Li Fei waved his hand to refuse. I don't accept money here. Talking about money feels vulgar. Do you have anything of value? You can use items to pay. As Li Fei spoke, he took out the biological blue bland that the fatty ghost had paid with, showing it to the woman with the slit mouth. In fact, when the woman with the slit mouth reached for the coins earlier, he had noticed the difficult expression on her face. This patient seemed to be struggling even to take out 2 coins. It showed that ghost coins were really valuable. And compared to the ghost's ability to pay, the system's reward felt incredibly satisfying. This time, the system's reward for the surgery was a full 100 ghost coins. The 2 ghost coins the woman with the slit mouth had handed over were far less than even a fraction of the system's reward. So there was no need to accept cash. 100 coins and 102 coins made no real difference. So Li Fei decided to trade with the items that were currently the most scarce. If he could get useful items in exchange, it would definitely be more valuable than those 2 coins. Items? Dr. Li, what about this? The woman with the slit mouth carefully put the coins back, opened her big mouth, and pulled out a pair of frameless glasses. The glasses were silvery white, exquisitely crafted. With a simple appearance, they had a unique sense of design. However, it didn't seem to have anything particularly special about it. When Li Fei took it in his hands, a system prompt popped up. X-ray vision glasses. Quality, B, excellent. Description, from a doomed human explorer, a few weeks ago, it went into the woman with the slit mouth's stomach with its owner. Once you wear it, you'll be able to see some interesting things. Excellent quality. Not bad, the same level as the scalpel. As for the effect, Li Fei casually put on the glasses. The moment the lenses covered his field of vision, the woman with the slit mouth's JK uniform started to slowly become thinner. A few seconds later, the uniform became semi-transparent. Chapter 7, Professional Massage. Dr. Li? Hey, Dr. Li? What are you looking at? The woman with the slit mouth saw that Li Fei kept staring at her, instinctively covering her chest and taking half a step back. I'm not looking at anything. By the way, miss, have you been feeling uncomfortable anywhere recently? Under the effect of the glasses, Li Fei continued to observe the cool patient in front of him. Of course, it wasn't out of personal preference, but because he had made a new discovery. As he focused, Li Fei not only saw through the patient's clothes, but could even penetrate the skin to observe. It was like having a portable X-ray machine resting on the nose bridge, lightweight and convenient. If he had had these glasses earlier, the fatty ghost's surgery wouldn't have had to suffer the pain of finding the sword tip. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement to Li Fei's current medical skills. And through this, he unexpectedly discovered a new condition in the patient who had already recovered. In the woman with the slit mouth's chest cavity, 2 ribs were actually broken and misaligned. Fortunately, these monsters have tough physical constitutions. If they were humans, they would have probably passed out from the pain by now. Where does it hurt? No, nothing, there's nothing wrong. Dr. Li, please stop staring at me, I'm scared. Seeing Dr. Li staring at her intently, the slit-mouthed woman blushed. As a monster, she didn't understand a doctor's job. She mistakenly thought Dr. Li was mesmerized by her beauty and had impure thoughts. And for someone as powerful as this ghost doctor, whether he wanted to rob her of money or her beauty, she had no way to resist. Oh, sorry, I apologize. To respect the patient's feelings, Li Fei politely shifted his gaze. From his brief observation just now, he had already confirmed the patient's injuries. Although the bodies of monsters differ from humans, generally speaking, this slit-mouthed woman was still within the humanoid range. Her body structure was still similar to an average human. So, based on the fractures in her ribs and the surrounding muscle damage, he could deduce the extent of her injuries. About 2 weeks ago, did you get into a fight with someone? If I'm not mistaken, they broke your ribs at the time. The slit-mouthed woman froze for a moment after hearing this, then reached up to touch her chest. Next, it seemed like she suddenly remembered something, sinking into a recollection, murmuring to herself. Now that you mention it, my chest doesn't hurt anymore, but it feels a bit tight. Dr. Li, you're right, 2 weeks ago, I did get into a fight. But it wasn't with another monster, it was with a ghost hunter. Ghost hunters? This familiar yet unfamiliar term sparked a fragment of memory in Li Fei's mind. In the original memories, this was a group of humans with exceptional skills. Some worked alone, while others formed teams, hunting monsters within the forbidden zones for a living. They were collectively known as ghost hunters. As for the rest, Li Fei couldn't remember. But perhaps he could ask the slit-mouthed woman? No. Treating the patient was more important. In Li Fei's eyes, nothing was more important than curing the patient before him. He shook his head, pulling his thoughts back to the present. At this point, it seemed that the dislocation of the patient's ribs wasn't too severe. Thanks to her strong physical constitution, the broken ribs not only didn't hurt, but had even started to heal. Although the patient didn't feel any pain for now, once the ribs fully healed, her entire chest cavity would be squeezed and deformed by the misaligned ribs. At that time, it could very well result in serious complications. If the dislocated ribs continued to grow uncontrollably, they might even puncture her internal organs. It wasn't impossible. Li Fei certainly wouldn't let such a thing happen. He firmly believed that a good doctor must nip the illness in the bud. Come, little sister, sit here. I'll help you realign your ribs. Li Fei brought a chair from the side and placed it in front of the slit-mouthed woman. By now, the slit-mouthed woman had realized that Li Fei meant no harm. She nodded and obediently sat down on the chair, gently holding the edge of her skirt, looking somewhat shy. Naturally suspicious, this was the first time she had fully entrusted herself to someone, so she wasn't quite used to it. Good, now raise both hands, lift them above your head, and relax your lower body, especially your thighs. Relax, and breathe. Li Fei guided the patient into the correct position for the massage. At the same time, he recalled the countless massages he had done before. Traditional Chinese massage was a physical therapy technique with over 5,000 years of history. Using techniques like rubbing, tapping, and kneading, it has various miraculous effects. Among these effects, although realigning dislocated ribs was not one of them, Li Fei, with his rich experience, knew how to extend the techniques to handle such situations. Moreover, the patient's physical condition was so strong that there was some room for trial and error. Even if he made a mistake, he could correct it by doing it again. Dr. Li, what are you doing? As the massage began, the slit-mouthed woman let out a few soft moans. As a monster, she had never seen such a scene before, nor had she ever had such intimate contact with anyone. With Li Fei's continued effort, a slight stabbing pain emerged on his side. It was a sign that his rib was realigning. As the pain intensified, the crack-mouthed woman's face flushed red, and her breath became uneven. Unconsciously, she tightened her toes, pleading with Li Fei. Dr. Li, could you please go a bit gentler? No. Li Fei coldly rejected her request and refocused on the manipulation. He increased the pressure of his technique. Gradually, the crack-mouthed woman's body trembled, and the arms she had raised began to shake uncontrollably. A few minutes later, she let out a soft groan, tilted her head back, and her whole body stiffened. Then, as if the burden had been lifted, she slumped down, leaning against the back of the chair, resembling a lifeless fish. Ding! Terrifying massage experience plus 10. Ding! Terrifying massage experience plus 10. Ding! Terrifying massage experience plus 10. All done. You can put your hands down now. How do you feel now? Li Fei gently patted the crack-mouthed woman's arm, signaling that the treatment was complete. The crack-mouthed woman opened her eyes, and the redness in her face gradually faded. Soon, she felt the changes in her body, and her expression shifted from embarrassment to joy. My chest doesn't feel tight anymore. I can breathe freely. Thank you, Dr. Li. The crack-mouthed woman jumped up from the chair, spun around excitedly, and the pleats of her skirt flared up. At the same time, the system in Li Fei's mind refreshed. Crack-mouthed woman's surgery task completed. Experience plus 100, ghost coins plus 100. Hidden task, crack-mouthed woman's massage and bone setting completed. Description: you are always attentive to your patients, and in your treatment, you never show any negligence, striving to eliminate all hidden ailments. At this moment, you have proven your professionalism with actions. Experience plus 100, ghost coins plus 100. Hidden task special reward, succubus postpartum care plus 1, Beastier girl treatment guide plus 1, pharmacist's guide, from beginner to expert plus 1. LV plus 1, LV plus 1, LV plus 1, LV plus 1. Dr. Li, how can I thank you? I don't have anything left to pay you with. The crack-mouthed woman's voice was soft, shy, and somewhat awkward. She knew that Li Fei wasn't doing charity work. Once the illness was treated, he would expect payment. But right now, she had nothing. Except her body. Don't worry about the medical fee. Li Fei smiled slightly and gestured to the chair next to him. Come, sit down. You may not have money, but you have information. Chapter 8, Gathering Information, Promoting the Clinic. Don't get me wrong, I don't have any other intentions. I just moved here recently and don't know much about the area. I wanted to ask you about things around here. Seeing the crack-mouthed woman blush again, Li Fei immediately clarified. So, the massage fee is waived, and we're square. The crack-mouthed woman's expression changed from shyness to surprise upon hearing this. She never imagined there could be such a good deal, just talking could offset an expensive medical bill. After all, she had just taken out most of her savings, 2 full ghost coins. Dr. Li had refused them without even a glance. It seemed this Dr. Li wasn't one of those greedy ghosts. He was truly a good doctor. No problem, Dr. Li. I'll tell you everything I know. This restricted area is called Eternal Night Street. I am a student from the neighboring ghost school, currently studying. Wait. School? The moment the crackmouth woman spoke, Li Fei made an important discovery. In this restricted area inhabited by ghosts and monsters, there was actually a school. Having a school meant there were classmates. These ghostly classmates must also have strange appearances. With their bodies filled with ghost energy and corpse chi, they were prone to cross-contamination, and health issues would be inevitable. So, they would need medical attention. It seemed that the students from the Crackmouth Woman's Ghost School would be a key source of clients for the clinic. How many students are there in the school? How are their health? Are they all still healthy? In response to Li Fei's inquiries, the Crackmouth Woman gave a detailed account of the school's situation. The ghost school was called Bloodvine Ghost School, with 3 grades and nearly 1,000 students. Most of the students were E-level ghosts, similar in rank to the Crackmouth Woman. Although they had physical abilities far surpassing humans, they couldn't withstand the daily fighting and killing. Losing an arm or having their head chopped off was common. It's just like a daily routine. That is to say, if I can bring the patients from the school to the clinic, or directly become the school doctor, turning it into a long-term business. With nearly 1,000 students, if each one brings in an average of 100, that's a total of 10,000 ghost coins. Converted into the income of the Slitmouth Woman, she would need to save this money for 5,000 years. As the saying goes, money can make even ghosts move the millstone. With this much money, the clinic can turn into a hospital, and the hospital can open branches. It's only a matter of time. After a simple calculation, Li Fei continued to inquire about the situation outside the school. He needed to know the information about Eternal Night Street, the more, the better. This concerns whether it's safe to spend money outside. After all, he's a doctor, not a ghost hunter, and has no ability to protect himself. Rules? The teachers in the school told us not to go out of the school gate at night. I heard that a few reckless students from the neighboring class went out at night, and they never came back. That's right. Li Fei knew this. The most important rule of Eternal Night Street is, don't go out at night. However, if the night is really so dangerous, how did the Slitmouth Woman come to the clinic? How did I come to the clinic? I was just strolling around, and when I saw your clinic, I came in. By the way, Dr. Li, you might not know, but it's daytime right now. The daytime on Eternal Night Street is like the night in the human world. And here, the night brings a very dark fog, you can't see anything. As soon as you walk into the fog, you will be woo! Swallowed in one bite. The Slitmouth Woman jumped up from the bench, showing off her terrifying big mouth, trying to scare Li Fei. However, this action immediately triggered the protection of the property certificate. She was once again frozen in midair, and an invisible big hand pushed her chin, slowly closing her mouth. Li Fei couldn't help but smile. It seems that even though she's a ghost, this high school girl still acts in this meaningless way. However, if she could wear her mask properly, along with this JK uniform, she would actually be quite cute. As for the terrifying black fog she mentioned, Li Fei had experienced it before. It was that suffocating, oppressive feeling he could feel even when hiding in the clinic, behind a wall. But he knew very well that even if he ignored the black fog, if he went out recklessly with his current abilities, without the protection of the clinic, wandering in the forbidden zone with the breath of a living person would be like a walking feast. He would definitely die in a very horrible way. So, the plan to go out shopping would have to be postponed. What he needed to do now was to get more patients to know about the clinic. That is to say, he needed a few ghosts to help with the publicity. By the way, little sister, do you know the fat meat ghost? Is he your classmate? No. I don't know him. Is he ugly? If he's ugly, then he must be from the cemetery on the back mountain. Those from the cemetery are all ugly freaks. After a short pause, the Slitmouth Woman answered. She, who was quite popular in school, knew almost all the students. In this forbidden zone, most ghosts, if not from ghost school, are likely from the cemetery. Apart from the neutral districts, these are the 2 major forces that dominate Eternal Night Street. The rest of the lonely wandering souls are either strong enough to survive on their own, or they become food for other ghosts. In Eternal Night Street, one must still follow human relationships and be part of an organization. Then, the Slitmouth Woman began to explain the situation of Ghost School and the cemetery to Li Fei. These 2 major forces, one to the east and the other to the west, are evenly matched, and they don't get along with each other. On the Ghost School side, there are more ghosts like the Slitmouth Woman, who are E-class, making up the majority. Most of them are humanoid, with a human-like appearance. On the cemetery side, however, the quality is better, with elite ghosts in the majority. These ghosts are mostly deformed and grotesque, which is why the Slitmouth Woman calls them ugly freaks. That's what people at school call them. We don't like them, and they don't like us. Whenever we meet, we fight. The loser gets eaten. My mouth was done by the cemetery's seen-body ghost. The Slitmouth Woman clenched her fists angrily, looking very upset. However, there's only one situation where we will temporarily cease fighting. That is when humans come from outside. Those self-proclaimed ghost hunters. They are more hate-worthy than the ones from the grave. Hate-worthy, hate-worthy. Wait. Humans are coming. Li Fei's eyes lit up, and he inquired about the information regarding humans from the slit-mouthed woman. This was crucial for the future departure from the Forbidden Zone and for opening the branch in the city. How often do humans come? About once a month. There are still about 20 days until the next time. The way out? I don't know that. I've never been outside. Wait, Dr. Li, you don't want to go to that disgusting place, right? It's full of ghost hunters. The slit-mouthed woman had a concerned look. In her eyes, Li Fei was her kind, a fierce ghost dressed in human skin. The ghost leaves the Forbidden Zone and enters the human world. But there's no good juice to drink. For the slit-mouthed woman's worry, Li Fei simply replied lightly. No need to worry. They won't do anything to me. Where there are patients, there I will be, the human world is no exception. Li. Dr. Li. As expected of you. The slit-mouthed woman's eyes sparkled. At that moment, Dr. Li looked so tall and handsome, full of medical ethics. For curing diseases and saving lives, he did not hesitate to take risks. Of course, this also indirectly indicated Li Fei's strong abilities. In the world of ghosts, those who could leave the Forbidden Zone and survive alone were almost all B-grade or higher monsters. Alright, that's about it. Your medical fees have been fully paid, there's just one last thing I need to ask you. Li Fei pulled out a stack of business cards from his pocket and smiled. The clinic has just opened, and it's not very famous. If you think the consultation experience was good, could you help spread the word to your classmates? From minor discomforts to major issues like missing limbs, they can all come to me. Honest and fair, cheap but not expensive. This is the Peace Clinic, and I am your attending physician. Li Fei. Chapter 9, A Quick Guide to Becoming a Pharmacist. Take care, little sister. Welcome to come again next time. After exchanging intelligence, Li Fei saw the slit-mouthed woman out the door, watching her leave. Looking at the figure of the patient bouncing away after recovery, he smiled with satisfaction. It felt good. At this rate, the clinic would soon be on the right track, curing more complex diseases. Whether treating humans or ghosts, Li Fei no longer cared as much. As long as he could see the brilliant smiles of his patients after recovery, he had the motivation to continue. This was his original intent in becoming a doctor. Even in a horror world, it would never change. Phew. Li Fei let out a long breath, rubbing his sore arms. Having performed 2 surgeries in a row was indeed a bit tiring. If he hadn't added 4 points of strength before treating the slit-mouthed woman, he probably wouldn't have been able to finish that surgery. After doing a simple cleanup of the clinic, Li Fei sat down at his desk, in his own position. During the chat with the slit-mouthed woman, he also inquired about some other information. For example, turning right and walking a few hundred meters, there was a convenience store. They sold many things. When the conditions are right, he can go there to exchange money for props. For instance, monsters' money mainly comes from their own secretions. The higher the level, the denser the ghost energy, and the more ghost coins secreted each month. Like the previous slit-mouthed woman, at the small ghost level, she only had 5 ghost coins for the whole year. After the surgery, she rose to the malevolent spirit level and could get 5 coins in a month. Her income increased tenfold. Though this was just a fraction of Li Fei's one surgery. But for the slit-mouthed woman, this was definitely a huge improvement. If there hadn't been this surgery, for her to level up through fighting on her own, it would take at least 5 years. And that's under smooth circumstances. A slight mishap, and she might become nourishment for other ghosts. In addition, monsters could also devour ghost coins to gain experience and level up. Although this method is not very cost-effective, the risks are lower. For weak lower-level ghosts, this was an option besides fighting. An extremely important promotion method. However, if you rely on this kind of self-produced and self-sold method, the slit-mouthed woman might take 10 years to reach the level of a malevolent spirit. It seems my treatment holds great significance for the spirits. After chatting with the slit-mouthed woman, Li Fei had a clearer understanding of his situation. Then let's set a small goal first. There are still 20 days until the next Forbidden Zone opens. Before that, expand the clinic's business to the entire block. And even to the ghost school. By treating nearly 1,000 patients, he could quickly level up with generous rewards. Before long, he would become a senior ghost doctor in the horror world. At that time, he would expand the clinic into a hospital, branching out to other forbidden zones, reaching the whole world. Thinking about it this way, being a doctor in the horror world seems quite promising. At least it is much better than the backstabbing and thankless work in the previous department. Moreover, starting the clinic myself may be a bit concerning, but at least I am free and in charge of my own words. It is much better than working for the hospital. Next, Li Fei allocated all the attribute points he gained from leveling up 4 times to strength. Now, he has 16 points in strength. He is still 14 points away from awakening his exclusive talent. At the current leveling speed, it would take about 2 or 3 surgeries time. Alright, even with external support, I cannot slack off. A great doctor must always think about improving their medical skills. Live and learn. Saying this, Li Fei took out the rewards he received from completing a hidden task. 3 books. Postpartum Care for Succubi, Bestiar Treatment Guide, and Pharmacist, From Beginner to Master. Li Fei skimmed through the first 2 books before setting them aside. These books were for special patients and were not needed at the moment. What he truly needed now was the last one. Pharmacist, From Beginner to Master. Quality, C, Ordinary. Description: this book records various methods for making horror drugs. With it, becoming a master potion maker in 28 days is no longer a dream. This is it. Although this book is only rated C, Li Fei understands that the power of knowledge depends on how you use it. This pharmacology guide, once learned by this top doctor. At least it deserves an A rating. Furthermore, pharmaceutical assistance is an indispensable part of the medical system. Medicine and pharmacy. Without medicine, how can it work? Soon, he took out a small notebook, jotting down notes as he embraced the book and began studying. Horror World. Eternity Night Street. Near the Blood Vine Ghost School. Under the shroud of darkness, it remained extremely dim even during the day. On the street-side trees, there were some bloodied and mangled heads hanging sporadically. In the hollow eye sockets, maggots crawled incessantly. In the low bushes of the green belt, faint laughter of children like silver bells could be heard. It was spine-chilling. In an alley beside the street, several pairs of young men and women huddled together, trembling with fear. Whoa whoa. I don't want to die yet. Shut up. Crying, all you know is to cry. Stop crying, or you'll attract the spirits, and we'll all die. Die? Dying is good. It would be a relief. Die. 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 He, let's all die together. Unlike the ghost hunters who actively entered the forbidden zone, these people were forcibly selected and teleported there. Most of them had already died in the pursuit of the spirits a few days ago. The remaining people were either exhausted from hunger or mentally unstable due to overwhelming stress. You all look, what is that? A girl trembled as she raised her hand, pointing to the street outside the alley. Everyone followed her finger and saw a female ghost wearing a school uniform. She was hopping and moving along the street. On the ghost's face, a hideous large mouth was split open. Her blood-red lips were alluring and glistening, with the corners of her mouth curved in a strange arc, reaching to her ears. This was, of course, the slit-mouthed woman. After Li Fei cut the stitches of her face, she no longer wore a mask. This big mouth is her pride as the slit-mouthed woman, and also her powerful weapon. Despite this appearance, it made her look a bit horrifying, even though she was originally beautiful. However, she didn't care too much. It didn't matter. What mattered was the change that happened after removing the corpse sewing thread. After being bathed in the corpse's energy, she completely transformed, breaking through from ghost level to evil spirit level. Her strength increased several times. Now, she could easily tear apart her former self. Perhaps one day in the future, she could break through many obstacles and become the legendary hell-level monster. Of course, none of this would have been possible without Dr. Li's treatment. Dr. Li is really kind. Not only did he perform surgery on me, but he also gave me a free massage. Thinking of this, the slit-mouthed woman couldn't help but blush. It was a strange feeling she had never experienced before. However, this feeling quickly vanished. The lurking aura of ghosts around her made her stay on high alert at all times. In this crisis-laden eternal night street, if she relaxed her guard recklessly, then she could only be more careful in her next life. Despite this, just as the slit-mouthed woman turned the corner of the street, whoosh! The sound of breaking wind erupted. The slit-mouthed woman didn't dare to look more, instinctively rolling to the side to evade the ambush. Debris flew everywhere. On the adjacent wall, several deep claw marks had already been gouged. She dared not slack off, kneeling partially to prop herself up. When she looked up, she saw a zombie with a blue face and sharp fangs, dressed in Qing Dynasty official robes, staring down at her. Chapter 10: The Zombie Family and Horrifying Pharmaceuticals. Cough, cough. Isn't this the slit-mouthed girl? The zombie coughed a few times, squeezing out some muffled syllables from its mouth. The slit-mouthed woman stood up, calmly tidying her pleated skirt, and scrutinizing the ghostly figure blocking her way. An old-faced blue corpse zombie. It wore a dark blue robe adorned with 5 dragons and 4 claws, a black round hat on its head, and a red feather inserted behind the hat. This was a 7th-rank official uniform from the Qing dynasty. The slit-mouthed woman recognized him. He was the evil spirit-level monster, Zombie Lord, from the nearby ruins. "It's you, Zombie Lord. What, do you want to fight?" The slit-mouthed woman was not annoyed and casually brushed off the dust from her clothes. It seemed she didn't take him seriously at all. If it were a few days ago, she might have turned and run due to the pressure of his level, seeking refuge in the ghost school. But now, with Dr. Li's help, she had broken through to the evil spirit level. This meant she was on the same level as him. She was completely unafraid. She opened her mouth wide, taking a stance and exuding an aura completely different from before. Around her body, there was even a faint black gas dissipating. Zombie Lord recognized this. It was evil spirit level ghost energy. "Oh. Interesting. I remember you were supposed to be at ghost level. And what happened to the corpse-sewing thread on your mouth? What's going on?" Seeing that the slit-mouthed woman wasn't afraid of him, Zombie Lord retracted his claws and gave up on fighting, instead starting to ask questions. After a few days, not only had she cleared away the troublesome corpse-sewing thread, but she had also broken through from ghost level to evil spirit level. This was impossible. It should be known that even stronger evil spirits, once infected by that sewing thread, to heal, they would need at least a decade. A little ghost-level slit-mouthed woman actually escaped the torment of the corpse-sewing thread? This was simply unbelievable. No, there was another possibility, unless... Did you leave this eternal night street? With a flick of his eyes, Zombie Lord thought of the only possibility. As a ghost that had lived for hundreds of years, he had briefly hidden in the human world. So he knew that outside this forbidden zone, perhaps there were doctors who could remove the corpse-sewing thread. However, he had heard that due to a disaster 100 years ago, human medical technology had suffered a devastating blow. Even today, it still hadn't recovered. Now, even just treating a simple tetanus would require all the city's experts to gather for a discussion. If there was a human who could completely remove the parasitic corpse-sewing thread, that would definitely have to be the top human doctor. The slit-mouthed woman absolutely couldn't afford that high price. Moreover, how could a human possibly help ghosts and monsters heal? Heal the ghosts and monsters, and then be eaten? I did not leave Eternal Night Street. A new peace clinic opened on the street. The doctor is nice, and his skills are great. He fixed my mouth. If you are interested, you can go check it out yourself. Just when the zombie master was getting more and more confused, the slit-mouthed woman gave the answer. Today, she was in a good mood. Plus, Dr. Li had advised her to promote the clinic more. She didn't think too much and informed the other person about the clinic. "This is Dr. Li's business card. I won't charge you for the information fee, just don't forget to mention that I referred you when you go." After the slit-mouthed woman finished speaking, she tossed a business card and hurriedly ran towards the ghost school. She couldn't wait to promote the clinic to her classmates. Besides, the class bell had already rung. If she was late, the teacher would be unhappy. If the teacher is unhappy, the consequences could be very serious. The new doctor, Li Fei. The zombie master glanced at the business card and put it away. He was half convinced about the clinic's matters. What was important was that it was mealtime now. The most urgent thing was still that little ancestor at home. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shiver, quickly raising his arms and jumping back home as a zombie. 5 minutes later. Eternal Night Street. Anchi Community, in front of a certain room's door. The zombie master stood at the door, his arms held out trembling slightly. At this moment, he was sweating profusely and looking very tense. Inside the door, a delicate crying sound could be faintly heard. It seemed there was a little girl hiding inside, crying from a broken heart. Strangely, with each sob from the girl, the zombie master's face grew uglier. His wrinkled face was now scrunched into a ball. Not long after, another old woman's voice came from inside. "Xiaoya, be good. Don't cry, Grandpa will be back soon. Xiaoya will be able to eat soon." "Eat me? I'm Grandma isn't food, you can't eat." After a brief silence, the old woman's voice grew increasingly anxious. No. Xiaoya. Grandma's hand hasn't healed yet, if you eat more, there won't be any left. Then, the zombie master gritted his teeth, pushed the door open, and quickly locked it behind him. Instantly, it became noisy inside. Crying, scolding, and chewing sounds mixed into a wild uproar. After a while, the girl's crying grew weaker, and the two trembling old voices resumed. Sigh finally quieted down. "Old woman, how many fingers do you have left?" 1, 2, 3, 3, can last 2 days. Xiaoya's appetite has been growing lately. I heard there's a new clinic on the street, why don't we take Xiaoya to have a look? Only a dead ghost can serve as a live ghost doctor. Eternal Night Street. Peace Clinic. With the power of the property deed, Li Fei made some renovations to the clinic. Outside the clinic, the old sign covered in filthy blood has already vanished. In its place was a simple and elegant plaque. For large characters, Peace Clinic, were inscribed on it. The characters were neat yet carried a sense of beauty, showcasing a modern aesthetic design. Inside the clinic, Li Fei was sitting at the desk, studying the book Pharmacist, from beginner to pro. Next to him, a notebook had pages filled with dense knowledge points, packed full of practical information. It seems that making medicine in this horror world isn't so difficult after all. Li Fei sighed. With the rich pharmaceutical experience from his previous life, he quickly grasped the content of the first few pages of this book. However, due to level restrictions, the later texts appeared as garbled symbols in Li Fei's eyes. Completely unrecognizable. This was a limitation, but also a protection for the reader. After all, some advanced medicines could scare a person into insanity just by glancing at the description. As the saying goes, wear shoes that fit your feet. Therefore, the only medicine Li Fei could learn and was available in the clinic was just one type of medicine: stomach shrinking fullness pills. This name reminded Li Fei of a common medicine from his past life, digestive recovery tablets. On the contrary, the gastric shrinking satiety pills can eliminate hunger and enhance the feeling of fullness. In simple terms, it is medicine that can serve as food. It sounds a bit useless. However, in this world where monsters devour each other and humans as well, such a meal replacement isn't too bad. Perhaps, if this medicine is well developed and distributed throughout all zones, achieving peace between humans and monsters might not be impossible. Let me take a look. Gastric shrinking satiety pill recipe: a lump of fatty meat, 30 grams of iron powder, 2 dogtail grass, and 20 cloves of ringworm. Great, these materials are quite common, we have them all in the warehouse. Let's get started. Chapter 11: Gastric shrinking satiety pill. With materials and methods ready, Li Fei gathered the bottles and jars and started to prepare the medicine directly. Ding! Horrifying pharmacy experience plus 10. Ding! Horrifying pharmacy experience plus 10. Ding! Horrifying pharmacy experience plus 10. Half an hour later, the medicine was completed. Phew! Li Fei let out a sigh, finally freeing up a hand to wipe his sweat. Making medicine in this horrifying world is still not easy. Even a medical genius like him failed several times before figuring out the rules and succeeding in making the medicine. If it were someone else, they would probably take several days, exhausting all the materials, and wouldn't be able to produce even half a bottle. It seems the system rated this book as C for a reason. Without decades of medical experience, reading the book 100 times would amount to nothing. Li Fei approached the table and examined the bottle of light blue potion. Gastric shrinking satiety pill. Purity, 80%. Quality, B, excellent. Description: this potion can effectively suppress excessive appetite. A must-have good medicine for home travel, killing, and looting. Note: this medicine cannot completely replace food at present, please use it cautiously. Produced by Li Fei. Isn't it like a feeling from a deadly chemist? However, it seems like 80 is the threshold for excellent quality. Li Fei looked to the other side of the table, where there were some bottles and jars, the products of his earlier failures, with purities ranging from 30% to 70%. Except for a small portion of junk level, most of these medicines received ordinary ratings. Li Fei filtered out a small number of defective products and tossed them into the trash bin. He stored the remaining ordinary quality ones properly in the warehouse. These are things he put his effort into making, and they shouldn't go to waste. Ordinary quality medicine, though not as effective, still has its uses and will come in handy sooner or later. Purity is still not enough. A doctor like me should be able to make 100% pure medicine. Li Fei wasn't very satisfied. He has always held himself to extremely high standards, striving to do his best. If given the opportunity, he would definitely try countless times to perfect the medicine. Unfortunately, this time the materials were exhausted, and he could only fight again next time. Next, he opened his personal panel. Name: Li Fei. Level: 11. Attributes: Strength 18, Agility 8, Spirit 15, average for adult males is 10. Skills: Human Medicine LV10, Max, Horrifying Surgery LV2, Horrifying Massage LV2, Horrifying Pharmacy LV2. After the earlier operations, Li Fei's pharmacy skills have made great progress. In the future, he can produce more efficiently, with higher purity and better efficacy of potions. Selling these high-quality potions to patients is what a good doctor should do. With this thought, Li Fei felt the weight of his responsibility. There are still thousands of monsters in the Eternal Night Street waiting for him to treat. However, after performing 2 surgeries and making medicine, Li Fei's strength was completely exhausted. He didn't even have time to clean up the leftovers before collapsing on the table into a deep sleep. A night without issues. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Early the next morning, a patient came to the door. Li Fei, still in a daze, rubbed his sleepy eyes and immediately got up to prepare to greet. As a doctor with a strong sense of medical ethics, he considered his patients more important than sleep. "Hello, welcome to the Peace Clinic, how can I help you?" Li Fei smiled as he opened the door. Outside stood a zombie dressed in a Qing dynasty official's uniform, with a blue face and sharp teeth. From the looks, it was an old female. Her hunched figure made her much shorter than Li Fei. "I am introduced by the girl with the split mouth, looking for Li Fei, Dr. Li," the zombie old lady said, while taking out a business card from her sleeve. It was the same card that Li Fei had previously given to the girl with the split mouth. "That's me. Please come in." Li Fei opened the door and made a gesture of invitation. After sizing him up, the zombie old lady raised her arms and hopped into the clinic. A standard zombie jump. "Oh. I almost forgot, zombies have stiff knees and can only hop forward. So naturally, they can't sit on a stool either. Come, please stand. How can I help you?" Hearing this, the zombie old lady seemed to recall some painful past, her face wrinkling into a tight knot. She sighed, her tone low. "Ah, it's not me. It's my granddaughter, Xiaoya. She has a kind of starvation disease, she needs to eat constantly eat. She has eaten all the food in the house, eaten all the little ghosts outside. Now, even me and her old man are. Ah. We really can't hold on any longer. Dr. Li, can you cure her? Starvation disease?" Li Fei pondered briefly, searching his mind for cases. In the human world, this disease isn't actually rare. It is scientifically known as binge eating disorder. The causes of this illness are complex: too much stress, endocrine disorders, psychological issues. All of these are possible. Whatever the reason, manifested in the patient, it results in insatiable hunger. From the description by the patient's family, considering their lack of picky eating, the damage of monster binge eating disorder is far greater than that in humans. If left unchecked, it will definitely lead to serious problems. Although he just happened to have an appropriate medication on hand, stomach-reducing capsules. But he didn't have enough understanding of the condition yet, and couldn't rashly prescribe medication. If the patient could come personally to the clinic, perhaps he could diagnose the condition more accurately. Thinking of this, Li Fei began to ask the family member about the patient. "Old lady, why doesn't your granddaughter Xiaoya come to see the doctor herself?" This question made the zombie old lady's face look even worse. "Dr. Li, it's not that I don't want to bring her. It's just that my granddaughter right now can't control herself at all, she has to bite anyone she sees. She's a red robe level. There are only a handful of beings in this eternal night street that can handle her. Let alone her old man and me, we're just at the evil spirit level, 2 whole ranks lower. If she really goes on a rampage, it won't take 5 seconds, and we'll be gobbled up to nothing." Red robe level? According to the old lady's statement, red robe should be rated B, whereas the upgraded girl with the split mouth should be D. This indeed sounds fierce. If this Xiaoya goes berserk on the street, the casualties would definitely be counted in hundreds. Then treatment for this patient requires even more caution. "Old lady, you stand still. Let me do a checkup on you first." The zombie old lady was taken aback for a moment, looking puzzled. "No. Dr. Li, I've already said, the patient is my granddaughter Xiaoya, not me." Li Fei smiled slightly, raising the medical certificate hanging on his chest, indicating his professionalism. "Don't worry, I know. You are the family member, not the patient. So, I need to do a checkup on you." Zombie old lady, ? Chapter 12, let's get undressed first. Li Fei conducting a checkup on the zombie old lady wasn't due to any strange fetish. But for information. The diagnostic information provided by the system would not only point out the symptoms but also briefly describe the patient's past. And this zombie old lady's past likely hides information about her granddaughter Xiaoya. Using this information, he could follow the clues to make a more accurate judgment about Xiaoya's condition. After all, Xiaoya's illness is no small matter. Once there's a problem, it's a big problem. Better to be cautious. Besides, Li Fei had noticed earlier. The zombie old lady's body looked as if it had been gnawed by a beast, covered in bite marks, battered and bruised. It was clear that since entering, she was deliberately trying to cover her wounds with her clothing. Even so, Li Fei could still observe the injuries through his glasses. A total of 57 wounds, shocking to behold. Rest assured, old lady. The health checkup is free. Li Fei remained expressionless as he reached for the zombie old lady's palm. It felt extremely wrinkled, like the bark of a dead tree. Ding. Patient detected, diagnosing condition. Name, Zombie Old Lady. Rating, LV17, D, Evil Spirit Level. Description, weak and elderly, she is the weakest of the zombies. Even so, she can snap your neck with just 2 fingers. Symptoms, wounds all over her body. Cause, ever since moving to Eternal Night Street, Xiaoya's binge eating disorder has worsened, with the zombie old lady's fingers and toes being nibbled every day, growing back only to be nibbled again. Now only 3 remain. Recommendation, the patient's self-repair ability is strong, apply medication externally to the wounds. Indeed. Li Fei used the diagnosis to validate his guess. The bite marks on the zombie old lady were all from Xiaoya's binge eating disorder acting up. However, what does moving to Eternal Night Street mean in the system diagnosis? This seems related to Xiaoya's case. Old lady, I guess you are not the ghosts of Eternal Night Street, right? Xiaoya's binge eating disorder worsened after moving here, didn't it? Li Fei asked while observing the other party. The zombie old lady looked deeply at Li Fei after hearing the question. The wrinkles on her face relaxed a bit and a spark of hope reignited in her eyes. It seems that the mischievous little sister with the slit mouth didn't lie this time. This doctor indeed has some real skills. He figured out her long-held secret with just one glance. These matters she had never disclosed to any other ghost. Today, she seems to have come to the right place. Perhaps this Dr. Li can truly cure Xiaoya's illness. Dr. Li, your medical skills are really remarkable. To be honest, we moved here from another forbidden area. Xiaoya's illness was indeed present before, but it worsened after we moved here. As the zombie old lady spoke, her expression darkened again. She seemed unwilling to bring up this memory. Hunching her body, she paused for a moment before continuing. Alas, Dr. Li, I won't hide it from you. The forbidden area we originally lived in is called 10,000 Corpses V, a gathering place for zombies. After Xiaoya fell ill, her grandfather and I brought her here. We thought changing the environment would improve her mood. But unexpectedly, after moving here, Xiaoya became even sicker. When her episodes strike, she forgets everyone. Poor child, she used to be very obedient and would never act like this. Alas, it's all our fault. If we had paid more attention. If we had discovered it earlier. At this point, the zombie old lady struck her chest twice in frustration. Elders like her easily get stuck in a rut, often taking the blame for others' mistakes. As a good doctor, Li Fei understood how to care for the patient's emotions. He reached out his arm, patted the old lady's shoulder, and comforted her. Old lady, don't blame yourself too much. Kids can be mischievous, jumping around every day, having a few problems is inevitable. Neither you nor I can control that. Since she is ill, the goal is to cure her. Don't worry, I'm here. These words successfully calmed the zombie old lady, and a glimmer of tears of gratitude appeared in her eyes. After that, Li Fei inquired in detail about Xiaoya's symptoms. For example, when was the first onset, how long between episodes, how much she needed to eat, etc. After understanding clearly, he cross-referenced the medication rules and double-checked again. No problem, the medication can be used. Don't worry, old lady. I can treat Xiaoya's illness. However, she must come to the clinic in person. Here's the deal, you take a bottle of this medicine back first and let her try it. If it works, then when she is calm, bring her over. How about that? Li Fei flipped his palm and produced a bottle of light blue potion. It glowed faintly like sweet syrup. In this instant, the zombie old lady's eyes lit up, staring intently at the potion. Although she had never drank this thing. As an old zombie who had seen and tasted much, she could feel that this medicine was definitely extraordinary. Recalling, the supermarket in Eternal Night Street sold many products, but none could compare to this bottle of medicine. It could even be said that most things in the supermarket were not much different from garbage compared to this medicine. Looking at it this way, Dr. Li's bottle of medicine must be sold for at least 50 ghost coins. But how could she afford it? As a D-level evil spirit, she would have to not eat or drink for an entire year just to scrape together 40 coins. Furthermore, due to Xiaoya's severe bulimia, most of her and zombie granny's money was spent feeding Xiaoya. Now, she had nothing left, not even 5 coins. Let alone a big 50. Dr. Li. Can I owe you for this medicine? Even though she had no money, zombie granny still, with a stiff face, managed to ask. She knew that doctors were not charitable, they were in it for the money to treat patients. Although she had calculated in her heart, even for Dr. Li, 50 coins was definitely not a small amount. But no matter what, she had to give it a try. Whether it was to lower her old face or to sacrifice herself. Even if it meant stealing. It didn't matter. As long as she could cure Xiaoya's illness, she would be willing to do anything, even face a mountain of knives and a sea of flames. Seeing this, Li Fei quickly understood Grandma's thoughts. He was not unfamiliar with such situations, he just smiled slightly and hooked his hand around Grandma's shoulder. Grandma, the clinic operates on a small budget, and we do not extend credit. But don't worry, I won't charge you for this medicine. The clinic currently uses a special payment method. Come on, take off all your clothes first. Zombie Granny? Chapter 13, The Golden Seal of Calmness, Ghost Shadow Clone. Dr. Li, it hurts, it hurts. Zombie Granny's body was tense, squeezing out 2 cries of pain through her teeth. At this moment, she was tremblingly standing in place, letting Li Fei manipulate her. It'll be over soon. It might hurt a bit, bear with it. Li Fei was constantly applying force, kneading a pink lump of flesh. It was the glue gland obtained from the fat meaty ghost. Soon, the lump started to secrete a large amount of biological glue, slick and gooey, continuously overflowing. Li Fei skillfully spread the sticky liquid and applied it to Grandma's wounds. This liquid had the effect of repairing wounds and accelerating healing. But just like alcohol disinfection, it would initially hurt. Without anesthesia, even a ghost could barely stand it. It hurts, it hurts. Ha! It doesn't hurt anymore? Minutes later, as the medicine took effect, Grandma was stunned. The sharp pain that had spread all over her body was gradually fading. In its place was a cool and comfortable sensation, like something miraculous had been applied. It was completely painless. She could even feel a slight itch at the wound. This was a sign of healing. So, Dr. Li had her take off her clothes, not for anything else, but to treat her wounds. Ding! External injury treatment experience plus 10. Ding! External injury treatment experience plus 10. Ding! External injury treatment experience plus 10. Grandma, you can't just focus on Xiaoya. You also need to care for yourself, you need to take care of your health before you can take care of Xiaoya. You have to pay attention in the future. Li Fei said as he squeezed out a bottle of biological glue and handed it to Zombie Granny, reminding her to apply it on time. He understood that elderly people like her often put all their focus on their children, frequently neglecting their own health issues. When small illnesses accumulate over time, it will only bring more trouble to their children, leaving them with regrets they can't rectify. Thank you, Dr. Li, you are truly kind. How can I repay you? Zombie Granny felt the changes in her body. Originally, those parts bitten by Xiaoya would have taken at least 2 or 3 days to heal. Now, under Dr. Li's treatment, it should heal by tonight at the latest. That cool, magical sticky liquid was simply extraordinary. What's even more unbelievable is that Dr. Li directly gave her a bottle. Without even blinking. He really is a good doctor. As for Xiaoya's medical fees, you have already paid half. Li Fei examined the zombie old lady's wound, ensuring that the biological glue wouldn't irritate the patient's skin. This biological glue was something he improved while making medicine. He only needed to add some herbs to the glue to enhance its activity. It had the effects of stopping bleeding and speeding up scabbing, much like a sticky version of gold wound medicine. As for the remaining medical fees, I hope you can pay with goods. Do you have anything valuable on you? Valuable. Dr. Li, is this okay? The zombie old lady pulled out a yellow talisman from her embroidered robe. The yellow talisman was rectangular, covered in indecipherable ghostly symbols, the characters graceful and ethereal, emitting a faint golden light. This is the calming talisman I brought from the land of 10,000 corpses V. As long as I stick this talisman on, even the zombie king would be knocked out for a few seconds. Li Fei took it and a system prompt popped up. Golden calming talisman. Quality, A, rare. Description, a masterpiece of a certain terrestrial immortal, a specialty of the A-grade Forbidden Zone 10,000 corpses V, can calm and soul stabilize, also can soothe and stop pain. Note, can be reused. A-grade. Soothing and pain relieving. And can be reused. Isn't this just a horror version of anesthetic? Li Fei was overjoyed. In future surgeries, he could just grab the talisman paper and stick it on the patient's forehead. Not only could it alleviate the patient's suffering, but it also indirectly improved the efficiency of the surgery. Anesthesia is one of the most critical aspects of surgery. Earlier, it was the lack of anesthesia that made the fat meat ghost and the slit-mouthed woman scream in pain during surgery. Now with this calming talisman, he could perform larger and more complex surgeries. The patient's experience during consultations would also be guaranteed. One day in the future, he might achieve the effect of surgery today, work tomorrow. This reward was simply like a steel pipe poking a frog, utterly fantastic. Very good, very good. Old lady, your medical bills are settled. Remember to take your medicine on time, and don't forget to bring Xiaoya over. If anything happens, just let me know at any time. Li Fei took out a stack of business cards from his pocket, stuffed them into the zombie old lady's hand, and sent her out the door. In the next moment, a series of system prompts popped up madly, flooding the screen. Treatment of the zombie old lady's external injury, mission completed. Experience plus 80, ghost coins plus 80. Hidden task, create and sell a bottle of potion. Completed. Description: as a top-tier physician, you quickly realize the importance of medicinal treatment. With your remarkable talent, you successfully created a quality potion and sold it to the right patient. Experience plus 100, ghost coins plus 100. Special reward for hidden task, skill ghost shadow. LV plus 1, LV plus 1, LV plus 1, LV plus 1. 1 big. While quickly reviewing the system rewards, Li Fei opened his personal panel to count his rewards. Name: Li Fei. Level: 16. Attributes: Strength 23, Agility 8, Spirit 15. Passive skills: Human Medicine LV 10, Max, Horror Surgery LV 2, Horror Massage LV 2, Horror Pharmacy LV 2. Active skill: Ghost Shadow. New skill: Ghost Shadow. After adding all attribute points to strength, Li Fei began to study the new skill given by the system. Skill: Ghost Shadow LV 1. Description: a shadow, a clone, a perfect helper that shares your thoughts. Note: the Ghost Shadow clone has 50% of your attributes, can have one clone existing simultaneously. Effect increases with skill level. Clone technique. Li Fei looked down at the shadow under his feet, and with a mere thought, the shadow split off a small black ball, rapidly expanding into a humanoid form. It looked just like him, only with a black filter. One consciousness could control two bodies simultaneously. It felt as natural as controlling his left and right hands, instinctively skilled, no practice required. This feeling was simply amazing. After trying for a while, Li Fei's confusion slowly turned into surprise. Right, he slapped his thigh and jumped up from the ground. With this Ghost Shadow clone, I can explore the neighborhood without getting hurt. Chapter 14, Adventure Time. This skill came at just the right time. Li Fei tested the Ghost Shadow's abilities while calculating. After the last time he made medicine, he successfully created stomach shrink satiety tablets and improved the biological glue. He needs to constantly test and make mistakes against the pharmaceutical guidelines. The materials originally stocked in the clinic were already not much, and after a wave of consumption, there is now hardly anything left. Moreover, he hasn't eaten for 3 days. Even though he has added a lot of strength attributes and can endure hunger more than ordinary people, the taste of hunger is still hard to bear. Now with this Ghost Shadow clone, it is just right for him to go out for a big shopping spree, solving the urgent need for medicinal materials and food. He doesn't have to worry about the demons and monsters in the Forbidden Zone. There are more than 500 pieces in total. Li Fei took out ancient-style ghost coins, counting them one by one. According to the description from the zombie old lady earlier, she could secrete 50 coins in a whole year by relying on her own ghostly energy. In other words, the money Li Fei has right now is equivalent to the old lady's 10 years of savings. Still without eating or drinking. This is definitely not a small amount. Li Fei knows that money only counts when it's spent. Only by converting money into strength and time can he better treat patients and develop the clinic. According to the woman with the slit mouth, there is still more than half a month before the Forbidden Zone opens. He needs to improve his abilities as much as possible before it opens. After all, at that time, the battle between humans and ghosts will surely result in countless casualties, which will be a significant test for the clinic's capacity. Although the original owner's memories have not fully recovered, the dangers of the Forbidden Zone are already deeply embedded in his subconscious. As a medical worker, Li Fei had previously been too afraid to act rashly. But now, after a series of tests, he has been able to determine. The effect of this Ghost Shadow clone is consistent with the skill description. Aside from reduced attributes, it is indeed no different from the real person. Moreover, the damage taken by the clone does not reflect back to the original. With the clone's assistance, he can finally safely go out and shop. Almost forgot. Since I am going out, this thing is definitely indispensable. After making plans, Li Fei took out a stack of paper, wrote and drew on it, applying glue. 10 minutes later. Eternal Night Street. Near the Peace Clinic. Under the eternal night, even during the day, the street is still extremely dim. On the dark street, a small clinic stands alone. Although its doors are tightly closed, it is still exceptionally eye-catching. With a creak, the clinic's door cracked open a gap, and light spilled out from the opening. Then, a dark shadow emerged. It was Li Fei's Ghost Shadow. No wonder it's called Eternal Night Street. Even in broad daylight, the street lights don't seem to be on. This darkness adds invisible psychological pressure on the patients. If I were the street office director, I would definitely make this place brighter. Li Fei complained. He did not dawdle, bending down to run quickly along the street edge. At the same time, various strange sounds came from behind, like children's laughter, yet also like cursed curses. Focusing and listening carefully, the sound transformed into despairing sobs. It sends chills down one's spine. Li Fei dared not delay, concentrating his energy to quicken his pace. Even though he is currently just a ghost shadow, his true self will not suffer physical harm. But this terrifying atmosphere can completely drive a person mad. In his fragmented memories, many people who just entered the forbidden zone went mad before they even saw a ghost. If he wants to resist this kind of mental attack, he needs to raise the attribute called spirit. However, Li Fei's current strategy is to raise strength to 30 points before obtaining his exclusive talent. He can endure this kind of mental attack for now. Let's see. Turn left at the second intersection. Walk straight for 500 meters, then turn right at the red advertisement. Li Fei took out a crumpled piece of paper for comparison. This is a map drawn for him by the woman with the slit mouth. It is filled with many crooked lines, representing the streets. And about 2 streets away from the clinic, there is a red X. That marks the location of the supermarket. It's not far, about a 15-minute walk. Li Fei walked while scanning the eerie street. He has no impression at all. Due to the severe damage to the original owner's memory, he felt incredibly unfamiliar with the scenery around him. How did the original owner enter the forbidden area? What happened afterward? He couldn't remember at all. He only remembered that there were a dozen people who came in with him. These people are now missing without a trace. Maybe they are all dead. After all, this is a forbidden area, not a playground. Ordinary people tossed in here would be eaten to the last crumb in no time. Fortunately, I didn't leave the clinic easily back then. It's too dangerous outside. Li Fei felt the terrifying pressure around him and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had this ghost shadow doppelganger, which brought its ghostly aura as a cover. Just now, a few little ghosts passed across the street, glanced at him once, and then went their separate ways. It seemed they considered this ghost shadow to be one of their own. Since they are of the same kind, then it's easy. Stop! Li Fei shouted and rushed towards the little ghosts across the street. Everyone, please wait. I am Dr. Li from the Peace Clinic. Here is my business card. The clinic is just behind this street, newly opened with discounted prices. From minor colds and fevers to major cases of missing limbs, you can come and have a look. Honest transactions, not expensive. The little ghosts were initially startled, thinking there was about to be a fierce battle. Just as they were about to attack, they were bombarded with a sales pitch and handed a few business cards. A few little ghosts looked at each other, confused and unsure of what to make of it. Doctor. The leading little ghost was the first to react, mumbling the words on the business card. Peace. Clinic. Okay, we understand now. Then, whether they truly understood or pretended to understand, it swallowed the business card and left with a few silly little ghosts. Li Fei speculated that, although they didn't know what a clinic was, they did have a concept of phrases like missing limbs. After watching the little ghosts leave, Li Fei clapped his hands with satisfaction. As an experienced doctor, he knew that no matter how good the medical skills, if there were no patients, they would be of no use. Promotion is the key to whether a clinic can grow big. In other words, it's about customer flow. The previous 3 patients already covered the 3 main areas of Eternal Night Street. The fat ghost in the graveyard, the slit-mouthed woman from Ghost School, and the zombie family living in the rest community. After the treatments, Li Fei gave them all business cards, asking them to help promote the clinic. Unless unexpected issues arose, there would soon be a large number of patients coming in. By that time, Li Fei might be too busy to even breathe. So today's shopping was also very important. If he could buy high-quality raw materials, he could make better potions to cope with the upcoming wave of patients. Almost forgot. Li Fei took out a stack of papers from his pocket, which were advertisements for the clinic. He had prepared these before leaving, with the location and introduction of the clinic written on them. Holding the advertisement in his left hand and glue in his right, he walked along while sticking them up. Utility poles, walls, sidewalk trees. As long as it was in sight, Li Fei put up an ad. Anyway, there are no city management officers here. Besides, I'm doing this for the patients. Soon, Li Fei finished putting up the hundreds of flyers he had. At the same time, following the direction on the map, he arrived at the supermarket 2 streets away. Unlike the closed door of the clinic, this supermarket had a floor-to-ceiling window design, allowing a view of the bright and stylish interior decoration from the street. Just like he remembered, a convenience store opened 24 hours, clean and bright. However, in this eerie street, having such an out-of-place supermarket was quite unsettling. Convenience supermarket. Eternal Night Street, branch? Li Fei read the big letters on the sign in surprise. He didn't expect the supermarket in the forbidden area to even have a branch. He didn't think much, straightened his white coat, pushed open the door, and walked in. Chapter 15, Pack everything except this. Eternal Night Street. Inside the convenience supermarket. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and as the automatic glass door cracked open a gap, a dark object rushed in. It was Ghost Shadow Li Fei. The duty staff quickly reacted, warmly greeting him. Welcome. This is a convenience store, is there anything you need? Li Fei looked over at the source of the voice. Behind the cash register stood a paper figure. That's right, it was the kind of paper person burned for the dead at funerals. A paper effigy. The paper figure's face was pale, devoid of any color. On its gaunt cheeks, 2 bright patches of blush were painted. Its mouth curled in a smile that was more than a little eerie. Even more frightening was the pair of gaping black eyes, staring unblinkingly at Li Fei. Although the features of this paper figure were all drawn on, and its expression was stiff, Li Fei could sense that. It was trying hard to squeeze out a brilliant smile? Is this welcoming me? Damn, this is even weirder. This smile is more terrifying than crying. Li Fei cursed quietly, steadying his mind. After leaving the clinic and breaking free from the protection of the property title, he naturally became much more cautious. For such creatures, he still felt a bit uneasy. However, thinking further, it's not like he was the real body right now. So there's nothing to be afraid of. Li Fei strode confidently to the cash register and pulled out a stack of business cards, smiling as he spoke. Hello. I'm Dr. Li from the clinic next door, here's my business card. If you need anything, feel free to come find me for discounts. Without the paper figure's permission, Li Fei inserted the business cards into a box at the front of the cash register and continued. Please keep these business cards at the cash register. If any customers need them, they can take one. For every patient you refer to me, I'll give you a commission. After arranging the cards, Li Fei adjusted their angle, ensuring that everyone entering the store could see them clearly. These cards were carefully designed by him. The front had his introduction, and the back displayed the clinic's address. Simple and effective. Ensuring that everyone who received a card could accurately find the clinic. Stuffing the cards to the front desk was actually a spur-of-the-moment idea of Li Fei's. An excellent doctor must know how to promote himself in every little opening. After all, the clinic had just started, and the clientele had to be squeezed out bit by bit. Welcome. The paper figure held the business card Li Fei had handed over, its voice stiffening. The smile on its face grew even more rigid. After standing at the supermarket for decades, it was the first time encountering such a customer. Without buying anything, spending not a penny, this customer approached to launch a wave of advertisement. And even stuffed a pile of business cards at the cash register. What kind of situation is this? Don't you think of me as a ghost? Welcome to the convenience store. Do you need anything? This time, the paper figure's tone was not as friendly. One less bit of enthusiasm, one more bit of urgency. It seemed that if this customer didn't spend money immediately, it would swallow him alive. Of course. The clinic just opened, I'm short on many materials and equipment, you should have some, right? Li Fei pulled out a shopping list and began to count. His main purpose in coming out this time, besides exploration, was to purchase food, materials. And most importantly, medical instruments. The existing equipment in the clinic was not only of poor quality but also consisted of nothing but knives and saws. It had nothing to do with treating illnesses. Not even the most basic syringes, sterile gloves, or hemostatic clamps were available. Li Fei suspected the clinic's previous owner was not even a doctor. Let me see. Disposable gloves, gauze, thermometers. While chatting, Li Fei searched the shelves for products. Aside from a few medical instruments, most items in the supermarket were materials. What dried fingers, single-eyed human face skins, and some jars containing oddly shaped limbs. And various strange things that couldn't be named. These products were not classified but instead haphazardly piled on shelves. Their only commonality was that they had nothing to do with the words convenience. True to form for a supermarket in a forbidden zone, no matter how normal it looked on the outside. In this store, all the goods that should be sold in the underworld are present without exception. The supermarket is small, and Li Fei should have finished shopping quickly. But the messy shelves and the irregular arrangement took him quite some time. It was like playing a puzzle game. Finally, after 10 minutes, Li Fei found most of the items he needed. These included various simple foods, daily necessities, and materials needed for pharmacy. When Li Fei was almost done shopping, he suddenly discovered a problem. Unlike the supermarkets he remembered, there were no price tags on the goods here. Something felt off. Don't you have price tags on your items? Could it be $0 buying? Li Fei looked at the paper-like store clerk, a bit puzzled. He had no problem with $0 buying, of course. However, if the clerk suddenly increased the price at checkout, that wouldn't be worth it. Don't worry, our products are automatically settled. There will be no random charges. After explaining, the paper clerk's expression changed, as if becoming a different person, and the voice squeezed from his throat was extremely cold. Sir, you haven't spent a penny, why are you asking so many questions? Or are you looking for an excuse, not to buy anything? In the next moment, Li Fei felt a huge force rush in from all around. It pinned him down firmly, unable to move. He had seen this kind of power before, he was even very familiar with it. The power of a property deed. To be honest, I noticed it as soon as you walked in. The shabby white coat, the weak ghost energy. You're just a broke loser. Want to come here without spending a dime? Want to advertise for me? And talk about giving me a commission? If you can pull out 5 coins, I'll self-immolate on the spot. The paper clerk pulled out a sharp knife made of paper from behind and moved closer to Li Fei with a cold smile. Since you're not buying anything, now I will skin you alive to make a leather jacket for the boss. He'll give me a raise. Yes, the paper clerk remembered very clearly that the boss had said, once a customer enters, they must leave something behind. If what is left behind isn't money, then it can only be the customer themselves. Eyes, fingers, skin, anything. It's best if they leave everything behind. This supermarket is actually a trap that devours people. Once you enter, you must consume. Only by purchasing items worth a certain amount can you leave. Wait. Who says I'm not buying anything? You let me go first, or I'll complain about you. Li Fei struggled hard to squeeze out a few words from his teeth. After hearing this, the paper clerk's eyes shifted, and after a brief hesitation, he still let go of Li Fei. He didn't want to take risks. What if this kid really has money? If the boss finds out, he'll be in big trouble. To put it another way, even if he was fooled, he could still be caught later. Huff. Li Fei let out a long sigh of relief after breaking free from the restraint. He wasn't angry at the paper clerk's attitude. Judging people based on their appearance is a shared skill of store clerks in this kind of shop. If everyone who entered were treated as VIPs, they would be exhausted to death. Of course, the main point is. Anyway, the other party couldn't harm him at all. Li Fei looked around and came to a shelf. The shelf was piled high with various small trinkets, candles, bones, and nails, etc. He picked out a shriveled finger from among them and waved it at the paper clerk. This one. You only want a finger? The paper clerk interrupted him viciously before he could finish. Aha! You think you can leave alive after buying just a finger? The paper clerk sneered, and the expression on his face grew even colder as he pulled out the knife again. However, the next sentence from Li Fei caused the paper body to tremble, freezing him in place, and the knife fell to the ground with a clatter. No. I mean, I don't want this finger. Just pack up everything else for me, thank you. Chapter 16, so it's really that cheap? The paper clerk was stunned. The blood tears on his face instantly turned into an exclamation point. Then slowly became a big question mark. In all the years of working at the supermarket, it was the first time he saw such a customer. Unexpectedly wanting to buy everything in the entire supermarket? This supermarket's goods, if counted, add up to at least 300 coins. As for a small fry like me, with my salary, I can only make 30 a year. Not eating or drinking, it would still take 10 years to afford it. And this man in a lab coat, who looks very poor. It seems impossible for him to afford it, right? A madman. This is definitely a madman. But the boss is not picky, regardless of whether he is a madman or not, as long as he chooses good products. If he can't pay at checkout, then I can use the power of the property certificate to skin him alive, completely absorb him as nourishment. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and ring me up. Li Fei urged the clerk while heading to the cash register with his items. Days ago, when he was gathering information from the woman with the slit mouth, he also casually learned the prices at the supermarket. These goods may look strange, but their actual value is not high. For Li Fei, they are even very cheap. The zombie old lady's eyes sparkled at the sight of the stomach shrinkage eating tablets. This made Li Fei even more certain. With his current savings, clearing out the entire supermarket wouldn't be a problem. And even if there was a mistake, he could leave the ghostly figure to pay the bill. Okay, customer, I hope you can afford it. The paper man quietly put away his knife and counted the items with Li Fei. Wolfish heart in dog's lung, 1 coin. Snake scorpion grass, 1 coin. Fusion liquid, 1 coin. Demon horn, 5 coins. Total 412 coins. Please check out. After counting the last item, the paper man reported the price with a look of disdain. Now, he just needed to wait for Li Fei to say something like, so expensive? Or I can't afford it, and he could lead to today's theme. Upon hearing the quoted price, Li Fei did show a troubled expression and asked. Wait, that's not right. Are these prices set by you? With so many items, are you sure you won't mix them up? What if you overcharge me? The paperman sneered, looking at the ignorance of the customer before him. He didn't even know about the contract. Workers like them have signed contracts with the boss. If they dare to misquote or engage in any illicit activities, they would immediately suffer the backlash of the contract, leading to their doom. Of course, correspondingly, the boss must also pay wages as per the contract. This contract is similar to a contract in the human world. The difference is that once the horror contract is signed, it has absolute enforceability and is almost impossible to violate. In a sense, it is completely different from the weak pieces of paper that human contracts represent. Don't worry, customer. We are all specially trained. If we miscalculate the money, I will die in a very ugly way. The paperman muttered softly, urging Li Fei to check out. All right, customer, please check out. Better not say you have no money. I have worked hard to move these things. But even if you have no money, there's no need to worry, we have our own checkout methods. The paperman pulled out the sharp knife again, coldly smiling as he approached Li Fei, while also activating the power of the property certificate. With the contract, even though the paperman is not the supermarket owner, he can still use part of the rights of the property certificate. He only needs to mobilize a little bit of power to tear Li Fei apart. In fact, now, even the ghostly version of Li Fei wouldn't gain much from a one-on-one with the paperman. At this moment, the paperman no longer pretended to be a good clerk. The sneer on his face became even more rampant. As long as Li Fei couldn't pay, he would chop off this madman's head and present it to the boss. But the next second, the sneer on his face froze. He heard the metallic clashing sound of coins ringing. The clear sound of gold coins falling echoed through the supermarket. The pleasant sound, at this moment, felt like a sharp sword, piercing through the paperman's mind, creating countless big holes. It almost caused his head to crash. Good thing I didn't miscalculate. So it really was this cheap. Li Fei laughed heartily, directly pouring the money onto the cash register. In an instant, hundreds of shining gold coins cascaded out, forming a small mountain in front of the paperman. The radiance from the mountain of coins turned the paperman's face into a golden yellow. He had never seen so much money in his life. Even the boss he worked for probably couldn't take out this much at once. Clang! Under the huge mental shock, the paperman could no longer grip the knife tightly, allowing it to slip and hit the ground with a crisp sound. You. Who exactly are you? The paperman stood there, dazed, unable to say a word. He didn't even dare to touch the mountain of gold coins in front of him. The customer before him was completely beyond his understanding. Someone who seemed to be at the same level as him could actually have so much money? It was simply ludicrous. Absurdity had knocked on the door of absurdity. And just before the paperman was about to collapse, a mysterious aura from afar suddenly descended, enveloping him. This aura was extremely terrifying and powerful. It made Li Fei instinctively take a half step back. This was stronger than the most powerful zombie old lady he had seen so far, at least 100 times stronger. In an instant, it completely took over the paperman's body. Through the flat lens, Li Fei could even see the ghostly energy on the paperman changing dramatically. It had transformed from almost imperceptible levels to thick, rolling black smoke. Something is coming. Li Fei's hair stood on end. Even in a ghostly state, he could clearly feel the pressure from the other side. If the previous paperman was rice paper, then this one was practically iron paper. At this moment, the paperman at the counter seemed to still be getting used to this new body. After a long silence, he picked up a ghost coin from the cash register. He first pinched the ghost coin between his fingers, carefully examining both sides. Then he bit it in his mouth a couple of times, and finally nodded thoughtfully, saying, "It's real. I checked, your money is real." Turns out he was checking the money. That's obvious, right? Could there be a fake from the system? Li Fei confidently shrugged his shoulders, gesturing for the other to check freely. Unless something unexpected happened, the one taking over the paperman's body was the supermarket's boss. It seemed that because the amount was so large, the boss had to take over the paperman and come a long way to check it out. Since the boss was here, there were new things to discuss. "Boss, I am Dr. Li from the clinic next door. I came this time for a simple routine purchase. If all goes well, this kind of purchase will happen at least once a month. You understand what I mean, right?" The boss was silent for a while, a bit slow. "I don't understand. What do you mean?" Feeling that the boss was not very keen, Li Fei sighed and directly clarified. "I want to become a member of your supermarket. A long-term cooperation." Chapter 17, the number 1 member of the supermarket. Member? What is that? The paperman possessed by the boss looked confused, as if he had never heard this term before. Member, you have never heard of a member? Li Fei was a bit surprised by the boss's ignorance. He thought this supermarket looked quite bright and that the boss should be someone who understood the trade. But unexpectedly, the other party hadn't even heard of membership. Well, in that case, he could become the first member of the supermarket, which was quite lucky. Then Li Fei began to explain to him the benefits of a membership system. A member is a status for your customers. It makes them feel special and privileged. Most importantly, it can increase customer loyalty. In other words, once customers become members, they will stick to your supermarket. Every penny will be spent in your place. After listening, the boss still seemed a bit at a loss. But he vaguely felt that the man claiming to be a doctor had something about him. As a high-level ghost, although he was strong in combat, good at fighting, he completely did not understand management. In a battle years ago, he accidentally obtained the supermarket's property certificate, but then established a wrong rule. Enter without buying something must die. This rule led to the supermarket's business being consistently cold. It was like those shops opened at tourist attractions, only focused on robbing customers, not understanding the importance of steady flow. Therefore, it was impossible for the supermarket to have repeat customers. As for this excellent decoration, half a year ago, he caught a human and ordered him to follow the design of a human supermarket. After Li Fei patiently analyzed the pros and cons of the membership system a few more times, the boss's not-so-bright brain slowly started to respond. I understand, Dr. Li, you speak so well. The boss, who called himself pondered, and although he didn't fully understand, he still nodded. From now on, you are a member of my convenience supermarket. Today all the products are 20% off. In total, it is. Before he finished speaking, Li Fei waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to calculate. No change needed. Just put it on my membership card, deduct the money next time I come. The boss was taken aback, instantly falling into self-doubt. Is this real? Am I dreaming? A customer, without buying anything, actually paid 50 ghost coins in advance. He always believed in cash on delivery. If the customer couldn't pay, he would make them pay in other ways. But today, Li Fei's various actions completely refreshed his understanding. From the moment he entered, spending money like water, he raised his hand and directly bought all the products. He completed the supermarket sales for several years. Then, he offered suggestions, selflessly explaining the benefits of the membership system. Under the patient explanation of the other party, even someone as rough as him couldn't help but absorb some of it. This Dr. Li is very smart. Extremely smart. The boss silently clenched his fists, recalling the painful past. Though he was strong, he was always pointed at and talked about behind his back due to his slow and dull nature. They said he was foolish. They said he was dull. They said he was an idiot who couldn't do anything but fight. From that day on, he made up his mind to change himself. He didn't want to be seen as an idiot, he wanted to do business, make money with his brain, and prove his intelligence. But contrary to his wish, after the supermarket opened, he, with no experience, was completely at a loss. Awful store rules, ridiculous employees, messy displays, even price tags were missing. Even the most reliable decoration was only completed last month. The facts proved that he really wasn't suited to be a boss. But now everything is different. Dr. Li has become a supermarket member and even actively proposed long-term cooperation. In future collaborations, asking Dr. Li for advice. Dr. Li would definitely not refuse. It was clear that he was a pretty good person. Perhaps with Dr. Li's help, he really had a chance to become the supermarket king of this eternal night street. To become a big entrepreneur. Other shop owners could no longer talk behind his back saying he was foolish. He. Thinking of this, the boss couldn't help but laugh heartily, his face full of pride. Li Fei coughed twice, feeling a bit awkward. It was only 50 coins, not a big deal. Besides, why was the boss alternating between dazed and silly laughter? Is he not a fool? Li Fei shook hands with the boss and smiled. It's my honor to work with such a business-minded boss like you. Then he picked up a basket of goods from the ground and asked the boss. By the way, boss, can you deliver? There are so many things, I can't carry them all by myself. Let your staff come with me. The boss nodded, indicating that it was completely fine. Then he looked at the time and turned to look at the sky outside. Dr. Li, it's getting late, it's almost dark. We need to hurry. By the way, I'm looking forward to our next cooperation. After speaking, the paperman shuddered, and the intense ghostly aura brought by the boss instantly dissipated. The employee paperman regained control of his body. Of course, no supermarket owner would personally deliver goods. Li Fei looked towards the street, and indeed he could see that the black mist was thicker than before. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that some terrible things were hiding in the black mist, stirring restlessly. Dr. Li, let's set off. You know, when it gets dark, terrible things will appear outside. I really don't want to stay outside when it gets dark. The paperman, no longer sneering, wore a face full of flattery, moving closer and calling Dr. Li again and again. The boss's earlier display had clearly made him realize how blind he had been. The person in front of him, the supermarket's top member, was the boss's future big customer. If he didn't serve well and the other person complained, the boss would fire him without hesitation. And the employees who were fired before. Now they were all piled up on the shelves. One piece after another. Now, the paperman only hoped that Dr. Li could overlook past grievances, that a grown-up wouldn't hold a small person's faults against him. Let's go. Little paper. Li Fei spoke cheerfully, completely unconcerned, pushing the door open and walking out. In the evernight block. Two figures moved quickly along the wall, one in front of the other. The figure in front, all dressed in black, was carrying some scattered goods, that was Li Fei. The figure behind, pale as a ghost, was carrying two large boxes, that was of course the paperman. As they were returning the same way, it didn't take long for them to arrive in front of the clinic. Compared to the brightness of the supermarket, the clinic appeared somewhat shabby. The sign was dark, and the narrow little door was only wide enough for one person to pass through. This is it. Li Fei freed one hand to push the door open and entered. The paperman followed him, struggling hard to squeeze through the door and unload the two large boxes. Then, in his sight, Dr. Li seemed to disappear like black mist. Dr. Li? Where are you, Dr. Li? A sense of foreboding surged up in the paperman's heart. He just wanted to leave here immediately, not stay for another second. Dr. Li, I'll just leave the things here. I'll head back now. As the paperman turned around and was about to rush out the door, a huge force suddenly pinned him in place with a loud clang. The paperman was both shocked and puzzled. What a powerful force. How familiar the feeling. This is the property certificate. In the next second, Dr. Li's voice reappeared behind him. Extremely icy and unfamiliar. He felt his hands and feet go numb, as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. Little paper, don't hurry to leave. Since you're here, why not have a health checkup? Chapter 18, you're in for a juicy treat. Health checkup? What is that? The paperman stood frozen, his thin body shivering violently. Clearly, Dr. Li was not asking for his opinion. Although he didn't know what a health checkup was, it certainly wasn't a good thing. Slowly, he felt a familiar immense power crushing toward him from all directions. It felt like an invisible giant hand was gripping him tightly, rendering him immobile. This was the power of the property certificate. Familiar with this power, he knew very well that once it fell within the influence range of the property certificate, it was like a mosquito flying into a spider's web, only able to be sliced apart. Oh, right. I should have realized sooner that Dr. Li's level was about the same as mine. But he had an outrageous amount of money, enough to pile into a small mountain. Where did that come from? Damn, this is how it came to be. Tricking patients into the clinic, then using the property certificate to hold them down, ready to perform the terrifying health checkup? Maybe, the health checkup the other party spoke of was a method to directly refine patients into ghost money. Turns out, the reason for asking me to deliver goods was for this health checkup. Was it to soak me in water? To burn me with fire? Or to peel off my skin and then chop me into pieces to write words, making business cards to give to the next victim? The paperman dared not think further. At that moment, he felt desperate and helpless, tears of regret slowly flowing down his cheeks. If only I had been more careful during delivery, just stopping at the door without entering. If only I had treated Dr. Li a little better, becoming buddies with him. Perhaps none of this would have happened. Sadly, in the world of ghosts, there are no ifs. One wrong step means hell. If I have to blame someone, I can only blame myself. Thinking of this, the paperman closed his eyes in despair, his short yet fulfilling life flashing through his mind. Li Fei was a bit confused. Why was this paperman laughing one moment, crying the next? Now, he suddenly closed his eyes, showing this strange smile. What was he doing to create such an ambiguous atmosphere? Li Fei wiped his sweat and sighed at the supermarket owner and staff's absurdity. A completely clueless fool of a boss. A staff member who shifts from cruel to flattering, crying one moment and laughing the next, changing faces as quickly as flipping a book. Isn't it problematic to work with them long term? Forget it, after all, this is the only supermarket available right now. Focusing on treating the illness is more important. Alright, please relax, patient, the checkup begins. Li Fei shook his head to bring his focus back to the patient in front of him. He touched the paperman's hand, and the checkup was complete. Ding. Patient detected. Diagnosing illness, details as follows. The checkup is over. You have no major issues, just a little vitamin deficiency. After reading the system diagnosis report, Li Fei patted the paperman's shoulder to indicate the checkup was finished. Is that it? The paperman looked completely stunned, unable to react to what had just happened. Prepared for the worst, he was still waiting for the expected cruel punishment. Is it over? I'm not dead? The paperman's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, then bracing himself to stand up again, timidly asking. Dr. Li, can I leave now? No. Li Fei rejected firmly, scaring the paperman to sit back down again. Then, Li Fei picked out 2 oranges from the products he had just bought and tossed them into the juicer. You really lack vitamins. You don't eat much fruits and vegetables, do you? Do you often feel dry mouth and bleed easily? Only after drinking this juice can you leave. The paperman was full of confusion. He is a paperman, a dry paperman, not a wet tissue, of course he feels dry. As for the blood tears on his face, it was purely for scaring people, he picked them himself. This Dr. Li is simply talking nonsense. Nevertheless, the paperman took the juice and drank it all in one gulp. Facing such a strong-willed doctor, he just wanted to quickly please him and escape this bizarre clinic. Ha! As the juice went down, the paperman felt a cool liquid sliding over his tongue, down through his throat into his stomach. Then, a clear warm current began to surge. Starting from his stomach, it spread through his limbs down to his toes, nourishing every inch of his skin. What is this? The paperman had never felt such a sensation before. At this moment, he was fully immersed in sugars and vitamins, feeling incredibly happy. Even the blood tears on his face flowed back to his eyes. His originally dry body was gradually becoming moist. Even if he now struck a match, the one he feared most, it wouldn't hurt him at all. If nothing unexpected happened, he had leveled up twice, almost breaking through to the evil spirit level. Dr. Li. I've never felt this comfortable. What? What is this? This is juice. Juice, how can I thank you? No need. Just give my business card to everyone who enters the supermarket. Li Fei waved his hand, not requiring any payment for the treatment. What he did just now was merely a matter of convenience for him. A good doctor like him would never take advantage of a patient. Medical ethics are always more important than medical skills. Understood, Dr. Li. I will definitely comply. I'll stick your business card on my face. The paperman took out a few business cards, wiped off his blood tears, and stuck them on his face. At this moment, he finally confirmed that Dr. Li was truly a good doctor. As a professional fence-sitter, he knew well how to curry favor with others. Sticking a few business cards was not difficult for him at all. That's not necessary. Overpromotion will make people think I run a black clinic. Alright, it's getting dark soon, you should go back. Don't forget to drink a glass of juice every day. After sending off the paperman, Li Fei looked at the other's overjoyed running figure and nodded with satisfaction. A good doctor, besides treating illnesses, also needs to be responsible for adjusting the patient's health. Any disease develops from subhealth. Killing the disease in the cradle is the real skill of an excellent doctor. Alright, it's time to tidy up. Li Fei turned around and looked around. Today, several boxes of newly bought goods were piled on the floor, making the clinic look somewhat messy and unprofessional. This was something he couldn't tolerate. He rolled up his sleeves and categorized the items, putting everything in its place. Then, he thoroughly cleaned the clinic again, completing the daily cleaning task assigned by the system. Next, he summoned a ghostly shadow and stepped outside to take a look at the clinic's storefront. Let me see, it indeed lacks a certain charm. Inspired by the supermarket, Li Fei decided to improve the appearance of the clinic. He wanted patients to feel that they had come to the right place as soon as they reached the door. He replaced the original wooden sign with a glowing light box. That way, even without streetlights, patients could easily find the clinic. Although this lightbox was too bright on the dim street and might draw some ire. As long as they stayed in the clinic, there would be no danger. Then, Li Fei wrote the business hours at the door, from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m., excluding emergencies. And stated the clinic's scope of services. All diseases. Yes. Here, Li Fei was confident he could treat any ailment. In this strange world, he could achieve the dreams he couldn't in his past life. To become the cure-all on this earth, healing all those tormented by illness. And also the ghosts. Chapter 19, The First Sign of Advertising Success. 2 days later, in the morning. On Eternal Night Street, at the Peace Clinic. Ding ding ding. A pleasant wake-up bell rang out. Li Fei woke up, rubbing his sleepy eyes. After a quick wash, he skillfully prepared breakfast. A few fragrant lard-fried eggs, a piece of fried dough cake, and a cup of strawberry milk. Plain and simple. In this harsh forbidden zone, it wasn't too bad. After all, the supermarkets here cater to ghosts, and human food is very scarce. Having anything to eat was already good enough. Li Fei brought his breakfast to the table, savoring it while listening to the ghostly wails outside. It has been a week since he arrived in this world. As a clinic doctor, he was barely standing on his feet. In the past 2 days, business cards and small advertisements were showing initial results, and a few ghosts came in seeking treatment. In addition, several ghost school students were referred by the slit-mouthed woman. And a few little ghost heads he gave business cards to on the street. These patients didn't have major issues, most were just minor injuries and ailments. Little by little, with these ghosts' treatment experiences, Li Fei successfully leveled up to level 20, and his medical skills improved significantly. Let me take a look. Li Fei opened the Ghost Doctor panel to check his attributes, taking a bite of the fried egg, the aroma wafting. Name, Li Fei. Level, 20. Level 20 is roughly the bottom level for evil spirits, comparable to the slit-mouthed woman. Attributes, Strength 27, Agility 8, Spirit 15. The attributes are a bit lopsided, but it can't be helped, he needs to raise Strength to 30 before unlocking his special talent. Active skill, Ghost Shadow, LV1. Passive skills, Human Medicine LV10, Max, Horrifying Surgery LV3, Horrifying Massage LV2, Horrifying Pharmacy LV3. Most of these are auxiliary skills very suitable for a ghost doctor. Items held, Clinic Property Certificate, S, Biological Blue Gland, B, X-ray Glasses, B, Golden Spirit Fixation Talisman, A, Cold Scalpel, B. A whole bunch of items held, which is pretty good, most are B grade or above, considered luxurious among newcomers. System evaluation, now, you are a qualified ghost doctor. In the past 2 days, while treating patients, Li Fei continuously improved and stocked up on medicine. So far, he has saved 10 bottles of the improved stomach-shrinking satiety pills. These pills are not only for Xiaoya's bulimia but can also help other patients alleviate their appetite. In a sense, they serve as meal replacements. When food is scarce, they are a good option. Meanwhile, Li Fei's pharmacy and surgery skills have also leveled up to LV3. The materials consumed in pharmacy work have significantly decreased. If he were to go back to a few days ago and make a bottle of quality satiety pills, it would only require about 1/5 of the materials needed at that time. And with the third level of horrifying surgery, Li Fei now can cut through 10 strands of stitching thread without catching his breath. The precision of surgery has greatly improved. In short, after a week of treatment, Li Fei's medical skills have advanced by leaps and bounds, and his efficiency has nearly doubled. Aside from this, memories of this world are slowly recovering. This is a strange and awakening world. All humans aged 18 and above will be randomly selected and forcibly sent into a copy called the Horror Zone to complete tasks in order to survive. These zones are bizarre and varied. The only commonality is that they are all very dangerous. Rotting restaurants, suicide forests, tens of thousands of corpses, eternal night streets. Here live monsters that once only existed in human imagination. They are cruel and cunning, treating humans as food. Ordinary humans are seen by them as humble bugs, filthy rats. Only the 1 in 100 strong can pass the tests of the zones and survive. And corresponding to the cruel tests, survivors will receive rich rewards, either magical items or powerful abilities. As a result, some people choose to enter the zones voluntarily, living by hunting monsters. They are known as monster hunters. Powerful monster hunters can even influence the situation of the entire world. They are often treated as important national assets, and information about them is the highest secret of every country on Earth. Monster hunters? It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a doctor, and I don't need to be involved in fighting and killing. It doesn't really suit me. Li Fei shook his head, showing no interest. As a doctor, he does not advocate violence. For now, his main focus is to develop the clinic. In 2 weeks, a large group of humans will come in, and he will be busy then. Aside from the memories mentioned above, Li Fei only knows he is an orphan college student, also named Li Fei. Other memories will only come back when he sees corresponding things. This is a common situation of amnesia, temporarily unsolvable by physical treatment. Li Fei also has no way to change it. Ding dong. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just as Li Fei was reminiscing, a hurried doorbell rang. He frowned slightly, put down the half-eaten oil cake, and opened the door. Sure enough, it's the slit-mouthed woman. This impatient one always knocks like it's a death sentence. If I didn't know better, I'd think there were ghosts chasing her. In the past 2 days, Li Fei has had a deep experience, suspecting that this slit-mouthed woman was probably a ghost with a short fuse in her last life. Good morning, Dr. Li. As soon as the door opened, the slit-mouthed woman leaped in, her JK skirt swaying wildly. I brought you 2 patients, take a look. The slit-mouthed woman stepped aside and pointed to the 2 female ghosts following her. These 2 wore the same JK uniforms as her, except one had a neck wrapped around her waist, and the other had a tongue dragging on the ground. My best friends, the long-necked girl and the long-tongued girl. While speaking, the slit-mouthed woman pushed her 2 classmates in front of Li Fei. Then she passed by the three, quietly running to the dining table, stealing half a piece of oil cake and savoring it with glee. Through these days of interaction, she has introduced many patients to Li Fei, and they have gradually become familiar with each other. Every time she comes, she will sneak away some food from breakfast. Perhaps these human foods, infused with the smoke of human life, evoke her memories from when she was alive, making them taste particularly delicious. Of course. It's also possible that she simply wants to eat what Dr. Li has eaten. Ladies, please take a seat. Li Fei ignored the stealing slit-mouthed woman and instead invited the two new patients to sit down. The long-necked girl and long-tongued girl exchanged glances, hesitated briefly, then sat down while holding their skirts, seeming a bit shy. Even though on the way here, the slit-mouthed woman had already prepared them mentally. But to let these young ghost girls allow a strange man to handle their bodies is not easy. After all, they are monsters, they have never heard of what doctors are. Don't worry, your classmates from school are all here to see me for treatment. Look, this is my ID, this is the clinic license. Li Fei gently comforted the two. After they fully relaxed, he conducted a physical examination and simple treatment. There were no major issues. The long-necked girl had too long a neck, causing insufficient blood supply to the brain. A massage and some blood-nourishing medicine would be enough. The long-tongued girl had her tongue exposed for too long, making her prone to ulcers. Li Fei rolled it back and gave her 2 cups of juice to replenish vitamins. Alright, it's all good, you're both very healthy. Li Fei patted their shoulders, signaling them not to worry. As for the expenses, I've noted them on your account, you can settle next time. Since you're friends of the slit-mouthed girl, there's no need to be so strict. Just help me promote a bit. Saying this, Li Fei gave a knowing look to the slit-mouthed girl. With the support of the system, he was not lacking in money. Moreover, most of the students from these ghost schools were at a minor level and couldn't afford good prices. For now, he focused on building a good reputation. When serious illnesses needed curing in the future, it wouldn't be too late to collect fees. Thank you, Dr. Li. The two blushed slightly and shyly expressed their thanks. Then the slit-mouthed girl grabbed the two, and the three sisters linked arms, bouncing out of the clinic. Li Fei closed the door and vaguely heard muffled discussions coming from outside. So handsome, charming. So handsome, charming. Didn't anyone find my medical skills impressive? It seems that excelling in certain areas is not always a good thing. Li Fei helplessly shrugged, sighing at the whims of fate. Then he found the 2 books he had set aside earlier and began to study. Postpartum Care of Succubi, Treatment Guide for Beast-Eared Girls. I need to study hard. Ding dong. 2 hours later, the doorbell rang. Li Fei set down his book and smiled as he opened the big door. Hello, this is the Pinyin Clinic, I am Li. In an instant, a strong ghostly energy surged in through the door gap. In the next second, Li Fei felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his vision turned dark. Chapter 20, The Introduction from the Fat Meat Ghost. As the door opened, Li Fei's vision darkened. But it wasn't completely dark. Under the protection of the property deed, that powerful ghostly energy quickly dissipated. Then, an octopus tentacle squeezed through the door gap, climbing on the doorframe, pulling in the patient from behind the door. Octopus person? Li Fei had never seen such a ghostly creature. Half octopus, half human. To be precise, it was a humanoid ghost with a long octopus tentacle. The ghost was so thin, it was almost skeletal, with countless wounds on its body, and he could vaguely see maggots crawling inside, feasting on the wounds. Just a glance was enough for Li Fei to understand. The patient's gaunt appearance was a classic symptom of malnutrition. Strangely, in contrast to the patient's horrible condition, the right hand that was the octopus was muscular and full of vigor, dancing in the air. Something was off. Li Fei sensed the oddity and put on his glasses to check again. Of course. That powerful ghostly energy all came from that octopus tentacle. And the patient's own ghostly energy level was not high, it was only slightly stronger than the slit-mouthed girl. Cough cough. Is this Dr. Li? I was introduced by the fat meat ghost. The patient's voice was extremely weak, like a mosquito buzz, hard to hear. But Li Fei could still infer the general idea from his lip movements. Introduced by the fat meat ghost. So this octopus person came from the wild grave. No wonder it looked so abstract like the fat meat ghost, no wonder it didn't get along with the ghosts in school. Compared to these guys, the slit-mouthed girl's classmates were simply exquisite. Hello, I am Dr. Li. You must be a friend of the fat meat ghost, welcome, welcome. Please take a seat. After conducting a simple visual examination, Li Fei pointed to a nearby iron chair, indicating for him to sit. But the octopus man showed a difficult expression, seeming at a loss. After hesitating for a few seconds, he dragged his ragged body towards the chair. Snap. Just as his butt was about to touch the chair, that octopus tentacle suddenly swept up, pulling the stool away. What does it mean? Is he looking for trouble? Li Fei's face darkened. For normal patients, he was dedicated, using love to touch their hearts and care for them with all his heart. But if someone used the pretense of seeing a doctor to create chaos, he would never tolerate it. Maintaining the clinic's order is the doctor's responsibility. In an instant, the power of the property certificate surged, pressing down on the octopus man. Wait, wait! The octopus man hurriedly shouted. In desperation, his voice became much louder. Dr. Li! You misunderstood, I didn't mean anything else. This octopus tentacle is now out of my control. Can you cut it off? Out of control. So that's it, it seems the problem lies here. No wonder the patient was in such poor condition, it seemed that the nutrients were all being sucked out by this uncontrollable tentacle. Humans and tentacles belong to some sort of parasitic relationship? Okay, don't move, let me take a look. Li Fei reached out toward the octopus man. In that moment, the tentacle suddenly shot up to strike him, making a loud whooshing sound. The next second, the tentacle seemed to hit a cotton ball, twitching twice in the air before it stopped moving. This is the power of the property certificate. Ding! Patient detected, diagnosis as follows. Name, the corpse stitcher. Rating, LV18, D, evil spirit level. Description, a guy with poor skills, but enthusiastic about stitching corpses, he wanders around the desolate graves, collecting broken bodies to sew together. He believes this is some sort of art, an art that only he appreciates. Symptoms, rejection reaction due to alien body transplantation. Cause, 2 weeks ago, he impulsively sewed a powerful ghost limb he found onto himself. Due to his low level, he actually became parasitized by the ghost limb, his life hanging by a thread. Recommendation, immediate removal of the alien body. The corpse stitcher. The mouth of the slit-mouthed woman was sewn by this ghost. Looking at this description, it seems he brought this upon himself by sewing something he shouldn't have, and now he can't control it. However, strangely, in a certain sense, he and I could be considered colleagues, both of us deal with needlework. This corpse stitcher didn't even know about rejection reactions. This is a point covered in high school biology textbooks. His level is concerning. But then again, maybe the biology textbooks in this world don't cover it? Or maybe there aren't any biology textbooks here at all? It's hard to say, in a world invaded by the strange, the technology tree may be skewed. Before my memory is fully restored, it's not easy to draw conclusions. Alright, the condition is clear. This octopus tentacle has caused a rejection reaction with your body, triggering your body's defense system, resulting in a battle between the two. As a result, your body lost the fight. Now the tentacle has taken control, drawing nutrients from your body every day. This has caused a series of complications, malnutrition, nerve weakness, loss of limb control. Li Fei gave a simple explanation of the condition. Although he knew the other party wouldn't understand these medical terms, most patients are curious about their conditions. So letting the patient know what the doctor is doing is also an important part of the medical experience. Then, he waved his hand, asking the corpse stitcher to lie down on the operating table. After securing him with straps, he turned around to prepare the surgical tools. On the table, the corpse stitcher stared wide-eyed. Blood tears flowed. These are tears of shock and tears of emotion. For decades, his hobby of stitching corpses had never been recognized by other ghosts, and he had always been ridiculed. Hey, isn't that a small stitch? Playing with dead people again? If you have the skills, go stitch 2 living ghost hunters. Look, that little stitcher is out collecting scraps again. The harsh mockery from the past echoed in the corpse stitcher's ears. It felt as if he were a naive little girl, only able to sew together unwanted dolls all day. But now, everything was different. Although he hadn't understood what Dr. Li had said just now, he could feel that these things were definitely not made up. Stitching corpses, rejection reactions, complications. A big string of cool professional terms. This shows that suturing corpses is not simple. It turns out my hobby has so much knowledge. Suturing corpses is a technical skill, not some little ghost's trick. One day, he wants to become a suturer like Dr. Li, making those hateful guys acknowledge his value. Acknowledge his outstanding taste. Why did you suddenly cry? Li Fei frowned slightly. It seems the condition is worsening quickly, already affecting the patient's facial expression. This means the parasitic tentacles are closing in on the brain, about to seize the intelligence high ground. Not a second can be delayed, surgery must be performed immediately. Dr. Li, thank you for letting me. Before the suturer could finish his words of thanks, his whole body trembled, letting out a heartbreaking scream. Through tearful eyes, he vaguely saw a cold glimmer in Dr. Li's hand, drawing a bright arc as it lunged toward him. Chapter 21, Special Anesthetic. Indeed, the tentacles have already connected to the patient's nervous system. This is troublesome. Li Fei withdrew the blood-soaked scalpel and disinfected it again. After the recent test, he confirmed this was a big job. The octopus tentacle, after half a month of lurking, had grown extremely strong. What was once the size of a wrist had completely replaced the patient's right hand after creeping steadily toward the brain. Currently, it was beginning to control the patient's expressions. This was a very dangerous sign. No more delays, surgery must begin immediately. You lie down well, the surgery will start in 10 minutes. After simply calming the patient, Li Fei went to the warehouse. Here were many glass bottles and jars, filled with various organs and limbs. A few days ago, he had purchased a lot of supplies from the supermarket, including these parts. He approached the shelf labeled arms and began selecting. White ones, red ones, thick ones, thin ones, there were all kinds of styles. These ghostly limbs were well preserved in a professional environment, showing no signs of decay at all. Li Fei took out a few suitable ones, processed them simply, and placed them next to the operating table. What is this? The suturer on the table turned his head, his eyes shining as he stared at the ghostly limbs. He had never seen such well-preserved ghostly limbs, some even twitched slightly, seeming to retain some life. This was on a completely different level from the haphazardly piled ones at his home. No wonder Dr. Li has such advanced preservation techniques. Even dead bodies can be maintained to seem alive. These are the parts one will replace for you later. But first, I need to do a rejection test to see which parts your body can accept best. As Li Fei spoke, he cut a small piece of skin from the suturer's body. Then, he divided that skin into several pieces, soaked them in a certain reagent, and attached them to the ghostly limbs. After 5 minutes, you can choose your new right hand. Li Fei pointed at the ghostly limbs. With limited conditions, he could only do a rough rejection test. Fortunately, the cells of ghosts have high vitality, so results will come quickly. Next, he used a flat mirror to observe the infected area of the patient. The patient's body and the muscle of the tentacle were now like the roots of two trees, completely entwined together. It is very difficult to separate them completely. This surgery is more difficult than all the previous ones combined. Then, I must prepare as much as possible before the surgery. Li Fei silently made his plan, took a pen, and started drawing on the patient's body. He needed to mark the removal route along the most detailed patterns possible. 5 minutes later. Once the rejection test was complete and the patient chose his ghostly limb, Li Fei picked up the scalpel again. Ah! In an instant, a heartbreaking scream echoed in the clinic. The suturer's pupils constricted sharply, his mouth wide open, gasping wildly. As Li Fei raised the scalpel. When the cutting truly began, a pain that pierced deep into the bones suddenly surged. This pain. It was as if someone took an electric drill and pressed it into your decayed tooth. In just a moment, the corpse-sewing man lost all reason, screaming uncontrollably and struggling. Even that tentacle seemed to sense the coming disaster, wildly twisting its thick body, about to smash the operating table and break free. The straps that originally held the patient in place had already been torn apart in 2 places. At this rate, the patient would soon lose control. Don't panic, relax. I originally wanted to avoid using anesthesia so you could recover faster. Looks like that's not going to work. Li Fei furrowed his brows slightly, feeling somewhat displeased with his misjudgment. With a thought, he activated the power of the property deed, pressing the corpse-sewing man down tightly, then took out a special product from the 10,000 Corpses V, a golden-imbued calming charm. Ding! A pleasant metallic sound echoed. The talisman gently fell on the corpse-sewing man's head. In an instant, golden light surged from the talisman, spreading along the corpse-sewing man's body, wrapping him completely. This, it doesn't hurt anymore. Is this anesthesia? The corpse-sewing man exclaimed in surprise. The sudden change astonished him. Just a moment ago, it felt like he was being tortured to death, enduring the pain of 1,000 cuts. But now, it was as though a weary baby had nestled into its mother's arms, about to fall into a sweet dream. A tingling sensation gradually spread throughout his body, and even the violent tentacle stopped moving, lying down obediently. No wonder it's an A-class item, its effect is both fast and powerful. It's simply the perfect anesthetic. Watching the corpse-sewing man's gradually relaxing expression, Li Fei was quite satisfied with his new anesthetic. According to the zombie old lady, this calming talisman came from 10,000 Corpses V. It was the same one placed on the zombie king's coffin, 81 talismans in total, enough to make him fall into a deep sleep. And to think, the zombie king is a legendary monster. In that case, this calming talisman should be more than enough to anesthetize these lower-level monsters. Alright, although you can no longer hear me, I'll still tell you as a formality. The surgery officially begins. Li Fei said to the corpse-sewing man, whose face was filled with happiness. Then, he quickly moved the surgical knife, cutting along the marks he had made earlier. If it had been in just a week ago, this high-precision surgery would have required careful consideration. But after these few days of treatment and the experience of operating on over a dozen monsters, his horror surgery skill had leveled up to LV3. Now, he could accurately separate the patient's muscles and nerves. As long as he did his homework in advance, the surgery was as simple as opening a bag of chips. Soon, under Li Fei's rapid cutting, the surgery had already passed the halfway point. A terrifying incision appeared at the corpse-sewing man's shoulder. Starting from the shoulder, it slanted downwards, almost splitting him in two. That octopus-like tentacle was now hanging by just a few pieces of skin, about to fall off. Despite this, the fully anesthetized corpse-sewing man was completely unaware, wearing a blissful smile on his face. Bang, 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 bang. Just as Li Fei lifted the corpse-sewing man to examine the wound, a rapid knocking on the door sounded. A woman with disheveled hair rushed in. Her eyes were filled with terror, gasping for breath, and her makeup was so smeared that it was barely recognizable. Even so, it couldn't conceal her exquisite face, her porcelain-like features. She wore only one shoe, and her torn black stockings revealed that she had just survived a life-and-death experience. Her eyes flickered as she looked around the clinic. A doctor dressed in a blood-red robe was lifting a strange, tentacle-laden corpse, poking his head inside the wound and gently shaking it. It seemed like he was eating something. He. A creepy laugh came from the corpse's mouth. The woman's expression, which had been one of rescue, froze instantly into a horrifyingly stiff look. Oh? Another patient has arrived? The wound on the corpse, torn open, was. The doctor lifted his head, looking through the gaps of blood and flesh, at the woman. Then, on the face smeared with bits of flesh, an eerie smile squeezed out. Please wait a moment, ma'am. You're next. Chapter 22, Lu Wenwen's Amazing Adventure. Time rolled back an hour ago. Yangye Street, Anshi Community. In a room on the first floor, a woman slowly awakened, struggling to open her heavy eyelids. It stinks. She covered her mouth and nose, gagging a couple of times. The smell of mildew, blood, rot. Several scents mixed into a pungent odor, irritating her nerves. Outside the door, cries and howls echoed in the hallway. Sobbing, laughing, cursing. The woman perked up her ears and faintly heard a miserable voice calling her name outside the door. Lu Wenwen. This was her name in the human world. A familiar yet distant name. After entering this terrifying forbidden zone, no matter how special her previous identity was, now she was just like other players, merely a dirty old rat. A mother rat that could be skinned and picked clean at any time. Lu Wenwen held onto her almost collapsing nerves and tiptoed to the window, pulling the curtain open a crack. Peeking outside. A dim, shadowy world. Not a ray of sunshine, as if it were a hell named darkness. Looking around, many terrifying ghosts were wandering the streets, seemingly searching for human traces. A few of them were traveling in pairs, gathering toward a certain direction. Following the direction the ghosts moved. It was a bright signboard. It read. Peace, something. Lu Wenwen couldn't see clearly and didn't want to see clearly. At this moment, she was starving and freezing, having no extra energy to waste. She clutched her right arm, a piercing pain tormenting her. Looking down, her entire right arm from fingertip to shoulder was completely rotten, showing a purplish-black color. This was all thanks to the black mist. The most terrible curse of Yangye Street. Once infected, even if just a fingertip touched a tiny bit, the rot would spread to the whole body in an instant. Lu Wenwen had seen it with her own eyes. A dozen people traveling with her turned into puddles of pus in an instant. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. She heard that even red-cloth-level ghosts could not withstand this curse. And the only reason she had escaped a disaster was due to the necklace hanging on her slender neck. An A-level ghost item, Frost Heart. It was a protective talisman her sister gave her when she was admitted to university a few months ago. The necklace resembled a snowflake, crystal clear and sparkling with a faint cold light, halting the curse at her arm. Although it couldn't cure the pain, at least it temporarily saved Lu Wenwen's life. Doctor. Lu Wenwen murmured. She knew the power of the talisman was steadily weakening. If she couldn't get timely help from a doctor, by tonight, she would be dissolved by the curse, turning into a puddle of blood. Regrettably, she knew better than anyone, even her father's private doctor, the best doctor in the country, could not cure this curse. Let alone in this forbidden zone? There might not even be a doctor on Yangye Street. Idiot. How could I be this foolish? Lu Wenwen's eyes were filled with tears as she laughed at herself. A few days ago, on her 18th birthday, she was chosen by the Forbidden Zone to become a player in a horror game. Having lived in a crystal palace since she was little, she was spoiled and overly protected. She was innocent and kind, yearning for adventure. Yearning to prove to her family that she wasn't just a flower vase dependent on her parents. So, she actually hid the news of her selection, not telling anyone. Not letting her sister arrange a companion. not seeking a substitute player at a high price. She truly entered the life-threatening horror forbidden zone alone. And it was only natural that she ended up in such a situation. I deserve it. It's all my fault. But no matter what, it has come to this. I will fight to live. Lu Wenwen gave her face a strong slap, wiping away her tears. Lu Wenwen. Don't give up, don't forget your dreams. She gathered her spirits and recalled her dreams. She wanted to become an all-powerful doctor. To cure her father's illness. Now, she had successfully entered medical school, completing the first step of her dream. How could she fall here? Lu Wenwen rubbed her puffy, red eyes, gathered her courage, and reopened the game panel. Lines of bloody text floated in the air. This was a task sent to players by a horror game. Completing the task was the only way for players to survive in the game. Main Task 2, Become a Supermarket Employee. Description: You have successfully become a resident of the Anshi community, now it's time to find a job. Gain the recognition of the convenience store owner and become their employee. A supermarket? I remember seeing it at that intersection when I came. Even if the chance is slim, I must give it a try. Even if I die, I must die charging forward. Lu Wenwen gritted her teeth, flung open the door, and rushed out. As soon as she burst out, she collided head-on with a ghost coming toward her. With a bang, Lu Wenwen felt as if she had hit a steel plate, and suddenly, her head spun. Lifting her head, she saw a zombie-dressed old lady facing away from her. Human? The zombie lady didn't move her body, but her head suddenly twisted 360 degrees, staring directly at Lu Wenwen. You little mouse, tired of living, dare to bump into me? Although according to the community rules, I can't touch you here. But since you attacked first, don't blame me. Just when Lu Wenwen felt helpless and closed her eyes in fear, the old lady suddenly seemed to remember something, pulled out a business card from her pocket, and handed it over. Forget it. Dr. Li's medicine works very well, Xiaoya's illness is saved. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go this time, you stinky mouse. Keep this card safe, go see Dr. Li when you have time. You blind thing. The zombie lady threw down a curse and disappeared at the end of the corridor, leaving Lu Wenwen sitting on the ground, stunned, filled with questions. A ferocious zombie actually spared her? What is going on? Who is Dr. Li on this business card? Lu Wenwen couldn't figure it out and didn't have time to think. She still had her main task to complete. She tucked the business card away, adjusted her mindset, and weakly made her way downstairs. Following the memory of the supermarket's location, she crept forward. It seemed that because of the frost heart, the little ghosts wandering on the street had momentarily shown no ill intentions toward her. But strangely, as she walked, the mailboxes, telephone poles, and railings were all plastered with colorful flyers. Lu Wenwen leaned in closer, and the content left her dumbfounded. Lonely night, itching unbearably. Husband not home, come to my clinic. Gentle doctor, online treatment for lonely hearts. 18 Evernight Street, Dr. Li is waiting for you. What is this? What kind of ridiculous flyer is this? Although Lu Wenwen didn't fully understand the content of the ads, she was seriously shaken. The monsters in the forbidden area play such tricks? But who exactly is this Dr. Li? Why does he have such a strong presence? No. My sister said, never believe a word from monsters, not even a punctuation mark. This must be a black clinic, using these flyers to lure people to eat them. Lu Wenwen shook her head, dismissing the idea of visiting the clinic. For now, the main task is the priority. The first main task, become a resident of the Anshi community, has already proven that for newcomers like her, sticking to the main task is the key to survival. Exploring the forbidden area recklessly will only lead to death. Soon, Lu Wenwen arrived in front of the supermarket. After a brief observation from the outside, she pushed open the door. Ding dong. Inside the cash register, a strange paper doll turned to face her. Welcome to the convenience store. If you need anything, please help yourself. But before that, be sure to take a look at this. The paper doll pointed at its own face, full of enthusiasm. Lu Wenwen trembled as she looked over. What the hell? The paper person's face was covered with business cards. Although the cards were soaked with blood and tears, making the writing hard to read, Lu Wenwen could still barely recognize the content on them. Ping in clinic. Dr. Li. Chapter 23 New Skill, Horror Limb Exchange. You say, you are here to apply for a job? In the convenience store, the paper person asked Lu Wenwen with a frown. Just now, upon hearing her intention, his face instantly turned dark. Lu Wenwen, standing behind the counter, timidly nodded. If it were the usual her, she wouldn't dare step into this place even half a step. The eerie background music, the paper person clerk with a face full of blood and tears, and those strange products she had never seen before. It was clearly a black shop that devoured people. But this was the main mission sent to her by the horror game. The teachers at school taught that, relatively speaking, main missions are the easiest and will never result in certain death. So Lu Wunwun still mustered up her courage and pushed the door in. After confirming again, the paper person pulled out a blood-stained sharp knife from under the counter, his tone cold. So, you mean you come in here, not only not buying anything but also trying to steal my job? Lu Wunwun had never seen such a scene before, scared to the point that her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Just when she thought she was facing death, the paper person suddenly slapped his forehead as if he remembered something and changed his tone. But the boss said, if a human comes to apply, it can be considered. But before the interview, you have to deliver something for us. Saying this, the paper person took a delicate plastic box from under the counter. Inside it was a cute rabbit-shaped cake, with white frosting sprinkled on strawberries, looking very sweet. Yangye Street number 18, Ping'an Clinic, recipient Dr. Li. Remember, be very careful, handle it gently. If you ruin the cake, I will pry your eyeballs out as compensation for Dr. Li. The paper person warned harshly a couple of times and then shoved Lu Wunwun out of the store. On the street, Lu Wunwun's face was full of question marks, as if she were dreaming. No, who the hell is this Dr. Li? Why is he advertising everywhere? In this ghost-eating forbidden zone, he actually wants to order takeout? Ordering takeout is one thing, but it's even her favorite strawberry cake. Is there no justice left? Never heard of such a shameless ghost. Guliolu. Can't eat, can't eat, can't eat. Lu Wunwun swallowed and tried not to pay attention to the cake in her hands. In the forbidden zone these past few days, she had hardly eaten anything, and was already so hungry that she felt dizzy. But she wasn't a fool, she wouldn't just throw away her chance to survive like that. She still wanted to leave the forbidden zone alive, she had things she had to do. Let me see. Lu Wunwun held the cake in one hand and the business card in the other. Comparing it with the map on the back of the card, she quickly walked along the street, trying to avoid the wandering little ghosts. The frost heart's light was faint, it seemed its energy had been almost completely drained by the black mist curse. Perhaps the next moment, Lu Wunwun would be torn to pieces by the rushing little ghosts. After walking cautiously for another 10 minutes, she finally saw the clinic sign from a distance. On this dimly lit street, the bright sign was particularly eye-catching. So what I saw in the neighborhood was this clinic. Lu Wunwun looked from afar, the sign read 4 big characters, Ping'an Clinic. At the same time, a little ghost hiding by the trash can spotted her. Hey! A mouse. You guys look! There's a mouse here. The unpleasant sound of metal clanging rang out, it was the trash can ghost's shout. In an instant, several little ghosts on the street stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Lu Wunwun. There really is a mouse. A pretty female mouse. Come on, brothers, I want to eat her legs. Leave her brain for me. I want to suck her toes hard. The little ghosts cheered piercingly and rushed towards Lu Wunwun. Ah! Lu Wunwun screamed and ran away, rushing into the clinic not far away. This was her only, and best choice. Bang! As soon as Lu Wunwun entered the clinic, she locked the door behind her, hearing the angry curses of the little ghosts outside. Phew! Lu Wunwun let out a long breath. Just when she thought she had finally escaped a disaster, she was once again shocked by the scene before her. A doctor with a face full of mangled flesh was waving a sharp knife, burying his face in a corpse, continuously pulling away. Is this butchering to eat? Is there another patient? The doctor turned his head, forcing a strange smile. Please wait. You're next. Oh whoa! Lu Wunwun screamed in horror, tears splattering as she kicked her legs and fainted completely. Business is good today. Patients keep coming, we need to hurry. Li Fei confirmed that Lu Wunwun was not in danger, then placed her on the hospital bed for now. The urgent matter at hand was to deal with the patient he had. Originally, even for Li Fei, this was a very difficult surgery. Fortunately, he was experienced, having made all the preparations in advance, breaking down the high-difficulty surgery into several small steps. Plus, with the boost of thrilling surgery LV3, everything went quite smoothly. Soon, Li Fei completely removed the octopus tentacle and replaced it with a new hand for the stitched corpse. Ding! Thrilling surgery experience plus 50-inch. Ding! Thrilling surgery experience plus 50-inch. Ding! Thrilling surgery experience plus 50-inch. You have completed a limb replacement for the first time, and have now gained the Thrilling Surgery Branch Skill Thrilling Limb Replacement. Passive Skill, Thrilling Limb Replacement LV1. Description: now, you will be able to skillfully transplant ghostly limbs of evil spirit level or below for patients, no need for preparation, it's as simple as piecing together Legos. He he he. Ha ha ha. The stitched corpse lay on the operating table, chuckling and letting out creepy laughter. Since the start of the surgery until now that it's completed, he has not stopped his eerie giggles. Is it too much anesthesia? It seems the dosage of this calming talisman is quite hard to manage. Li Fei murmured to himself. Anesthesia, in fact, is a highly precise skill. Most hospitals hire dedicated anesthetists. By comparison, Li Fei's pre-surgery anesthesia just now was a little rough. After all, this calming talisman can't control the dosage, it's either applied or not applied. There's no partially applied but not fully applied. And the calming talismans used on the zombie king, when applied to these lower-level ghosts, must have been over the limit. One of the symptoms of overdose is causing the patient to hallucinate and laugh. This is unacceptable to Li Fei. If given the chance, he must improve it. Smack! 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 With several loud slaps, the stitched corpse woke up in a daze, rubbing his hot right cheek. You're awake? Congratulations, the surgery was very successful, you have completely recovered. This evil spirit-level face is quite tough. Li Fei rubbed his slightly aching right hand and began to clean up the surgery site. The stitched corpse jumped off the bed, touching his new hand. Filled with joy. This was a hand of a tomato ghost. Red and plump. It formed a striking contrast with the stitched corpse's thin gray body. This was the hand he had chosen before the surgery. When stitching corpses, he liked to sew together parts with significantly different colors. It gave a certain indescribable, beautiful feeling. Color clash. This combination is called color clash. Two different colors paired together, confident yet vibrant, unique and gallant. Li Fei seemed to see through the stitched corpse's thoughts, explaining it to him. As a ghost, the stitched corpse had no fashion sense at all. Color clash. Right, this combination is called color clash. The stitched corpse excitedly echoed. Ha 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 ha. As expected of you, Dr. Li. Not only is your medical skill so good, but you also have such taste. You are truly the best doctor in the world. The stitched corpse grinned widely, vigorously shaking Li Fei's hand twice. Then, he quickly turned around and rushed towards the door. Thank you, Dr. Li. I'll come to you again next time I'm sick. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Bang! The clinic's door slammed shut in an instant. A loud bang shook the ceiling, causing dust to fall. What's the hurry? Dr. Li's cold voice came from behind him, making the undertaker shiver. Now, it's time to discuss your medical fees. Chapter 24, Sutures and Organ Fusion. Medical fees? I don't have any. The flesh-eating ghost said you're a good doctor. Good doctors do good things, why should they charge money? The undertaker leaned against the door, stuttering. You mean, do you want to be a tyrant doctor? Li Fei took a step forward, playing with the scalpel at his fingertips. The smooth blade reflected the undertaker's darting eyes. At that moment, the undertaker realized he couldn't escape, so he rolled his eyes and considered. This Dr. Li was indeed capable. In the future, he might even come back here for treatment. After all, ghosts are fierce, and one day he might find himself missing an arm or leg. Besides, he was already on someone else's territory, constantly oppressed by the property deed. If he tried to default, he could be directly subdued by Dr. Li, and all his organs taken away, turned into parts sold to the next patient. That would not be good. No, Dr. Li, that's not what I meant. I just don't know how you charge for your medical fees. The undertaker abandoned the thought of defaulting, handing back the initiative to Li Fei. That's good, the clinic operates on a small budget and doesn't offer credit. Currently, we don't accept ghost coins, only ghost objects. Do you have anything valuable on you? Li Fei put away the knife and said with a smile. Since returning from shopping at the supermarket, he had confirmed one thing. Ghost coins are very valuable. You could say they are worth a lot. Just treating a few patients would earn enough ghost coins to buy up an entire supermarket's goods. And it was clearly impossible to make these ghosts cough up that much money. Therefore, after simple calculations, Li Fei decided to change his approach. He would only accept items, not money. Compared to those insignificant ghost coins, the various bizarre ghost objects that patients carried were much more valuable. Let me think. The undertaker lowered his head, recalling his collection. And Li Fei directly waved his hand, asking. No need to think. I want your suture thread. But, I want it new, not contaminated by corpse energy. Weeks ago, when he removed the suture thread from the mouth of the split-mouthed woman, Li Fei had already experimented with it. This type of thread is hard and durable. Once the corpse energy is washed away, the thread turns from black to white, and its affinity for cells increases. Most importantly, it can self-degrade. If this thread is used to suture a patient's wound, there won't be any need to worry about removing stitches afterward. It's simply the perfect surgical suture. Moreover, if he encounters human patients needing surgery in the future, it can also fit. After all, the human body cannot be compared to ghosts, it can't withstand the rough handling of those crude tools. Thread? Is this what you mean? The undertaker pulled out a large bundle of white thread from his pocket, looking somewhat puzzled. After soaking in corpse water for a few days in a desolate grave, this thread would become hard and dark, extremely durable. Corpses sewn with this thread have a high strength, can be tossed around, and won't be harmed. But Dr. Li said he wanted the thread before it was contaminated with corpse energy. The pure white, soft, and clean thread. Why? He doesn't want the hard one, rather, he wants the soft one? The undertaker didn't understand, but it didn't matter. As long as this is what Dr. Li wanted for the medical fee, he was willing to give it. Anyway, he still had dozens of bundles of such thread at home, and was just worried about not having a place to use it. That's right, this is it. Li Fei took the thread, raising his eyebrows. Suture thread. Quality, C, ordinary. Description, pure white, soft, thin, and long, absorbable, degradable, the perfect surgical thread. Very good. This is what I needed. Even if the patient is split in half, I can sew you back together. Li Fei nodded in satisfaction and put away the thread. At the same time, he reminded the corpse stitcher to bring some more next time he came for a checkup. Then he saw him out the door. The limb transplant surgery of the corpse stitcher is complete. Experience plus 120, ghost coins plus 120. LV plus 1. Current level, 21. Attributes, strength 28, agility 8, spirit 15. Hint, only 2 points of strength are needed to awaken the exclusive talent, please pay attention to reasonable attribute allocation. Congratulations on completing your first limb transplant surgery, this is a significant step in your career. The system rewards you with the skill, Organ Fusion LV1. Description, now, you can fuse a ghost object with your organs, and the fused ghost object will become a part of your body. Note, the limit of fused ghost objects increases with skill level. Organ Fusion. Become a part of the body. From this, it seems that I can bind an item to myself and enhance its control. Which one to choose? Currently, the highest quality ghost object I have is, needing enhanced control is Golden Calming Talisman. Quality, A, rare. Description, a specialty of the A-level Forbidden Zone, 1 Corpse V, calms the spirit and relieves pain, reusable. This is it. The rarest ghost object I have, the Calming Talisman. After fusion, it will be easier to control, greatly improving anesthesia precision, and no longer worrying about overdose damaging the patient's nervous system. Li Fei's mind moved, sending a fusion request to the system. Confirm fusion of A-level ghost object Golden Calming Talisman? Confirm. Please select fusion organ. Left hand. Please select specific finger. Index finger, left hand index finger. Confirmed, starting fusion. The calming talisman turned into a golden light, injecting into Li Fei's left hand index finger. Next, many indistinguishable ghostly symbols grew on his finger. Those were the words originally written on the calming talisman. After fusion, the usage of calming finger appeared automatically in Li Fei's mind. Simply put, it is whoever it points to gets anesthesia. It can also control the dosage of anesthesia by adjusting force and contact area. A perfect anesthetic was born. Li Fei was very satisfied with this. After fusing the calming finger, he went to the sink, splashed cold water on his face, and all fatigue disappeared. With 28 points of strength, his physique far exceeded ordinary people, doing a surgery like that all day would not be a problem at all. Now, Li Fei felt like an emotionless surgical machine, able to work continuously for 3 days and nights without rest. Endurance max. Alright, there's no time to rest, there are patients waiting for me. Li Fei quickly cleaned the operating table, put on his goggles, and approached the bed. Lu Wenwen was curled up on the bed hugging her knees, with tear stains still fresh at the corners of her eyes. Ha! Is this a human? Li Fei gasped in disbelief, as he had completely missed it due to being too busy earlier. The patient this time had no ghost chi at all. It turned out to be a human. A rare guest. Simply a rare guest. In the Forbidden Zone for over a week, it was the first time seeing a living person. I must treat her well, and give this rare living guest the best treatment experience. Wake up. Please wake up. Li Fei gently patted Lu Wenwen's face. But in her dream, Lu Wenwen was having a nightmare because of the terrible experience from a few days ago. In the dream, she was chased by a vicious ghost with exposed ribs, just as she slipped and fell, about to be torn apart. She was woken up by Li Fei's pat. I'm saved. Lu Wenwen's chest heaved violently, gasping for air. She opened her eyes, only to see a face covered in broken flesh right in front of her. Then, that blood-red face grinned, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. A cold voice emerged, like a cannibal's pre-meal prayer. You finally woke up. It's your turn now. Whoa! Lu Wenwen screamed and fainted again. Chapter 25. It turns out it's you. Lu Wenwen fainted again in shock. 5 minutes later, a loud flushing sound echoed in the clinic's bathroom. Li Fei turned the shower on to the maximum. Showering. Due to not having contact with human patients for a long time, he became careless. He was actually hanging with a face full of blood and flesh, rushing to treat the next patient. Still a human girl. Such a sin, such a sin. If I frighten her and make her think this is some black clinic, that would be bad. Thinking of this, Li Fei scrubbed himself even more carefully. Just as he was about to finish, Lu Wenwen twitched a couple of times and woke up. A trembling female voice came from outside the bathroom door. Li, Dr. Li. Please don't be in a hurry to eat me, I'm a supermarket employee, here to deliver goods. Did you see the cake I brought? Cake? No. It's gone. So it was someone from the supermarket. I did order food, and every afternoon, the paper person would deliver it. But what does this girl mean by don't eat her? Could it be she really thinks this is a black clinic? Li Fei felt a bit flustered. Please rest assured, I don't eat people. The cake you brought? I thought it was a lump of some organ, so I stored it for you first. You can go to the storage room and get it, I'll come out right away. Li Fei dried his body while carefully shaving his beard. He wanted to leave a good impression on this living patient, to save the clinic's reputation. Outside the door. After hearing this, Lu Wenwen gathered her courage and pushed open the big door to the storage room. Turning on the light, what came into view were rows of tall shelves. On the shelves, there were densely packed glass containers filled with all kinds of ghostly organs. Fat tongues, square eyeballs, long ghostly hands. There was also half a rotting pig's head, staring wide-eyed around. Ugh! So eerie. Lu Wenwen covered her mouth, trying not to let out a scream. It really was a black clinic. That Dr. Li was luring people in with ads, dissecting them and selling these organs. And the extra flesh from patients, he would shave off with a scalpel and savor it. Lu Wenwen recalled the bloody scene she had seen earlier and shivered involuntarily. But, the big octopus guy from earlier is gone. It must have been eaten. Maybe Dr. Li is already full? Since he was full, he probably couldn't eat her for now. After some simple reasoning, Lu Wenwen regained her courage. She knew that delivering the cake to Dr. Li was her only chance of survival. Then, she tiptoed and started rummaging around in the storage room. Found it. Not long after, Lu Wenwen discovered her cake on one of the shelves. Unfortunately, after the rush to escape outside the clinic, the cake was already unrecognizable. No matter how violently it shook and bumped during her escape, Lu Wenwen held onto the cake tightly. Even when she fell and lost a shoe, she still didn't let go of the cake. Thanks to her strong efforts, the cake was preserved. But not completely. By now, the cake had been destroyed beyond recognition. Pink frosting was sloppily smeared in the plastic box, and the cake had turned into a mush. No wonder Dr. Li didn't recognize it as a cake. Lu Wenwen's eyelid twitched, and she felt uneasy. She remembered the paper person's warning. If you ruin the cake, I will take your eyeballs as compensation for Dr. Li. It's over. If Dr. Li is not satisfied, forget about being fired from the supermarket. She won't even be able to walk out of this black clinic. What to do? She could only treat a dead horse as if it were a live one. Lu Wenwen picked up the cake, gritted her teeth, and rushed to the bathroom door, handing the cake inside. Li, Dr. Li. Here, your cake. Please enjoy. Inside the room, Li Fei was drying off, completely naked. Suddenly, a fair white woman's hand whooshed in with a box. Inside was the unrecognizable strawberry cake. This. Li Fei jumped in shock. Damn it. I'm not even dressed yet. This is too rude, it's as if she doesn't see me as a person at all. Could it be she thinks I'm a ghost? Even ghosts have privacy, right? Li Fei complained, trying to calm his emotions. He had already observed earlier that the delivery girl's arms were dark, showing signs of decay. This meant that the other party was a patient in need of treatment. When dealing with a patient, one must not be impatient, instead, one should be tolerant and caring. Therefore, Li Fei took the cake, took a bite, and spoke to the door outside. Delicious. A very tasty cake, with cream sweet but not greasy, and the cake is rich in fragrance. Strawberries. It seems the strawberries have gone missing, but the flaws do not outweigh the merits. Delicious. Lu Wenwen was silent for 2 seconds. Seemingly unable to believe Li Fei's praise, she involuntarily pushed the door open, her eyes filled with tears. She received Dr. Li's affirmation. It was worth all the torture she had suffered before. As long as she could complete the task, everything she did was worth it. Ah! In the next moment, both of them shouted out at the same time. Li Fei quickly grabbed a towel, covering himself, while Lu Wenwen covered her eyes, her face red with embarrassment. This is a man's body. Dr. Li? A human, a man. Unbelievable. In Lu Wenwen's eyes, Dr. Li was completely a terrifying ghost disguised in human skin, with a green face and sharp teeth. If he took a shower, he might take off the human skin and rinse it off or something. But the sight in front of her almost made her dizzy. The tight muscle lines were perfect, and the majestic outline visible under the towel. After being a good girl for 18 years, she stared in awe. Can this patient let me put on my clothes first? Okay, Dr. Li. Lu Wenwen lowered her head and stepped aside. Just then, she finally made eye contact with Li Fei. Upon seeing Li Fei's appearance, she gasped again. This time, there was no fear, only pure surprise. It's you? You're still alive. Lu Wenwen jumped up from the ground, circling around Li Fei, shouting excitedly. You're actually not dead. So you are Dr. Li. I didn't recognize you because you didn't wash your face. Wait. You're not a ghost, right? Don't you remember me? Lu Wenwen's eyes turned red as she talked excitedly and incoherently. I remember, you are. Li Fei stood there in a daze, somewhat lost. Lu Wenwen's words seemed to have turned on some switch. After a moment of daze, a flood of original memories surged into his mind. These memories were like some things placed in the house. They were clearly here, but if you didn't see them, you would never remember them. Then, Li Fei's expression kept changing, and his face slowly turned ugly. Chapter 26, Memories Not So Beautiful. The original memories flooded in. The time rewound to a week ago. In the human world, Huagua, Changjiang City. On a rainy afternoon. Original owner Li Fei woke up from his nap, feeling severe itching in his arm. Rolling up his sleeve, he was shocked to discover that several lumps had grown on his forearm. These lumps were long and worm-like, slowly wriggling under the skin, gradually forming a string of numbers. Midnight. 1 second passed, the lumps wriggled and changed. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. The countdown kept ticking down. Li Fei knew that this was a notification from the horror zone. It meant he had been selected for the horror game, and in less than 24 hours, he would be forced into the zone. Boom! A loud thunderclap sounded outside, and heavy rain poured down, mist swirling in from the window, chilling the dim room even more. Li Fei hugged his arms, curling up in the chair. He didn't want to believe it. Such a bad luck event actually happened to him. He slapped himself twice, confirming that this was not a dream before completely giving up on fantasy. For an ordinary person like him, being selected by the horror zone was no different from a death sentence. Moreover, it was the kind of death that was very tragic. After 24 hours, he would be sent to a place full of monsters and become food for the monsters. Yes. This was the plight of ordinary people in a world of bizarre awakenings. Of course, if the selected person came from a wealthy family, they could spend hundreds of thousands. They could hire a companion, find equipment. Even hire someone to play the game for them, without needing to go in personally. But for an orphan like Li Fei, this is undoubtedly a luxury. A few years ago, on his 13th birthday, his parents mysteriously disappeared. Without any warning, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Li Fei still remembers that evening when he joyfully pushed open the door to his home after school. What awaited him was only an empty room and a letter written by his parents. The letter contained only one sentence. Don't look for us. And so, on his 13th birthday, Li Fei became an orphan. In the following years, he lived with his uncle, relying on him for food, shelter, and everything else. Although his uncle and cousin were generous and didn't mind. The thousands of dollars in expenses every year still brought discontent from his aunt. Li Fei often faced her cold glares and sarcastic comments. When he reached adulthood and got into college, he finally moved out to work and study, no longer needing to endure his aunt's mockery. Just as life seemed to be getting better, he encountered this event, becoming a chosen one in a terrifying domain. Ask my uncle for help? No way. Li Fei knew very well that his uncle's family was not wealthy and couldn't afford that much money. And that sharp-tongued aunt, even if they could scrape together the money, would never help him. She might even throw in some unpleasant taunts. Oh, aren't you quite capable? Now you're scared, huh? Taking a huge step back, even if they could gather that much money. Li Fei's strong-willed character would never allow him to owe such a big favor. The past 5 years, his uncle's family had already borne enough burden. He couldn't let his uncle and cousin worry any further. Especially his cousin, if she knew, who knows what extraordinary things she would do for him. Among the family, his cousin cared for him the most. After weighing everything carefully, Li Fei decided that he would resolutely walk to his death. No more exploding in silence, but rather, perishing in silence. After making up his mind, he took out a part of his savings, sent it to his cousin, then used the rest to have a nice meal and have some fun. Returning home, he quietly waited for his journey to begin. 2 seconds. 1 second. Midnight. The countdown ended. A burst of white light illuminated the area, and Li Fei's vision slowly blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the forbidden area. This is a world without sunlight. On the dim streets, echoed the indescribable cries of misery. From the low shrubs, the cheerful laughter of children rang out like silver bells. Among those blackened street trees, one could still vaguely see decaying human heads. Is this the forbidden area? In fact, Li Fei was not very afraid. For him now, these things were no longer that terrifying. After all, it was all death in the end. When a person's heart is like ash, nothing can scare him. Li Fei looked around. There were still about a dozen people, some standing, some lying down. They were fellow chosen ones, also known as players. All were enveloped within a gray hemisphere barrier, unable to leave. Suddenly, a line of information appeared directly in Li Fei's mind. Welcome to the horror game. Current forbidden area, Eternal Night Street. Since this game mode is forced summons, and the players are all participating for the first time, social functions are temporarily not available. Once all 25 players are awake, the main mission will be issued collectively. Wish you a pleasant game. Ha! Horror game. Li Fei sneered. Such a cruel thing is actually called a game. Those who were dragged in to die were mockingly referred to as players by the system. Does a player's failure come at the cost of their life? How ironic. If this horror game really has an organizer, then he must be a person with a twisted sense of humor. Disgusting. Li Fei spat, finding a corner of a wall to squat down. Then, several familiar faces squeezed into his view. They were classmates. Zhang Feng, Lu Chang, Su Qianwen, and... He couldn't remember clearly, but they were a few annoying guys. Look, isn't that someone from our class? That who? Who knows? A poor guy living on a scholarship. Who will remember the name of such a person? Oh dear, stay away from that jinx, or you'll drag us down with you. Men and women looked down from above, threw out a few taunts, and fled from Li Fei like he was a plague. In their eyes, this guy without even a name was no different from a dead person. Usually, they might not be so cruel, but horror games have this kind of magic. They magnify the evil in human nature, awakening people's dark side. Soon, one by one, people began to wake up from their stupor. Most players were from Changjiang City. They knew each other. There were colleagues, classmates, and friends. People gathered in small groups, whispering to one another. Li Fei, sitting alone in the corner by the wall, felt even more special. At that moment, a beautiful female voice came from not far away. Oh? You are here too. The crowd stirred slightly, and an elegantly dressed girl squeezed through. Her face was charming, with delicate features, and her shoulder-length hair was a lovely rose red. Ignoring the surprised gazes of those around her, she bounced over to Li Fei. Do you know me? I am Lu Wenwen. We are in the same class. Lu Wenwen jumped beside Li Fei, her big eyes shimmering, eyelashes fluttering. Her cheerful demeanor made it seem like she was out for a spring outing, treating this horror game like a joke. Lu Wenwen. I know you. Li Fei wiped away a bead of sweat as large as a pea. Of course, he remembered her. To be precise, no one in school could be unaware of her. Lu Wenwen, a well-known wealthy girl in the area, a campus star. Because of her sweet looks, she often graced the covers of major fashion magazines. However, it was said that her strange personality made boys dare to admire her from afar, but not approach. What puzzled Li Fei was why Lu Wenwen was all alone today. Logically, someone like her shouldn't even be here. Even if she came, she should have brought a bunch of companions for safety. Moreover, why wasn't she with others? Why did she run over to find him? Li Fei couldn't understand. He had never interacted with Lu Wenwen before. To be precise, he never expected Lu Wenwen would even know him, an unnoticed student in their class. It was too strange. Was there some kind of conspiracy? Li Fei couldn't make sense of it. But the next second, she dispelled his doubts. Right. Lu Wenwen touched her hair, a bit shy. This classmate, what's your name again? Chapter 27, Entering the Horror Game. My name is... Before Li Fei could say his name, a cold mechanical voice appeared in everyone's mind. Detected that 25 players are all present, now sending main mission. Main mission, go to the restful community. Description, as a newcomer, you naturally need a place to stay. Go to the restful community, become a resident, and you will gain identity and protection. It will make your death look a bit nicer. Main mission, huh? It was indeed similar to what they taught in school, really like a game. Li Fei turned his head to meet Lu Wenwen's sparkling eyes. Clearly, she had also received the main mission, but he didn't know how their tasks differed. Wow! My task is to join the restful community. I hear it's very safe there. What about you, classmate? Lu Wenwen excitedly asked. Her carefree personality had already moved past asking Li Fei's name and was directly calling him classmate. My task is the same as yours. After Li Fei nodded in confirmation, he began to observe his surroundings. From the conversations of the other players, he could tell that everyone's task should be this one. Go to the restful community. It doesn't seem very difficult. Li Fei recalled what the school had taught not long ago. All adults over 18 years old were alternative players for the horror game. The school was responsible for educating students, providing basic explanations to improve survival rates. Li Fei remembered the informative session had said that as newbies, they couldn't receive fatal main tasks. If it were just like this, it wouldn't be impossible to complete. Li Fei gathered his spirits. Perhaps because of Lu Wenwen's appearance, his mindset underwent a subtle change. Ha! A gust of eerie wind blew in. The originally domed transparent barrier that enveloped everyone dispersed with the wind. Protection time is over. Game starts. Wishing all players an enjoyable game. The game began. In just an instant, Li Fei felt the atmosphere change drastically. Just moments ago, he did not sense anything under the protection of the barrier. Now that the barrier was broken, those strange sounds hidden in the darkness, the woman's sobs, the child's laughter, came rushing directly into his ears. His sanity points dropped rapidly. The horrifying atmosphere of this world naturally instilled dread in humans. Li Fei even felt the temperature drop suddenly, and he began to shiver unconsciously. The players around him also gradually noticed the change. The previous laughter and playfulness completely vanished. Silence slowly spread. At this moment, Lu Wenwen's lively and cheerful voice broke the silence. Classmate, what's wrong with you? Why is everyone not speaking? Lu Wenwen furrowed her brow in confusion. Can't you feel it? The game has started, there is no protection mechanism anymore. We could, at any moment. Forget it, don't talk, come with me. Li Fei briefly explained and then grabbed Lu Wenwen, pulling her from the street corner into the center of the players. According to horror movie rules, the center of the crowd should be the safest place. Even if something happens, this position would provide enough reaction time. However, during their movement, Li Fei noticed some unusual gazes. Not at him, but at Lu Wenwen. Those were several beast-like gazes, openly wandering over every part of Lu Wenwen. Disgusting. It was to be expected. In a place like this, without the constraint of law, people on the brink of death exposed their most primal beasts within. And with Lu Wenwen's star-level beauty, she naturally became an object of desire for these people. Don't say anything. Why? Don't ask. If you have to speak, only speak to me, quietly. Okay, classmate, you're really strange. Li Fei pulled Lu Wenwen down into the middle of the crowd while remaining vigilant around them. He had no time to explain to Lu Wenwen. What they needed to do now was protect themselves. When the crowd began to move, they would remain in the safest position and head towards the residential area. Seeing Li Fei's nervous look, Lu Wenwen leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Don't worry, whatever happens, I will protect you." You protect what? Li Fei nodded with a serious expression. It's troublesome, Miss Lu. Don't call me Miss. Call me Lu Wenwen. Lu Wenwen's voice gradually grew louder, seeming quite dissatisfied with the title. Li Fei quickly covered her mouth, preventing her from standing up. At the same time, he noticed that necklace. On Lu Wenwen's slender white neck hung a snowflake-shaped pendant. The pendant was crystal clear, surrounded by a cold aura, radiating a chilling white light that seemed to push back the surrounding darkness a bit. Your necklace. Oh, this is a birthday gift from my sister, want to take a look? Lu Wenwen proudly lifted the necklace. Just as she was about to take it off to let Li Fei wear it, he hurriedly waved his hands to refuse. Then he immediately reacted. No wonder Lu Wenwen was unaffected by the restricted zone, still bouncing around. It was probably due to the protective effect of this necklace. As he noticed the people around remained motionless, Li Fei began to chat softly with Lu Wenwen. Lu classmate, why did you come in alone? Alone? What do you mean? Someone like you should have many bodyguards, you could even hire a professional player. I didn't tell my family. Why? Because. I won't tell you. Damn, there's still time for mischief in a moment like this. This Lu Wenwen is truly a naive little rich girl. The reason she didn't tell her family was... It's mostly because of something like... I want to prove myself. I want to go out and explore on my own. I, Lu Wenwen, am not a pretty vase. Similar reasons like this. Li Fei sighed inwardly. He had no choice, while the other party was simply foolish. It seems that being overly protected by family has its downsides. By the way, why didn't you go with Zheng Feng and the others in the class? Why come to find me? Li Fei suddenly asked. Lu Wenwen replied without thinking. Because there are too many of them, and they don't need me. I saw you sitting here shivering all alone and thought you looked weak, so I ran over to protect you. You. Li Fei was immediately choked up. Hearing her response, he was unexpectedly a bit touched, feeling both amused and helpless. Although Lu Wenwen is a bit silly, she is quite pure and kind, actually willing to come protect someone like me, though she doesn't really have the ability. Li Fei thought to himself, and just then, a scream came from not far away. It was from the edge of the crowd. Li Fei looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a half-body corpse standing there, blood gushing out like a fountain. The people around, caught off guard, were drenched and chilled to the bone before they finally scattered away. Lu Chang is dead. Something just passed by. A woman pointed at the half-body corpse, terrified and sitting on the ground, unable to move. Meanwhile, the man she was calling out to had already run several meters away, not looking back. These few faces were the same classmates who had just mocked Li Fei. The sudden change shattered their fragile alliance in an instant. The horrific death of the first victim completely broke the sanity of all the players. Just when the crowd was about to lose control and flee in panic, a strong man walked out from around the corner. The man had a wild and rugged demeanor, with bulging muscles under a tight black tank top. He clearly wasn't an ordinary person. Everyone, do not panic. The corpse of my compatriot has already been subdued by me. As he spoke, the man raised a small demon with sharp teeth that he was holding. The little demon was weak in size, struggling futilely in the man's hands. Then, in front of everyone, the man tore the little demon in half and carelessly tossed it to the side of the road. Chapter 28, The situation takes a turn. Players, please gather around me and do not act on your own. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as that of our dear friend just now. Don't worry, we are from the Safety Bureau. The strong man waved his hands, beckoning everyone to come closer to him. Li Fei patted Lu Wenwen, who was stunned by the dead body. Relax, didn't you just say you wanted to protect me? Come on, let's go over and take a look. They say they are from the Safety Bureau. The Safety Bureau. It is a security organization under the government, mainly responsible for maintaining order in the human world. But why would they appear in a horror game? Li Fei wasn't sure. However, he had a faint feeling that the strong man was hiding something. Despite his doubts, he still pulled Lu Wenwen closer. After all, if it's true like he said, being alone could lead to death. Then neither of them had any margin for error. When everyone had gathered, a man with an eagle-hooked nose stepped out from the crowd and stood in front of the strong man. He waved to the strong man, who lowered his head and stepped aside. My name is Wang Wenbing, the captain of the Safety Bureau's contracted demon hunting team. I am the person in charge of this horror game. Wang Wenbing had a slightly hunched figure, but his aura was exceptionally strong. He spoke calmly and steadily as he addressed the crowd. Perhaps some of you haven't heard of us, so let me explain. In simple terms, during this game, Chang and I are responsible for protecting you. As long as you follow our instructions, I can guarantee your safety. Wang Wenbing said while scanning the crowd. Only after confirming everyone was present did he continue speaking. Alright, time is running short, now what you all need to do is to deal with the demons you brought in. Leave everything to us for safekeeping. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in murmurs. Ghost objects are precious, and among newcomers, very few possess them. Even if they do, most are low-level ghost objects. Nevertheless, asking these newcomers to hand over their treasures is not an easy task. Wang Wenbing's request naturally stirred dissatisfaction and doubt among some people. The crowd gradually became noisy. Please everyone, calm down and do not misunderstand. This time in the instance, there is a red cloth level collecting ghost, its biggest hobby is to collect ghost objects. In other words, its attack target is anyone holding ghost objects. If you don't want to attract its attention, give your items to me for safekeeping. Don't worry, when the game ends, I will return everything to you intact. After hearing Wang Wenbing's explanation, the crowd quieted down somewhat. But there were still some who asked. Captain Wang, aren't you afraid of being targeted by it while safeguarding so many items? That's my job, or rather, I'd be more than happy to be targeted, to share the risk for all of you, Wang Wenbing replied calmly. A woman asked, Captain Wang, you two are just two people, can you really protect us? Rest assured, both Chang and I are seasoned ghost hunters, even if we have to die, we will die in front of you all. Wang Wenbing's eyes were sincere. After answering a few similar questions, the players' doubts were mostly dispelled. One by one, people stepped forward to hand over their items. Just as Lu Wenwen hesitated about whether to take off her necklace, Li Fei interrupted her with a snap. Wait. Are you stupid? There's something wrong with these people. Did you see that corpse just now? Li Fei whispered. He had sensed something was off earlier. Now he realized the issue lay with that half a corpse. The guy in the vest, Chang, said, the monster that killed this person has already been subdued by him. Yet all the guy in the vest held was a little ghost not much bigger than a chicken. Given the size of that little ghost, it couldn't possibly have torn a human body in half. Li Fei suspected it never had the ability to do such a thing. So, that little ghost could not possibly be the murderer. On the contrary, the way that guy in the vest killed the little ghost seemed more like his doing. And besides, everyone here is a complete novice. How could a horror game arrange for a novice to be instantly killed right off the bat? That contradicts the rules taught in school about games. So, the truth is, Wang Fong was killed by that guy in the vest. He wanted to scare us. Then use fear to gather us together, making it easier for them to do something. Making us hand over our items is to strip away our ability to resist. This also indirectly shows that they are not strong enough to ignore those strangely effective items. Li Fei explained quietly to Lu Wenwen, even though he didn't expect her to understand. Lu Wenwen had a look of confusion mixed with sudden awareness. After readjusting her necklace, she timidly asked, though I didn't quite understand, are you sure? They are really bad people? I'm 90% sure, and the remaining 10%. I can test it soon. After Li Fei finished speaking, he carefully counted the number of people present. 1, 5, 10, 28. Sure enough, there were many. Including the dead, there were 28 people here in total. Yet at the start, the system clearly stated 25 players have all arrived. Those extra 3 people are the hawk-nosed Wang Wenbing and the guy in the vest, Chang. But what about the last one? That's right. This is a common tactic employed by robbers in movies. They even arranged for another accomplice to hide among the crowd, watching over the situation. With this thought, Li Fei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. After a brief hesitation, he mustered his courage and directed a question at Wang Wenbing. The other party's reaction would be the key to his next move. Captain Wang, I have a question. Just now, I noticed the starting system said there were 26 people, but now there are 28. I'm really scared. Could there be a ghost mixed in among us? Li Fei glanced around nervously. A shivering appearance. At the same time, he carefully observed Wang Wenbing's reaction. He saw a trace of barely detectable displeasure flash across the smiling face of the other person, which instantly returned to normal as he replied. This little brother is really attentive. This time, the number of players is indeed 26. The extra 2, me and Chang, entered with special props from the safety bureau and won't count as players. Don't worry, if any ghosts sneak in, I will be the first to pull them out. After saying this, Wang Wenbing turned his head and exchanged a glance with Chang. A hint of cold malice flashed in their eyes. I see, sorry for causing trouble for Captain Wang. Li Fei forced himself to maintain a calm face, his nerves completely tensed up. Sure enough. What he just said was 26 players, and the other party accepted it. This meant they couldn't see the system messages and weren't actual game players. Moreover, they followed his words to state they were only 2 people. Their aim was to hide their accomplices lurking in the dark. These could not be people from the safety bureau. Indeed, they had issues. But now, the players had already handed over their props. These rookies without props were like fish on the chopping block, only waiting to be slaughtered. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon take action. Thinking of this, Li Fei had no time to explain, grabbed Lu Wenwen, and tried to escape the crowd. But in the next moment, a sharp pain came from his leg. He felt the world spinning and lost his balance, falling to the ground. This newbie is quite sharp. If it wasn't for running into us, he'd probably live a few more rounds. A fat woman was lifting her shirt and stuffing something inside. Li Fei looked up and saw an ugly large mouth in the center of the woman's belly. The big mouth was chomping on his 2 legs. Ah! Lu Wenwen let out a sharp scream. The fat woman grasped her slender arm and pulled hard, trying to shove her into her mouth. Not far away, Chang saw this and quickly shouted to stop. Fat lady! Don't be in a hurry, I've had my eye on this girl for a long time. Let me have some fun first. After saying this, Chang glanced at Wang Wenbing for confirmation. When he got a nod, he rushed over in a hurry. At this moment, the slow-witted crowd finally reacted and started screaming to scatter. Wang Wenbing waved his hand, and a tall monster suddenly appeared out of thin air. The monster was grotesque, with a head that looked like it had been run over by a car, its body covered with hundreds of eyes. It stretched out its arms, which were several meters long, to block the escaping crowd. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Who told you to be weak bugs? In this era, the best way for weak bugs like you to die is to become my nourishment. Attack! In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, cries filled the air. The area surrounded by the long, thin hands of the monster turned into a terrifying slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, on the other side, the fallen Li Fei watched a Chang approach Lu Wenwen step by step. Little girl. Since we're all going to die anyway, you should serve me well, and I'll make it quick for you later. Oh? Why are you crying? Is this your little boyfriend? He probably hasn't even held your hand, right? I'll show this kid what a real man is. Just as a Chang reached out his claw toward Lu Wenwen, Li Fei, with a sudden burst of strength, dragged his broken body and firmly clung to a Chang's calf. Regret, unwillingness, anger. Complex emotions coalesced together. His weak hands bulged with veins, bursting with extraordinary power, his nails slightly digging into the back of a Chang's leg. Since death was inevitable, he might as well put this wretched life to its final use. Run! He shouted to Lu Wenwen, his vision gradually blurred from blood loss. In the end, Li Fei only vaguely saw something coming from afar. Black, huge, and unstoppable. Then, his vision went dark, and he fainted. Chapter 29, I treat you as a classmate, but you want to heal me. Eternal Night Street, inside the Peace Clinic. As the original owner lost consciousness, Li Fei's memories also came to a stop. He furrowed his brow and rubbed his temples, digesting this somewhat painful memory. At the end, the original owner's intense anger, unwillingness, and the agonizing pain of having his legs torn apart made him feel somewhat overwhelmed. Or perhaps it was due to the lack of a bit of spiritual attribute. This painful memory had a significant impact on Li Fei's spirit. And he finally understood why Lu Wenwen cried so much after recognizing him. 2 minutes later, when Li Fei recovered, he raised his head again and asked the tearful Lu Wenwen beside him. And then what? What happened outside after I fainted? Lu Wenwen's tears were gushing out like from a water gun. Seeing Li Fei again, it was as if she had grasped a lifeline, releasing all the negative emotions accumulated over the past few days. After using up most of her tissues, she recalled. After you fainted. I can't remember clearly, I just know it got dark, not just any ordinary dark, but extremely, extremely dark. It seemed like a wave of black mist floated over from the other side of the street. Lu Wenwen's throat was hoarse from crying, her delicate voice carrying a rougher edge. Then those bad guys just ran away without looking back. The remaining players all melted when they touched the black mist. It was terrifying. Then, I used all my strength to drag you to the roadside, and then I fainted. When I woke up, I was already in the neighborhood. By the way, you are really heavy. Is it because you're too weak? Li Fei nodded to express his thanks. Nonetheless, Li Fei's impression of Lu Wenwen changed somewhat. In that situation, she still thought to save him. If it weren't for Lu Wenwen's desperate help, perhaps the original owner would have been turned into pus by that black mist, and he wouldn't have a physical body left. It seems Lu Wenwen's promise to the original owner of protecting you is not just pretty words from a young lady. Li Fei thought this and then pointed to Lu Wenwen's necrotic right hand. Your right hand is indeed showing symptoms after touching the black mist. The reason this necrosis didn't spread is because of your necklace? Mei-chan, this necklace was a birthday gift from my sister. It's an A-level ghost object, Frost Heart. I see. That makes sense. It seems they just happened to encounter darkness in Eternal Night Street, when the black mist descended, disrupting Wang Wenbing and their plans. Though Lu Wenwen was infected by the black mist, she fortunately had the necklace to protect her, so only her right hand necrosed, causing her to faint after losing her strength. But why did she wake up as a resident of the neighborhood? Something must have happened in between that they didn't know about. Perhaps someone helped secretly? Not clear. But now it's understandable why Lu Wenwen didn't know it was me when she saw my business card before. Turns out she didn't even know my name was Li Fei. Li Fei gave a wry smile and pulled his thoughts back to the present. Then, he finished eating the strawberry cake and began to observe Lu Wenwen's right hand. Li classmate. What exactly happened to you? After a few days, you became a doctor? And you even have so many ads outside. Lu Wenwen stretched out her right hand, a bit embarrassed. She had a vague feeling that the Li classmate in front of her was somewhat different from the one in her memory. Appearance, temperament, speech, all felt a bit different. There was a more mature and steady vibe. Could it be? This Li classmate is actually a ghost in disguise? But why would he remember before? Could it be that ghosts eat human brains and can absorb that person's memories? Lu Wenwen dared not think further. Although she also didn't have the capacity to think further. Her simply structured brain couldn't support such overly complicated reasoning. Then, she explained everything to Li Fei in detail about how she had been holed up in the neighborhood for days. And how she escaped from various monsters' hands. Finally, I arrived here after receiving a small advertisement from the clinic. Does the paper man have his face covered with business cards? That guy is doing pretty well, let's send him 2 cups of juice later. Did you encounter the zombie old lady? It's time to check on Xiaoya at her home, she could likely be the clinic's first red robe level patient. Li Fei said, while examining Lu Wenwen's necrotic right hand. From the tips of her fingers to her shoulder, the entire muscle tissue of her right hand had completely atrophied, showing a purplish-black color. If there were human jerky for sale in the horror world, Li Fei estimated it would look something like this. Ironically, for those infected by the black mist, this was already the best outcome. Based on various descriptions of ghosts and monsters, the black mist of Evernight Street was definitely a powerful curse. Even that simple-minded, strong-armed foolish boss at the supermarket knew to be wary of the black mist. This shows just how terrifying it is. Just as Li Fei was observing, Lu Wenwen interrupted from the side, saying, Li classmate, what are you looking at? What, you look like you're going to help me treat this? What else could you think? Li Fei ignored her doubt and continued to focus on the examination. However, Lu Wenwen lay dazed on the bed. Li Fei and she were classmates in medical school, and their medical skills were about the same. Although he had received scholarships twice, that was just theoretical knowledge. The symptoms of the black mist on her hand were a difficult and complex case that was not mentioned in any book. Lu Wenwen estimated that even if she called in her dad's best private doctor, they wouldn't be able to handle this illness. This Li Fei, pretending to be Dr. Li in this forbidden zone to trick ghosts is fine, but he wouldn't actually believe it himself, would he? Wait. Li classmate, you can't be serious, can you? We are familiar with each other as classmates, so there's no need to pretend in front of me. I'd rather hurry back to the supermarket to finish my shift. Lu Wenwen sat up to get out of bed, but was startled by Li Fei's sharp reprimand. Don't move. I'm of course serious, your hand, I am the only one who can treat it in Evernight Street. Also, in the clinic, call me Dr. Li. Dr. Li? Is this for real? Lu Wenwen slapped her face, doubting her hearing. This class transparent Li Fei, when did he become so bold? He exuded an authoritative air unique to experienced doctors, a quality that spoke of long days in the medical field. He seemed even more professional than her dad's private doctor. What is going on? Lu Wenwen couldn't figure it out, but she was still overwhelmed by his aura, obediently lying back down on the bed. But no matter how she looked at it, she still didn't believe Li Fei could cure this illness. Or maybe, classmate Li was only telling this comforting lie to reassure her, a dying person. Right. It must be that way. The Li Fei she knew was just that kind-hearted. In the final moment of life, he chose to embrace the villain and let himself escape, that classmate Li. Woo. As Lu Wenwen thought about dying in this forbidden zone, unable to fulfill her dreams, her tears welled up again. She lay on the hospital bed, trying her best to control herself, while tears swirled in her eyes. She couldn't let down classmate Li's good intentions, she needed to be strong and walk through the last stretch of her journey. Why are you crying again? Li Fei muttered softly, then comforted Lu Wenwen. After all, he didn't want to be seen as a black clinic, no matter how many patients there were, he needed to maintain his patience. Moreover, she was still his classmate, and when he returned to school wanting to be a school doctor, he needed to build a good reputation among students first. Of course, his patients mainly came from the fact that Lu Wenwen came from a wealthy family, and there would definitely be some profit involved. In the future, he might even open a hospital and could seek funding or loans from her family. Alright, patient. Please lie still, I need to do a diagnosis first. After a series of examinations, Li Fei roughly confirmed that this kind of symptom was not contagious. He reached out his hand and gently touched Lu Wenwen's shoulder. Ding! Patient detected. Diagnosing condition, details as follows. Chapter 30 LV3 Young Lady. Ding! Patient's condition detected as follows. Name, Lu Wenwen. Rating, LV3, E. Description, a naive and kind rich girl, she has lived in a privileged greenhouse since childhood, inevitably lacking basic understanding of this terrifying world. Congratulations, this patient poses no threat to you, do as you please. Symptoms, complete necrosis of the right arm. Cause, a few days ago, she was cursed by the scariest curse in Yangye Street. Miraculously, she survived under the protection of Class A Ghost Frost Heart. Suggestion, amputation. Amputation? The ghost doctor system did not mention how to cure necrosis, but directly suggested amputation. It seems that with my current medical level, I cannot handle such a curse. It makes sense, even Class A ghosts can only withstand part of the curse, narrowly preserving life. This indicates that the lethality of the black mist may have exceeded Class A. It has reached S-class strength. Li Fei trembled slightly with excitement. He did not know where this black mist originated, but if given the chance, he would definitely like to meet it. And then cure it. After all, the symptoms of this black mist are equivalent to a highly dangerous infectious disease. And the spreader of the black mist is naturally the source of infection. As an excellent doctor, Li Fei would never allow this virus to run rampant. It is worth noting. Perhaps because Lu Wenwen is human, the system rating section did not have levels like Little Ghost level or Evil Spirit level. It only has a simple LV3. According to Lu Wenwen's own account, this level 3 is the experience gained from accidentally encountering a neighbor and triggering the side mission Visit Neighbor. Surviving in the Forbidden Zone for nearly 10 days, she only reached level 3? Li Fei felt a little emotional. While playing the same length of time, he, relying on the Ghost Doctor system to treat patients, had shot up to level 20. Roughly equal to the level of Evil Spirit. This does not even count the various ghosts under Li Fei's name. However, the reason for this huge gap is not just because Lu Wenwen is too weak. After all, among the 25 players who joined at the same time, very few are still alive. It shows that for ordinary people thrown into the Forbidden Zone, merely being able to preserve their life is already extremely lucky. Players like Li Fei, who run a clinic in the Forbidden Zone, ordering takeout and developing steadily and leisurely, are nothing short of a miracle. Dr. Li, are you done? Lu Wenwen lay on the bed, rubbing her swollen eyes. Although she asked this, she did not believe that Li Fei could cure her illness. Just now, Li Fei had told her a kind lie, and now she also wanted to contribute her part. She wanted to help the dream of being a doctor that Li Fei had, to play her last role well. The diagnosis results are out. Li Fei adjusted his glasses and said calmly. Your right hand cannot be saved, it needs to be amputated from the shoulder. Lu Wenwen sucked in her tears with a whoosh. Her face was filled with shock. She did not reject amputation. In fact, after these past days, she had mostly made up her mind. It's just that she never thought the place for her amputation would be this small clinic in the Forbidden Zone. Books taught that amputation surgeries are extremely difficult, needing not only very precise equipment but also dozens of medical staff. Meetings, discussions, and planning. In the end, finding a lead surgeon. If they were not the top surgical experts in the country, it would be impossible to carry it out. In Changjiang City, where she lived, there were hardly any doctors capable of performing such an operation. Li Fei would definitely not be among them. This classmate Li was collaborating with her out of kindness to fulfill his dream of being a doctor, but unexpectedly, he treated her as a guinea pig. To operate on her. In such a simple and crude place. In a clinic that didn't even have anesthetic equipment. No. This is absolutely not the gentle Li classmate from memory, but a twisted ghost who takes pleasure in tormenting others. Next, this ghost is going to cramp and skin her. Lu Wenwen covered her mouth, afraid to think any further. Regrets, all she has now are regrets. At the same time, she suddenly understood. No wonder. No wonder the Li Fei, who had his legs eaten off, could transform into Dr. Li, respected by ghosts in the Forbidden Zone. This was simply impossible. It must be the ghost hiding in this clinic, who ate Li Fei's brain to absorb his memories, disguising itself in human skin to lure prey for slaughter. It's over. Everything is over. Thinking of this, Lu Wenwen closed her eyes in despair, tears swirling under her eyelids. She didn't dare to open her eyes. She was afraid that if she opened her eyes and cried, it would trigger the other's desire to torment her. Lu Wenwen, open your eyes. The surgery hasn't started yet, it feels strange with your eyes closed. Li Fei said while preparing the surgical tools, feeling a bit odd. What is Lu Wenwen doing? Crying is one thing, but suddenly closing her eyes? Is she putting on an idle drama performance here? Li Fei was not averse to women. But as a doctor with medical ethics, he always kept a distance from his patients. Excess emotions would only slow down his speed in making cuts. Forget it, if you want to close your eyes, just close them. The surgery will begin soon. Noting that Lu Wenwen looked weak, Li Fei personally carried her to the operating table. Next, I will perform a limb replacement surgery for you. First, I will remove a piece of skin from your body to test for rejection. Then, I will cut off your right arm and replace it with a suitable one. On the operating table, Lu Wenwen hugged her arms, wide-eyed, listening to Li Fei's pre-surgery explanation. She was once again confused. This Li Fei actually spoke so confidently, so assuredly. What did he mean by limb replacement? It seemed like he, a new student, truly understood how to perform surgery. But, seeing his confident look, it didn't seem like he was talking nonsense. Could it be that Li Fei really connected the main channels, growing from a clueless student to a skilled doctor? Lu Wenwen was a bit shaken. She wasn't sure whether the man in the white coat was human or ghost. But no matter the case, she could only let him slaughter her. Following his wishes and not angering him was her only choice right now. Okay, Dr. Li. I believe you, please perform the surgery for me. Lu Wenwen forced out a trusting smile, signaling her agreement to the limb replacement surgery. Li Fei, on the other hand, was taken aback, a bit surprised. After all, this wasn't a small surgery. He had thought the timid Lu Wenwen would resist strongly, but unexpectedly, it went quite smoothly. Without needing too many words, she agreed to the surgery. Thank you for trusting the clinic. Li Fei brought over a long, gray ghost limb. The ghost limb was wrapped in circles of white bandages, resembling a female mummy's hand. Bandaged ghost's right arm. Quality, C, normal. Description: she was once an intern nurse in a hospital, but after being strangled to death with a bandage by a patient, she transformed into a ghost, wandering around. An ordinary quality ghost limb. There were two reasons for choosing this ghost limb. First, due to Lu Wenwen's low level, she couldn't handle higher level ghost limbs. Second, and most importantly, the clinic had no other good options. In any case, this ghost limb was the most suitable for her. To put it bluntly, even if problems arose later, it could be replaced again. The primary goal right now was to save the patient's life. If the infection continued and the power of the protective talisman ran out, the patient would definitely die. Just as Lu Wenwen stared at her new hand, feeling confused, Li Fei directly pointed to her tight-fitting dress. Alright, the pre-surgery preparation is complete. Take off your clothes. Chapter 31, just lick it. Do I have to take them off? Lu Wenwen was stunned. She had heard that, in the eyes of experienced doctors, any patient's body was just a piece of meat. But the person in front of her was not an old doctor, he was her classmate, Li Fei. Having to take her clothes off in front of a classmate. It was bound to be a little awkward. There's no choice, you wore a dress. I didn't mean for you to take it all off, or I could just cut your sleeves off. Li Fei suggested another option. Lu Wenwen was wearing a finely tailored blue dress, with smooth fabric that fit perfectly, outlining her slender waist. This dress looked like a high-end item at first glance. If it were an ordinary patient, they would definitely not want to ruin the dress. But for a rich girl like Lu Wenwen, it might be different. Cut. Dr. Li, I'll cut it. Lu Wenwen yanked her sleeve and handed it to Li Fei. Snap. As soon as the words fell, Li Fei swung his surgical knife, and the glimmer of the blade flashed. The sleeve was beautifully cut off. Lu Wenwen gently shook, covering her exposed right shoulder. She turned her head away, her eyes evasive. Why are you so fast? I'm not ready yet. Lu Wenwen's face was flushed. The virus is spreading severely, we must act swiftly. Li Fei frowned. From his observations, the dead part of the arm was already nearing the patient's chest. If not treated tonight, Lu Wenwen would die from organ failure. It seemed that even the protection of an A-class ghost could only last about a week in the face of black mist. Next is anesthesia, aimed at reducing your pain during the operation. I know. We learned about it in school. Lu Wenwen interrupted Li Fei's pre-surgery explanation angrily. From her puffed-up appearance, it seemed she was offended that her medical knowledge was being questioned. Who doesn't know about anesthesia? But can you really do it? You have no equipment here. Lu Wenwen looked around. The clinic had only a few beds, a desk, and a chair. With such conditions, how could they possibly do anesthesia? She had personally seen the anesthesia scene. Several doctors held down the patient, inserted a tube into their body, then started a noisy machine. In short, the process was complex, and the patient looked very distressed. Even in Changjiang City, only the top hospitals provided anesthesia services. Li Fei definitely couldn't do it. Or could it be? Was he going to perform physical anesthesia on her? Like those black clinics, knocking the patient out with a hit, then proceeding with surgery? Lu Wenwen broke out in a cold sweat. With her small body, a physical anesthesia would basically mean saying goodbye to her bicycle days. Don't be nervous. Li Fei stretched out a long, beautiful index finger. On his finger, there was a layer of light, transparent liquid, glowing faintly with gold. This was the appearance of the spirit-fixing finger after merging with the golden fixing talisman. Considering that the A-class spirit-fixing talisman was originally used to anesthetize zombie kings, its power was so great that even a ghost-level sewn corpse could fall with just a touch. Yet Lu Wenwen, a mere LV3. Even if Li Fei precisely controlled the output of the spirit-fixing finger to the minimum, it would still exceed her limits. If a human patient experienced overdose anesthesia, the consequences would be extremely serious. Mild cases could lead to nausea and vomiting, severe cases could cause a heart stop and instant death. Li Fei couldn't take such a risk. He pulled over a chair and sat down, leaning on the bed, extending his index finger to Lu Wenwen's mouth. Lick it. Li Fei said seriously. He was going to use a technique called inhalation anesthesia. This technique has a very high accuracy. At the start of anesthesia, the patient would inhale the anesthetic themselves until they lost consciousness, automatically stopping inhalation, thus, the anesthesia was complete. In simple terms, it meant letting the patient control their own anesthetic dosage. It was similar to how people get up from the table after eating or fall asleep after drinking. What does it mean? Hearing Li Fei's request, Lu Wenwen was shocked again. The expected physical anesthesia did not happen, instead, it was a stranger finger anesthesia. No, rather than strange, it was more about shame. In any case, it felt indescribably odd. She had never done this with anyone, and her pride as a rich young lady kept her from acting. Seeing this, Li Fei said nothing. It was a brilliant negotiation technique, using silence to exert invisible pressure on her. Lu Wenwen quickly could not take it anymore, looking around, feeling uneasy from Li Fei's silence. After a stalemate for a moment, she gritted her teeth and agreed. I know. Lu Wenwen propped herself up on her elbow, her slender waist straightening, and lifted her chin to gently lick the finger of focus. Then, a warm current rose from below her lower abdomen. The next second, drowsiness hit her as she slowly lay down, entering a state of anesthesia. The effect is good. It seems we can use inhalation anesthesia more for human patients in the future. Li Fei nodded in satisfaction. This was the debut of the focus finger. The effect was nothing short of perfect. With it, future anesthesia will be as simple as drinking water. Once Lu Wenwen's condition stabilized completely, Li Fei took out the scalpel and began the surgery. Ding! Horror limb exchange experience plus 100. Ding! Horror limb exchange experience plus 100. Ding! Horror limb exchange experience plus 100. 10 minutes later. Lu Wenwen woke up. She sat up suddenly from the bed, her face full of doubt. Her memory was still stuck at the finger anesthesia phase. She thought she was just acting with Li Fei to help him fulfill his dream of being a doctor, but instead, Li Fei said he was going to exchange limbs and mention anesthesia. In short, it was some unrealistic fantasy. But unexpectedly, she had just licked a finger and comfortably fainted. When she woke up, there was no nausea or retching. Could it be that a single finger from Li Fei could compare to a professional anesthesia team of dozens? This was too strange. Wait, what is this? Lu Wenwen soon felt the change in her right hand. Her previously numb right hand was back with her. She looked down, her original right arm was gone, replaced by a long, gray ghostly hand. The ghostly hand had long fingers, wrapped in layers of bandages, looking very sturdy. My hand, has it really been exchanged? Lu Wenwen felt an unreal sense of dreaming. After shaking her arms a couple of times and patting her face, she finally confirmed. Li Fei really completed the surgery for her. It was a highly difficult limb exchange surgery. She excitedly waved her right hand, the bandages fluttering in the wind. With a thought, the bandages moved at her command, as flexible as fingers. She came back to life. After more than a week's torment, she finally got rid of the deadly black fog. Now, she could continue pursuing her dreams. Thinking of this, Lu Wenwen's tears streamed down her face. This time, it was not fear nor sadness, but tears of joy from happiness. You're awake? Li Fei walked out from the warehouse. The surgery was very successful, so don't cry too soon. Classmate Lu, we should talk about your medical fees now. Chapter 32 Frost Heart, Nurse Miss. Medical fees? Don't worry, I will pay you. Facing Li Fei's demand, Lu Wenwen did not refuse. Unlike those poor ghosts before, her first reaction was not to default on the debt, but to pay directly. As a daughter of the Lu family conglomerate, money was the least of her worries. But I have no money on me right now. Can I settle the bill when we go out? Lu Wenwen lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was the first time in her life she was asking for credit. The ghost money circulating in the Forbidden Zone was bound to each player's account. No matter how much money she had outside, she couldn't bring it in. The feeling of having no money made her extremely uncomfortable. And just as she anxiously looked at Li Fei, waiting for him to agree. Li Fei, however, firmly refused. No. The clinic runs on a tight budget and does not offer credit. Oh, Dr. Li, considering we are classmates besides, you need it now, I don't have money for you. Lu Wenwen was a bit anxious. I never said I would charge you ghost coins. The clinic currently accepts payment in ghostly items. You can pawn your necklace to me, after all, its power is exhausted, and it is not useful now. Necklace? Lu Wenwen touched the cold pendant around her neck, feeling hesitant. This was a gift from her sister. Although it wasn't worth much given her family's situation, it held great sentimental value. Not only did it save her life, but it also symbolized the bond between her and her sister, a pendant of love. Should I give up the necklace? It seemed there was no other way. After all, it was being handed to Li Fei, her classmate. Later, when she got out, she could find a chance to redeem it for a large sum of money. All right. I'll give it to you. After some simple weighing, Lu Wenwen took off the necklace and handed it to Li Fei. Frost heart, damaged. Quality, A, rare. Description: a cold snowflake pendant, surrounded by chilling air year-round, possessing strange and pure power that can protect the holder from most mental attacks. Note: after the energy is exhausted, it must be placed in an extremely cold environment to recharge. The chill on the snowflake had already been exhausted, and the entire necklace appeared a dark gray. It was clear that this was no longer useful. As for the recharging method mentioned in the note, an extremely cold environment? Li Fei took the necklace and casually threw it into the freezer. This was the coldest place he could think of for now. He didn't know if it would help. But even if it doesn't work, this necklace is still enough. After all, it was an A-grade ghost item. It could withstand the black mist for a whole week. Its toughness was evident. If it could be successfully repaired, he'd hit the jackpot. If not, once they got out, he could find Lu Wenwen to exchange it for something else. Her family had money anyway. Okay, I've accepted your necklace. Li Fei nodded in satisfaction. Lu Wenwen did not pay attention, as her focus was entirely on her new right hand. She was excitedly jumping around, trying out her new hand. Ha! Lu Wenwen activated the bandage, wrapping it this way and that. She could feel that with this ghostly hand of the bandage, her strength had increased significantly. Once she was done playing with the bandage, she opened her personal panel to check. Name: Lu Wenwen. Rating: LV 10, D. Base attributes: Strength 10, Agility 16, Spirit 8. Skill: Bandage Control. Description: a girl who could barely lift a chicken, now with a right hand from the bandage ghost. Congratulations, you are no longer a weak chicken facing ghosts. Against ghosts of minor levels, you will have the strength to fight. LV 10. Lu Wenwen gasped in surprise. Li Fei's surgery had directly boosted her by 7 levels. Her level had turned into a double digit, achieving a qualitative leap. Now, even without the protection of Frostheart, she could safely go out on the street. But not completely safe. At least against those minor ghosts that had chased her into the clinic, she now had the power to fight back. Thinking of this, Lu Wenwen came to realize. All of this was thanks to Li Fei. She turned to stare at Li Fei, her eyes filled with disbelief. This man in a white coat with a smiling face, her classmate. He was neither a monster in human skin nor a delusional doctor. He was a real doctor. Although she didn't know how Li Fei had transformed in just a few days. But the facts were right in front of her. Lu Wenwen couldn't help but believe. Her classmate was now a seasoned doctor in a horror game. No. Even in Changjiang City, Li Fei could now make a name for himself. Li Fei, how did you become like this? How did your medical skills improve so quickly? Did you perform some terrifying ritual? Sacrificing a soul or something? Lu Wenwen leaned closer to Li Fei and asked curiously. If possible, she also wanted to train herself in the same way. After all, her father's illness was worsening day by day, and she had little time left. Like this? I have always been like this. Li Fei said sincerely. There's no special method. If there is one, it's just years of hard study and decades of clinical experience. Decades? What a lie. Lu Wenwen completely did not believe this. Both she and Li Fei had just started college, and they had only studied the theory for a few months. Where did the decades of experience come from? This must be nonsense. The other party surely had some secrets, perhaps happening during the time they were apart. But, since Li Fei wouldn't say, she also felt it inappropriate to continue asking. After all, everyone has the right to privacy. Then, Lu Wenwen suddenly had a new idea. Alright, since you said so, can I stay in the clinic as an intern nurse? Don't judge me by my appearance. I've studied well in school. I'll work until this game ends. I promise not to hold you back. Lu Wenwen gently tugged at the corner of Li Fei's shirt, her eyes sparkling. Seeing this, Li Fei began to consider the feasibility of the request. In truth, he did not oppose Lu Wenwen's request. When he first entered the horror game, the original Li Fei had asked Lu Wenwen why she didn't go to other classmates but specifically sought out someone as weak as him. At that time, Lu Wenwen had said, "Feeling you're weak, I came to protect you." It was not hard to see that although she was a bit silly, she was pure and kind, bringing a healing strength to people's hearts. For a nurse, this was a rare and precious quality, indicating that Lu Wenwen was indeed suited for the nursing profession. From a certain perspective, her risking her life to drag him to the roadside could count as saving his life, making her somewhat of a lifesaver. For Lu Wenwen's request, Li Fei had no reason to refuse. Moreover, soon the next batch of players would enter Eternal Night Street, and if all went well, the clinic would likely face staff shortages then. Having some reserve staff in advance wouldn't hurt. No problem, your interview has passed. Until this instance ends, you can stay at the clinic to help. After a simple consideration, Li Fei officially agreed to Lu Wenwen's request. Lu Wenwen, seemingly not expecting it to be so smooth, jumped up in excitement. With her sudden surge of excitement, she accidentally bumped into the ceiling with a bang, covering her head with tears. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It seems you're not just a bit silly, but particularly silly. Li Fei wiped his sweat and pushed Lu Wenwen into the bathroom. Then, he closed the door and said, "Alright, before that, you have one more important thing to do." Chapter 33, Junior Ghost Doctor Certificate, Half Ghost Bandage. Since you are now the clinic nurse, you have to pay attention to your personal image, wash yourself well to leave a good impression on the patients. I know. If it weren't for the conditions, who would go days without a shower? Inside the bathroom, Lu Wenwen's shy and angry retort came, followed by the sound of water splashing. Li Fei turned around to check the system rewards for the limb swap surgery he just performed. Lu Wenwen's limb swap surgery, completed. Experience plus 150, ghost coins plus 150. Since this is your first completion of human limb swap, to prevent you from going astray, the Ghost Doctor system issues an additional reward. Junior Ghost Doctor Certificate. Quality, B, excellent. Description, congratulations, you have successfully stepped into the Ghost Doctor world. Now, ghosts will recognize your identity more. When treating ghosts, your efficiency will increase by 30%. Note, ineffective on humans. A Junior Ghost Doctor Certificate. It seems the internship Ghost Doctor certificate I obtained at the beginning can be replaced. Li Fei put away the internship certificate he originally hung around his neck and replaced it with the new one. In that moment, a sense of confidence swelled in his heart. With a 30% improvement, he now only feels healing ghosts is as simple as drinking water. But strangely, why did he, having completed a human limb exchange, receive a reward specifically for treating ghosts? It seems the system is saying, I give you this, don't heal humans, heal ghosts instead. This made Li Fei feel like he was being undermined. Could it be that this Ghost Doctor system stands with the ghosts, hence encouraging him to treat them more? Li Fei was confused. He only grasped the tip of the iceberg concerning his own system. What he could confirm now is that the Ghost Doctor system and the horror game system are completely different things. All the medical tasks he had completed before and the rewards he received all came from the Ghost Doctor system. And the horror game system, which is the official system every player has, had been completely silent these days. It wasn't until Li Fei acquired the original owner's memories that he learned about the existence of the mainline task. Logically, he and new players like Lu Wenwen should share the same mainline, join the Anchi community. But now, when Li Fei opened the mainline task panel, it was completely empty. The official mainline task was gone. Gone? Li Fei felt a bit panicked. The school taught that to leave the horror game and return to the human world, one must complete the mainline task. Now the mainline task was just gone. What's there to play now? Are they not letting me leave? Although the ghost said that a new batch of players would come in a few days, whether he could get out was still unknown. After all, if the door was truly wide open, wouldn't all the ghosts in the Forbidden Zone escape? In Li Fei's memory, there weren't many signs of ghosts existing in the human world. So, it was likely a one-way street where only entry was allowed, but no exit. Could it be that I really have to stay in this Eternal Night Street for a lifetime? Then my dream of opening hospitals around the world will be ruined, right? Countless patients are still waiting for him outside. No. There must be another way to leave here. Li Fei steadied his mind. He remembered the zombie old lady's family, who came from Wancher V to Eternal Night Street. This indicated that there are other ways to leave besides completing the mainline task. Since that's the case, it wasn't too bad. What he needed to do now was to take good care of the patients on Eternal Night Street. Creak. While Li Fei was pondering, the bathroom door opened, and Lu Wenwen walked out. At this moment, she looked completely refreshed. Even without makeup, she remained pure and beautiful. She was wearing a beautifully tailored white dress that hugged her curves, outlining a delicate waist that could be held in one hand. On her head was a white nurse hat adorned with a red cross in the center. This outfit was the nurse costume Li Fei had prepared in advance. How is it? Not bad, right? Lu Wenwen jumped in front of Li Fei and twirled around. As a well-known model in Changjiang City, she was very confident in her figure. At this moment, Li Fei carefully examined Lu Wenwen before him. Her height was just over 1.6 meters, not exactly tall, but her proportions were excellent, with long legs below her chest. Where she should be thin, she was thin, and where she should have some flesh, she had flesh. Her features were exquisite, and her skin was fair. No wonder she was a frequent cover model for fashion magazines. Oh. Right. While Lu Wenwen admired herself in the mirror, she said to Li Fei. I just discovered a new task while I was showering. Side mission, become a nurse at the Peace Clinic and sign a contract with the ghost Dr. Li Fei. What does this mean? What's going on? Li Fei became even more confused. Why was he included in other players' task objectives? Isn't that treatment reserved for the ghosts in the Forbidden Zone? This time it's a contract signing, who knows, next time it might be kill ghost Dr. Li Fei or destroy the Peace Clinic. Damn it. If they don't give the mainline tasks, then why make me an NPC to be beaten? This official system is so messed up. Imagining the scene where dozens of players completed their tasks and charged into the clinic with knives. Li Fei couldn't help but curse softly. He turned to check his ghost doctor system, which completely failed to mention anything about a contract. I'm not sure how to sign this contract either, Li Fei answered honestly. We can ask the supermarket owner, I'm a regular there, he should know how to sign the contract. This will also let you complete your main quest. If I remember correctly, your main quest is to become a supermarket employee and survive for 7 days, right? After confirming with Lu Wenwen, Li Fei separated a ghost shadow. Unless something special comes up, I'll be at the clinic, you can go by yourself. This is my clone, you just need to go with him. Lu Wenwen was startled, looked up and down at the ghost shadow, then nodded in agreement. Then, she followed ghost shadow Li Fei out the door. Outside the clinic, several little ghosts hid in the shadows. Why isn't this old mouse coming out? I can't wait to suck her toes. Hee. Leave her brain for me. The little ghosts gathered together, whispering. An hour ago, they chased Lu Wenwen into the clinic. Now, they were waiting in ambush, hoping for a catch. After all, she was the only human they had encountered in days. If they missed this chance, they would probably have to starve for several more days. Creak. The clinic door opened, and the little ghosts all looked over. Lu Wenwen walked straight out, and just as she turned the corner, the little ghost squealed and rushed forward. Swish. 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 Lu Wenwen swung her arm, and several bandages flew out, knocking the little ghosts mid-air, crashing against a garbage can with clatter. What? What is that? The leading little ghost flipped and jumped up, pointing at Lu Wenwen's right hand in shock. That is a ghost limb. This woman is half ghost. The little ghosts were filled with terror, all simultaneously shouting half ghost. They remembered the old ghosts in the village saying that half ghosts were a branch of ghost hunters. The woman before them, with that ghostly bandaged right hand, was undoubtedly a ghost hunter of this type. How did this old mouse suddenly become a ghost hunter? Guys, retreat. The leading little ghost made a quick decision, howling. Among these little ghosts, he was the strongest. A LV3 little ghost king. He understood that his group of little ghosts was weak and could only rely on their numbers to bully new players. Facing a real ghost hunter, it was only a matter of fleeing for their lives. Although he didn't know how this woman transformed just by entering and exiting. But it was clear that they were no longer a match for this old mouse. You smelly little ghosts, do you still want to trouble me? I hit. Lu Wenwen waved her right hand with the bandages flying wildly, as if wielding a dancing mop. She charged forward, scaring a few little ghosts into a terrified scatter. The little ghosts who had just been aggressive shouted and fled in a panic. Some dove into the bushes, while others fled into alleyways. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. This hand is really useful. Lu Wenwen was excited. In fact, she hadn't reacted earlier. It was just instinct to wave her arm, and the bandages seemed to move with a mind of their own. Thank you, Li classmate. I love this new arm. Lu Wenwen turned back and sincerely thanked Li Fei. Take it easy, don't do anything vigorous right after surgery. Okay, forget about those little ghosts and let's go to the supermarket. Li Fei responded and urged Lu Wenwen to continue forward. Chapter 34, The Face-Changing Paper Man and the Foolish Boss. Inside the convenience supermarket, eerie cheerful music echoed. The paper man was holding a stack of items, darting back and forth between the shelves, trying to organize the items as Dr. Li had advised. With a creak, Lu Wenwen pushed the door open. In an instant, the paper man ghostly teleported behind her. A cold sharp knife emerged, pressing against the back of Lu Wenwen's neck. You know how to come back? You damn Mickey Mouse. I shouldn't have trusted you. The paper man said fiercely, as if he were about to sever Lu Wenwen's head and turn it into a ball to kick. You asked me to deliver a cake, and it took you a whole hour? I already know without being told. I can see that you've stolen it, haven't you? Yes. It must be that way. Half an hour ago, the paper man gritted his teeth and reached a conclusion. Whether the cake was stolen or misplaced, the boss wouldn't spare him. After all, Dr. Li is their top member now, and if he offended Dr. Li, his life would be in jeopardy. I knew it, I knew it. The paper man was furious. He was mentally prepared that if this mouse dared to flee in fear of punishment, he would definitely catch her and slice her into pieces, turning her into jerky as a bad product to seek the boss's forgiveness. But with the boss's stubborn personality, it would be hard to appease his anger no matter what he did. Fortunately, this mouse chose to confess, saving him a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, blood tears surged in the paper man's eyes out of anger. His excited heart and trembling hands couldn't wait to make this detestable mouse pay the price. The cold, sharp knife touched Lu Wenwen's neck, causing her to shiver, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Just a second before the paper man acted, the door opened. It was Dr. Li who walked in. By the way, the cake was delicious, I'd like to order 10 more. Did I hear that wrong? The paper man was full of question marks. His previous assumptions were completely overturned. The next second, the mouse's words made him break into a cold sweat. The paper man could only see that the mouse turned her head, teary-eyed, looking at Dr. Li and saying, "Whoa whoa. Li Fei, you're here, this paper man is so scary. What is going on?" The paper man was astonished. This mouse actually dared to call Dr. Li by his full name, acting all intimate? Could it be that she is a distinguished guest of Dr. Li? And just now, he almost drew a knife on Dr. Li's guest? Thinking of this, the paper man swiftly put away the sharp knife. The blood tears on his face retreated, revealing the business cards stuck neatly underneath. Those were Dr. Li's business cards. So, this beautiful miss, I think you've misunderstood me. How could I have wanted to harm you? I just saw that the ends of your hair were split, and I wanted to trim away those bad strands. The paper man had a flattering smile on his face. As a skilled opportunist, his ability to change faces was remarkably fast. Then, he turned his head, nodding and bowing to Li Fei. Dr. Li, my esteemed Dr. Li, you believe me, right? I believe your ghost. Li Fei waved his hand and said, of course. Since no one was harmed, there was no need to pursue anything further. After all, the supermarket was currently the clinic's only partner, so it was unnecessary to create conflict with them. Besides, this paperman changing faces was like a sow wearing a bra, a different set every time. That was also a certain kind of skill, perhaps it could be used in the clinic's future promotions. Li Fei nodded and looked at the paperman. Of course, little paper, I believe you wouldn't do anything out of line to the clinic staff. Let's not have a next time. Then, Li Fei, under the shocked gaze of the paperman, took out a stack of ghost coins and threw them on the counter. They crashed onto the surface with a loud clatter. I have business with your boss, please call him over. The paperman glanced at the small mountain of ghost coins on the counter. Before he could react, he was taken by a huge force. In an instant, the pressure in the entire clinic dropped. Dense ghostly energy emanated from the paperman, causing the shelves to tremble continuously. Without the protective ice heart, Lu Wenwen instantly felt immense pressure. It felt like being thrown into a terrifying valley, surrounded by darkness, with ghosts lurking everywhere. Li Fei. This is. Lu Wenwen clutched Li Fei's clothes, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. Don't worry, this is an old acquaintance of mine. The supplier of the clinic. Li Fei replied calmly. In the past, he only knew the boss was strong, but he didn't know how strong. It was like a 3-year-old child, who couldn't comprehend how strong Tyson was. The huge gap in power was like an invisible wall, separating the two. After leveling up to level 20, he had a clearer understanding of the supermarket owner's strength. If he could now match up with a derated evil spirit, then this boss. The ghostly energy cast onto the paper person was already 2 whole levels higher than him, around a berated red dress. One could see that the boss's actual strength was at least A ranked or higher. If the ghost shadow standing here wasn't his own and the other party wasn't his partner, perhaps Li Fei would also find it hard to combat such terror. But now, he was completely confident and calm, not panicking at all. Dr. Lu, you are here. What do you want from me? The boss, transformed into a paper figure, raised his head and greeted him. I want to recommend someone to you. She is a nurse from my clinic. I hope you can sign a contract with her so she can also become an employee of the supermarket. By the way, my surname is Li. As Li Fei spoke, he pushed Lu Wenwen forward to the boss. The boss scratched his head, leaned closer to sniff her, showing an expression of disdain. Ugh. So smelly. Humans. I don't accept humans here. Besides, Dr. Li, you know, aside from wages, hiring employees also requires signing contracts, and those contract papers aren't cheap. I don't want your nurse. After hearing this, Li Fei raised his eyebrows. Since the other party's rejection mentioned costs, then it was easy to handle. Don't make a decision so quickly. Boss, hiring Lu Wenwen can bring an increase in performance for the supermarket. At least 50%. As Li Fei spoke, he began checking the goods on the shelves in the supermarket, continuing to talk without a hurry. From the frequency of product updates, we can deduce your recent sales. Indeed, they have increased a bit. It seems the membership system is effective, but the effect is limited. If I'm not mistaken, your customers are all repeat buyers, there's hardly any new customers coming in. Do you know why this is? The boss nodded repeatedly, because Dr. Li was completely right about the situation of the supermarket. Then, he shook his head in confusion. Despite trying hard to think, he still couldn't figure it out at all. Why is this? Reputation. Due to your previous poor management, the reputation of the supermarket on Eternal Night Street has become terrible. This means new potential customers are unwilling to take the risk to shop here. After all, your previous shop rule, if you can't pay, you must leave your life. Let alone entering the door, even the locals probably go around the supermarket. This. Yeah. The boss slapped his forehead in surprise. Every word from Dr. Li was so brutal yet so real. This is the current state of the supermarket. Although some regulars were retained through the membership reform. But due to the bad reputation left before, new customers dare not come in. A supermarket without new customers and new traffic will only face closure, it's just a matter of time. Dr. Li, you are absolutely right. Then, what should I do? The boss asked. Li Fei leaned closer to the cash register, looking straight into the boss's eyes. His voice was firm and confident, like a great drum, completely waking up the ignorant boss. Rebuild the brand's glory, it is our duty. Brand. I've never heard of it, what is that? The boss looked completely baffled. He was always busy with fighting and killing, completely clueless about business, so he naturally had never heard this term. Boss, you are just not aware of this. A brand is an extremely complex concept. Li Fei explained to the boss patiently. In simple terms, it is the name of your supermarket. In broader terms, it is your supermarket's management philosophy. Reputation, characteristics, and brand culture. In simple terms, a brand is the lifeline of your supermarket. Lifeline? The boss staggered back in shock, colliding with the shelf behind him. Although he couldn't understand all the professional knowledge Dr. Li had been talking about, he grasped the last word lifeline. It meant how well the brand is doing directly affects how much money the supermarket can earn. How much the supermarket can earn affects his status in the eyes of those older, rougher men. It concerns whether he can prove that he is indeed a clever guy. Brand. Lifeline. The boss excitedly waved his hands. Then he paused, realizing that Dr. Li hadn't said anything specific yet, so he eagerly asked. Dr. Li, what exactly should I do? Li Fei nodded and continued. Rebuild your brand. Starting with renovation, from inside to outside, from head to toe. Specifically. First, you need to renovate the supermarket, categorize the products, and arrange the shelves. Then, change the name of the supermarket. 1-1 Supermarket. 1-1? The boss was stunned. Dr. Li wanted him to change his supermarket's name to that of a mother mouse? What does this mean? Is he trying to strip him of his operating rights? Is he bullying him for not being smart enough? In an instant, the ghostly aura around the paperman re-emerged. Lu Wenwen whooshed and shrank behind the shelf, trembling in fear. Li Fei noticed the change but remained calm. Please let me explain. Assuming you are a customer. I am not a customer. The boss interrupted fiercely. He was so single-minded that he lost some sanity in his excitement, although he wasn't very smart to begin with. Don't get excited, boss. I said assuming. I am not a customer. I am the boss. You are a big fool. Li Fei nodded and changed his approach. Then, assuming I am a customer. A new customer, seeing convenience supermarket and 1-1 supermarket, will have completely different feelings. The former has no memorable points, lacks warmth, and is easily forgotten after a glance. The latter, 1-1 supermarket, uses a double word that appears in female names, giving a harmless feeling. To some extent, it can eliminate some customers' wariness and increase their desire to shop. The boss listened, slowly calming down. Although he still didn't understand completely, he felt. Dr. Li really knew what he was talking about. After all, the previous membership system did indeed increase the supermarket's revenue. This showed that Dr. Li not only understood medicine but was also skilled in management. Since that's the case, he could indeed trust Dr. Li. Oh, I see. I more or less get it, hee. The boss nodded repeatedly. He didn't want to make Dr. Li think he was a fool. No wonder you're the big boss, you catch on quickly. However, changing the brand also has one crucial and most important step. Li Fei said as he pulled out the curled-up Lu Wenwen from behind the shelf. Let Lu Wunwen become an employee of the supermarket. This is an indispensable condition. A harmless human woman is the cornerstone of the brand's new impression. Just like the appearance of a receptionist often reveals the salary level of a company. At the same time, when customers ask, you can explain that this is the origin of Wunwen Supermarket, which also avoids false marketing. So that's how it is. The boss slapped his thigh, feeling greatly shocked by Dr. Li's explanation, although he didn't fully understand. As a rough man, he actually felt a bit inferior. For the knowledge he couldn't comprehend, he naturally had a longing. It was the biological instinct to supplement what one lacks, even ghosts would not be an exception. By the way, there's also this. Li Fei picked up a piece of paper and started to write and draw, then walked to the supermarket entrance to post it up. Store for rent, details to be discussed. The boss mumbled the words on the notice, somewhat puzzled. Dr. Li, I didn't say I wanted to rent it to others. This is just a ritual. Li Fei explained gently. 3 days later, you will replace this notice with a new one. Just write new store opening, welcome. This is to inform the neighbors around you. The supermarket has transformed. Oh my goodness, no wonder he's Dr. Li. He managed to change the brand of his supermarket with just 2 pieces of paper and a mother mouse. With this, the customers who were scared away will definitely return. The boss's eyes sparkled, and he gradually admired Li Fei. I understand, Dr. Li, we will do everything as you say. After saying this, he pulled out a bloody piece of parchment from the cash register and handed it to Li Fei. Dr. Li, this is the contract for hiring employees. I just happen to have one left. Now, shall we let Miss Lu start working? The boss looked anxious. He could not wait to use this human female to establish his new brand. Li Fei took the parchment and rubbed it between his fingers. Rather than calling it a parchment, it would be more accurate to say this is a piece of skin that has been roughly processed. The edges of this skin are jagged, with some unprocessed hair still sticking to it. It seems to be a piece torn from some strange creature. Contract. Quality, B, good. Description, a contract very popular among ghosts and monsters, highly effective, once signed, it takes effect immediately. Note, consumable. Consumable, huh? Li Fei frowned slightly, feeling a bit hesitant. Since there's only one contract to sign, he would have to delay the side mission of signing a contract with Lu Wunwen. What he needs to do now is sell her to the supermarket boss first. No, complete her main task first. Lu Wunwen comes from a wealthy family and is a campus celebrity. Selling her a favor here will make his return to the human world much easier. Besides, giving his own employee to the supermarket boss will also help forge a cooperative relationship, especially since this boss is the only supplier for the clinic. Building a good relationship is necessary. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, that's me. Li Fei thought. After accepting the contract, he pulled out a small stack of ghost coins. No problem, boss, you can sign the contract now. The payment for this contract will be on my tab. The boss beamed with joy, gathering the ghost coins into his arms. Then he briefly explained the rules of the contract to Li Fei. The contract takes effect immediately once signed. And unless both parties agree to void it, a unilateral breach of the contract will result in the contract ghost hunting the offender endlessly. After all, this is a horror world. A mere piece of paper is not enough to restrain these ghosts and monsters. Until now, the boss had never seen anyone withstand the attack of a contract ghost. This shows how powerful the contract's effects are. This also leads to its high price, the cheapest selling for 100 ghost coins. I see, no problem. That's not too expensive, boss. I also want to order 3 more contracts. This is the deposit. Li Fei continued to take out money, not feeling a bit of regret. Also, for Lu Wunwen's contract, I want to make some special notes. First, the working hours will be halved. Second, during work hours, the supermarket needs to ensure her safety. That's right. These are the conditions Li Fei proposed after careful consideration. The first condition allows Lu Wunwen to work in shifts. 1 shift at the supermarket and 1 shift at the clinic to prepare for future work. The second condition is to ensure she is not disturbed by other monsters. After all, having such a big living person in the horror world can attract attention. Ensuring the safety of clinic employees is also Li Fei's responsibility. After stating the conditions, Li Fei looked at Lu Wunwen beside him to confirm if the contract content was appropriate. He saw that her eyes were already filled with grateful tears, nodding furiously. After a series of operations, she completely trusted Li Fei's abilities. With the dual protection of the supermarket and clinic, even she felt confident she could survive this horror game. Alright. That's all. After Li Fei said this, he returned the contract to the boss. I understand. The boss nodded without hesitation. For a valued guest like Dr. Li, these demands were nothing at all. The boss's eyes shifted, and he pressed his hands down on the contract. A surge of ghostly energy infused into it, immediately revealing ancient characters on the rough skin. The characters twisted and changed, slowly forming human language. It was exactly the content of the contract that Li Fei had mentioned earlier, completely consistent. Lu Wenwen confirmed it once more, pressing a black handprint onto the contract. In an instant, the contract erupted with a strong surge of ghostly energy towards the two. This ghostly energy swirled around them, constantly moving, as if checking the sincerity of both parties to the contract. After a long while, the ghostly energy finally dissipated with satisfaction. The contract is effective. Miss Lu, welcome to join my Wenwen supermarket. The boss's once blank voice brightened a bit, as if he had just accomplished something great. He knew that from today onwards, the supermarket would be rejuvenated and soar to great heights. Beside him, Lu Wenwen, however, was hesitant, still feeling somewhat out of place. An hour ago, she was just a struggling novice, where even her survival was in question. Now, she had directly become a supermarket employee, gaining the protection of the contract. All of this was thanks to Li Fei. She never expected that the quietly classmate would have such great abilities. Thinking of this, Lu Wenwen wiped her tears and recalled her original intention. She entered the forbidden zone alone, just to prove her own abilities, to prove she was no longer that fragile vase. As for the secret of Li Fei's transformation, she no longer thought about it. Because her sister had said, there are no shortcuts to becoming strong. The more correct something is, the more painful it usually is. So she decided to use the remaining days to work hard in practice, to keep up with Li Fei's footsteps, to become a qualified nurse. Meanwhile, in the human world, Changjiang City. Two forces were both experiencing changes due to Lu Wenwen's disappearance. Chapter 36, Where Light Meets Dark. In the human world. Changjiang City, Lu family. In the magnificent hall, several elegantly designed crystal lamps hung from above, exuding a dazzling light. Under the lights, several men knelt on both knees, neatly positioned in front of a giant floor-to-ceiling window. They wore matching formal suits, and even while kneeling, their backs remained straight, motionless like sculptures. It was clear they had undergone some kind of professional training. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, they saw a tall black horse rushing in from outside the courtyard. On the horse sat an imposing woman. The woman was wrapped in a neatly tailored black trench coat. As the black horse galloped, strong winds blew, pulling the coat taut, revealing a delicate snowflake pattern on the back. It was the emblem of the Heart of Frost. Just from a distant glance at the woman through the glass, the once resolute eyes of the suited men began to tremble slightly. This was the master of the Lu family they had served for generations, Lu Shengnan. In other words, she was their benefactor and boss. Whoa! Lu Shengnan halted her horse and strode into the hall with large strides. She was tall and elegant, wrapped in a black coat, like a sharp sword in its sheath. She tossed her trench coat aside, and a butler-like figure appeared from somewhere, catching it steadily, and quietly asked her. Young master, Wenwen is. As soon as the butler's words left his mouth, Lu Shengnan waved her hand, signaling him to be quiet. Then, she pulled her long hair into a high ponytail and drew a long whip from her waist, directly approaching the men. Whoosh! Crack! The sharp sound of slicing air. The leather whip struck heavily against the backs of the men. Wherever the whip struck, the suits tore apart, and skin broke open. On the pure white shirts, spots of bright red bloomed. Even so, the men clenched their back teeth, enduring the severe pain without making a sound. Whoosh! Crack! The second round of whipping began. After 3 rounds of whipping ended. Finally, a somewhat frail man could no longer hold on, swaying twice before losing consciousness and falling down. Up to this point, no one had made a sound. Because they knew that the young master despised the excuses of failures the most. Whatever a failure said. It's all excuses. After the thin man fell, a flicker of displeasure crossed Lu Xingnan's spirited face. Then, she stepped in her tall leather boots, coming to the back of the man. Thud! Lu Shengnan kicked her long leg, striking the man. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. Her tall stature made her kicks even more powerful. Finally, after kicking several times in a fit of rage, the man finally fainted. Take him away, heal him. Lu Shengnan finally spoke. She handed the whip to the butler, crossed her legs, and sat down on the sofa behind the men. You have 1 more day. Within 24 hours, bring Lu Wenwen back to me. Otherwise, you know what will happen. The men immediately responded in unison, yes. Lu Shengnan nodded, exchanged a glance with the butler, and hurriedly left. She had other more important things to do. Then, the butler called a few servants to help lift the kneeling men. You know what Wenwen means to the young master. If it weren't for the young master needing to represent the Lu family at the upcoming Night of 100 Ghosts, she would have gone to find her herself. You also know, there are many lurking around who covet Wenwen. Alright, let's get moving. We're all old friends here, I don't want to end up collecting corpses. After the butler finished speaking, he looked towards Lu Shangnan, who was already writing away. His eyes revealed a hint of pity. He knew the young master was carrying too much. Meanwhile, at another end of Changjiang City, in a noisy underground bar in a bustling area, the smell of smoke, alcohol, and sweat mixed together, creating an unpleasant odor. Disheveled drunk men and women were arm in arm, getting handsy. In a corner of the crowd, a man in a tight tank top was moving his muscular body to disco music. It was A Chang. He held onto a young hostess with one hand. The girl's slender waist felt like two chicken legs in his grasp. With a casual lift, she swayed left and right to the rhythm. Wow, Chang Gu, your dancing is amazing. Absolutely, Chang Gu is like the reincarnation of Michael Jackson. The girl's flattery made Achan feel on top of the world. He squeezed her waist a couple of times, then pulled out a few bills and stuffed them into the girl's cleavage. At that moment, the crowd suddenly shifted, parting to the sides. A fat woman squeezed through. Let's go, Wen Gu is looking for us. What's the rush? You fat sow, can't you see I'm dancing? The fat woman glanced at A Chang's rigid and awkward dance moves. Then her eyes involuntarily shifted to the two hostess girls beside him. Her gaze gradually became greedy and hollow. She grinned goofily, rubbing her belly. Beneath her clothing was a terrifyingly large mouth. Foul-smelling saliva was constantly oozing from that mouth, soaking half of her outer clothing. If you don't come with me, I'll eat these two little chickens, eat them. No, no, no. Seeing this, A Chang hurriedly waved his hands, releasing the waist he was holding. You crazy woman. If something happens here, Wen Gu will definitely kill us. He patted the hostess on the butt, signaling them to leave quickly. Then, the two of them left the bar one after the other, passing through an alley, entering a hidden underground room. There, waiting for them was Wang Wenbing. Wen Gu. I heard from the fat woman that there's a new job? Just in time, I've spent almost all my money, it's time to score again. The first to speak was A Chang, who smiled at Wang Wenbing, pulled over a chair, and sat a bit further from the fat woman. Everyone take a seat. This time, the job isn't exactly new. Wang Wenbing pointed to the blackboard behind him, which had several photos of Lu Wenwen posted on it. Do you remember this woman? The fat woman scratched her head blankly and said, I don't remember, they all look like little chickens, all for eating, they all look similar. A Chang shot her a glare, leaned closer to the photo, and recalled, I remember. The one from Eternal Night Street? She's really beautiful, I wanted to get her at the time. If I can get her, it would be worth it, even if I die. It's a pity we ran into the black mist, ruining my brother's good thing. A Chang patted his thighs, cursing the unfairness of heaven. He had always had a good impression of beautiful women, especially ones of this level. He had played with thousands of women, and even if all of them came together, they could not compare to a single strand of Lu Wenwen's hair. This time, the target is her. Wang Wenbing explained. Lu Wenwen, the young lady of the third-level consortium Lu Group, the sister of the head of the Lu family, Lu Shengnan. There are rich patrons in the black market who want to buy her. Alive for 50 million, dead for half. Hearing this, A Chang's eyes widened. 50 million. Enough for him to eat, drink, and play for a lifetime. He could play with a new woman every day, without repeating until he died of old age. It's a pity he couldn't recognize this rich young lady at that time. Otherwise, even if it meant risking his life, he would have sacrificed that fat woman. He had to get this woman. Don't worry, it's not too late. It seemed Wang Wenbing sensed A Chang's thoughts and began to explain the situation. Since we started from that time, Lu Wenwen has been in the Eternal Night Street for a week. I checked the recent time flow, converted, it's only been less than 1 day here in Changjiang City. In other words, it's very likely that even the Lu family hasn't reacted yet. This is an opportunity. Wang Wenbing said while calculating on his abacus. If nothing goes wrong, only the three of them knew Lu Wenwen's whereabouts at this moment. As long as they could return to the Eternal Night Street and capture Lu Wenwen, they could turn a bike into a motorcycle and live in wealth and glory for a lifetime. Brother Chang, when do we set off? A Chang rubbed his hands excitedly, looking impatient. Wang Wenbing glanced at the wall clock and said lightly. We wait for one person, then set off in 2 hours. Brother Wen, just the three of us is enough, right? What if Lu Wenwen is already dead? We just need to go pick up the body. A Chang was confused. All along, they had always acted as a three-man team. Fewer people meant less chance of leaks. Now suddenly saying they need to add someone. Well. Although Eternal Night Street isn't a high-risk restricted area, it's large, complex, and hard to find people. To avoid accidents, I spent a lot to hire a professional to accompany us. Don't worry, he won't take a share. Wang Wenbing leaned back in his chair with a determined air. Behind his hooked nose, a pair of eyes sank deep, emitting a cold glint. He took a deep breath, his voice carrying a not-so-hidden excitement. As if he had already captured Lu Wenwen and was announcing the good news. Brothers, this time we've really hit the jackpot. Chapter 37, One Day Without Medicine, I Feel Awful. Eternal Night Street. In a small alley, three figures lurked. It was the kidnapper trio led by Wang Wenbing. 2 hours had passed since the three returned to the restricted area, yet they still had not found a trace of Lu Wenwen. Damn it! This damn place is too big. If we don't hurry, the Lu family might arrive. Wengu, is that professional reliable? We've been out searching for a long time. Is that woman dead or alive? Why is there still no news? The one speaking was the sturdy Ye Chang. He was cursing, but dared not raise his voice too much, fearing to attract ghosts. After all, this Eternal Night Street was rated as a sea-level restricted area. It wasn't deadly but still dangerous. They came this time not to hunt ghosts, but to find Lu Wenwen. No need to ask for trouble. Don't worry, if he can't even find her, then our trip is a waste. Wang Wenbing signaled for Ye Chang to calm down. Considering the large area of the Eternal Night Street and their lack of search tools, he had hired a professional to find people. He was very confident in the other party's abilities. Finding Lu Wenwen was just a matter of time. As they spoke, a piercing scream echoed through the street. The three looked toward the sound and saw several human players being chased by two monsters. Seeing this, the fat woman unconsciously drooled and murmured. Hee hee, little chick. Wengu, outside there's a little chick to eat. I want to eat. She twisted her plump body and was about to stand up, but Ye Chang quickly pressed her down and shouted. You fat pig. All you do is eat. You've ruined our good thing, and Wengu will be the first to kill you. The fat woman glanced at him, then looked at Wang Wenbing. With a grumble, she sat back down, rubbing her big mouth on her belly, looking quite aggrieved. As a semi-ghost, while gaining power, the fat woman's mind was also corrupted by ghostly energy. Specifically, this meant that when encountering young chicks, she found it hard to control herself. Don't worry. Once we catch Lu Wenwen, you can eat freely. Wang Wenbing comforted the fat woman and then stopped talking. At that moment, the noise outside the alley suddenly stopped. A big and a small ghost had cornered several players, making them tremble in fear. These players were covered in wounds, having lost all ability to resist, just huddling together and softly crying in despair. And just as the big ghost opened its bloody mouth, ready to feast. Ding-ling-ling. A series of urgent ringing sounds erupted. The two ghosts froze. The little ghost pulled out an alarm clock, showing 4 large characters, time for medicine. 10 o'clock? Dr. Li is opening the door. If we don't go now, we won't have anything to eat. You fool, why are you still dawdling? Let's go. The little ghost kicked the big ghost hard, its voice sharp and hurried. The big ghost slapped its forehead and suddenly realized. Taking medicine is more important than eating people. It hurriedly picked up the little ghost and bolted away. As the two ghosts disappeared around the street corner, the players slowly came to their senses, feeling dazed. What just happened? Are we alive? The ghost just mentioned something about taking medicine? Dr. Li? Could it be that there is a doctor in this forbidden zone who treats illnesses? Forget all that, let's just deliver the goods first. If we fail the mission, we all won't survive. The players helped each other to stand up. In this perilous forbidden zone, they couldn't afford to be careless. Bearing through the pain, they grabbed the goods and hurried away. The trio in the alley looked at each other, completely puzzled. Just as they were discussing, a ghostly figure flashed in. I found Lu Wenwen. The speaker's voice was lively, half-smiling. It was the companion that Wang Wenbing had hired. Pax Clinic. Li Fei had just finished breakfast when a ruckus erupted outside the door. Even though it wasn't opening hours yet, he still opened the clinic door. An excellent doctor doesn't have to be too rigid about business hours. Outside, the ghosts were in an uproar. Dr. Li is about to open the door, can we line up properly? Line up for what? I don't have that habit. Have you no manners? I clearly arrived first. You stinky maggot, do you want to die? Come on, let me see what you trashy spirit can do. A few oddly shaped ghosts were rolling around in a heap. Limbs, eyeballs, feet, and heads flew in all directions. In the chaos, a piece of fat meat splat landed on Li Fei's face. The ghosts turned around and realized Dr. Li had opened the door. A spider-like ghost was the first to react. It spat out a large chunk of meat it had just torn off, turning around to greet him with a grin. Good morning, Dr. Li. I'm here to buy medicine. Oh. It was them who started it first. Following the spider ghost's pointing finger was Li Fei's old customer, the fat meat ghost. The fat meat ghost was covering its backside, looking somewhat pained. You spider demon, don't speak nonsense. Dr. Li, you know me, I'm an honest ghost, I wouldn't lie. The fat meat ghost said, while taking the piece of fat off Li Fei's face and sticking it back on its rear. At the same time, the other ghosts couldn't hold back and started to complain. They all pointed fingers at other ghosts, accusing them of hitting people and breaking the clinic's peaceful queuing rule. Seeing this, Li Fei simply waved his hand, and the noisy scene instantly fell silent. Several ghosts all looked at him in unison, waiting for him to speak. Li Fei cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. Alright, everyone, since there isn't any big issue, then I won't pursue it. However, if I find out who strikes first next time, that person will have no medicine to eat. Understood?" The crowd of ghosts replied in unison, "Understood." You all understand nothing. Li Fei sighed inwardly. This has happened several times already. A few days ago, he improved the stomach-shrinking satiety pill, completely upgrading its effects. Now, this medicine not only relieves appetite but also provides some experience needed for ghost upgrades. 2 courses of treatment could elevate a patient from minor ghost level to evil spirit level. And this miraculous effect is all thanks to the corpse stitcher. The ghostly limb cut from him, that tentacle of an octopus that looks extraordinary. Tentacle of the North Sea giant beast. Quality, A, rare. Description, a small, slimy, soft tentacle, originally belonging to a creature from Norse mythology. You could also think of it as an octopus ghost after ascension. Note, rich in all nutrients needed by ghosts, a perfect pharmaceutical additive. According to the notes, Li Fei processed the tentacle, ground it into powder, and added it to the satiety pill. After continuous adjustments, he created a brand new medicine. Stomach shrinking satiety pill, upgraded version. Quality, A, rare. Description, an almost perfect potion, infused with the ghostly energy of high-level ghosts. Eat your fill and get stronger. Due to its miraculous effects, this new medicine quickly gained popularity among ghosts. However, limited by its complicated production method, Li Fei worked for several hours to produce just 1 bottle. This led to a situation where demand far exceeded supply in a short time. Some ghosts queued up early at the clinic, hoping to get a bottle of medicine. And these queuing ghosts, who usually didn't get along, became even more volatile during this time of scarcity. Although Li Fei set rules and called for patients to queue peacefully, it was hard to control these inherently vicious ghosts. If only I had a security guard or something. Li Fei sighed to himself. Unexpectedly, the anticipated medical disturbance did not occur, but patient fights broke out instead. He must hire a high-level ghost to keep order in the future if given the chance. Alright, patience. Here is the medicine you wanted, exactly 4 bottles. Before Li Fei finished speaking, he saw 2 shadows, big and small, appearing in the distance at the street corner. Upon closer inspection, it was a towering big ghost carrying a little ghost like a small chick, racing towards him. The little ghost shouted with a sharp voice, waving both hands, yelling at the top of its lungs. Wait! All of you, wait! I haven't eaten my medicine yet. Move aside, move aside. You bunch of minnows, if you know what's good for you, clear the way. The little ghost lay on the big ghost's shoulder, shouting down at the other ghosts from a high vantage point. Let me introduce myself, this is my buddy, the tall ghost. Half a step into the red robe level, very fierce. The little ghost patted the tall ghost's shoulder twice to indicate their friendly relationship. Its voice was sharp and thin, like a frantic little eunuch. As it spoke, it waved its tiny fists like chicken claws, driving away the surrounding ghosts. A group of ghosts, upon seeing this, glanced at the tall ghost and cleverly stepped aside. They could tell the little ghost wasn't bluffing, this tall ghost did indeed possess considerable power. Is he relying on a big ghost's might? Li Fei observed through his glasses. The little ghost's ghostly energy was so faint it was almost invisible, a standard minor ghost level. Meanwhile, the tall ghost exuded the most powerful ghostly energy in the place. If Li Fei used himself as a reference, he would probably rank at the peak of the evil ghost level. In any case, he was at least 2 full levels higher than the little ghost. As for why he willingly acted as the little ghost's mount, Li Fei was not interested in digging deeper. Dr. Li, let me introduce myself. I am the little ghost lord from the abandoned graveyard. Today I am here to buy all your medicine. My boss said, money is not an issue. Whatever medicine you have, I will take it all. The little ghost, calling himself master, patted his chest and turned to the other ghosts, asking. You all don't have any objections, right? A few ghosts exchanged glances, though they were unwilling, they still gritted their teeth and agreed. In this eternal night street, the first rule is to be sensible. After all, this master claims to be a confidant of the one from the abandoned grave. And that one from the abandoned grave is a hero among the ghosts ruling over many abandoned grave ghosts. They can't afford to offend him. Besides, this master is accompanied by a bodyguard, a tall ghost whose level crushes theirs. Alright, fine. We have no objections. The few ghosts gritted their teeth and expressed their agreement. On the other side, Li Fei, however, did not look at their faces at all and directly refused. No. I don't agree. Li Fei stood at the door of the clinic, conjuring 4 bottles of potions in his hands. There are 4 bottles of medicine in total, 100 ghost coins per bottle. I won't raise the price, but each person can only buy 1 bottle. It's first come, first served. Sorry, little master, but you and your brothers just don't qualify. When the other ghosts heard this, there was an uproar. This Dr. Li actually dared to offend the little master. Isn't this slapping the face of the one from the abandoned grave? In Eternal Night Street, no ghost dared to do such a thing. You stinky doctor, you want to give me a hard time? Do you believe that I can smash your crappy clinic right now? The little master got so agitated that he almost fell off the tall ghost. Facing his hysteria, Li Fei just smiled and said, I believe you, of course. But you should know, if you smash the clinic, no one will have medicine to take later. I suppose the big boss you just mentioned wouldn't want that to happen, would he? The little master was stunned for a moment, his frenzy fading. Indeed. A few days ago, the big boss heard that there were good medicines here, and sent him to buy a few bottles to try. If he not only failed to get the medicine, but also cut off future supplies, then that would be trouble. Here, this is your medicine. Take care. After handing the medicine to the other ghosts, Li Fei turned to the little master and said, But if you really want to buy, I can make it fresh. By afternoon, I can give you 2 bottles. The little master's eyes turned as he immediately expressed his agreement. There was no other choice but to wait. Moreover, if this medicine really works, then Dr. Li might very well become a partner of the abandoned grave in the future. He could even become a trusted aide like himself. He had nothing else to do today, so waiting was fine. However, if this medicine is not as miraculous as rumored, wasting half a day's time would mean he would tear this quack doctor apart on the spot and take him back as a report. Thank you, Dr. Li. Then we will be leaving now. The chubby neat ghost and a group of ghosts quickly ran away after getting the medicine. They needed to find a safe place to hurry and take the medicine, lest the night dragged on with unforeseen circumstances. Seeing this, the little master looked disdainful. These small fry really have never seen the world, it's just a broken potion, what's the fuss? If it weren't for the big boss's command, he wouldn't have bothered coming to this broken place to buy medicine. Master wants to personally supervise you making the medicine, to prevent you from doing any tricks. The little master said this while riding the tall ghost into the clinic. Li Fei didn't mind and directly took out his tools to get to work. Meanwhile, new patients began to arrive at the clinic one after another. Most of these patients had minor injuries that could be treated with biological glue. Li Fei was busy making the potions, so he divided his ghost shadow to provide simple treatment to these patients. Even so, an hour later, as ghosts came and went, the number of patients in the clinic gradually increased, becoming crowded. The small clinic was filled with patients, all talking at once, creating a noisy scene. Just as the situation was getting chaotic, the clinic door opened. In came Lu Wenwen. She had a piece of bread in her mouth and looked flustered, as if she had just woken up and rushed over. Sorry, Dr. Li. I'm late. Lu Wenwen dashed into the bathroom, making a flurry of sounds, and when she came out again, she had already changed into her nurse's outfit. Since this is your first time, I won't deduct your salary. Quick, get to work. Li Fei didn't even raise his head, focused on making the medicine. He could understand the nurse's late arrival. After all, she still had to work at the supermarket every night and could only come to the clinic during the day to help. It was a double shift, and it was normal to be sleep-deprived. As the boss, he didn't need to be so strict. Once he officially signed a contract with Lu Wenwen, he could help her improve her professional skills. Got it. Let's get to work. Lu Wenwen covered her right arm with glue and quickly wrapped bandages around the patients. With the boost from her ghostly limbs, her efficiency could even match that of a ghost shadow clone. Slowly, the patients in the clinic reached a dynamic balance. She even managed to spare some time to watch Li Fei make medicine with the little and big ghosts. What amazing skills! Lu Wenwen couldn't help but admire. Unlike these ghosts, she had some basic medical knowledge. For her, Li Fei's skills were still too far away, but she could vaguely sense their height. This medicine-making technology was more advanced than the best experts she had seen in books. This is so unscientific. Lu Wenwen was very confused. Clearly, they were from the same school. How could Li Fei improve so much after just one horror game? She could not figure it out. And she had only a few days left to complete her survival task and leave Eternal Night Street. During this time, she needed to seize the opportunity to follow Li Fei and learn medical skills. Once she left Eternal Night Street, such a good internship opportunity might not come again. While Lu Wenwen was thinking, she opened her main quest. Main quest, survive. Description: as a new participant in the horror game, you have barely found your footing. Cherish these happy times, this will be your easiest game. Note, countdown to return 4 days. 4 days left. Lu Wenwen sighed. A week ago, she was still a timid rookie. At the sight of ghosts, she would be so scared that her legs went weak and she screamed. Now, after a few days of internship at the clinic, she had gradually adapted to the atmosphere in the forbidden zone. In the face of ghosts, she could at least speak normally now. Of course, it could also be because she had now become a half-ghost. The ghostly aura emanating from Lu Wenwen's right arm covered part of her living breath, causing the ghosts to exhibit much less hostility towards her. After all, in the eyes of these ghosts, half-ghosts were considered special kindred, not mere food. Don't look at it, this pharmaceutical knowledge is still too early for you. Go deal with other patients. Li Fei raised his head and pointed to the side, signaling Lu Wenwen to return to her position. Okay. I won't look. Lu Wenwen rolled her eyes discreetly and ran off. Of course, she was just changing from openly watching to observing secretly. Just like that, the day rushed by quickly. All the patients in the clinic had left, leaving only Lu Wenwen waiting for the end of her shift and the little and big ghosts waiting for their medicine. Dr. Li, is your medicine ready? I can't wait any longer. The little ghost hurriedly approached the medicine table, with an impatient look on his face. This anxious little ghost had never waited this long. Even the tall ghost beside him was starting to huff impatiently, as if unable to wait to tear down the clinic. Just as the two ghosts were about to lose patience, Li Fei waved his hand and threw out 2 bottles of blue medicine, landing perfectly in the little ghost's hands. Alright, drink it while it's hot. You're smart, if you were any later, I would have smashed this broken place. The little ghost didn't refuse and directly downed the medicine in one go. The next second, he froze. A sweet warm current slid down his throat and into his stomach. After 2 seconds of silence, an explosion of ghostly energy erupted, instantly sweeping over his entire body. What? The little ghost gasped. His voice was no longer sharp and ear-piercing, but instead held a richer tone. What is this? I have ascended. Once at the peak of the little ghost level. Almost about to break through to the evil spirit level. Dr. Li, you really have something. Old Gao, how do you feel? Little Ghost Master looked at the tall ghost beside him, who had just finished drinking the medicine, and asked about his feelings. The tall ghost just scratched his head, indicating a slight improvement, but not much. He would need to drink 1,000 more bottles to break through to the red dress level. That's very normal. Li Fei explained to the two. The effect of the medicine changes according to the patient's condition. In simple terms, the higher the level, the less obvious the effect. Little Ghost Master's eyes spun, his mind raced. After a brief thought, he excitedly said. Enough. This is already enough. My brother's levels are not that high. I want to order 10 bottles, this is a prepayment. You hurry up and make it, and when it's done, the benefits will be huge. He generously pulled out 500 ghost coins and forcefully stuffed them into Li Fei's hands, then rode off with the tall ghost and dashed out of the clinic. Big achievement coming. Little Ghost Master cheered. He couldn't wait to tell his boss this good news. With this medicine, the graveyard could rise again, reclaiming the position of the overlord of Eternal Night Street. He wanted to ensure that those damn students at Ghost School could never again ride on him. Is this medicine really that good? Finished with her work, Lu Wenwen came over with some doubt. She had seen everything. Li Fei conquered that furious little ghost master with just 1 bottle of medicine. She didn't expect Li Fei not only could perform surgery on himself but also had such advanced drug-making skills. Even the monsters in the forbidden area would applaud after taking it. If possible, she also wanted to try a bottle, but Li Fei had said that this medicine is rich in ghost energy and is not suitable for humans. Alright, the time is about right, you should head to the supermarket. Don't be late tomorrow. Though it wasn't quitting time yet, Li Fei still let Lu Wenwen go early. As a boss, he not only discouraged overtime but also supported early departures. Research shows that appropriately shortening work hours can improve employees' efficiency and happiness. And those bosses who force employees to work overtime, it's just because they can't come up with efficient plans, so they rely on squeezing employees' time. Simply incompetent. After quickly cleaning the clinic, Li Fei divided the ghost shadow. Today, he had an appointment to provide home service for the zombie old lady. Though the medicine had stabilized Xiaoya's condition, sending a red dress level zombie out was still a bit risky. If her binge eating disorder suddenly acted up, no one could stop it. An excellent doctor must consider the worst case scenario, even if there is a 1% chance. Li Fei was not willing to take that risk. So after communicating with the old lady, he chose to provide home service. Before long, Li Fei followed the map given by the slit-mouthed woman and found himself at the entrance of the peace community. He did not go directly inside. The zombie old lady had said that there was a rule in the peace community: non-residents were not allowed to enter. And since his main task had disappeared, he missed the opportunity to become a resident of the community. If he wanted to enter as an outsider, he had to first get past the community security. Thinking of this, Li Fei glanced at the security booth at the community gate. In that small booth, a thick ink-like black energy emanated. Li Fei had never seen such exaggerated ghost energy. That ghost energy seemed to condense into droplets, slowly flowing on the ground like black dry ice. This was the community's security ghost, rumored to be the only nightmare-level ghost in Eternal Night Street. With an A rating, he had formidable strength and was the maintainer of order in the community. However, according to the zombie old lady, although this security ghost was strong, he was very rule-abiding. As long as one didn't violate the community's rules, he wouldn't attack. Really, just like a security guard. Hello. I'm Dr. Li from the Peace Clinic. Li Fei approached the security booth and stated his identity. The security ghost was reading a newspaper, not lifting his head, only waving his hand and saying, "Don't know you." Just like that, Li Fei couldn't help but shiver. Even though the security ghost had no hostility toward him, the pressure from the nightmare-level ghost aura made his body instinctively tremble twice, tension reaching its peak. After adjusting his breath, Li Fei spoke again. "I want to see your boss." According to the community rules, if someone requests to see the boss, you must let them through. The security ghost glanced at Li Fei, somewhat surprised. This outsider looked unfamiliar, not a resident of the community, yet he knew this unpublished rule. Strange. There must be some ghost leaking information. However, since the request met the regulations, he could only agree. In the security ghost's world, rules were everything. Okay. The security ghost stood up, his sturdy frame making the pavilion creak. Li Fei then saw clearly that the security ghost was tall and imposing, his arms thicker than Li Fei's waist. The most striking feature about him was his square-shaped face under the security cap. Defined angles, a face full of righteousness. How to put it, Li Fei felt that this guy was born to be a security guard. "I'll take you there." The security ghost didn't say much and, stepping out of the pavilion, walked forward with large strides. Li Fei could only jog to keep up. The two turned around a few corners, went up a few flights of stairs, and stopped in front of a door. On the door hung a wooden sign reading Room number 442. Building 4, Floor 4, Room 2, right. Is this where the community boss lives? Li Fei felt uncertain. He remembered the old lady saying that there were a total of 4 buildings in the community, each with 4 floors and 4 households per floor. Among them, room numbers with more 4s indicated a higher status for the resident. For instance, the D-level zombie old lady lived in Building 1, Floor 3, Room 4, known as 134, which had 1 4, considered middle level. The E-level Lu 11 lived in 132, without any 4s, deemed the weakest tier. And this 442 in front of him seemed to be the room of the community boss. It's the highest rank besides 444. This is it. What do you want? Go in and talk to the boss. The security ghost pointed at the door, leaning against the stair railing, no longer speaking. He had to guard the entrance to prevent Li Fei from wandering and breaking the community rules. Li Fei nodded but couldn't help glancing at the adjacent room 444. That was the most terrifying presence in the entire rest community. If he could develop this ghost into a patient for the clinic. Stop looking, it's an empty room. The security ghost interrupted Li Fei's daydream and urged him to go in quickly. Got it. Li Fei stopped overthinking. He came to find the community boss today to obtain a pass to treat Xiaoya. These potentially valuable patients for the clinic could be developed later as well. Li Fei took a deep breath, preparing to face the level 4-4 boss behind the door. And when he raised his hand, about to knock, he unexpectedly pushed the door open. It turned out the door was not closed. Li Fei glanced at the security ghost, and seeing him nod, he steeled himself and pushed the door to enter. In order to cure the zombie girl Xiaoya, no matter how terrifying this boss was or how weird the demands might be, he would grit his teeth and endure. In the bedroom? In the darkness, Li Fei heard some sounds coming from the deepest part of the room. After hesitating for a moment, he closed the door gently, tiptoeing inside. At the end of the hallway was a room with a slightly ajar door. Stopping at the entrance, he was about to call out when he heard a seductive female voice leaking out from the gap. Shota, be good, drink slowly, Mama is right here with you. Chapter 40, Madam, you don't want Shota either. Mama? Could it be that the boss the security ghost mentioned is a female ghost? Not the boss, but the boss's wife? Li Fei was stunned. He stood outside the bedroom, peeking through the door crack, and could see that it was a finely decorated bedroom. Artistic oil paintings hung on the walls, and a faint incense lingered in the air. On a wide, soft bed, there was a thin layer of gauze draped over. Through the gauze, Li Fei could roughly see a plump silhouette. It was indeed a woman's shadow. That woman was cradling a chubby child in her arms, gently swaying her body and softly soothing. "Xiangtai is good, Xiangtai is good. Hurry and eat, Mom has plenty more." Is this breastfeeding? Li Fei realized and secretly rejoiced. Luckily he hadn't walked in clumsily just now, disturbing the boss's wife. What to do? Should I make some noise outside to let her know I've arrived? Li Fei retreated to the door, coughed a couple of times, and asked, "Is anyone there?" Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a gust of ghostly wind, and in an instant, the boss's wife appeared behind him like a ghost. A strong aura of ghostly energy pressed against his back like a tide, and Li Fei instinctively held his breath. This was at least a fierce ghost level. "You dared to trespass into a ghost's home? Do you know who I am?" The alluring voice she had while breastfeeding was now completely gone. The boss's wife's voice was icy cold. She looked over the unexpected guest in front of her and quickly made a judgment. A pesky bug in a white coat. With a flick of her finger, she could dismember this rude bug into pieces. "I certainly know who you are, esteemed boss's wife of the Yanxi community. Also, I did not intrude into your famous home." Li Fei's tone was calm, his demeanor relaxed, not even turning around to explain to her. "With the security's permission, I found my way to your door, you didn't lock it yourself." As he spoke, he slowly turned his head to look at the boss's wife. She was a towering female ghost nearly 3 meters tall. Her figure resembled the 8-foot lady from Li Fei's memories. At this moment, the boss's wife was wrapped in a thin black nightgown, its silky fabric soft against her skin, outlining her plump, sexy curves. On her fair neck, her dark hair was elegantly tied up, forming a gentle lady's bun. Rather than a female ghost, it would be better to say that she was a well-maintained noblewoman among ghosts. "Madam, please rest assured, everything I do complies with the community regulations." Li Fei smiled as he spoke. He knew that the security guard's duty to uphold the rules was established by this ghostly lady. So the ghostly lady was definitely someone who followed the rules. As long as he didn't violate any, there was no reason for her to act violently. As he had anticipated, hearing the words "comply with regulations," the ghostly lady's momentum weakened by 3 points. Complying with the rules. Then, who are you? Why are you looking for me? The ghostly lady's voice softened a bit, but her face remained icy. As a noblewoman, she had her own reserve, and would not change her expression easily. "I am Dr. Li from the Ping'an Clinic. In the Yanxi community, there is a patient with limited mobility who needs my home treatment. I came today hoping you could issue me a pass, allowing me to freely enter and exit the community." Li Fei handed her a business card. The ghostly lady glanced at it and casually tossed it into the trash can, scoffing, "The font is too small to see, even if I could see it, I wouldn't be interested." "You ghostly lady, such a big ghost, how come you are just like the security at the door, with a bit of a petty temper? If I don't bring something useful to the table, it seems I won't be able to win her over." Li Fei took out the system reward he had received earlier, the Junior Ghost Doctor Certificate. Unlike the intern certificate received from the novice task, this was a Ghost Doctor's certificate specially issued by the Ghost Doctor system to win him over, which had special effects on ghosts. "What is this? Junior Ghost Doctor Certificate. You really are a doctor?" Once the Ghost Doctor certificate appeared, the ghostly lady's attitude improved greatly. From her initial disdain, it changed to a slight suspicion now. "But I still have some doubts. How will you prove yourself?" The ghostly lady was tall, and Li Fei barely reached her navel. At this moment, she was squinting, looking down at Li Fei with a condescending eye. This was the innate superiority of a noblewoman who did not take people seriously. Li Fei felt a bit annoyed. As a top doctor, he never needed to prove himself to anyone. But, after all, he needed something from her, so he had to prove himself. "I can prove myself, but before that, please allow me to take your pulse, madam." "Take my pulse? What is that?" Before the ghostly lady's words finished, Li Fei had already grasped her wrist. Diagnosis completed. Name, Lady Ghost. Rating, LV25, C, Evil Ghost Level. Description, a privileged lady ghost who lost her life and her child's life in a tragic gas poisoning accident. Now, she and Shota depend on each other, willing to do anything for Shota. Symptoms, hormonal imbalance, shoulder pain. Cause, hormonal imbalance causing excessive milk production, leading to chronic shoulder overload and muscle pain. Advice, massage therapy. Gas poisoning? Died relatively easily. No wonder this lady ghost has smooth, fair skin, with not a single scar on her body. Her symptoms are a series of complications caused by hormonal imbalance. The suggested massage can help relieve the patient's stress and ease the hormonal imbalance. It can be said to solve the problem from the root. Madam, you have some issues with your health right now. I can give you a massage to help. If it works, it would prove my identity as a doctor, right? Facing Li Fei's words, the lady ghost rolled her eyes and shook her head, saying, Issues? I have no issues. You just touched my wrist without permission, I almost ripped you in half. Help? Impossible, I don't trust you. The lady ghost lightly pursed her red lips, her voice was sharp. This so-called Dr. Li, although not behaving badly, disturbed her breastfeeding. Having delayed so long, Shota must be hungry again. She needed to quickly send this person away so she could feed Shota. You can leave, while I am still calm. I still need to feed the child. The lady ghost was interrupted halfway through her sentence. Li Fei stepped forward and looked directly into the lady ghost's eyes, saying, No. Madam, Shota is not hungry at all. To be blunt, he is already too full. Li Fei spread his hands, feeling a bit helpless. Earlier, when he observed at the bedroom door, he had an inkling that something was wrong. You must know that 90% of babies are weaned before they turn 1 year old. From his size, Shota was at least 5 years old, long past the weaning age, yet still drinking milk every day. It was not scientific. Who continues to eat after being full? He had been drinking milk for 4 extra years. So Li Fei vaguely felt Shota was likely not weaned for other reasons. After diagnosing the lady ghost, he finally figured it out. It turned out Shota was not hungry at all. The lady ghost instinctively continued breastfeeding due to her hormonal imbalance causing excessive milk production, trying to get rid of it. If not for an accident, Shota had surely been overnourished and suffering from excessive milk consumption. Madam, if this continues, Shota may likely be overnourished, leading to obesity and cardiovascular diseases. Li Fei stated directly. The lady ghost, who was initially shocked by Li Fei's rudeness, suddenly lost her color. Though she didn't understand much of what he was saying, those words were definitely not good words. No. She cannot allow anyone to curse Shota like this. Now, she had lost everything she loved, and Shota was all she had left. You filthy rat, stop talking nonsense. If you curse my child again, I guarantee you will regret it. The lady ghost became angry, reaching out to lift Li Fei off the ground like a chick. However, Li Fei was completely unbothered. Instead, he leaned close to the lady ghost's ear and whispered, Please calm down. Madam, you wouldn't want Shota to be in any danger, would you? Chapter 41, The Reserved Lady Ghost. Danger? You say. Shota will be in danger? The lady ghost, who was just fierce a moment ago, suddenly softened her tone. You tell me clearly, what danger will my child face? If you don't make it clear, I will twist your head off right now. The lady ghost spoke harshly. But Li Fei could feel her grip on his hand noticeably loosening. Even though this lady ghost didn't understand terms like overnutrition, obesity, cardiovascular diseases, she still felt a bit anxious at the certified doctor's verdict. To put it bluntly, if left unchecked, Shota is likely to die. Li Fei said lightly. Die? The lady ghost was shocked, retreating repeatedly and almost knocking over the wardrobe. Just hearing that word made her heart tremble, almost breaking down. If Shota dies, she would have no reason to live anymore. No. She even felt that losing Shota was a fate worse than death. Madam, please do not panic. With me here, I will never let this happen. Shota is in the bedroom, right? Please take me there. Li Fei patted the ghost lady's soft hand and jumped back to the ground. Don't worry, if I'm wrong in my judgment, you can tear me into meat jerkies to feed Shota. I won't complain at all. Li Fei's confident and resolute attitude had already made the ghost lady vaguely feel that this doctor was not talking nonsense. Shota indeed had some problems that she was unaware of. She clutched her chest, somewhat dazed, and stumbled as she led Li Fei into the bedroom. After pulling aside the gauze curtain, Li Fei leaned over the bed to observe Shota. Just as he suspected, this little ghost was already excessively overweight. Pockets of fat bulged all over his body, like a doll filled with oil. This was typical obesity caused by nutritional excess. Madam, please take a look. Li Fei asked the ghost lady, who was high above, to bend down to explain the child's condition. Shota is now 5 years old, a normal child should weigh no more than 40 gene. While your child, from visual estimation, has already exceeded 200. His body fat percentage exceeds 90%, and even his internal organs are filled with white fat. You see, now he finds it very difficult just to maintain his breathing. If this continues, in less than 2 months, Shota will die from complications like high blood pressure and venous thrombosis. After Li Fei finished speaking, he made way, signaling the ghost lady to check for herself. The ghost lady hesitated for a moment, but still leaned down in front of Shota. After observing closely, her beautiful face lost its color, and a layer of gloom slowly clouded her delicate features. Indeed. This doctor was right, Shota now even struggled to breathe. And she had not noticed earlier that her son was so much fatter than his peers. But why was this happening? The ghost lady furrowed her brows, deeply puzzled. She changed her mindset and asked Li Fei. Dr. Li, you are right. But why is this happening? Shota stays home with me every day, goes nowhere. Is someone trying to harm Shota, wanting to break us apart? Tell me who it is, I will never spare them. Li Fei let out a bitter laugh. He had seen many parents like this, typical of unintentionally doing harm while being well-meaning. For such parents, there was no need to hold any illusions, it was best to be direct. He pulled down the ghost lady's neck and leaned in to whisper. It is you, madam. Shota's illness was caused by you. You may not have realized that your endocrine imbalance led to excessive milk production, making you unconsciously want to nurse him to relieve discomfort. And Shota became the victim. He should have been weaned at 1 year old but ended up drinking milk for 4 extra years, which made him fat like this today. After hearing this, the ghost lady stumbled back 2 steps and fell to the ground. She could hardly believe her ears. The mother who deeply loved Shota was almost the murderer who nearly killed him? This was simply too ironic. This was even more painful than killing her. In the wake of the overwhelming shock, the ghost lady sank into deep self-blame. Her tall figure now resembled a little girl who had done something wrong, kneeling on the ground, mumbling. Dr. Li is right. It's my fault, it's all my fault. I am an incompetent mother. No. I have no right to be Shota's mother. Tears welled up in her eyes, and Li Fei came over and gently patted her, comforting her. Madam, you need not be sad. We all know that no one loves Shota more than you. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Shota. As long as you cooperate with my treatment. The ghost lady sat on the ground, just the right height with Li Fei's chest. She calmed her emotions and looked up at Dr. Li. The other party's expression was calm and full of confidence. Indeed. This was truly a capable doctor, a doctor who could save Shota. Dr. Li, you just say. I will do whatever you say. As long as I can heal Xiangtai. The ghost lady's request came with a slight cry in her voice. Even for a reserved noblewoman like her, facing such a sudden change, she struggled to keep herself composed. Li Fei pulled apart the gauze curtain and pointed to the extraordinarily large bed, saying, Madam, please lie down on the bed. Could you please have Xiangtai play next door for a while, just half an hour? The ghost lady looked confused. After a brief hesitation, she still carried Xiangtai away and obediently returned to lie down on the bed. Though she had many questions in her mind and couldn't fully trust the treatment, for Xiangtai's sake, she had to endure. Now, the treatment begins. Li Fei warmed up his shoulders and jumped onto the bed. Chapter 42, Complete Conquest. Just do it. I just hope it's over quickly. Confronted with Dr. Li's treatment, the ghost lady felt deep down she was still unwilling. If it weren't for Xiangtai, she would never allow another man besides her husband to enter her home and handle her so casually. She let out a soft huff and buried her head into the pillow, closing her eyes. No matter what this doctor is going to do, as long as I don't think or look, I'll get through it. This was what the ghost lady thought. But things didn't go as she wished. After losing her hearing and sight, she became more sensitive to the touch behind her. That's a man's hand, it feels so itchy. The ghost lady trembled slightly. As a reserved ghost lady, she shouldn't and couldn't let this doctor, whom she had just met, touch her. Not there. The ghost lady whispered in protest, covering her neck with her hand. To her surprise, the doctor directly moved her hand away. Madam, please cooperate with my treatment. What a strong-willed doctor. But this is for Xiangtai. She could only comply with him. A ripple of emotion surged in the ghost lady's heart. The doctor on top of her was at least 10 times weaker than her. If she wanted to resist, she could easily push him, and he would crash against the wall, shattered. But at that moment, for reasons she couldn't explain, she not only didn't resist but secretly began to look forward to it. For Xiangtai, she had things she must do. Madam, I will now look for your acupoints. If I press the correct spot, please let me know. Li Fei gently applied pressure, continuously trying on various parts of the ghost lady's body. The ghost lady, lying face down, due to her persona, just bit her lip gently without making a sound even when her acupoints were pressed. Madam? Why is there no response? Does this area have feeling? What about this one? That's not right, I'm sure I'm not pressing the wrong spot. Li Fei stopped his movements, his tone serious. Madam, for you and Xiangtai, please do not resist treatment. A sense of authority unique to experienced doctors radiated from him. Upon hearing Xiangtai, the ghost lady quickly shook her head, indicating she had no intention of resisting. At that moment, she finally lifted her head, weakly looking at Li Fei and saying, Okay, alright, Dr. Li, I understand. There was a little feeling in my lower back and shoulders just now. After saying this in a rush, the ghost lady buried her head back into the pillow. Madam, it will be over soon. Li Fei continued to press the ghost lady's acupoints with steady force. Since he was just a ghost shadow now, all attributes were halved, and he needed to exert all his strength to achieve any massage effect. Facing a ghost-level patient, his skills felt somewhat laborious for the first time. With nearly 30 points of strength, he gradually began to feel a sense of fatigue. Thrilling massage experience plus 10. Thrilling massage experience plus 10. Thrilling massage experience plus 10. Madam, it's almost done. Li Fei changed position and moved to the head of the bed. Please remove your hand that is covering your ears. The ghost lady, startled, raised her head, and a glimmer of fear flashed in her eyes. What do you want to do? Madam, the acupoint behind your ear is called the cranial breath acupoint. It is the last and most crucial acupoint for this massage. Please cooperate with my treatment. After explaining once, Li Fei stopped speaking. This was his familiar negotiation tactic. Under the pressure of the doctor's silence, the ghost lady could only last a few seconds before giving in. She moved her arm away from her ears, revealing her snow-white skin behind. The last pressure point of the massage happened to be the only weakness of the ghost lady. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. She let out a scream, no longer holding back her previous composure, and started pleading for mercy towards the doctor behind her. She tightly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes gently trembling. Droplets of fine sweat were sliding down from the tip of her nose. Ah. The ghost lady's mind went blank, and her voice grew increasingly muddled. Just as her consciousness began to fade and she was on the verge of fainting, the door opened. Standing at the doorway was her 5-year-old son, Shota. Mommy? What is Mommy doing? Shota's voice was innocent and filled with childlike curiosity, seeming like a rough hand tearing apart the ghost lady's last defense. Shota can't see, go out, back to next door. The ghost lady explained to Shota at the door. Shota leaned against the doorframe, his eyes wide open, staring intently at his somewhat unusual mother. His little eyes held big curiosity. Is the uncle hitting Mommy? Shota asked. No, the uncle is giving a massage. Li Fei explained. Come in, Shota. Your mommy's treatment is over. Li Fei jumped down from the bed, tidied up his white coat, and patted the ghost lady, saying, Madam, your massage is finished. I will immediately treat Shota, and you can watch from the side. After saying this, Li Fei rubbed his sore arms and pulled Shota aside, starting to prepare for the surgery. Meanwhile, the ghost lady heard massage finished and a flicker of displeasure crossed her face. Despite this, she didn't say much, just rebun her hair and tidied her pajamas before getting out of bed. At that moment, an unprecedented wonderful feeling arose. My shoulders don't ache anymore, my chest isn't tight or painful anymore. It feels like I'm 17 again. The massage really works. This Li Fei truly is a capable doctor. The ghost lady felt secretly delighted. She glanced to the side, and Dr. Li was focused on treating Shota. She saw him pull out a small knife, motioning it a few times, then moving it back and forth across Shota's body. Soon, patches of white fat began to peel off Shota's body. Ding! Horrifying surgery experience plus 50. Ding! Horrifying surgery experience plus 50. Ding! Horrifying surgery experience plus 50. You have successfully acquired the surgical skill Horrifying Liposuction, allowing you to quickly cut away surface fat from patients. With the support of Level 3 Horrifying Surgery, in less than 5 minutes, Li Fei completed Shota's liposuction. After an hour-long battle, the ghost lady's family's treatment was officially concluded. However, when Li Fei asked for the previously agreed reward, he was met with the ghost lady's refusal. Community pass? No. You only spent this little time and think you can take such a valuable thing? I've changed my mind. The ghost lady crossed her arms and looked down at Li Fei, regaining her previous domineering attitude. Li Fei twitched at the corner of his mouth. Why did the ghost lady turn into a different person when she put on her clothes? But, judging by the proud expression on her face, it seemed she wasn't completely unwilling to give it to me. Does she still need me to do something? Dr. Li. Just as Li Fei was pondering, the ghost lady spoke up. You're a smart man, so I'll be direct. I don't fully trust you. No one can say how many days today's treatment will last, right? So, the pass can be given to you, but every Wednesday from now on, you need to come back to check on Shota's condition, and by the way, give me a massage. As she said massage, the ghost lady turned her face away, a little shy. In fact, even if Shota's illness was cured, she still wanted massages. Preferably once a day. No problem. It's clear that you care about Shota's health very much, madam. After Li Fei agreed readily, he took the pass. It was a black and gold card. According to the ghost lady, this VIP pass was limited to 3 cards. With it, no matter what you did in the community, the security ghost would not stop you. Of course, this black gold VIP card was only lent to Li Fei. If ultimately Li Fei's massage did not meet her expectations, the ghost lady could take it back at any time. Not just a pass, but also a get-out-of-jail-free card after rules are broken. Li Fei muttered, putting away the card. The treatment for the ghost lady's family came to a perfect end. Ding! The healthcare for the ghost lady's family is complete. Experience plus 200, ghost coins plus 200. Level up plus 1. Current level, 23. Attributes, strength 30, agility 8, spirit 15. Detecting that your strength has reached 30 points, the system will awaken your exclusive talent based on your personal traits. Trait detection in progress. Congratulations! Due to your obsession with strength, you have successfully awakened the exclusive talent Strong Power Brings Miracles. Awakening reward, strength plus 10. Acquired active skill, One Punch Man LV1. Description, channel all your strength into your right hand to deliver a world-shattering blow. Note, cooldown time 24 hours. Exclusive talent. Not only did it grant a skill, but it also added 10 points to strength. It's simply a huge gain. Although it was an attack skill, irrelevant to treating illness. But in this terrifying forbidden zone, having some self-defense means is very necessary. As a doctor, Li Fei was unwilling to get involved in fights and killings, but he couldn't guarantee that no one would come looking for trouble. Without certain countermeasures, it would be hard to maintain peace in the clinic. As the saying goes, seek peace through war, that's the principle. After counting his gains, Li Fei bid farewell to the ghost lady. Outside the door was the security ghost who had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Li Fei come out, he clearly sneered. Having worked in the community for decades, he knew well the temperament of his boss, the ghost lady. Rough, arrogant, sharp-tongued, and unkind. Most visitors come to seek her out will be insulted from start to finish, and then leave in despair. This so-called doctor wouldn't be an exception. Follow me, I'll take you out. The security ghost wore a stern expression, with bright eyes, his face seemed to write the word rules. According to the procedure, everyone who was kicked out by the ghost lady had to leave the same way they came. And when he grabbed Li Fei like a little chick, ready to follow the exit procedure, he was interrupted. No need. Li Fei pulled out a black gold card and waved it in front of the security ghost's eyes. Recognize this? Black gold VIP card. You can play by yourself, I have other things to do. The security ghost was stunned. In that moment, this towering nightmare-level ghost was so shocked that his cap tilted. For an instant, ghost energy surged, and the corridor lights flickered violently. He was the kind of ghost that would emit very strong ghost energy just from having an emotional fluctuation, even affecting reality. What is this? The security ghost took the card, examining it closely in his hand. That's right. This is real. The last time he saw this kind of card was 50 years ago when the ghost lady came to take over the community and showed it to him. This is the black gold VIP card of the Rest in Peace community. There are only 3 in total. One belongs to the ghost lady, one to her partner. The last one was actually given to this little ghost-level doctor? Could it be that this doctor, overnight, became equal to the 2 bosses of the community? The security ghost felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. After diligently guarding the door for decades, he was surpassed in just one night? This is unfair. Despite being unwilling 100 times, the security ghost gritted his teeth and adjusted his hat, saying, "Although I don't know what happened, but I trust the ghost lady's judgment. You are free to move about, Dr. Li." The security ghost gave a salute, looking at Li Fei with much more respect, and even changed how he addressed him to Dr. Li. As a professional security guard, obedience is in the nature of the security ghost, and since Li Fei had already gained the ghost lady's approval, he could only accept it. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Li Fei called out to him. "Wait. Mr. Security, there's one more thing." Li Fei smiled as he pulled out a stack of business cards. "Here are my business cards. Starting today, you need to give a card to every resident entering and exiting the community. For each one you miss, I will deduct 10 ghost coins from your salary. If there are any objections, you can go in and report back to the Lady Ghost." Security Ghost? Chapter 44, 50 million is right in front of us. While Li Fei was treating the Lady Ghost, Wang Wenbing and his group were hiding in the grass at the entrance of Wunwen supermarket. After half a day's investigation, the playmate they hired with a lot of money finally found Lu Wunwen's trace in the vast restricted area. Strangely, Lu Wunwen was not only alive but had also become an employee of this ghost supermarket. Even more outrageous was that this supermarket was named after Lu Wunwen. This left the trio bewildered. Even they, trained ghost hunters, almost stumbled in that black mist. How did this defenseless Lu Wunwun come back to life and join the supermarket? Damn it, this is so strange. I looked closely, the cashier in the supermarket is Lu Wunwun. How did this woman survive? A Chang looked through the supermarket glass, his eyes betraying his animal instincts without concealment. Never mind, it's good she didn't die. Later, when we catch her, let me have my fun first. Wang Wenbing ignored a Chang's request. Different from a Chang, who was driven by lust, he flickered with a hint of worry and unease in his eyes. Just now, that expensive playmate had brought them to the supermarket entrance and left with a few words like your money is only enough to find someone and I'm going to the nearby casino to play some, then hurried away. Damn gambler. Wang Wenbing cursed inwardly. He had long known that the playmate was a notorious gambler in the industry. Because the other party was deep in debt and urgently needed money, he could afford the originally high playmate fee. Nonetheless, Wang Wenbing's money was only enough for the Finding Someone project and did not support bodyguard. If, according to the previous plan, the playmate found someone for them to catch, it wouldn't have been a problem. But the current difficulty was that Lu Wunwun unexpectedly received the protection of the supermarket. Although there was only a small ghost-level paper person in the supermarket, Wang Wenbing would never take the risk of going in to grab someone. As an experienced ghost hunter, he believed in one principle: never enter the monster's territory. Those monsters who owned property in the horror zone were almost invincible in their own domain. If they recklessly entered, they might end up losing more than they gained. Thus, the three decided to wait until Lu Wunwun got off work before taking action. When does the little chick come out? Hee, I can't wait to eat the little chick. The fat woman rubbed her big belly, drooling, a bit impatient. Wang Wenbing glanced at the time and roughly estimated. Soon. When she leaves the supermarket, we'll strike immediately. Don't worry, we will definitely catch the next opening. The opening Wang Wenbing mentioned was slang from their turf. It referred to the moment when the horror world and the human world connected. Only during the opening could they enter and exit the restricted area. If we miss the next opening, we'll have to wait another day. A Chang realized that the situation wasn't optimistic. Wang Wenbing nodded in agreement. His earlier concern was exactly this. Every second of delay in their capture plan added more risk. If the Lu family found this place, or the black market buyer cancelled the bounty, then they wouldn't get a single grain of rice. This was something Wang Wenbing absolutely did not want to see. Damn it, if only Zhuowen were here. That damned playmate, the greedy dog. Thinking of this, Wang Wenbing felt a rare irritation. The Zhuowen he mentioned was the high-priced playmate he hired this time, known as an expert in the circle. If he had enough money, he could even ask Zhuowen to rush into the supermarket and grab someone. There was no doubt that the guy named Zhuowen absolutely had this capability. Unfortunately, the deposit Wang Wenbing scraped together was only enough to find someone, not to capture someone. Just as Wang Wenbing was getting anxious, a new situation appeared at the supermarket entrance. What is that? A Chang looked through the gaps in the leaves and discovered that there was an extra ghost at the entrance of the supermarket. A girl in a JK uniform, known as the Slitmouth Woman. The Slitmouth Woman walked warmly into the supermarket and started chatting with Lu Wunwun. The two looked like they were having a great time, just like a pair of good best friends? What's going on? Is the Slitmouth Woman here to pick her up from work? A Chang scratched his head, a bit surprised. It doesn't matter what she's here for, just a weak evil spirit, kill her. Looks like they're coming out soon. Wang Wenbing's face lit up with joy. The appearance of the Slitmouth Woman meant that Lu Wunwun would soon finish work. With a thought, he summoned a tall monster. He. The monster's laughter was piercing, it cackled twice and extended 6 long arms in all directions. Hundreds of eyes covered its arms, alertly watching the surroundings. This was the monster known as the Long-Arm Ghost. Sea-level spirit tamer Wang Wenbing had raised this ghost servant over years of crime, costing hundreds of lives. This long-arm ghost was his pride as a spirit tamer and his support in the underworld. A Chang, fatty, get ready to act. Wang Wenbing's eyes were sharp, revealing a cold glow. 50 million was right before him. Ding dong. Welcome back to Wunwun's supermarket next time. The supermarket door opened. The two best friends linked arms and skipped joyfully out. Outside room 134 in Anshi community. Bang bang bang. Li Fei was knocking furiously on the door. After knocking for half an hour, he finally stopped to wipe his sweat, feeling a bit irritated. They had clearly arranged for him to visit today to treat Xiaoya. Why weren't they opening the door? What was going on? If it weren't for the door being so sturdy, I would have already smashed it. Li Fei rubbed his arms, feeling helpless. All the doors in the community were protected by a power similar to a property certificate. With his 35 points of strength, his hard knocking had very little effect on the thin door. He was so angry he almost wanted to unleash a one-punch man. But he was only in ghost shadow form now. If he used a big move and still couldn't open it, how awkward would that be? Just as Li Fei was conflicted, the door suddenly opened. A shadow shot out with a swoosh, crashing into the wall of the corridor, making a loud noise. Boom! The cement wall was dented, debris flying everywhere. Li Fei turned to look. It was an adorably looking zombie girl. She was about 5 years old, petite and slightly plump. Around her small body, a strong aura of ghostly energy was spreading. The zombie girl was wrapped in an oversized green official robe, with a long brim that completely covered her eyes. At this moment, she was crouched on the ground like a little puppy, her hat slightly askew, 2 little tiger teeth adorably sticking up, with something in her mouth. An arm? An arm, Li Fei gasped softly. Due to the sudden turn of events, moving so quickly, he finally saw more clearly. What the zombie girl had in her mouth was his right hand, Li Fei exclaimed in shock. Luckily, it doesn't hurt much, Li Fei covered his right arm, slightly frowning. Fortunately, only the ghost shadow clone was hurt, the pain sensation only transmitted a tiny part. Otherwise, such a big wound might have knocked him unconscious on the spot. Hee hee ha ha. Eating meat. After munching on Li Fei's right hand a couple of times, the excitement on the zombie girl's face froze. The arm gradually carbonized and crumbled away. In an instant, the meat in the zombie girl's mouth turned into a mouthful of black residue. So bitter. So bad. Xiaoya doesn't want this. Tui tui tui. After spitting it out, the zombie girl pouted, her expression feeling wronged, and unexpectedly started to cry. Chapter 45, The Gluttonous Xiaoya. Wah, so bad. So hungry. Xiaoya squatted on the ground, complaining about it being bad while chewing on the mouthful of black residue. After swallowing a couple of mouthfuls, she let out a howl and almost gagged. Can't eat, don't want to eat, yet still have to eat. This is typical binge eating disorder. Little girl, you must be Xiaoya. Stay still, I will go get you something to eat. Li Fei tiptoed around Xiaoya, looking inside the room for help from the zombie old lady. Holy doctor, you finally came. The zombie old lady limped out, her face full of apology. I'm really sorry, I was hiding in the bathroom just now and didn't notice you came in. No wonder. The zombie old lady in front of Li Fei was covered in wounds, her whole body battered and scarred. If Xiaoya took a few bites of her, the old lady would probably be finished. To save her life, hiding in the bathroom was her only choice. Since that's the case, Li Fei didn't feel it was right to blame her for making him wait so long. Old lady, please help me attract Xiaoya's attention. I want to calm her down. Li Fei activated his calming fingers and hid by the door. The zombie old lady hesitated briefly, then softly called Xiaoya to come home from inside the door. Seeing Xiaoya didn't respond, she added, eat some meat, and only then did Xiaoya bounce over happily. In that moment, Li Fei pointed his finger, and golden light flickered. Xiaoya fainted with a sudden thud. Li Fei quickly picked up Xiaoya and rushed inside, shutting the door behind him. What a serious case of binge eating. I didn't expect that even after using gastric reduction pills, it still has such a strong effect. Li Fei looked around, the room was in total disarray. The floor was covered with debris from furniture and food, a complete mess of leftovers from Xiaoya's feasting. Dr. Li, thankfully you have your medicine. Otherwise, this old lady might not have made it to today. The zombie old lady felt a chill when she thought about Xiaoya's condition. To have an evil spirit level old lady control a crimson level Xiaoya. That was simply a fantasy. The difference between ghosts and monsters is more than a level, their power can differ by tenfold or more. And she was even 2 major levels below Xiaoya. If Xiaoya wanted, she could rip her apart with a flick of her finger. If it weren't for Dr. Li's medicine stabilizing the condition, she probably would have lost her life already. Old lady, this is what I should do. Xiaoya probably won't be out for long, we need to act quickly. Li Fei reached out to touch Xiaoya's forehead, the diagnosis complete. Name, Zombie Girl Xiaoya. Rating, LV33, B, Crimson Level. Description, an adorable zombie girl, once a rising star of the dead, possessing top-notch combat talent and an insatiable appetite. Symptoms, binge eating disorder. Cause, a large amount of neurotoxins detected in the patient's blood, the root cause of binge eating disorder. Suggestion, dialysis treatment to purify the patient's blood. Note, if dialysis is not possible, suggest a dual treatment of food and medicine to alleviate symptoms and wait for dialysis. Because the toxins are in the blood, dialysis is needed. This is going to be tricky. Li Fei frowned slightly. Dialysis is a complex separation and purification technique. The basic principle is to use an artificial semi-permeable membrane to simulate kidney function, filtering out harmful substances from the blood. It's like using an amazing blood purifier to filter the patient's blood. Clearly, Li Fei did not have dialysis equipment at the moment. So he could only use the system's suggestion of food therapy combined with medication to temporarily alleviate the patient's symptoms. Although it's hard not to be able to cure the patient immediately, Li Fei understood that this was the only choice for now. Hee hee. So delicious meat is tasty hee hee hee. Whoa whoa. Xiaoya is hungry. In her sleep, Xiaoya laughed and cried, mumbling constantly. Even in her dreams, she was chewing on the air as if dreaming of food. When dreaming of good food, Xiaoya would gasp in excitement. Big drumstick. Big pineapple. Big head. Then her little mouth would move even faster. The sound of cheerful chewing echoed in the house, as if she had really eaten the delicacies in her dreams. Sigh. How pitiful for my little Xiaoya. The zombie old lady murmured to herself, lost in memories. Before she got sick, Xiaoya was so sensible. I took her to the ghost market, where there were delicious foods everywhere. Sweet and sour fingers, fried eyeballs, cold mixed human brains, large intestine sashimi. So many delicious things, a child of Xiaoya's age should be the most greedy. But she seemed to understand our situation, she only asked for a candied hawthorn. And even shared half of it with me. Dr. Li, how could such a good child end up with this kind of disease? How the disease happened. Li Fei had no way of knowing. The zombie old lady had mentioned before that Xiaoya's bulimia was already present back in Wanshur. In fact, it wasn't just Xiaoya, by the time they moved away, over half of the zombies had this disease. These zombies suffering from bulimia were extremely aggressive, biting anything they saw. According to the old lady's description, Li Fei estimated that within a week, the zombies in Wanshur would face massive extinction. Perhaps the two people in front of him were the last hope of the zombie clan. That made it even more important to take this seriously. Old lady, Xiaoya's illness currently has no way to be cured, only medication for relief. But don't worry, I will take full responsibility for the treatment later on. After speaking, Li Fei took out a bottle of appetite-suppressing pills and used his remaining left hand to feed it to Xiaoya. Although this bottle of medicine didn't contain tentacles of the Beihai sea monster and couldn't provide experience points. But the original effect of suppressing appetite was still there. Juice? After a couple of chews, Xiaoya's brows gradually furrowed. This juice tastes awful. Xiaoya won't drink this. In an instant, Xiaoya widened her little round eyes and suddenly waved her hand, shattering the medicine bottle in Li Fei's hand. Next to him, Li Fei was unexpectedly blown away by Xiaoya's gust. He crashed bang against the wall without realizing what was happening. He only felt a sweetness in his chest, a surge of black blood rising. If it weren't for his high strength of 35 points, this blow might have crushed him flat. Still dazed, just when he tried to get up, a shadow rushed in close to the ground in his blurred vision. The sound of wind was sharp, and the object moved extremely fast. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated, causing Li Fei's eardrum to ache. Looking up, he saw the zombie old lady charging out of nowhere, blocking the blow. She was holding a coffin board, with a big hole in it that just caught Xiaoya's neck. Dr. Li, hurry, while it's now, the zombie old lady struggled to hold on. This coffin board made of black goldwood was cracking continuously, and it looked like it couldn't hold on much longer. Li Fei jumped into the air, rushing towards the two. In midair, he took out an octopus tentacle and swiftly stuffed it into Xiaoya's mouth. After a couple of chews, the confusion on Xiaoya's face slowly turned into surprise. It's octopus. Delicious. Chapter 46, the first official employee of the clinic. Xiaoya quickly finished gnawing on the octopus tentacle. She patted her little belly in satisfaction, with a hint of gleaming saliva at the corner of her mouth. With her eyes closed the whole time, her breathing was steady. So it turns out you weren't awake yet. Li Fei couldn't help but comment. It seems that this calming technique was indeed reliable, even the crimson-clad Xiaoya didn't wake up easily. Just now, it was only because of that awful medicine that disturbed Xiaoya's delicious dream, causing her to instinctively launch a sleepwalking attack. That makes sense. If the crimson-clad Xiaoya truly meant to harm, how could the zombie old lady possibly resist? Not to mention whether she could keep up with the speed, Li Fei felt that the black gold coffin board was as fragile as paper in front of Xiaoya. Dr. Li, we need to hurry. The zombie old lady struggled to support the coffin board, which was pinning Xiaoya, slightly swaying as her strength began to fade. Li Fei didn't dare to take her pulse, took out a piece of octopus tentacle about the length of his arm, and waved it in front of Xiaoya. Sniff. Octopus. Xiaoya loves to eat octopus. Xiaoya's nostrils flared slightly, and she began to wiggle in excitement. Her strength was immense, causing the coffin board to shake violently, and it looked like the zombie old lady was about to let go. Let go! Li Fei shouted. The zombie old lady responded and released her grip, while Li Fei swung his arm round and threw the octopus tentacle towards the bedroom. Xiaoya shot out like a rocket, along with the board, chasing after the octopus tentacle into the bedroom. Bang! Li Fei quickly rushed forward and shut the bedroom door tight. He pulled the zombie old lady, and the two of them braced themselves against the door tightly. Soon, sounds of scuffling, shouting, and chewing came from inside the door. It was the awakened Xiaoya, who was devouring food voraciously. The sounds were extremely brutal, like some beast gnawing, sending a chill down Li Fei's spine. Phew! Luckily, there are the tentacles of the Beihai monster. As the sounds inside gradually calmed down, Li Fei took a deep breath. He knew that after her binge-eating disorder attacked, Xiaoya would lose her rationality, devouring everything in sight until she was full. The definition of full, in fact, did not depend on how much food was eaten. Instead, it depended on how much ghost energy was consumed. Therefore, no matter how many tables and benches Xiaoya chewed, she could not satiate her hunger. The sea monster's tentacle in Li Fei's hand came from the mythical creature Beihai monster, rich in high-quality ghost energy. It was just right for Xiaoya to consume. It was an excellent healing product. The medicine has been taken, and the food has been eaten. That's about it. Li Fei stood up and stopped bracing the door. After the sounds from inside stopped, he signaled the zombie old lady with his eyes to see if Xiaoya had recovered. Xiaoya? Grandma's good Xiaoya, are you awake? The zombie old lady called a couple of times through the door, and soon a milky voice from inside responded. Grandma? Xiaoya is awake. So full, so full. After the old lady nodded, Li Fei opened the door, and Xiaoya jumped right into the old lady's arms. Grandma, Xiaoya is so happy. Xiaoya just dreamed, ate a giant octopus. Chomp chomp, duan duan duan. Xiaoya wrapped her arms around the old lady's neck, dancing and gesturing. In her excitement, a drop of sparkling saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. As long as you're full, that's good, my good child. The zombie old lady gently patted Xiaoya's back to comfort her and turned to Li Fei. Xiaoya, this is Dr. Li. He is our benefactor, now let Dr. Li take a look at you. Li Fei waved his hand, rejecting the title of benefactor. He was a doctor, treating illnesses for money. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, nothing about charity. Hello, Dr. Li. Xiaoya cheerfully greeted him, then turned her head and asked. Xiaoya doesn't understand. What is a doctor? Is a doctor delicious? You've already eaten one of my hands. Li Fei gave a wry smile, not delicious, very not delicious. Xiaoya, my name is Li Fei, I am a doctor at the Ping'an Clinic. A doctor is a profession that lives by treating diseases. To put it simply, my enemy is the virus. Li Fei tried to explain in terms Xiaoya could understand. But Xiaoya immediately fired off a series of questions like, what is a clinic? What is a virus? Li Fei couldn't answer all of them. In fact, he wasn't very good at dealing with children, so he had to dodge the questions. While Li Fei was getting to know Xiaoya, the zombie old lady was becoming uncomfortable. She had been to the clinic before, and she knew that Dr. Li was not doing charity. Treating the illness meant a payment would be required. And her home was empty. Apart from a pile of things gnawed by Xiaoya, there was nothing left. The only somewhat valuable dark wood coffin board had just been smashed by Xiaoya's head. She didn't know how they could pay for this medical fee. Even if Dr. Li didn't charge today, what would happen to Xiaoya's treatment in the future? The more the zombie old lady thought, the more bitter her heart became. After hesitating for a long time, she finally asked tremblingly. Dr. Li, you have saved us once again. I just don't know how we can pay for Xiaoya's medical expenses. Li Fei waved his hand, as generous as always. Old lady, don't worry, I've already thought of this for you. He pointed to Xiaoya and then to himself, smiling as he spoke. Let Xiaoya work as a security guard at my clinic. A monthly salary of 500 ghost coins, with meals and lodging included, covering all treatment costs. How about that? The zombie old lady was stunned. She could hardly believe her ears. Letting Xiaoya follow Dr. Li, receiving treatment every day, and even getting a salary? A salary that was absurdly high, a full 500 ghost coins a month. That was even more than Xiaoya could secrete in a year. This was not a charge, it was simply charity. The zombie old lady fell to her knees with a thud. At this moment, words escaped me, and I didn't know what to say. Alas! Old lady! No, that's not right. Li Fei helped her up and explained. The clinic is doing well now, with many patients lining up outside. Conflicts and fights are bound to happen. Xiaoya's main job is to sit at the entrance and intimidate those restless patients. In a way, Xiaoya has really helped me a lot. The zombie old lady nodded repeatedly, tears shimmering in her eyes. She certainly knew this was Dr. Li's kind lie. They took Xiaoya away not only for treatment but also to ensure the safety of this old woman. Dr. Li was simply an angel in a ghost's skin. Since the guardian has no problem, what about Xiaoya? Li Fei looked at Xiaoya, and Xiaoya looked at her grandmother. If grandma agrees, then Xiaoya agrees. Xiaoya's voice was sweet and tender. After getting confirmation, Li Fei took out a rough piece of sheepskin paper. This was the contract he had ordered from the supermarket owner, just arrived tonight, just in time to use. Let me see, the contractor is Xiaoya, working location. Work content, payment, notes. Li Fei mimicked the owner, setting up the contract while injecting ghostly energy into it. When the text appeared on the contract, he confirmed it again and handed it to Xiaoya. The contract details are set. Come on, Xiaoya, make a thumbprint. Xiaoya held the contract up to her eyes, tilting her head and looking for a long time. But she didn't understand. As a 5-year-old ghost with no education, she couldn't read at all. Even so, she still pressed her chubby little hand down, leaving a plump little handprint. In an instant, ghostly energy erupted from the contract, enveloping the two. The contract was established. As Li Fei put away the contract, a system notification popped up in his mind. Ding! Detected your first contract signed, successfully recruited an employee. The Ghost Doctor system has now activated the employee section for you. From now on, you will be able to recruit employees for the clinic by signing contracts. You will have the rights to view various information of your employees, such as attributes, positions, ratings, intimacy. For more features, please enter the employee section to check. Chapter 47, Emergency Overtime Magic. Employee section? It seems that by completing certain specific actions, this Ghost Doctor system will also unlock upgrades automatically. So, the system mall that previously showed preparing goods will likely open after meeting certain conditions. Li Fei clicked directly into the employee section, and information started popping up line by line. Current number of employees, 1. Name, Zombie Girl Xiaoya. Position, Security Guard. Rating, LV33, B, Red Clothes Level. Employee trait, Gluttonous. Intimacy, D, Weak. Description, a rising star in the zombie world, only 5 years old and already at the Red Clothes Level. If she grows up healthy, in less than 10 years she will surpass the Zombie King, and become the Zombie Security King. Very good. Xiaoya is a genuine Red Clothes Level. With this little security guard, I won't have to worry about clinic security for a while. As for the low intimacy, Li Fei understood that without the zombie old lady, Xiaoya would never sign the contract with him. It's normal for intimacy to be low now. As long as he regularly feeds her with octopus tentacles, he can gradually build a relationship and gain Xiaoya's trust. After all, a 5-year-old child has no guile, and a few tentacles are enough to win her over. Aside from the information about Xiaoya, Li Fei also got a new skill. Owner exclusive skill, Emergency Overtime. Skill, Emergency Overtime LV1. Description, as the boss, you have the right to summon employees to your side for emergency overtime. Of course, overtime pay is mandatory. Note, limited to once a month, each time requires a payment of 500 ghost coins. Emergency overtime, huh? It indeed has a bit of a boss flavor. Li Fei felt pretty good about it. Given the current efficiency of the clinic's development, it won't be long before the clinic can expand into a hospital and even open branches in other places. Once the scale of the medical industry grows, Li Fei will naturally become a boss. Although his heart was to be a doctor, a saying goes well, a doctor who doesn't want to be a boss is not a good doctor. Only by becoming a boss and controlling the whole picture can he provide more caring treatment for every patient. However, as a conscientious and skilled doctor, Li Fei would never easily let his employees work overtime. After all, 500 for one time isn't cheap. All right. Old lady, Xiaoya's treatment has finished today, and you have also paid the medical fees. Li Fei greeted the zombie grandmother, then squatted down beside Xiaoya. Xiaoya, from today on, you are the security guard of the Ping'an Clinic. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I will wait for you at the clinic and tell you the specific work tasks. Is that okay? After asking, Li Fei adjusted Xiaoya's crooked hat and patiently waited for her response. Xiaoya was confused. She couldn't understand what Dr. Li was saying, so she turned to her grandmother for help. The zombie grandmother kindly nodded and said, "No problem, Dr. Li, I will remind her." Xiaoya, tomorrow is your first day at work, so be sure to listen to Dr. Li. After getting her grandmother's confirmation, Xiaoya nodded her little head in agreement. Just like those little kids who go to kindergarten for the first time, the 5-year-old Xiaoya inevitably felt scared and uneasy. She clutched her sleeves with a wronged expression, making people feel an indescribable sensation. Seeing this, Li Fei scratched his head. He had no children in his past life and wasn't a pediatrician, so he rarely interacted with little kids. After quickly recalling in his mind, he remembered other ways to coax children. Li Fei took out a small piece of octopus tentacle and brought it to Xiaoya's mouth. Xiaoya, here's a tasty octopus for you. When you come to work at the clinic, you'll have snacks every day. Wow! Xiaoya exclaimed and took a bite of the octopus tentacle, chewing and savoring it in her mouth. Xiaoya's favorite octopus. Thank you, Dr. Li. With the comfort of the snack, the wronged look on her face slowly faded, transforming into a familiar innocent smile. After calming Xiaoya down, Li Fei said goodbye to the grandmother and granddaughter before dissolving the ghost image on the spot. In the surprise of the two, Dr. Li turned into a puff of black powder and vanished. In fact, the black powder that formed the ghost image did not disappear into thin air. Instead, it left the neighborhood, crossed the street, and returned to Li Fei's own body at the Ping'an clinic. Achoo! Li Fei sneezed. Suddenly, he felt an extra piece of memory within him. A powerful yet rule-abiding security ghost, an arrogant noblewoman ghost, and the greedy zombie girl Xiaoya. Such a wonderful feeling. Li Fei murmured. After the ghost image was lifted, the feeling of memory synchronization felt new no matter how many times he experienced it. After digesting the memory, he heard the system's reward sound in his mind. Ding! The food therapy of zombie girl Xiaoya is complete. Experience plus 200, ghost currency plus 200. Hidden mission employee recruitment is complete. Description: you possess exceptional business acumen. Even at the initial ghost doctor level, you begin to recruit staff, laying a solid foundation for the clinic's future development. Experience plus 200, ghost currency plus 200. Hidden mission special rewards: introduction to marketing management plus 1, employee training manual plus 1. 2 books? The special rewards are actually 2 books, both about management, which have nothing to do with medicine. This probably doesn't suit me. But the silly boss at the supermarket who loves management might need this. In the future, when necessary, I can sell these books to the boss, although he might not understand them anyway. After putting away the books, Li Fei entered the storage room. Here were dozens of ghost limbs, including octopus tentacles, the limbs of the beasts of the North Sea. After several days of experiments, he had found a suitable cultivation method that could make the tentacles grow automatically. Although the speed was not fast, it was more than enough as an additive for the stomach-shrinking satiety tablets. But now the situation was different. Xiaoya's appearance had sharply increased the consumption of the tentacles. So he had to improve the cultivation method. To speed up the growth of the tentacles, I must feed Xiaoya well. Let me check the manual. Li Fei came to the tentacle petri dish and took out the pharmaceutical guide to look through it. As a genius doctor, he had already generally understood the methods of drug making in this horrifying world. He only needed to draw some inferences from one instance and expand this knowledge to improve the existing methods. Dogtail grass, wild boar skin, the tongue of the hanging ghost. Soon, Li Fei was invested in research and development. Just as he was about to make a breakthrough, the doorbell rang. This can't be right. It's closing time for the clinic, there shouldn't be any patients coming in. Li Fei was surprised. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang more urgently. This made Li Fei a bit unhappy. In the middle of the night, if the person outside wasn't an emergency patient, he would definitely scold them. Coming. Li Fei opened the door, but the displeased expression on his face froze. The urgency of the patient outside was clearly 10 times more serious than an emergency. It was the mouthless woman. The mouthless woman on the back of the paper doll. At this moment, her appearance was unrecognizable, pitifully bloody. Her bones all over her body were broken to different extents. Sharp, broken bones pierced through her skin, sticking out, making one's scalp tingle. If one had to describe it, the mouthless woman looked like a mouse thrown into a blender. She was no longer human. Li Fei even wondered if she was still alive. Who? Dr. Li. The paper doll was out of breath and panic-stricken, speaking incoherently. Quick, save her. Chapter 48, The Seriously Injured Mouthless Woman and the Struggling Paper Doll. Li Fei took the mouthless woman from the paper doll and threw her into a bathtub filled with biological glue. He didn't have time to ask about the paper doll's condition, he just used his calming finger to relieve the mouthless woman's pain and directly started the diagnosis. Name, mouthless woman. Rating, LV-15, D, malevolent spirit level. Description, a student from Bloodvine Ghost School, a lively female ghost. Not long ago, a surgery made her develop some special feelings for the clinic's doctor, but now, it seems she has no chance to realize that. Symptoms, both arms broken, both legs shattered with multiple fractures, internal bleeding in multiple organs, sharp foreign objects remaining inside. Cause, 10 minutes ago, she experienced a horrific ravaging, almost dying on the spot. Recommendation, immediate surgery for rescue. Li Fei frowned deeply. Submerged in the bathtub, the mouthless woman was already unrecognizable, no longer human. As the system's diagnosis indicated, her injuries were extremely severe. Right now, she looked like a sheet of white paper scrunched up and then unfolded, her body covered in wrinkled wounds. These wounds were not inflicted by sharp tools but seemed to be caused by some kind of whip, beaten repeatedly. In addition, through the X-ray mirror, Li Fei could see that there were many sharp objects stuck in the mouthless woman's body, looking like steel needles. Who? Li Fei took a deep breath to calm himself. He forced himself to relax his fists, which were clenched in anger, adjusting his state of mind. He knew that an experienced doctor must not be swayed by emotions. A pair of hands that trembled with rage could not perform surgery well. However, the once bright smile of the mouthless woman uncontrollably appeared in his mind. As the second patient of the clinic, the mouthless woman not only provided him with initial funding but also brought classmates from the ghost school, generating significant income for the clinic. For both public and private reasons, Li Fei had seen her as one of his own. Seeing one of his own injured like this, even someone as gentle as Li Fei found it hard to endure. Paper doll, what happened? Li Fei quickly began the surgery while inquiring of the paper doll. Yet, the paper doll seemed hesitant, stammering as it recounted the events that had transpired. 10 minutes ago. The paper doll arrived at the supermarket at the agreed time, prepared to swap shifts with Lu Wenwen. Upon arriving at the store, Lu Wenwen, however, was still unwilling to leave, saying she wanted to wait for Little Li to pick her up after work to go shopping together. Regarding this, the paper doll was not surprised. Both of these were female students and had close interactions with Dr. Li. Gradually, after chatting a few times, they naturally became friends. The paper figure had heard about it, two good sisters in the ghost school, who even went to the bathroom together after class. It was quite normal for these two to go shopping together. In fact, he had already noticed that not only after work, but also during work hours, Lu Wenwen often laughed and chatted with the slit-mouthed woman in the store. Although this violated employee regulations, the paper figure said nothing, considering the other person was introduced by Dr. Li. Today, after chatting as usual, the two sisters linked arms and left the supermarket. Just as the paper figure was about to tidy up the shelves, a few screams suddenly came from outside the supermarket. He went to the door and saw several dark figures surrounding the slit-mouthed woman, punching and kicking her. Just as he wanted to shout to stop them, he suddenly realized something was wrong. These were not ghosts, but humans. Ghost hunters. One had a hooked nose, one was a muscular man, and one was a fat woman. Their attacks on the slit-mouthed woman were deadly, genuinely lethal blows. This was not the playful fighting typical among ghosts that was scary but not fatal. After the slit-mouthed woman lost her ability to resist and fell to the ground, the fat woman and muscular man continued to punch and kick her. Oh no. Give it to her hard. Let her stop me from taking people. It's been months since I've caught a female ghost, I need to have some fun today. The ghost hunters were full of excitement, continuously making strange sounds. The fat woman even broke the fingers of the slit-mouthed woman, shoving them into her mouth. Chewing with a crunch, the sound of bones breaking. The paper figure felt his scalp tingle. It was obvious that these people did not want to kill the slit-mouthed woman directly, they wanted to torture her slowly. Meanwhile, Lu Wenwen had already been tightly bound, her mouth stuffed with rags, unable to move. After torturing for a while, they seemed to feel they had played enough. From a distance, the hook-nosed leader waved his hand and told the other two, "It's about time, let's kill her where she lies," as he picked up Lu Wenwen to leave. Lu Wenwen. At that moment, the paper figure suddenly remembered that Dr. Li and the owner had previously agreed that the supermarket would be responsible for Lu Wenwen's safety. As a supermarket employee, he certainly had the obligation to fulfill the owner's promise. If the owner found out he just stood by while Lu Wenwen got taken away, the owner would definitely turn him into a pulp to feed the dogs. What should he do? The paper figure was in a panic. He could borrow some power from the supermarket's property certificate. But that only worked inside the supermarket, once outside, he had no chance at all. Moreover, even the evil spirit-level slit-mouthed woman was no match for these ghost hunters. As a minor spirit, he could not even handle a 1v3, he likely would be torn into paper scraps the moment he stepped out the supermarket door. What to do? It's over. As the paper figure thought, his mind slid into despair. But the owner surely doesn't want to lose 2 employees at once. I still need to prioritize saving my own life. Even mountains of green waters flow on. Just as the paper figure was about to convince himself successfully, he recalled Dr. Li, that man in a white coat, always wearing a mysterious smile. Even if the owner let him go, would Dr. Li let him go? Clearly not. This Lu Wenwen was a nurse from the Safe Clinic, personally recommended by Dr. Li to work part-time in the supermarket. If he just stood by and watched Lu Wenwen be taken away, offending Dr. Li would mean he wouldn't even get a good outcome. He felt he would likely be shredded into pieces by Dr. Li, made into business cards, and handed out to other patients. No way. He had to think of a way. After a brief struggle, finally, the paper figure suddenly had a clever idea and took a large stack of ghost coins out from the cash register, dumping them onto the counter with a crash. He was going to summon the owner. Using the rules set by the owner, as long as a large number of ghost coins appeared in the supermarket, he would receive a notification from the property certificate, able to possess an employee to come check it out. Doing this was to prevent robbery. And to prevent employees from stealing ghost coins. 3 is for verifying banknotes. The large amount of ghost money that Dr. Li took out earlier triggered the banknote verification process, which summoned the boss. The paper figure finished throwing the ghost money and quickly ran to the door to adjust its angle, aiming at several ghost hunters. It wanted the boss to come over and see what was happening at the first moment. Boom. In the next second, a strong ghostly energy descended, and the paper figure immediately lost control of its body. At that moment, several people nearby almost simultaneously trembled and stopped moving. They were stunned by the suddenly appearing strong ghostly energy. Even just possessing a body, the boss could emanate ghostly energy at the red cloth level. This was undoubtedly a significant threat to the 3 ghost hunters. At this moment, the muscular man was lifting his large foot high, aiming to stomp down on the head of the split-faced woman on the ground. Next to him, the fat woman had already lifted her shirt, revealing a blood-red mouth on her belly, waiting to feast. And the hook-nosed man, carrying Lu Wunwun, was about to turn and leave. All of them froze. The 3 turned their heads in unison to look at the supermarket, their eyes filled with undeniable fear. They saw the previously weak paper figure, glaring fiercely at them. At the same time, it emanated intense ghostly energy, as if it had transformed into a different ghost. After a brief standoff, even the somewhat slow boss reacted. Although he didn't know what these ghost hunters were up to, judging by their tightly bound appearance. It was definitely not a good thing. Then, the boss urged his ghostly energy, pulled out a sharp knife, and forcefully threw it towards the 3 people in the distance. The piercing sound of slicing wind exploded. The knife flew for hundreds of meters, its power undiminished, shooting towards the 3 like a cannonball. In an instant, a cold light pierced through the fat woman without any obstruction and, with a loud bang, embedded itself into the concrete ground. By the time the 3 regained their senses, the fat woman had lost half her body, blood spraying out like a fountain. The hook-nosed man reacted the fastest, shouting retreat, as he hoisted Lu Wunwun and ran like mad. The muscular man didn't dare to be slow either. He abandoned the nearly unconscious split-faced woman, dragged the bleeding fat woman, and sprinted away, disappearing around the street corner. Chapter 49, 5 minutes? Plenty of time. Then I brought the split-faced woman to the clinic. The paper figure stammered, unable to look into Li Fei's eyes. He could feel that Dr. Li was not in a good mood. Li Fei, beside him, stayed silent for a while, focused on rescuing the split-faced woman. After a while, when the split-faced woman's injuries stabilized and her life was saved, he finally looked up, wiped his sweat, and sighed in relief. Dr. Li, I really did my best. You are so understanding, you wouldn't argue with me, right? The paper figure nervously rubbed its hands, watching Li Fei's expression. No. I can understand you, you have already done your best. Li Fei continued treating the patient while comforting the paper figure. Just as the paper figure said, it was indeed just a little ghost-level minion, and it had done its best. If it hadn't urgently summoned the boss and scared off the others, the split-faced woman might have been killed on the spot. And if the paper figure hadn't promptly brought the split-faced woman to the clinic, the split-faced woman would have died from her severe injuries. Now it seemed that this was the best result the paper figure could achieve. As for those ghost hunters, according to the paper figure's description, the features of those people were hook-nosed man, muscular man, fat woman. They were the team specifically targeting novices for robbery. More than half a month ago, they had indirectly killed the original owner once. Today, they found their way back, injuring the split-faced woman and kidnapping the clinic's nurse. It felt like they were deliberately looking for trouble. This made Li Fei very uncomfortable. Although he only wanted to run the clinic peacefully, he would not be afraid if someone came looking for trouble. As the saying goes, if a person does not offend me, I will not offend them. If a person offends me, I will offend their whole family. It seems they specifically came to capture Lu Wunwun. Li Fei mumbled to himself, sorting out his thoughts. It was evident that these people had come specifically to kidnap Lu Wunwun. For Lu Wunwun, a rich young lady, kidnapping is not unusual. After all, entering the forbidden zone alone is the best time to be kidnapped. Since it is a kidnapping, it means Lu Wunwun is currently not in any life-threatening danger. In other words, there is still time. As a doctor, Li Fei decided to focus on the patients he has on hand. He summoned the ghost shadow to assist him in the treatment. The 2 ghost doctors understood each other, working in perfect harmony. Within minutes, the dozens of steel needles inside the slit-mouthed woman were carefully removed one by one. At this point, she could be considered completely out of life-threatening danger. It's almost done, you come and be my assistant. Li Fei tossed a roll of suturing thread to the paper person. Now, I need to stitch up the patient's wounds. Whatever I ask for, you just hand it to me, gauze. Vascular clamp, surgical tweezers, tissue scissors. Li Fei assigned various tasks to the paper person. Since the patient was already safe, it was time to find back his nurse. Li Fei sent the ghost shadow ahead, rushing toward the supermarket. In the Rest in Peace community, a fresh red trail of blood was dragged from the front gate, across the hallway and stairs, stopping in front of a certain door. This is the blood of the fat woman. Inside the room, a Chang was pressing hard on her wound, trying to slow down her blood loss. Even for a tough half-ghost like the fat woman, losing half of her body was quite difficult to bear. At this moment, she was slumped on the ground, gasping for breath in pain. Who? He. Luckily, my mouth is safe. The fat woman rubbed the big mouth on her belly, giggling foolishly. Severe blood loss led to her dazed consciousness, and once a half-ghost becomes unclear in mind, the ghost part inside her would dominate, revealing uncontrollable hunger. Eat. I want to eat little chicken. The fat woman twisted her body and struggled towards Lu Wenwen at the other end of the room, but was quickly pressed back by a Chang's sharp reflexes. A Chang, keep a close eye on the fat woman. Wang Wenbing reminded. At this moment, he was guarding the fainted Lu Wenwen, separated from the fat woman by a bed. This was to prevent any accidents. Lu Wenwen's small frame could not withstand even a little ruckus from the fat woman. If she accidentally got killed, the reward would be halved. An instant loss of 25 million. As the big brother, Wang Wenbing naturally wanted to avoid such a situation. There are still 10 minutes until the gate opens. I've already booked a way out. Once the time is up, we can withdraw. By then, the fat woman's injuries can be treated too. Wang Wenbing glanced at his watch, silently counting down in his heart. 10 minutes. Once it reaches 10 minutes, they can take Lu Wenwen out of the forbidden zone. Handing her over to the market on the black market will earn them a huge reward of 50 million. When the money arrives, he would buy the highest grade ghost object, defeat his long-arm ghost and achieve a breakthrough from level C to level B. By then, he wouldn't have to be chased around helplessly by that paper person. That group of guys in the organization also wouldn't be able to look down on him any longer. A Chang, go check the main door. Wang Wenbing instructed a Chang to confirm again that the room door was firmly locked. He was a bit worried. If that paper person chased after them and rushed into the room, it would be trouble. Although he didn't know how that ghost-level paper person became the red dress. But Wang Wenbing was very clear that as a level C with 2 level Ds, he stood no chance against the red dress. No problem, Wengu, the door is locked tight. A Chang responded after confirming the door lock. Wang Wenbing still did not relax. Even though he knew the door was extremely sturdy, unbreakable, he still felt a bit uneasy. A vague ominous premonition crept in. Seeing this, a Chang comforted his big brother, saying, Wengu, it's fine. That paper person's sudden upgrade must be related to the ghost territory. Maybe once it leaves the supermarket, it will revert back to its original form. To take a step back, even if that paper person comes knocking, let's not even talk about whether it can open this door. As long as it dares to smash the door, the security at the entrance will come right away. It wouldn't even take a second to deal with it. A Chang was full of confidence. As a former resident of the community, he had personally witnessed people who violated the neighborhood rules. One time, a man spat on the ground, and the security guards rushed out and smashed him into a bloody pulp. The security guards in this neighborhood were demons, the most disciplined and unyielding. As long as someone fought, destroyed public property, or did anything wrong in the community, they would rush to the scene as fast as possible and punish the offender. A Chang had also heard that the security guard demon was the only nightmare-level entity in Yangye Street. It took an entire A-level ghost hunting team to counter such an existence. By himself, he had raised the danger level of Yangye Street to C. No matter what, as long as the security guard was there, the paper men would never dare to smash the door. But today's security guard demon was a bit strange. When he came in, he even handed out a business card. It said something like Dr. Li from Ping'an Clinic. A Chang didn't pay much attention and threw it away casually. He didn't believe there could be a doctor in this restricted area. In fact, his mind had long since wandered, already thinking about his future luxurious life. A Chang secretly planned that after dividing the loot, he would buy a few female celebrities to have some fun with. As a street thug from a poor background, he had always wanted to see what kind of women the rich men played with, and how they differed from the women he usually played with. What kind of new tricks could the rich people come up with that he had never seen before? Speaking of money, a Chang suddenly thought of the high-paying escort job and asked Wang Wenbing, Brother Wen, it's been 10 minutes, why hasn't Zuowen come back? Don't worry about him. After finding Lu Wenwen, his job is done. Spending a few hours finding someone to earn 500,000, this escort job is much easier than ours. Wang Wenbing said as he sized up Lu Wenwen beside him. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. This woman was actually worth 50 million. Before today, he had never imagined he could be involved with 50 million. He knew deep down that this might be his only chance to get rich in his life. Thinking about it like this, using a 500,000 escort fee to earn nearly 100 times the profit, he considered himself a business genius. In fact, not long ago, he had thought about another route. He could hold Lu Wenwen hostage and demand money from the famous Lu Group. But after thinking it over, he gave up. The Lu Group was a well-known conglomerate in Changjiang City, with a huge influence and a large number of people. With just the three of them, they wouldn't be able to handle it. It wouldn't take half a day before the Lu family would dig them out and capture them all. As the saying goes, don't take on a porcelain job without a diamond tool. Since there was a big sponsor offering 50 million for delivering a person, why not go for it? Wang Wenbing had been in the underworld for many years, relying on stability. Brother one, that. Just as Wang Wenbing was feeling smug, a Chang spoke up. He stammered, a little embarrassed. Brother, I have an idea, I don't know if it will work. As he spoke, a Chang's eyes were fixed on the unconscious Lu Wenwen. His greedy gaze roamed over every inch of her beautiful skin, as if trying to peer into her clothes. Do it! Big brother knows exactly what you're thinking. Make it quick, there are only 5 minutes left. Wang Wenbing obviously understood his brother. A Chang didn't have any other hobbies, he was just lustful. Before they captured Lu Wenwen, he had been talking about wanting to study her properly. As the older brother, he could still satisfy this request, as long as no one died. Wang Wenbing tore off the tape from Lu Wenwen's mouth. The usual rule, only with the mouth. A Chang, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and excitedly danced around. Enough. Brother one, you know me. 5 minutes, that's more than enough. Chapter 50, below the head, all limbs amputated. Where is this? It seemed that she had heard the conversation between a Chang and brother one. Lu Wenwen's eyelids flickered, and she slowly woke up. She opened her eyes and saw a rough-looking man in a vest staring at her intensely. Oh, Miss Lu, you're awake? Just in time. You woke up just in time, brother, I don't like to play around when someone passes out. Come on, wake up. The man in the vest, Chiang, said as he loosened his belt. Lu Wenwen looked around, quickly recalling everything. These were the 3 kidnappers who had previously injured the woman with the split lip at the supermarket and then kidnapped her. They were also the ones who had disguised themselves as security officers and robbed the newbie players. What are you going to do? Tied up tightly, Lu Wenwen wriggled and kept retreating in fear. Even though she hadn't seen anything like this before, she could roughly guess what this man in the vest was planning. I advise you to stop. I'm not only a clerk at the Wenwen supermarket, but also a nurse at the Peace Clinic. If you touch even a single hair on me, Dr. Li will make you regret it. Lu Wenwen's eyes shimmered with tears as she warned loudly. But Chiang, after hearing that, got even more excited. He sneered and looked at her with disdain. Dr. Li? Regret? Little girl, I don't know who this Dr. Li is, but as for me, your brother has never regretted anything in his life. Don't talk about being some nurse from a crappy clinic. Even if you were the emperor's wife, I'm still doing you today. After speaking, Chiang immediately lunged at Lu Wenwen. He needed to finish this in the remaining 5 minutes, a quick and decisive attack. Almost at the same time, the overweight woman, who had been unconscious due to blood loss, suddenly woke up. In a fit of madness, she shoved Chiang away and screeched, lunging at Lu Wenwen. Eat the little chicken. The fat woman opened her blood-stained mouth, and foul-smelling saliva sprayed everywhere. Just as it seemed that Lu Wenwen was about to be torn in half by the bite, Wang Wenbing's face changed drastically. As a ghost master, his strength far exceeded his 2 subordinates. But in the face of this sudden situation, the ghost master's weakness and speed was instantly exposed. After all, by the time he summoned his long-arm ghost to stop the fat woman, Lu Wenwen would already be dead. Chiang! Wang Wenbing shouted, pinning his hopes on Chiang, who was close by. Damn! This damn fat woman! Chiang cursed as he half-kneeled. He and the fat woman were both at D-class level, and after being slammed into unexpectedly, he stumbled and fell to the ground. He now couldn't get up in time to stop her. Meanwhile, Lu Wenwen, terrified by the fat woman right in front of her, closed her eyes instinctively and screamed Li Fei's name. Boom! In that moment, a loud explosion shattered the air, and the ground seemed to shake beneath them. Shattered bricks flew everywhere, and the room was instantly filled with dust and smoke. Chiang felt as though the entire building had been shaken. Just as he was about to get up, the violent tremor caused him to fall again. In the blur, he saw something smash through the wall and fly into the room. What's going on? Ah Qiang's head buzzed. He had thought that the door to the rest area had some kind of ghostly protection and would be absolutely unbreakable. But now, the door was fine. Instead, the wall had been smashed open, leaving a large hole. This is impossible. The huge shock left Ah Qiang stunned, frozen in place. When the smoke cleared, he and Wang Wenbing exchanged looks. Following Wang Wenbing's gaze, he stiffly turned to look toward Lu Wenwen. At this moment, Lu Wenwen was unharmed, but had fainted again. The fat woman who had been lunging at her was now frozen in place, her massive body trembling. Wait. The fat woman's head was gone. Fat woman? Ah Qiang stammered, unable to say anything for a moment. In his view, where the fat woman's head should have been, only a large sandbag-sized fist remained. As the fist retracted, the messy, bloody stump at the fat woman's neck revealed a man hidden behind her. The man who had smashed through the wall and barged into the room. At that moment, the man's face was perfectly aligned with the spot where the fat woman's head used to be. The light from behind him cast shadows, merging with the fat woman's remaining body to create a chilling, absurd image. Ah Qiang couldn't help but shiver. Then, after twitching twice, the fat woman's body froze. Thud, he fell down. At this moment, Ah Qiang finally saw the enemy's appearance. A person in a white coat. A doctor? Before he could react, the doctor spoke up on his own. Good evening, fellow patients. I am Li Fei from Ping'an Clinic, you can call me Dr. Li. Li Fei smiled, casually brushing off dust from his clothes. He slowly took out a disinfectant wipe from his pocket, carefully cleaning the blood from his fist. He was a bit surprised by his own debut as One Punch Man. The power of this punch actually broke through the wall and smashed the fat woman's head. You? I've seen you before, you're the one who was with Lu Wenwen. Wang Wenbing stepped out of the shadow, his face showing a grim expression. He remembered this kid, it was this guy who almost ruined his good plans when they robbed newcomers. That's right, brother one, it's him. So, the clinic Dr. Lu Wenwen mentioned earlier is this young punk. However, I remember he was bitten by the fat woman and lost both legs, he shouldn't be alive now. Ah Qiang and Wang Wenbing exchanged glances, quickly noticing something was off. This kid named Li Fei was severely injured, how could he have escaped that dark mist? What exactly happened? Not only did he survive, but he also grew to the point of being able to smash through walls and crush the head of a D-level half-demon with one punch. The two were confused. But the fat woman's gruesome corpse made them admit that this kid had transformed. Soon, the two demon hunters entered a combat state. Ah Qiang focused intently, observing the ghostly aura around Li Fei. As a strength-type demon hunter, he wasn't skilled in observing ghostly energy, but he could roughly tell that Li Fei's level wasn't high. At least 5 levels lower than him. It seems that exaggerated punch earlier was his trump card. After just one glance, Ah Qiang made his judgment. After all, if it were him, he wouldn't be able to destroy the wall and instantly kill the fat woman no matter what. So, that tremendously powerful move from Li Fei definitely can't be used repetitively. And if nothing goes wrong, the ghostly energy on the other side had already been consumed by more than half, his strength greatly reduced. It was the perfect timing for him to strike. More explosive but less sustainable. Kid, looks like you have brute strength without knowing the combat techniques of a demon hunter. Brother Wen, leave this kid to me. Today, I will give him a lesson. Ah Qiang stepped forward, taking his stance. He wanted this kid to see what happens when you reveal your trump card too early. Combat techniques? Li Fei smiled slightly. He spread out his hands and shrugged, showing indifference. Did I not tell you? I'm a doctor, not a thug. Besides, I don't need any skills to fight against a weakling like you. Upon hearing this, Ah Qiang scoffed. There was no need to waste more breath on this kid. Aside from the fat woman's death, he actually cared more about this kid ruining his enjoyment with women. Ha! Ah Qiang let out a low roar, urging his ghostly energy. In an instant, a large amount of ghostly energy spread out from his body, surrounding him and forming a black phantom. The phantom gradually became solid, and in the blink of an eye, Ah Qiang transformed into a porcupine covered in sharp spikes. He was already a big figure, and with this transformation, he looked even taller and stronger, his muscles bulging. The long, sharp quills all over his body were his main weapons, and they were the reason for the fat woman's serious injuries. Today, I'll let you see what professionalism means. Ah Qiang swung his hand fiercely, and a row of steel-like spikes shot out, aimed right at Li Fei's face. Puff puff puff. The continuous sound of piercing flesh came. Li Fei had no time to react, instantly pierced by the spikes, and his whole body was sent flying, nailed to the wall. Question mark. Is it this easy? I haven't even exerted myself, and it's all over? I didn't even get the chance to enter the melee part I'm best at. One hit kill. Ah Qiang was instead a bit surprised. He didn't expect that after using his ultimate move, Li Fei, who was at his level, would be this weak. Just as he turned his head, about to say something to Wang Wenbing, the Li Fei that should have died on the wall transformed into a puff of black smoke and scattered. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the room. Just when Yang was confused, Li Fei's cold voice came from behind him, making him shiver involuntarily. Congratulations, your treatment plan is ready. Below the head, everything will be amputated. Chapter 51, Come to my side. This kid didn't die? The voice behind him made Yang immediately alert. Shocked, he didn't forget to summon his ghostly energy and tighten his muscles, his body turning into hard, sharp bristles, standing upright like he was wearing a sharp spiked armor. This was his proud spiky pig form. He had once used this move to escape from the hands of a C-grade fierce ghost. No matter which angle Li Fei in the shadows tried to attack from, he would instantly be pierced like a sieve by the steel-like bristles. However, the sneak attack he had expected did not happen. Yang, suspicious, wanted to turn his head. But he found he couldn't move his neck. No. Not just his neck, Yang suddenly realized that he couldn't feel his body anymore. At this moment, he could only feel his head, everything else was gone. He felt like his head was the only thing left, floating in midair, his vision fixed, only able to look straight ahead. In his line of sight was Lu Wenwen, unconscious by the bedside, and Brother Wen, whose face was extremely serious. Yang was puzzled. In his memory, Brother Wen had never shown such an expression. It was as if he was looking at a dead person? Yang, your arrogance has killed you. Rest easy, I will take revenge for you and the fat woman. These words were squeezed out by Wang Wenbing, one by one, through his clenched teeth. His voice trembled slightly with anger, and after speaking, he stepped back to the corner of the wall, directing the long arm ghost to take up a defensive stance. Ugh, ugh. On the other side, Yang tried to speak after hearing this, but found that no matter how hard he tried, only unpleasant sounds came out of his throat. He didn't understand what was happening. Gradually, he could no longer even feel his head. How does it feel? I've given you anesthesia, you shouldn't feel any pain. A calm voice came from behind him, Li Fei's thoughtful greeting. As soon as his words fell, Yang felt a chill on his neck, a sweetness in his throat, and his vision began to blur. Splash! Fresh blood gushed from Yang's throat like a spring. Behind him, Li Fei pulled out a surgical knife, flicked the blood off, then patted his shoulder and gently laid him down. Don't worry, the surgery was a success. In a few minutes, all your blood will drain out, then I'll cut off your head and transplant it to a patient in need. This way, your life won't just be extended, but you'll have done a good deed too. Li Fei raised his leg and stepped over Yang's body on the ground. At this moment, Yang's eyes were vacant, his neck bleeding like a waterfall, and his body's spikes had gone limp and fallen. Slowly, his ghostly energy dissipated, and his body returned to human form. Safe travels. Li Fei clasped his hands in front of his chest. As a doctor, he could only try to let these terminally ill patients go peacefully. By the way, your name is Wang Wenbing, right? Don't worry, you'll join him soon. Li Fei put away the surgical knife and turned to look at Wang Wenbing on the other side of the room. At this moment, Wang Wenbing was completely shocked, utterly questioning life. In less than a minute, his two D-grade teammates were killed one after the other. Though these two weren't exactly top-tier fighters, if he asked himself, even if he fought personally, he wouldn't be able to kill them so quickly without injury. After all, Yang's spiky pig form was like a bomb, with every muscle in his body acting as a fuse, ready to explode at the slightest touch. Theoretically, it should be very difficult to break through. But for some reason, just now, Yang seemed to have been hypnotized. He was stabbed in the throat and didn't resist. What is going on? This kid named Li Fei just entered a horror game for the first time, how did he grow into this? Wang Wenbing couldn't figure it out. However, as a veteran who had survived more than 10 games, he no longer dared to underestimate Li Fei. Wang Wenbing retreated to a corner of the room like he was facing a great enemy, summoning his long-handed ghost to stand in front of him. As long as he could hold on for a few more minutes, he could use the exit ticket to leave this place with Lu Wenwen. As for what he said before about taking revenge for the two people, that was a matter for later. Right now, he couldn't gauge Li Fei's strength, so he dared not act rashly. However, Wang Wenbing had confirmed one thing from Li Fei's earlier fight. Li Fei was a close combat type. Once close, he could be killed in a second. But from another angle, as long as he kept his distance, he was temporarily safe. Kid, you killed two of my men. Let me take this woman, and we'll call it even, how about? Wang Wenbing shrank in the corner, and the long-handed ghost extended its 6 slender arms, spreading out in the room like a spider web, blocking Li Fei's path of attack. Are you scared? Li Fei smiled as he approached. Since the other side had a hostage, he didn't choose to launch a direct attack. Instead, he slowly compressed Wang Wenbing's space to move. With each step closer, the web of the long-handed ghost shrank a bit. Kid, don't push your luck. This is a ghost slave of ghost level. If it comes down to a life and death struggle, you won't last 10 seconds. Wang Wenbing warned. As a ghost master, he had been dealing with spirits for many years and was naturally better at observing ghost energy than ordinary ghost hunters. In his eyes, Li Fei's ghost energy level was barely at the bottom of C grade. In a fight to the death, he could never defeat his long-handed ghost. But even if he could kill Li Fei to take revenge for a Chang, it would definitely not be today. Right now, he only wanted to protect himself, avoid all risks, and leave here with 50 million. This was the safest method. After all, there were too many mysteries surrounding Li Fei, and he didn't dare to take risks. As for revenge, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Are you saying that if I let you take Lu Wenwen, you would never trouble me again? Li Fei asked. I promise, in the underworld, the most important thing is credibility. Wang Wenbing pounded his chest in assurance. However, Li Fei's next response turned his face dark. Brother Wen, let me put it plainly, a scumbag like you, your promise is no different from farting in my eyes. And no matter what you say or do, you must die today. Li Fei's tone was calm. In fact, he had already decided back in the clinic that he would either do nothing or strike hard. These three scumbags had killed the original host just to rob a newbie, and now they dared to cause trouble for the clinic's staff. If he let them go, it would undoubtedly pose a great threat to the clinic's future safety. Seeing that Li Fei's attitude was so firm, Wang Wenbing's fierce nature showed, and he no longer sought peace. Just as he said, Li Fei couldn't possibly be a match for the long-handed ghost now. Since this kid didn't know what was good for him and insisted on a fight to the death, he would accompany him to the end. No matter if it ended up breaking the net. After all, as long as he took the 50 million, he would have plenty of chances to rise again. Attack! With Wang Wenbing's command, the long-handed ghost swung its arms, creating a buzzing sound like a bee tearing through the air. These slender ghost hands shot out like sharp whips, forcing Li Fei to keep retreating and completely locking down the already narrow path of attack. Li Fei was caught off guard and got scraped by a whip, tearing a sinister hole in his white coat. Fortunately, he had invested all his points in endurance, making him much tougher than ordinary ghost hunters at the same level. Several whip strikes only left a few shallow bloodstains on his skin. Such fast movements. Li Fei retreated to the door, frowning slightly, surprised by the long-handed ghost's speed. He was already severely lacking in agility, and in this small room, he felt overwhelmed. Furthermore, he cannot avoid the high-speed whipping from the opponent. If he chooses to charge in head-on, he would be whipped over 1,000 times by 6 ghostly hands before he even reaches Wang Wenbing, turning him into a mush. At this moment, the scene fell into a stalemate. Kid, not much ability, but you sure can pretend. Now I understand, you are just a short-handed piece of trash. Wang Wenbing snorted with disdain. Li Fei's retreat just now confirmed his speculation completely. Just as he thought, Li Fei lacked long-range attack means. As long as he maintained a certain distance, in the mid-range combat where the long-handed ghost excelled, he could remain invincible. Since it's like this, there's nothing to hesitate about. I'll directly kill this arrogant kid, then go out with 50 million. How wonderful would that be? Kill. With a command from Wang Wenbing, the long-handed ghost let out a shriek and charged towards Li Fei. The buzzing sound erupted, and the 6 ghostly hands whipped crazily, distorting the air. Just 1 second before Li Fei was about to be shattered by the high-speed whipping net, he pulled out a piece of paper out of thin air and said lightly, Security Xiaoya, urgent overtime. Before his words fell, that overtime notice had already turned to ashes. In the next second, a small shadow abruptly appeared next to Li Fei. The small shadow reached out a chubby little hand timidly and tugged at Li Fei's clothing corner. Dr. Li, where is this? A tender child's voice sounded, but Wang Wenbing's expression changed dramatically. At this moment, even the long-handed ghost's movements froze. Chapter 52, The Red-Clothed Little Security Guard. What the hell is happening? Red clothes? The normally composed Wang Wenbing suddenly broke down and cursed loudly. Not far from him, a little ghost dressed as a zombie hugged Li Fei in a very intimate manner. From the concentration of ghostly energy, this little ghost was at least of red-cloth level. Damn it! It had only been half a month since he last saw Li Fei, and not only had his own strength skyrocketed, but he had transformed into a ghost master? And it was not enough that he was a ghost master, he had even gained control over a red-clothed zombie right off the bat? Is this reasonable? This is completely unreasonable. But the reason behind it was something Wang Wenbing couldn't even begin to imagine. He didn't have time to think. In the next second, Li Fei's conversation with the red-clothed little zombie sent chills down his spine. Dr. Li, Xiaoya is scared, where is this? Xiaoya isn't scared, this is the bad guy's home. Why are we at the bad guy's home? We are here to eat noodles. Look at those long thin things, they are noodles. As Li Fei spoke, he pointed at the long-handed ghost next to Wang Wenbing. Indeed, the 6 long ghostly hands stretched out looked quite like noodles. Noodles, are noodles delicious? The little Xiaoya asked. Of course they are delicious, just as delicious as octopus tentacles. Li Fei patted Xiaoya's head, revealing a kind smile. Seeing this, the long-handed ghost trembled and withdrew its arms. As a monster that had often lurked in forbidden areas, it understood better than its master the terrifying nature of its kind right in front of it. For younger, immature-minded monsters, they were called reckless youths. The biggest characteristic of a reckless youth was that they were heavy-handed. Once a fight broke out, it was all out. And the deadly power of a red-clothed ghost, the long-handed ghost, a fierce ghost, would not last even 10 seconds against it. Although they were only one rank apart, the strength difference was at least 10 times. No, my hands are not delicious. They are sour and tough, and there's a smell. I haven't bathed in 2 years. The long-handed ghost repeatedly waved its hands, continuously shrinking back. In the end, it had completely lost its earlier fierceness, resembling a big spider curled up in fear. Xiaoya listened and turned her head, looking at Li Fei with wide eyes, as if she didn't quite catch the long-handed ghost's words. The long-handed ghost, no, the noodle monster means that its hands are sour and sweet, very chewy. Just like sweet and sour pork jerky, Xiaoya would definitely love it. Li Fei patiently translated for Xiaoya, recalling how the long-handed ghost had whipped wildly just moments before. He added. Hurry and eat, Xiaoya. The noodle monster has already pulled the noodles. If you don't eat, they will turn into a lump. Xiaoya excitedly nodded her little head. In the next instant, she vanished from her spot. Li Fei only felt a blur zoom past his leg, swiftly dashing past the long-handed ghost and then coming back. In the blink of an eye, when Xiaoya reappeared, she had 2 long ghostly hands in her hands. Slurp, I'm slurping. At this moment, Xiaoya was holding the noodles with her chubby little hands, constantly sending them into her mouth, making slurping sounds. Eat slowly, Xiaoya, there's plenty more. Li Fei wiped the sweat from his brow. Watching those constantly wriggling ghostly hands being chewed and swallowed piece by Xiaoya made him feel a little scared. It seemed that when he went to Xiaoya's house to treat her, she had not been serious at all. This little zombie was so fast that he couldn't see her clearly, let alone react in time. Aru! Not far away, the long-handed ghost finally let out a wail of agony. Xiaoya's speed surpassed even his pain perception, and it was only after seeing his hands slurped into her mouth that the long-handed ghost realized 2 of his limbs had been taken. Damn it! Don't be afraid. You are the one I raised with great effort, at least give me some use. Wang Wenbing shouted loudly. As the master of the long-handed ghost, he held on to his nearly collapsing fighting spirit and ordered the long-handed ghost to counterattack. He knew very well that it was now a matter of life and death. No matter what, he had to hold on for these last few minutes. The long-handed ghost could not defy his master's command, letting out a terrible shriek as it waved its arms and charged forward. A desperate charge. In an instant, several ghostly hands whipped rapidly in the room, creating loud buzzing sounds. Aside from Wang Wenbing's standing position, the walls and floors of the entire room were left with deep pits. Broken stones flew, the wind howled. It was as if an invisible force was destroying everything inside the house. Is this the killing move of a fierce ghost? So strong. Li Fei had already retreated beyond the reach of the long-handed ghost's attacks. In his vision, Xiaoya did not retreat but instead advanced, her tiny body charging directly into the whip-like net. The long whips danced, and Xiaoya used her speed to weave and dodge within them. Smack! Every time she flickered, the original spot would be struck and create a deep pit, with stones scattering everywhere. In such a deadly situation, Xiaoya oddly pushed herself in with various twisted and bizarre poses. The long-handed ghost, furiously whipping, suddenly felt darkness in front of him, the whole world spinning around and upside down. Huh, why is everything turned upside down? The long-handed ghost was confused. In the next instant, he felt a heat on his neck, blood gushing out like a fountain. Oh, so my head has been taken off. The long-handed ghost realized, slowly closing its eyes. For more than a decade, he had followed Wang Wenbing and consumed quite a few people, so he didn't feel it was a total loss in this life. Noodles are delicious. Xiaoya held the long-handed ghost's head in one hand and sent the long ghostly hands into her mouth with the other. Her cheeks puffed out, and her chubby face was filled with a satisfied smile. Dr. Li, would you like to eat a head? I think I'll pass for now. I'll leave the tasty stuff for Xiaoya. Li Fei waved his hand in refusal. At this moment, Wang Wenbing in the corner turned as dark as coal. He had struggled and crawled through horror games for over 10 years, sacrificing over 100 people to cultivate this fierce ghost-level ghost slave. Yet this young kid had only participated in one game and summoned a red-clothed ghost. Now, even his own long-handed ghost had become nourishment for this red-clothed little zombie. This was simply too ironic. What Wang Wenbing found most confusing was that since Li Fei smashed the wall, several minutes had already passed. And yet, where were the security ghosts responsible for maintaining order in the area? Wasn't it said that if someone violated the rules, the security would arrive in 10 seconds? If they didn't arrive soon, people would be damned cold. Damn it, why is time passing so slowly? The more Wang Wenbing thought about it, the angrier he became. Since the long-handed ghost had died, he was silently counting the seconds. With each second he counted, his despair grew stronger. There were still 2 minutes until the gate opened, and it was just too difficult to endure. It seemed that this 50 million Luanwen could not be taken away today. Wait a minute. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged from youth. Kid, I admit I'm not your opponent. I will return this woman to you. How about we settle our debts completely? As Wang Wenbing spoke, he pulled Luanwen up. To show his sincerity, he did not wait for Li Fei to agree and pushed Luanwen over. Li Fei took Luanwen but shook his head and said, "Brother Wen, don't be foolish. I said when I entered that today you must die. But don't worry, I will take the usable organs from your body and transplant them to patients in need." Worry? This kid still wants me to worry? Wang Wenbing felt he had been humiliated greatly. He had already made the biggest concession, even giving up 50 million, yet this kid still insisted he must die. Since it was like this, then they could only perish together. Since you left no way to live, then don't blame me. Wang Wenbing's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he took out a ring that looked like dried wood and put it on. This was the strongest attacking item he obtained after playing several times. B-level ghost object, the cursed ring. As long as he wore the ring and designated a target, he could sacrifice part of his body to unleash a curse of ghost-level strength, annihilating the opponent. This invisible attack was something Li Fei's ghost servant zombie could not resist. Target, Li Fei, sacrificer, Wang Wenbing. Curse activated. Wang Wenbing looked at Li Fei, designating him as the target. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong ghostly energy erupted from the ring, engulfing his body. With a cry of pain from Wang Wenbing, his lower body instantly shriveled, his legs drained of moisture as if they were 2 withered branches. Thud. His legs broke, and Wang Wenbing stumbled, falling to the ground, still enduring the intense pain to look up ahead. He wanted to witness the tragic death of this young kid. He saw the ghostly energy roll over Wang Wenbing's body and then expand several times, becoming darker and harder. A black blade formed from ghostly energy surged toward Li Fei with unstoppable force. Chapter 53, Zhuo 1. The flying knife, formed from ghostly energy, shot out with a black afterimage, piercing directly at Li Fei's face. This knife seemed to ignore the laws of physics, its speed so fast that the surrounding air slightly distorted. However, Xiaoyao was faster. With a quick movement of her short legs, she instantly teleported in front of Li Fei, reaching out to try to catch the flying knife. Wow! In midair, Xiaoyao was slightly stunned as the black knife went straight through her body, its speed unchanged as it continued toward Li Fei. Good. Wang Wenbing sneered. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten about the 2 legs that looked like withered wood beneath him. After losing his long-handed ghost, he had nothing left to lose, all he wanted was for Li Fei to die. Even if it meant spending most of his life in a wheelchair, he would not hesitate. And the attack exchanged for sacrificing his lower body was indeed sharp enough, directly ignoring the laws of physics, passing through the small zombie toward Li Fei. Die for me! Wang Wenbing shouted fiercely. Once Li Fei was dead, this small zombie would lose its master and no longer have any reason to pursue him. He prided himself on being a horror veteran. With just this move, he could turn the tables. However, the next second, as the flying knife reached Li Fei, the scene Wang Wenbing had anticipated did not occur. He only vaguely saw a flash of white light at Li Fei's neck, and a ring of ice-like barrier erupted, wrapping Li Fei within. Then the black knife went clang as it hit the barrier, both shattering at the same time, the ghostly energy dissipating, and the barrier shattered into snowflakes flying everywhere. What is that? How is this possible? Wang Wenbing was very sure that to completely block this strike, at least an A-level ghost object was needed as protection. Could it be that this little ghost, after staying in the restricted area for just 10 days, managed to get an A-level? No. Impossible. I have struggled and crawled in the game for over 10 years, and barely got a B-level. This kid came in and... Absolutely impossible. You guessed right. Amid the falling snowflakes, Li Fei slowly walked out. A-level ghost object, Heart of Frost. The personal amulet of the 2 young ladies of the Lu family, it can even block black mist, let alone your broken ring. Seemingly seeing through Wang Wenbing's thoughts, Li Fei pulled out the snowflake-shaped pendant from his collar and waved it at him. After a few days of rapid freezing in the refrigerator, although the Heart of Frost has not yet fully charged, it is more than enough to withstand an attack from a B-level ghost object. No. Impossible. Wang Wenbing turned his head away, murmuring. He, as a sea-level ghost master, is usually a big shot in any game, yet he was actually driven to a dead end by this young kid. It's like a nightmare. No. There must be a way out. There must be something I haven't thought of that can get me through these last 2 minutes. A glimmer of light flashed in Wang Wenbing's desperate eyes, and he suddenly thought, since the security hasn't come to maintain order, he could call for help himself. Huff, huff. Wang Wenbing dragged his 2 broken legs, struggling to crawl to the window. Looking out the window, just 100 meters away was the security booth. If he called for help from here, the security ghost would definitely hear him. Security. Someone is tearing down the house. Security. Damn it, security. Wang Wenbing clung to the window, shouting with all his might. His desperate calls echoed in the neighborhood, but he could hear nothing but his own echo. Damn it. Today is really cursed. Wang Wenbing gasped for breath. The security ghost, known for being diligent and reliable, didn't show up for work today? Wait a minute, half an hour ago when he came in, the security even personally handed him a business card. Could it be that this kid took out the security? This is too bizarre. Bizarre enough to drive one to despair. Dr. Li, Lilia is hungry. Not far away, Lilia slurped up the noodles, tugging at Li Fei's clothing, staring longingly at Wang Wenbing. Of course, Li Fei understood what she meant, and after a brief hesitation, he nodded and said, Lilia, this person can be eaten. But, only his 2 hands. The other parts, I need to take back for use. After telling Lilia, Li Fei leaned down and patted Wang Wenbing's shoulder, saying, You killed me once, injured my people, and still want to take away my nurse. I'll give you a quick end today. I suppose that counts as the kindness of a healer. Quick end? Kindness of a healer? Throwing me to a little zombie to be alive and gnaw at my fingers? Is this something a human can do? Wang Wenbing was shocked. What terrified him the most was that Li Fei spoke these words with a calm demeanor and a friendly tone. Even the craziest high-level players he had seen couldn't compare to this man in a white coat before him. I'm going to start. Lilia laughed and hugged Wang Wenbing's hand. Just as she opened her mouth to reveal her little tiger teeth, preparing to take a bite, she suddenly froze. Lilia is so cold. Lilia shivered, feeling the temperature drop sharply. This drop in temperature was not physical, but came from the ghost energy. As a young girl of the red clothes level, although Lilia had not been trained, she could already sense the flow and changes of ghost energy in the air. In that instant, she felt a chill throughout her body. Something terrifying was coming. Pat, pat. After a few seconds of freezing in place, sounds began to come from the corridor outside. It sounded like someone was shuffling in their slippers, taking a walk in their own bedroom. What's going on? You guys are really having fun. A man's voice came from outside the door, light and mocking. At that moment, upon hearing the voice, Wang Wenbing's expression changed drastically, and the despair on his face turned into ecstasy. He shouted outside, Zhuo Wen, and then let out a long breath, as if he had already won a great victory. Then, a man in a flowered shirt with a scruffy beard shuffled out from behind the door in his slippers. Oh, isn't this my brother Wen? How did you end up like this? Zhuo Wen jogged a couple of steps to Wang Wenbing's side, completely ignoring the nearby Xiaoya and Li Fei. Did someone break your leg? TSK, at your age, brother Wen, you don't need to push yourself so hard, do you? It wouldn't be because of this little zombie, right? As Zhuo Wen spoke, he turned around and patted Xiaoya's head. In his eyes, the red-clothed Xiaoya was just a harmless little sister. Xiaoya let out an ow and ran back to Li Fei, tightly hugging his thigh. At that moment, Li Fei could feel Xiaoya's body was actually trembling slightly. This man in the flowered shirt made the red-clothed Xiaoya afraid? It turned out. This seemingly frivolous man was not simple at all. In fact, Li Fei had sensed some anomalies just moments ago. He observed Zhuo Wen through his clear glasses, but discovered that the other party did not have even a hint of ghostly aura. This was too bizarre. Even the weakest little ghost would have at least a faint wisp of ghostly energy. This person could calm Xiaoya but did not carry ghostly energy? Or perhaps the clear glasses had no effect on him at all? Li Fei was not sure. However, from Xiaoya and Wang Wenbing's attitude, one thing could be confirmed: the man named Zhuo Wen had unfathomable strength, at least above Xiaoya. Quick, Zhuo Wen, kill this guy in the white coat for me. I'll pay whatever it takes. Wang Wenbing clutched Zhuo Wen's leg and pointed at Li Fei fiercely. After hearing this, Zhuo Wen turned to look at Li Fei and replied, Brother Wen, we are all old comrades, isn't it inappropriate to find someone to bully a newcomer? Damn it, stop talking nonsense. What's appropriate or inappropriate? Just get the job done, I want to buy his dog life right now. Wang Wenbing was in a frenzy. The cautious demeanor of the leader among the trio vanished in that instant. But facing the anxious Wang Wenbing, Zhuo Wen just chuckled and spread his hands. Hee brother one, I was just joking. You're right, money does the job. We, the companions, will do anything for money. However, it seems you're out of money. When the words out of money left his lips, Zhuo Wen's smile noticeably cooled. Wang Wenbing was stunned, realizing that indeed, he had been out of money for a long time. The 500,000 companion fee was something he had cobbled together from various borrowings. Now, he had nothing left, and with Zhuo Wen, there was never a notion of credit. Just as Wang Wenbing was at a loss, Zhuo Wen proactively suggested. He pulled out a contract from his pocket and said, I actually have a way. Brother one, as long as you leave your fingerprint here and sell your life to the casino owner to cover my debt. I'll take this job. Damn it. This is asking me to have my flesh stripped and bones pulled out. Wang Wenbing cursed inwardly. Zhuo Wen was a notorious gambler in the companion world, surely he had lost money in some ghost casino and wanted to use himself to repay the debt. Just by leaving a fingerprint, it would be equivalent to signing a contract of selling oneself. Who knows how those monsters would torture him, being treated as a toy and played to death was not impossible. However, right now, if he didn't agree, he would immediately become food for a zombie. Wang Wenbing had no choice. I agree. Once the deed is done, I'll cover your debt. Wang Wenbing gritted his teeth as he spoke. For the sake of his life, and to kill Li Fei, he could only tread this irreversible path. Deal. Zhuo Wen laughed heartily, visibly satisfied, then turned to Li Fei, seemingly a bit apologetic. Young brother, although I hate to harm newcomers, but you see, it's just the way it is. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to die. After Zhuo Wen finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a gigantic prize wheel appeared behind him. Seeing this, Xiaoya immediately jumped in front of Li Fei, showing her two sharp little tiger teeth and defiantly confronting him. Despite her fear, she still stood in front of Li Fei. The old lady had said, protecting Dr. Li was her mission as a security guard. Don't be nervous, Xiaoya, we are safe. Li Fei patted Xiaoya and took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket, pressing the talk button and saying calmly. Hello? Is this security? There's someone causing trouble here. Hurry up, or they'll tear down the building. Over. Li Fei spoke into the walkie-talkie, and as soon as he finished, a furious reply came from the other end. Got it, coming right away. Over. Wang Wenbing was completely stunned. What the hell does this mean? So the security ghost isn't dead? Is the villain reporting first? No. This guy isn't even the community chief, why can he command the security ghost? This is obviously a bluff. He must be pretending to command the security ghost to scare us away. Wang Wenbing steadied his thoughts, quietly lamenting that he almost fell for Li Fei's trick. He was one step away from being fooled. Li Fei, not bad. I noticed earlier that this young kid is quite clever. Zhuo Wen, don't worry, I'm familiar with this trick, it's pure bluster. Zhuo Wen? Zhuo Wen? Wang Wenbing got no response from Zhuo Wen. Turning his head, he realized Zhuo Wen's face had changed. Though he still had a frivolous smile, he could clearly sense that Zhuo Wen's entire demeanor had become tense. And behind him, the huge prize wheel was slowly starting to spin. The colorful lights wrapped around the wheel, flashing continuously. Shoo! He's coming. Zhuo Wen smiled and turned his head, making a shoo gesture. In the next second, a giant shadow suddenly appeared in the room, without any warning. Boom! When the shadow landed, a loud noise was delayed from the window. At this moment, a fierce wind rushed in from outside, mixed with sand and shattered glass, causing a clattering sound in the room. This giant has an exaggerated speed. Li Fei marveled secretly. Though he was mentally prepared, seeing the nightmare-level speed in person still made his heart tighten. This security ghost had crossed 100 meters and arrived inside the room in an instant. In that moment, a rough surge of ghostly energy poured out from him, and Li Fei felt as if he might be knocked over. Physically knocked over. Xiaoya is scared. Xiaoya jumped behind Li Fei and hugged his thigh. In just a few seconds, two terrifying monsters that could flatten Evernight Street made their appearances, giving her young mind a huge impact. It turned out in Dr. Li's world, a red-cloaked level didn't even rank. When the storm of sand and stone caused by the security ghost settled, Wang Wenbing, still stunned, finally started to react. Truly, it is a security guard. What kind of godly figure is this kid? He was so shocked he stammered, turning to look at his savior, Zhuo Wen. Though he knew Zhuo Wen's strength was unfathomable, he was still unsure if he could contend with a nightmare level. After all, everyone outside knew that nightmare-level monsters could single-handedly destroy an entire city, requiring a full Class A ghost hunting team to handle. Zhuo Wen did not speak, still wearing a calm smile. Yo! This newcomer summoned an incredible ghost. As he spoke, Zuowen stepped aside to reveal the huge wheel behind him, and with both hands, he pushed hard, making the wheel spin rapidly. At this moment, Li Fei finally saw clearly that the wheel was suspended in midair, its colors bright and flashy, like those used in shopping malls for lucky draws. And on it, each section was drawn with various hard-to-identify abstract symbols. Scissors, boxing gloves, hats, and so on. Just like other prize wheels, the areas occupied by these patterns were also not the same. There were a total of 7 kinds, and Li Fei couldn't see clearly nor confirm. He had never seen such a fighting method before. Was it summoning ghostly beings? No, it wasn't. Even though it was hard to notice. But one thing is certain, that roulette was created by Zuowen himself using ghostly energy. Ghostly energy materialization? Is this the way advanced ghost hunters fight? Li Fei quietly noted it down. He had too little information about ghost hunters' combat methods. As an excellent doctor, mastering information about potential patients is also an indispensable part of treatment. Dr. Li. The security ghost spoke up, pointing at Wang Wenbing and turning to confirm with Li Fei. The hooked nose you mentioned, it's this guy, right? That's right, Mr. Security, thankfully you arrived in time. With my strength, I couldn't stop him from destroying public property. Li Fei stomped his feet twice, looking frustrated with himself. The security ghost nodded and took out a security baton. At that moment, he was overflowing with ghostly energy due to anger, causing the lights in the room to flicker, and even the broken stones on the floor were swirling around in a vortex. Everyone present, except for Zuowen, couldn't help but shudder 3 times. It was clear that the pressure from a nightmare-level ghost was of an entirely different quality than that of a red-clothed minor ghost. Just as the security ghost was about to take action, Zuowen's roulette coincidentally stopped. A red pointer pointed at the largest pattern, which looked like the letter L. Damn it, this broken antenna again. Zuowen cursed, seemingly lamenting his bad luck in gambling. Then, the roulette let out a PIU sound and deflated like a balloon, transforming into an L-shaped antenna. Zuowen, looking very displeased, snapped the antenna in half and turned to Wang Wenbing with a shrug. Wang Wenbing's face changed dramatically as he realized he was finished. He had probably heard about Zuowen's ability, which was similar to weapon lottery. That giant roulette could summon various weapons of different powers. And the iron wire-like antenna he just drew. If held, it would point to what Zuowen desired most. Zuowen used this very thing when searching for Lu Wenwen. But this was not a weapon at all, it was completely useless in combat. This damn gambler even gambled with other people's lives, right? Wang Wenbing cursed under his breath, feeling that things were going wrong. Sure enough, after Zuowen tossed the antenna away, he said to him with a face full of regret. Sigh, brother Wen, we have to take responsibility for our bets, so you can't blame me. This is the heavens wanting you dead. You can't expect me to use an iron wire to deal with this nightmare-level monster, right? As he said this, Zuowen paused for a moment, seemingly considering the feasibility of an iron wire against nightmares. After sizing up the security ghost, he shook his head in regret. This security guard is different from an ordinary nightmare, he knows how to use ghostly energy, he's a trained fighter. Look at him, he's been trying to restrain his ghostly energy since he entered. If he weren't holding back like this, you and that kid would have fainted from fright already. Of course, if I exerted a little effort, I could still kill him. But, that exhausting fee. No matter what, you absolutely can't afford it. Since there's no money, then I'll have to ask you to die. After Zuowen finished, he shrugged his shoulders in helplessness. After all, Wang Wenbing hadn't signed a debt contract at the casino, so he wasn't technically misrepresenting. Since there were no rules against bad players, there was no problem here. Well, Mr. Security, I haven't touched a single blade of grass in the community. Nor did I intend to fight you. This hook knows, you can handle it as you wish. Zuowen stepped aside, leaving the desperate Wang Wenbing, who was collapsed on the ground. In these few minutes, he had experienced too much. From the ecstasy of catching 50 million to the bewilderment of his teammate being defeated in an instant. He summoned his prideful long-armed ghost, only for the opponent to directly summon a red-clothed ghost. He finally awaited his savior, only for that person to make a call summoning the boss security ghost of Eternal Night Street. The extreme ups and downs in his emotions felt like a runaway roller coaster, crashing repeatedly against his crumbling sanity. And until just now, when he heard Zuowen express his abandonment. Wang Wenbing had finally gone completely insane. Just 10 seconds, just 10 seconds more. Wang Wenbing muttered to himself, his eyes vacant. He hated himself, hated how powerless he was, unable to even endure the last 10 seconds. Thief, ha 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 ha. Crazy. They are all crazy. 50 million. 50 million. Wang Wenbing covered his mouth, unable to stop laughing wildly. But after laughing a couple of times, the security ghost stepped forward and lifted him up. Crack, crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed, making Li Fei's molars ache. The security ghost actually squeezed Wang Wenbing into a human ball. Wang Wenbing, now a lump, had a distorted face, various broken bones piercing through his skin and organs, and the wild laughter stopped, replaced by painful coughing. That was the sound of blood choking in his trachea. Thank you, Dr. Li. It's been a while since anyone broke the rules, so I'll just hang him at the entrance of the community to make an example. The security ghost signaled to Li Fei and was about to leave with the human ball. At that moment, the lying Chang suddenly opened his eyes. As a strength-based ghost hunter, he, like Li Fei, possessed a body far beyond normal humans, and the several thousand milliliters of blood lost weren't enough to kill him on the spot. He saw his trembling hands wriggling out a golden slip of paper from his pocket. That was a special item called a ticket to exit. Exiting person, Wang Wenbing, Wang Chang. A Chang shouted as if returning from the dead. In the next moment, a dazzling white light erupted, enveloping everyone. Chapter 55, A Simple Physical Therapy. In the dazzling white light, Li Fei felt slightly dizzy. When the white light dissipated, he came to his senses, and both Wang Wenbing and a Chang had disappeared. The person ran away, the violator has been cleared, task complete. The security ghost stared at his empty hands, murmuring. He had seen this trick before, many reckless ghost hunters challenging him escaped using this item called a ticket to exit. Since Wang Wenbing had received his deserved punishment and was expelled from the community, his job could be considered done. However, Li Fei felt a bit displeased. He was well aware that Wang Wenbing's bones had been crushed, and his organs were nearly destroyed. If he had a ghostly strong physique, there might still be a slim chance of survival. But Wang Wenbing was just a physically weak ghost master, whose strength mainly lay in his long-handed ghost. If he could survive such severe injuries, it would be a medical miracle. Moreover, even if he lived, without the long-handed ghost, there was no way Wang Wenbing could make a comeback. Despite this, Li Fei still felt somewhat unhappy. In his eyes, a person like Wang Wenbing belonged to a group called scum, a terminal illness that could only be cured by his physical exorcism. And it seemed that he had sensed Li Fei's thoughts, as Zuowen leaned over, winking and saying, "Buddy, this is not good. Letting that scum escape, what if he makes a comeback? Who knows how he might retaliate against you?" Zuowen placed a hand on Li Fei's shoulder, casually shifting the conversation. "But I can solve this problem for you. Just 50,000, and in 2 weeks, I guarantee I'll bring you Wang Wenbing's head. Pay 30 in advance, and after it's done, you can give the remaining 20. A newbie discount, what do you think?" This guy was really smooth in his sales pitch. After a brief thought, Li Fei shook his head, indicating he had no money. He was a poor student, where would he get so much cash? Furthermore, this Zuowen in a floral shirt was quite absurd. One moment he was protecting Wang Wenbing, and the next he wanted to sell Wang Wenbing's head? Wasn't this just pure mercenary behavior? However, from the conversation between the two just now, it seemed Zuowen was indeed a paid operator, similar to a game companion? Since it was a companion, being mercenary could be seen as quite professional. But whether Zuowen was indeed a companion, or whether there were companions in horrifying games, Li Fei was not sure. The original owner was just an ordinary student, never having entered a horror game, so naturally had no understanding of this terrifying knowledge. As Li Fei was thinking, Zuowen seemed to see through his thoughts again and took out a business card from his floral shirt, saying, Right, I almost forgot to introduce myself. Just call me Zuowen, here's my business card. As for Wang Wenbing's head, you can forget it. I have a feeling we will definitely have opportunities to cooperate in the future. We're all buddies, so I'll give you a friendly price. Who is your buddy? Li Fei took the business card, which listed various services provided by Zuowen. Finding people, searching for items, bodyguards, assassinations. There were also house-sitting, picking up kids, cooking, and so on, densely packed with dozens of items. You're not just a horror game companion player? Li Fei was a bit confused. Zuowen's range of services was too broad. Aside from healing, he seemed to do almost everything. I am a companion player. Oh, you mean that? Do you think I have too many services and seem unprofessional like a jack of all trades? Zuowen glanced at the densely packed list of services on the business card and shook his head repeatedly. No, you misunderstand. We're a companion player agency. The services on this card are provided by dozens of companions working together. We will arrange suitable companions based on the services you need. A companion player agency? Indeed, that floral shirt was truly just for horror game companionship. From what he said, the so-called companion player agency sounded quite professional, almost like a formal organization. Seeing that Li Fei was interested in him, Zuowen shared some common knowledge about the horror industry, as a benefit for potential future clients. For example, companions can enter horror games with clients using an item called a ticket to complete their tasks. Also, most companions do not accept ghost coins, only cash. This is because they have to wash the ghost coins through many processes before turning them into clean money. There are high risks and costs involved, so naturally, not many people do it. Buddy, I saw you were a newbie and managed to call that security guard. I thought you were rich outside, but it turns out you are here to experience life. So you're actually out of money. No, wait. Left one muttered, suddenly realizing something. This newbie in a white coat, starting from scratch, just participated in one game and already captured a little red-clothed zombie? That progress is way too fast. Even the so-called strongest demon master in the agency, Old Kai, wouldn't be able to do that. Li Fei is not simple. If he grows up and digs into his own agency, he will be able to reap a big wave of referral fees. No, not just that. If this kid performs well enough, it's not impossible for the boss to waive his gambling debts. Good guy, luckily I didn't kill you just now. Zuowen patted Li Fei's shoulder and said earnestly. You're Li Fei, right? Li Fei, don't die easily. If something big happens in the future and you feel like you might die, remember to call me using the business card. As for the companion fees, I can make an exception for you, allowing you to pay in installments. Just don't die, that's the important thing. Li Fei was a bit confused. Although he didn't understand what the other party was doing, it felt like this companion player was quite caring. Of course. You take care of yourself too. Speaking of health. This is my card, Dr. Li from the Peace Clinic. Please take care of me. After Li Fei finished, he skillfully took out a business card and handed it to Zuowen. Zuowen was first stunned, then laughed heartily and put the business card away, saying, You kid, you really get it. After saying that, he waved his hand and disappeared around the corner of the hallway. He said he was going to turn the tables, win at 21, sing for the freed serfs, or something like that. It sounded like some gambling jargon? Li Fei didn't understand it well. And the nearby security ghost seemed to feel the threat had lifted because Zuowen left. Was caught off guard. The work was done, so he could leave, but did he really need to ask for this weakling's opinion? Even if this weakling had a black gold VIP card for the community, they could not be seen as his boss. Letting Li Fei damage public property once was already the biggest concession made because of the black gold card. According to the rules, the only superior the guard needed to obey was the ghost lady. I'm leaving. The guard bowed and was about to turn away when Li Fei suddenly called out to him. Wait a minute. Please pass on to the ghost lady that because of the excellent work performance of the guard, I want an extra session tomorrow night. After hearing this, a flash of wild joy crossed the guard's face. Though he didn't understand what Li Fei meant by extra session, he could feel that it was something the ghost lady wanted. Because of his great work performance, the ghost lady could have her wish fulfilled? The guard began to imagine how the ghost lady would praise him when she found out. Well done, you're really a good guard. With a guard like you, I can feel absolutely safe. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Recognition from a superior was the greatest praise for a guard, especially when it came from the stern ghost lady. The guard suppressed his joy, still maintaining a serious face. He nodded at Li Fei, leaped, and jumped out of the window. Then Li Fei heard a burst of wild laughter from downstairs. No wonder it's the laugh of a nightmare level, it made my eardrums ache. Li Fei complained, lifting Lu Wenwen and holding Xiaoya's hand, ready to leave. At this moment, Lu Wenwen finally woke up. She opened her tear-red eyes, looked around at the chaos, completely confused. What happened? Nothing, just a simple treatment. A simple treatment, then what is this? Lu Wenwen discovered the half-carcass of a fat woman on the floor and trembled as she asked. Li Fei remained silent, just carrying her to the window and pointing to the departing guard. It was the guard's doing. I'm just a doctor, known for being gentle and polite. How could I possibly get rough? As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, a deafening sneeze came from afar. Achoo! The guard who had just returned to his post wiped his nose. Why do I feel like someone is talking about me? Chapter 56, A Flourishing Clinic. A few days later, on a clear morning. Yangye Street, the Peace Clinic. Early in the morning, the split-mouthed woman was already waiting in line at the clinic's entrance. Unlike usual, today she was wrapped in bandages, her arm in a cast. These were the marks of Dr. Li's treatment. After several days of care, the split-mouthed woman, thanks to the bizarre healing abilities of ghosts, had nearly recovered. Today, if Dr. Li checks her and finds no more issues, she could have the cast removed and officially declare her recovery. At this moment, the clinic had not yet opened, but many ghosts were already waiting at the door. The split-mouthed woman glanced around. These ghosts varied greatly in height and shape, forming a curious motley crew. They were pushing and shoving, whispering to each other, making a ruckus, feeling like they could start fighting at any moment. But they didn't. Overall, although the ghosts were loud, they never laid a hand on each other, awkwardly forming a line, barely maintaining their order. I didn't expect these guys to behave like this today. The split-mouth woman couldn't help but sigh. These ghosts were rebellious by nature, often fighting when they disagreed, yet at the clinic's entrance, they were unexpectedly well-behaved, even forming a line. She had never seen her neighbors following rules like this before. This was quite rare. No wonder it's Dr. Li. The split-mouth woman knew that this was a rule set by Dr. Li. Anyone who cut in line or caused trouble would be blacklisted from the clinic and would no longer receive treatment. This rule made these flesh-eating ghosts, who usually wouldn't hesitate to fight over a meal, clearly think twice. Stand in line honestly to buy medicine. The scene turned a bit comical. Excuse me, I need to see Dr. Li. The woman with the cracked mouth crossed the crowd and reached the front of the line. Dr. Li had told her that follow-up checks would be prioritized and there was no need to queue. As the other ghosts saw this, they immediately became unhappy. What are you doing, you stinky woman? Don't think just because you know Dr. Li, you can cut in line. A spider-like ghost said viciously. He recognized the woman with the cracked mouth as a regular at the clinic and assumed she wanted to jump ahead. Yeah, exactly, go to the back. We've been waiting for a long time, why are you cutting in line? We ghosts value our manners, if you don't follow the rules, I'll be the first to eat you. Stinky woman, I'm telling Dr. Li on you, and then you won't get any medicine. The ghosts chimed in, pushing the woman with the cracked mouth toward the back of the line. Faced with the cacophony of angry ghosts, the woman with the cracked mouth was momentarily speechless, her face slightly reddening. She was just about to defend herself when a sharp shout echoed from nearby. Everyone get the hell out of the way. I'm cutting in line. I'm cutting in hard. A group of ghosts turned to see who it was, and there stood the infamous street punk of Eternal Night Street, the little ghost of the abandoned grave. At this moment, he was riding on the back of his tall ghost partner, shouting and waving his little fists like chicken claws. What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out. The little ghost rushed to the front of the line, slap, 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 and delivered a few slaps to the faces of several ghosts, acting quite arrogantly. The ghosts who got slapped exchanged glances, too scared to speak, only rubbing their reddened faces and silently making way. They knew well that the little ghost dared to be so arrogant because he had the tall ghost as his bodyguard. After all, the tall ghost was very powerful, a peak-level fierce ghost, not someone they could mess with. So, under the watchful gazes of the other ghosts who were angry but dared not speak, the little ghost rode on the tall ghost, swaggering to the front of the line. Right behind the woman with the cracked mouth. Woman, aren't you going to get out of the way? Or do you want to attract my attention? The little ghost winked at the woman with the cracked mouth, deliberately lowering his sharp voice, seemingly trying to sound a bit charming. The woman with the cracked mouth rolled her eyes, full of disdain. As a student of the ghost school, she viewed this little ghost of the abandoned grave as just like a squished toad, disgusting to look at, let alone his terrible personality. Seeing this, the little ghost's face changed dramatically. This girl actually dared to disrespect him? He raised his palm, ready to teach her a lesson. Just as his little palm swung out, the tall ghost acted not towards the woman with the cracked mouth but to stop the little ghost's half-swung palm. The little ghost looked confused. He followed the tall ghost's gaze, only to see a small zombie girl, her hat crooked, standing beside him. The little ghost was shocked. When did this small zombie arrive? Why didn't she make a sound at all? As soon as Lilia appeared, the clinic door opened and a woman in a nurse's uniform came out. The ghosts recognized her. This was Nurse Lu Wenwen, usually responsible for simple treatments like bandaging. Lu Wenwen walked straight to Lilia, bent down and patted her head. Lilia, good girl. If someone cuts in line, Lilia knows what to do, right? Lilia stomped her foot and raised her hand, giving a salute, answering with full energy. I know. I'll eat the line cutters. Lu Wenwen nodded in satisfaction, then took the woman with the cracked mouth's hand and entered the clinic. The little ghost was stunned. Then he turned to exchange a glance with the tall ghost, and from the other's eyes, he quickly understood one thing. This little zombie was stronger than the tall ghost. She was actually a red dress level. Before, there had been a bunch of useless fish waiting at the entrance, and he could be arrogant. Now with the addition of this little red dress, if he continued to cause trouble, there is absolutely no good outcome to be had. No wonder the guys are all lined up today. Little Ghost Master realized. Actually, he felt something was off the moment he arrived. The monsters that were smashing and beating each other last time were now all quiet, behaving themselves. So it was because the clinic hired this little zombie as security? Are they trying to copy the peaceful community model? This Dr. Li really knows his stuff. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't suffer losses in front of his eyes. So, it was a misunderstanding. Little Ghost Master smiled at Xiaoya and cupped his hands in explanation. You're Xiaoya, right? My buddies and I didn't mean to cut in line, we just came here to take a look and breathe some fresh air. You all queue up, you all queue up. After saying that, little Ghost Master jumped on the tall ghost and swiftly ran to the end of the line. As an old street punk of Eternal Night Street, he understood how to read the situation. Once little Ghost Master reached the back of the line, Xiaoya nodded her little head, set a small wooden stool at the clinic's entrance, and pulled out some octopus tentacles to munch on with great enjoyment. By the time she finished eating, the clinic was just about to open for business. The door opened, and out came Dr. Li. Everyone, special price today, 50 ghost coins per bottle. Xiaoya watched as Dr. Li carried out a box of potions from inside, and in an instant, they were snatched up, exchanged for piles of shiny ghost coins. She clapped her hands in joy. In her eyes, every extra penny Dr. Li made meant more octopus for her. When Dr. Li made a lot of money, she would ask him to buy a big cow, to take home and chew on with her grandma. Alright, that's all the medicine for today. Those who didn't buy, please come early tomorrow. Li Fei shook the empty box in his hand to show that the medicine was sold out. The few ghosts in the back who couldn't buy shook their heads and sighed as they walked away. And that restless little ghost master didn't say much, just secretly decided to come early tomorrow. He secretly glared at Xiaoya in dissatisfaction, then urged the tall ghost to leave. It's completely in short supply. For the ghosts who didn't get the medicine, Li Fei also felt a bit helpless. He didn't expect that this improved version of the filling tablets could help the monsters level up, and once it was released, it became a hot seller. Every day before opening, so many ghosts came to line up to buy medicine. Despite his improved medical skills now being more than twice as efficient as before, he was still just a human, limited in energy. Even with a full day, he could only produce 5 bottles of medicine, which simply couldn't satisfy the current market. If only I had an automatic medicine-making machine. Li Fei couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed true what the book said, technology is the primary productive force. In the future, if he had the chance, he must find a machine to bring back, running 24 hours a day, to make an endless supply of medicine. Chapter 57, Instance Ends, Return? Inside the Peace Clinic. After sending off the first batch of customers who bought medicine, Li Fei conducted a re-examination of the girl with the split mouth. After 2 surgeries, the girl's injuries were basically healed. Li Fei removed her cast and prescribed a few more courses of filling tablets. The experience provided by these tablets was equivalent to what the girl would earn after working hard for over half a year. Of course, all of this was provided to her for free by Li Fei. The girl had been seriously injured before because she was protecting the clinic's staff. And she had already been a part-time promoter for the clinic, bringing in quite a few patients from school. Li Fei considered these rewards as a kind of salary performance. Thank you, Dr. Li. Then I'll be leaving, I still have classes at Ghost School. With the cast removed, the girl with the split mouth was lively and full of the energy of a high school girl again. She leaned over to Xiao Wenwen's ear and whispered something before bouncing away. After that, the clinic received a few scattered patients, all with minor injuries that Xiao Wenwen could easily bandage up. Now, Xiao Wenwen was gradually becoming skilled at handling the bandaged ghost hands, able to independently complete simple bandaging and other tasks. These days, through working at the clinic and the supermarket, she has gained a lot of experience, rising from level 10 to level 12. Li Fei, on the other hand, has sold medicine and treated illnesses, advancing from level 23 to level 25. During this period, he also discovered some rules of the ghost doctor system. For example, the experience rewarded by the system shows diminishing marginal returns. For instance, when Li Fei was at level 1, a simple debridement surgery could raise him 4 levels. Now, it takes about 10 surgeries of the same level just to barely gain 1 level. In other words, the further you go, the slower the leveling up becomes. No wonder red-robed ghosts are so rare, it seems ghosts follow this rule too. I'm afraid that after leveling up 10 more times, selling medicine and bandaging will no longer earn experience from the system. Li Fei thought to himself as he pulled up his personal panel. Name, Li Fei. Current level, 25. Attributes, Strength 40, Agility 10, Spirit 15. Passive skills, Human Medicine Max, Horror Surgery LV4, Horror Pharmacy LV4, Horror Massage LV2, Horror Liposuction LV1, Organ Fusion LV1. Active skills, Ghost Shadow LV1, Emergency Overtime LV1, One Punch Man LV1. Evaluation, as a junior ghost doctor, you not only possess exceptional medical skills but also exceed the strength of your current level, you are the only standout in the ghost doctor world. Aside from a bunch of medical-related skills and various ghostly entities, Li Fei also increased his agility from 8 to 10. After a series of events, he truly realized the importance of the agility attribute. Since his agility was lower than that of an ordinary person, after a few battles, Li Fei found out that basic ghosts could be fast to the point he couldn't keep up. This made him feel quite uneasy. Now that strength was raised to 40, he could take a beating well, but with low agility, most of the time he felt like a sandbag being kited around. So Li Fei decided to temporarily change his allocation strategy. Once his agility was nearly leveled up, he would adhere to his principle of great strength brings miracles. At that point, with both strength and speed improved, treating patients would also be much easier. Besides the change in allocation strategy, Li Fei recently had a sweet troubling matter. That is, he had too much money. When he treated patients, not only did patients pay medical fees, but the ghost doctor system also rewarded him with ghost coins. Although the ghost coins given by the system were steadily decreasing, and there wasn't much profit from the patients. But now the clinic had gained some renown, with nearly 20 patients visiting daily, accumulating into a significant income. And the clinic's expenses. Other than ordering food and raw materials from the supermarket, he practically had no other place to spend money. So, after half a month, Li Fei had already saved up nearly 5,000 ghost coins. What is the concept of 5,000? Previously, he spent just over 400 to buy out the entire supermarket. In other words, this 5,000 ghost coins could buy over 10 supermarkets all at once. Turning a street into a supermarket street was not out of the question. Unfortunately, he couldn't spend it. Li Fei now only wanted to make the clinic bigger and stronger, no thoughts to manage other businesses. If only the system mall opened, it would be great to use ghost coins to buy things. Li Fei murmured. Having money with no place to spend is simply the most painful thing in the world. Dr. Li. Xiaoya is hungry. My stomach is growling. Just as Li Fei was counting his gains, Xiaoya ran over, holding her belly. Li Fei gently patted Xiaoya's head and said, Xiaoya, be good, call Sister 11 over, we will eat soon, okay? After several days of treatment, Li Fei had confirmed that as long as Xiaoya took the satiety pills regularly and ate octopus tentacles, her binge eating disorder would not flare up. And this little zombie was always shouting for food simply because she loves to eat. Hearing the words eat, Xiaoya cheerfully jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Lu Wenwen, who was tidying up the clinic. After working together for several days, the two had become quite familiar with each other. What Li Fei didn't expect was that Lu Wenwen, this pampered rich girl, turned out to be quite good at interacting with children. Xiaoya often made silly giggles. This made Li Fei a bit envious. In his previous life, every time he passed by the pediatric consultation room and saw those kids with snot and saliva everywhere, he would get a headache. But now with Lu Wenwen as a nurse, he thought it was good. In the future, young patients could be left to her. Xiaoya, let's eat. Xiaoya happily shouted as she grabbed the octopus tentacles and stuffed them into her mouth. Although the three of them were eating together, what was in her plate was actually just fried octopus tentacles. After all, human food did not carry any ghostly energy, and Xiaoya wouldn't feel full after eating it. During lunch, Li Fei and Lu Wenwen discussed their respective main tasks. Up to today, Lu Wenwen's main task of surviving for 15 days could be considered completed. According to the system prompt, she could return to the human world today. However, Li Fei was not too sure if he could go back with Lu Wenwen. After all, in his main task section, it still remained completely empty, without any prompts. Could it be that Ghost Doctor system has pushed aside the official system of the horror game? Li Fei murmured to himself, recalling the scene from over 10 days ago when he first arrived. At that time, for some unknown reason, the official system prompted him with loading failed, and then the Ghost Doctor system activated by itself. He had a vague feeling that this Ghost Doctor system was not simple. Perhaps his crossing over had some subtle connection with this Ghost Doctor system? He had no clue. For such confusing questions, Li Fei chose to put them aside for now. He was not the type to dwell on problems. After the meal, Li Fei called Xiaoya over again, reminding her of the precautions for the next few days. Xiaoya, I have prepared the medicine for the next few days, remember to take it on time. I have left the octopus tentacles with your grandma, she will give you one every day, so eat them sparingly. Sister 11 and I will be leaving for a few days, and the clinic will be left for you to guard. Xiaoya nodded her little head and said, Xiaoya understands. While saying this, she also mimicked the security ghost and gave a salute. Now she had slowly adapted to the work of the security guard. How to say it, she felt it was quite easy, all she needed to do was sit on a stool at the door, eat snacks, and in the blink of an eye, her shift was over. She liked this kind of work. Good girl, Xiaoya, wait for sister to come back and bring you delicious food. Lu Wenwen came over, hugged Xiaoya, feeling a bit reluctant. After half a month of training, she was no longer so afraid of ghosts. The lovely little zombie sister in the clinic had become her favorite. If she could, she really wanted to take Xiaoya home and hug her to sleep every day. That's about it. You all tidy up the clinic, I will put up a notice. Li Fei took out a notice that read the clinic is temporarily closed and walked to the door. Just as he reached out to put up the notice, a cold yet familiar female voice echoed in his mind. It was indeed the official prompt from the horror game. Congratulations! Player Li Fei, the main task survive for 15 days is complete. After the countdown ends, you will return to your original dimension. 10, 9, 8. At the same time, Lu Wenwen gasped, put down the mop in her hand, and exchanged a glance with Li Fei. Li Fei, did you hear? The main task is complete. Li Fei nodded and quickly put up the closed notice. Sure enough, as they were players who entered at the same time, they would exit together after completing the task. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding. We are now sending you back to your original dimension. The horror game looks forward to your next play. As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the two of them. Li Fei only felt a slight dizziness, as if he had plunged into a hot spring, his whole body warm and cozy. When the light faded and he reopened his eyes, Lu Wenwen was already gone. Strangely, the scene of the school dormitory he remembered did not appear. Where is this? Li Fei looked around. A dim sky, a gloomy street, and a very conspicuous bright sign. Peace, safety, clinic. Li Fei muttered the words on the signboard. Isn't this damn thing just sending me back to where I started? He lost his composure and cursed out loud. Chapter 58, Battle Between Systems. Is this broken system messing with me? Li Fei completely did not understand the situation. It clearly said that the task was completed and I would be sent back to my original dimension. The white light that looked like a teleportation array did light up, but I was not sent away. Could it be that the system's teleportation array is malfunctioning? Unlikely, because Lu Wenwen has already been sent away. I remember clearly that before the game started, I was in the dorm. No, wait. Could it be that when the white light lit up just now, it meant I had already been sent by the system? Sent over, but sent back to the same place. Does this mean the system considers this place my original dimension? This is completely outrageous. Li Fei looked completely confused. Although in a certain sense, this clinic does count as his original dimension, after all, he arrived here. But if that's the case, then it would be troublesome. Combining this with the previous side quest he completed for Lu Wenwen, sign a contract with Dr. Li of the clinic. Li Fei had a vague sense of ominous premonition. He was sent back to a forbidden area and also ended up in the player's task description. It feels like the system has treated him as an NPC. Or is it possible that this ghost doctor system is originally meant for ghosts? That might be true. No wonder after treating Lu Wenwen, the system specifically gave him a ghost physician certificate that was ineffective against humans. It really felt like they were trying to draw him to the ghost side. What the hell is going on? Is it possible that the system has factions and positions too? Just as Li Fei was in a daze, an official system prompt sounded. Ding. Detected that you are disconnected from the horror game server, now reconnecting for you. Reconnection successful. We apologize for the inconvenience caused by the disconnection. Wish you a pleasant game. As soon as the official prompt finished, the Ghost Doctor system's notification followed. Although both were identical mechanical female voices, Li Fei somehow could distinguish between them. Ding. Detected that the horror game official server is online, hacking in to assimilate the official system. Assimilation successful. Wish you a pleasant game. What the hell? Li Fei was shocked. There can be this kind of operation? This Ghost Doctor system is so capable, it can even hack the official one? It feels like a big shot in the system world. Could it be that this system truly has self-awareness? Li Fei didn't have time to think too much when the official prompt in his mind rang out again with a series of ding ding ding. Congratulations, you have completed the main quest, successfully surviving for 15 days. Now rating you based on your task completion. Your rating is E, no achievements. Task summary, incredible, you neither became a resident of the Anji community nor became a supermarket employee. More regrettably, you wasted the beginner task and missed player benefits. E-level task reward, ghost currency plus 100, experience plus 100, useless flip-flops plus 1. E? No. What kind of broken rating mechanism is this? I clearly got disconnected as soon as I entered. I didn't even receive the main quest, then why even bother? Li Fei couldn't help but almost curse out loud. He pulled out the E-rating reward the system just sent, a pair of blood-soaked flip-flops. Useless flip-flops. Quality, D, shabby. Description, a pair of flip-flops that once belonged to a flip-flop ghost, wearing them will bring no changes at all. Hey. What does it mean that wearing them brings no changes? Then why give me these flip-flops? This dog system is too blatant, clearly trying to disgust people. These broken flip-flops it gave me, even the description is so lazy, directly telling you this is a piece of trash. Li Fei couldn't help but complain a bit, feeling a bit frantic. Just as he wanted to take a closer look at what this dog system was up to, new information appeared. It was from the Ghost Doctor system. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the main quest, Beginner Ghost Doctor. Task evaluation, you have only spent a short 15 days, going from a complete novice to a skilled ghost doctor. It seems you are destined to be the man who becomes the king of ghost doctors. Your system rating for this time is SSS. SSS. Although still a bit confused, Li Fei's frustration was instantly swept away. The next second, the prompt sounded, making his lips curl into a smile, nearly ecstatic. Now sending you the exclusive rewards from the Ghost Doctor system. Experience plus 1000, Ghost Coins plus 1000. S-rated reward ghost item, Human Skin Windbreaker plus 1, Ghost Item Lottery Ticket plus 3. The lottery tickets aren't anything special, using them randomly gives one ghost item, mostly of ordinary quality. Li Fei focused on the Human Skin Windbreaker. Human Skin Windbreaker. Quality, A+, rare. Description, a trench coat crafted by the best tailor in the ghost world, understated luxury reveals taste. Wearing it, you will officially become a new star in the Ghost Doctor realm. Remarks, this windbreaker not only has high strength but also has the effect of gathering ghost energy. Additionally, it can change into various styles of clothing according to your will. For example, white coat, black cloak, denim skirt, etc. What a perfect piece of clothing! With combined functions of defense, stealth, and aesthetics, it is simply a must-have for ghost doctors. Li Fei couldn't wait to put on the windbreaker. Let's go for a classic white coat. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, the wrinkled folds of the windbreaker slowly stretched out on their own, the color continuously lightening. Seconds later, it transformed into a fitted medical white coat. At the same time, Li Fei felt his breath tighten a lot, breathing became smoother. This effect is somewhat similar to the breath-concealing technique in martial arts novels, having the ability to hide one's presence and disguise as a normal person. This is good, as a doctor who hides both skill and fame, one of Li Fei's principles is to work discreetly. Wearing this outfit, he could avoid disturbances from outsiders and fully devote himself to medical work. As for the quality of this coat, what level of attacks it could withstand, that would need to be revealed in actual combat later. After putting on the windbreaker, Li Fei processed the 1000 experience points from the system, leveling up twice, his ghost coin reserve reached an astonishing 6000. At this moment, the official notification sound rang again. Up to this point, all system rewards have been sent. Now, the player ranking for this game will be announced. Game mode, Forced Summons. Restricted area name, Eternal Night Street. Dungeon name, Newbie Benefits. Surviving players, 16/25. Player rankings. Lu Wenwen, Grade A. Chen Feng, Grade B. Gao Yangwen, Grade B. Lu Kaiping, Grade C. Kai Xiangfen, Grade C. Zhang Feng, Grade C. Li Fei, Grade E. Wait a minute. There are a total of 16 people, 1A, 2Bs, and the rest are CS. Damn it, I'm the only E? Not even AD. You really got me, system. After all this, I came in last place. Li Fei cursed inwardly. Although he had a hunch, when he finally scrolled to the bottom of the ranking and found his name, he was still annoyed. The key is, it's bad enough to be last, but Lu Wenwen actually came in first? This is ridiculous. However, Li Fei calmed down and thought, this rating doesn't seem to have much of a problem. Lu Wenwen completed all main quests, including becoming a community resident and becoming a supermarket employee. She even helped change the name of the supermarket to Wenwen. In addition, she successfully completed side quests and signed a contract with himself to become a clinic nurse. With this in mind, these are indeed achievements other players cannot achieve. After all, these were all handled by Li Fei himself. Calculating like this, Lu Wenwen's first place shares 9/10 of his efforts, so it isn't too much. And since she is a clinic employee herself, her first place ranking will also be beneficial for the clinic's publicity in the future. As for Li Fei's own ranking, thinking back, he also didn't seem to care that much. A good doctor must learn to hide both skill and fame. Act low-key. Leaderboard? It's just a false name, no need to force it. Anyway, with the Ghost Doctor system backing me up, I've already earned so many rewards, I don't care about a few trivial things. Besides, even the top of the newcomer leaderboard is someone working for me. Thinking this way, Li Fei felt much more balanced. Just as he was slowly calming down, the leaderboard gradually faded, and the system notification sound rang again. This game is over. Now opening the chat group for players of the same game. Then, a group chat-like interface popped up. Chapter 59, Full Firepower. Newbie Players Group of Ever Night Street, temporary. Number of people in this group, 16. Wishing everyone happy chatting. Then, a semi-transparent window popped up, showing that there were 16 people in the group. Li Fei remembered that when the mission started, there were 25 people, so the 9 missing people must have been the casualties of this mission. A death rate of 36%. Actually, if it weren't for Wang Wenbing and the others, the death rate of the newbie mission should have been below 20%. After all, even someone like Lu Wenwen, who did nothing the first week but stayed in her apartment, didn't run into any problems. Let's join the group and take a look. Li Fei clicked into the chat group, and dozens of unread messages popped up. To protect the privacy of newbies, these messages were sent anonymously. Holy cow, awesome. There's even a group chat, congratulations to the family for clearing the game. Right, the ones who survived are the elites, let's exchange some information, maybe it'll be useful later. Yeah, I heard you can sell game info online for money, let's all share what we've been doing these past few days, write it down and sell it. We all make money. After someone's suggestion, 7 or 8 players eagerly spoke up, briefly recounting their experiences from the past half-month. After becoming residents in the community, they were assigned tasks by the system, requiring them to work in various areas of Evernight Street. Some worked as dorm supervisors at schools, some washed dishes in restaurants, and some dug up old graves in the back mountains. After half a month, only 1 or 2 people had died, and most of the deaths occurred at the beginning. I didn't expect so many of us to survive, I thought this horror game wasn't that scary. What are you thinking? This newbie mission is actually pretty easy. If it weren't for those bad guys at the beginning, the casualties would have been even lower. I almost forgot about that. Where did those 3 scumbags go? The system just gave me a mountain cleaver, and I'm putting out a warning. If I ever catch Zhang Fong again, 1 knife per person. The one who made this fierce statement was Zhang Fong, the same guy who mocked Li Fei when he first entered the game. His rating was C, which was considered mid to low in the leaderboard. The players didn't pay attention to Zhang Fong's boastful words, instead, they turned their attention to the last place on the leaderboard. Guys, look at this person. He seems to be the only one in our group of 16 who was rated E. None of the others are even D, the worst is C. This guy must have just barely scraped through, what a talent. After a bit of teasing, they didn't say much more. After all, this time, everyone's missions were fairly independent, and the last place didn't affect anyone else. At this moment, an unpleasant voice emerged. I know this person, he's my classmate Li Fei. He probably hid somewhere for half a month and got an E, don't blame him, his ability is limited. Li Fei, are you in the group? Speak up. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the one who said this was Zhang Fong. Li Fei didn't want to bother with him for now and didn't reply or refute. Fortunately, the information flooded the screen quickly, and Zhang Fong's comment quickly disappeared, and everyone's attention shifted back to the top of the leaderboard. Who is this top player? Did someone sneak into the game as a low-profile visit? How did they get an A on their first try? That's too ridiculous. I heard that the top 3 ghost hunters in Shangjiang City, that broken monk Wu Wei, even got an A only after his first try. Yeah, we actually got an A in this round. Looks like it's a girl? No way, you guys don't recognize Lu Wenwen? Lu Wenwen? Seems like she's the young lady from the Lu family in our city? Really? No way. The daughter of a level 3 financial group, actually coming to this? You don't understand the world of rich people, she must want to experience life firsthand. No wonder she got an A on her first try in the game, she's just different from us regular folks. Yes. It's her. She's my classmate, I said she looked familiar at the start. Beautiful Lu, this is Zhang Fong from your class, can we chat a bit? Chat a bit? Sure, why not? Li Fei raised an eyebrow, opened the input box, and typed furiously, sending a long message into the group. Li Fei Anonymous, talk to your mother. You see class, nobody thinks you can come and suck up to me, have you lost your mind? Look in the mirror and weigh yourself, you look like a lump of phlegm. Li Fei called herself this lady and unleashed a furious rant in Lu Wenwen's tone, leaving the group quiet for 10 seconds. At this moment, Zhang Fong stared at the group chat, unable to comprehend, stunned by the insults. The usually polite rich girl was so harsh when scolding people? The key is, he hadn't offended her at all. Just when Zhang Fong felt red-faced and confused, players in the group flocked to Lu Wenwen. It's really Miss Lu. Good scolding, purely foul-mouthed, extreme enjoyment. Miss Lu, please calm down, that Zhang Fong looks like a fool. Exactly, calm down, Lu Mei, add us as friends and guide us, please. Hello, I'm Chen Fong, rated B, only 1 rank lower than you, can we get to know each other? Li Fei Anonymous, everyone get lost, if you're sick, go to the Pinyin Clinic, find Dr. Li for some medicine. Li Fei finished with an advertisement and left the group chat. Originally, he had just been assigned an E by the dog officials and hadn't fully calmed down, now with Zhang Fong provoking him, he had to fire back completely. Of course, this was a special case, usually, Li Fei was quite gentle and refined. Meanwhile, Lu Wenwen, lying on her bed, realized after seeing Li Fei's last message. This was sent by Li Fei. After all, besides Li Fei, no one knew about the Ping'an clinic, nor that she was an employee there. Since that's the case, she didn't bother explaining further. Now, she was in deep trouble, thinking about how to explain to her family about entering the game without permission. And how to tell her sister about the bandaged ghost hand. Lu Wenwen knew full well that her sister hated ghosts the most. If her sister found out she had become half a ghost, she would definitely die in a very ugly way. The more Lu Wenwen thought, the more scared she became. After lying on the bed for a long time, she finally mustered the courage to push open her bedroom door and called the butler to give instructions. At this moment, Li Fei, still left in Eternal Night Street, made some new discoveries. After leaving the group chat, two options appeared on his system interface. Stay in Eternal Night Street, return to Changjiang City. It seemed because of the Ghost Doctor system, Li Fei was different from other players who could only leave the dungeon. He had two teleportation options. After a brief hesitation, he chose to return to Changjiang City. The clinic's work was already scheduled for the next few days. He wanted to take this opportunity to go home and take a look. After all, many memories of the original owner were still temporarily sealed deep within his brain. For now, he had to return to the human world, regain his memories, and then make plans. Besides, if he could also find the dialysis equipment and arrange for Xiaoya's treatment, that would be even better. I choose to return to Changjiang City. Ding. Teleporting. A white pillar of light lit up. In a daze, Li Fei felt the scenery shift, and when he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had changed dramatically. This was a dark boys' dormitory. A standard 4-person room, with beds above and desks below. The air was filled with a faint stench of smelly socks, a feeling Li Fei was familiar with. Even though the dormitory was dark without the lights on, Li Fei could clearly feel. Here, the darkness is different from Eternal Night Street. How to say? It's the difference between a horror forbidden zone and the human world. Li Fei looked out of the window and finally saw the long-lost moon and stars. For some reason, his nose suddenly felt sore, and memories from the past 18 years surged over him like a tidal wave, vividly clear. A torrent of memories quickly swept by, like a slideshow displaying his past experiences. There were moments from childhood playing by the river with friends, his angry mother chasing them with a bamboo stick for a long way. There were the awkward middle school days, silently calculating the distance to the girl he secretly liked during seat changes. There was the joy of being accepted into university and the despair of becoming a player. The past was like bubbles, and Li Fei floated within them. However, strangely, in his days, he seemed to hear some discordant sounds. It was an old woman's voice. Gasping for breath, unclear, as if she was undergoing a tough battle. Oh. My little hero, you could really kill me, old lady. Chapter 60 Ouyang Liubo. In a daze, Li Fei slowly opened his eyes. On the next bed, a dim light flickered, as if someone was under the covers watching videos on their phone. The voice Li Fei heard earlier came from here. Old Lu? Li Fei quickly thought of his roommate and best friend, Old Lu. His full name is Ouyang Liubo, reportedly because his dad's surname is Ouyang and his mom's surname is Lu. During naming, both insisted on using their surnames, resulting in this comically awkward name. When he first arrived at the dorm, Old Lu specifically emphasized being called Ouyang, not Liubo. Because Ouyang sounds impressive, while Liubo sounds silly. At first, Li Fei did indeed call him Ouyang. But later, as they grew closer, he somehow slowly started calling him Old Lu. By now, everyone agreed to ignore Old Lu's proud surname, defaulting him to Liubo along with Li Fei. Ahem. Li Fei coughed to remind Old Lu of his presence. He could understand that a young guy's feelings were normal, needing that sort of thing. But Old Lu had a rather unique taste. He liked older sisters, specifically those several years older than him. Li Fei found it hard to understand. However, he had heard of similar cases. Boys lacking maternal love in childhood might lean towards older women. Of course, he wasn't sure if this counts as a problem. If so, it touched on his blind spots and knowledge, which was beyond his scope. Old Lu, I'm back. Seeing Old Lu so absorbed, Li Fei had to interrupt. After all, if he didn't interrupt, Old Lu might have taken his pants off. Well, what's going on? Old Lu jumped in shock, flipping over from his bed, hitting his head against the wall. Ouch. I clearly locked the door. How did you get in? A ghost? A ghost. Suddenly confronted, Old Lu didn't recognize Li Fei's voice, even forgetting to pause the movie he was watching. Ghost my ass. I'm Old Li, just back from a horror game, calm down. And pause your little video, it's uncomfortable to watch. After hearing this, Old Lu trembled and locked his phone screen. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he patted his pale and frightened face, forcing himself to calm down. He hesitated for a moment, then nervously asked. You say you are Li Fei? The voice and looks do match. But I heard there are ghosts that can disguise themselves as people. How can you prove who you are? If I were a ghost, would I waste time with you? Li Fei nodded and quickly said. You are Ouyang Liubois, the second in the dormitory ranking, known as Old Lu or Lu Laer. You like that retired female professor from the Arts Academy and even took an elective in piano appreciation. You say that women are like wine, getting better with age. Also, your phone's search history includes keywords like cat face old lady, old women, wheelchair. Stop, stop, stop. Old Lu shouted. He did a somersault off the bed, landing on his feet, covering Li Fei's mouth to stop him from speaking further. But, that's enough, don't say any more. Seeing how well you understand me. It must be Old Li. What did you just say? You entered the horror game? Really? You haven't been around for a couple of days, and didn't reply to messages. I thought you got caught in a pyramid scheme. Old Lu leaned closer to Li Fei, sniffing left and right, as if checking something. You look so lively, you haven't lost any parts, have you? Didn't they say people who enter the game usually end up missing arms or legs? And why are you so unlucky that you got chosen with a 1 in 1,000 chance? Unlucky? Li Fei didn't think so. Without the horror game, he would likely still be waiting in line to handle paperwork in the underworld. Then, Old Lu curiously asked about his experiences in the game, and out of friendship, Li Fei shared a few scattered details. Upon hearing the words Ghost Lady, Old Lu's eyes lit up, repeatedly asking how old the Ghost Lady was. Well, I'm not too sure. The Ghost Lady takes care of herself well, judging by her skin, she's probably around 200 years old? Li Fei casually answered. Old Lu's eyes sparkled, and he jumped up from the ground. Wow! Just the age of a random female ghost is so high, the horror game is simply paradise for him. Old Lu grinned foolishly. By the way, there's not just the Ghost Lady, there's also a zombie granny and a cat-faced old lady. You know, the lifespan of ghosts is completely different from humans. Li Fei added. Old Lu's eyes shone with excitement, imagining that if he entered the game, he would have in-depth conversations with the female ghosts. If he could bring a few old ghosts home, keeping them as ghost servants, playing together every day would be even better. With this thought, Old Lu asked Li Fei what he gained from this game. After all, the internet was buzzing that once you entered the game, no matter how you mixed, as long as you could survive, you would have a lifetime of wealth and honor. A lifetime of wealth and honor? You're thinking too much, that's just nonsense online. But I can't say I got nothing. The system gifted me a pair of slippers. Li Fei pulled out the slippers and tossed them to Old Lu, generously saying, for you. Old Lu took the slippers and examined them carefully, but couldn't understand. To ordinary people, without an activated system prompt, these were just a pair of blood-stained flip-flops. Still, Old Lu immediately put on the flip-flops and paced back and forth in the dormitory. Hee, no reason to refuse a free gift. If there's a bargain to be had, I'm not an idiot. Wearing these shoes makes it feel like I'm walking with the wind, it must boost my agility. You're a good guy, it wasn't in vain to care for you all these years. Li Fei looked at Old Lu, who had sparse hair and was wearing a tank top and flip-flops, resembling a younger version of a certain evil god. After receiving the horror local special, Old Lu smacked his forehead and reminded Li Fei to report to the school. When they previously introduced the horror game at school, the counselor mentioned that if anyone was selected and survived the game, they must remember to report it. The security bureau was very strict about it, if they hid it, the consequences would be serious. Getting expelled from school would be minor, receiving a sentence of 3 to 5 years wasn't impossible either. Li Fei had no need to hide it. But he was still unclear about the official attitude towards players, so he chose to act low-key and hide his abilities. With the A-class human skin coat for protection, he wasn't worried about anyone seeing through his disguise. So, Li Fei directly messaged the counselor to inform them of the current situation. After hearing the news, the counselor was shocked and suspicious, suspecting these guys were playing a prank on him. After multiple confirmations, he finally notified the police. In less than half an hour, several police cars rushed into the school, stopping at the dormitory building. Soon, the glaring red and blue police lights caused a commotion. A police cordon was set up in front of the dormitory building to isolate unrelated people. Despite this, a crowd of onlookers not knowing the truth still pushed forward. A lively discussion broke out. What's going on? I heard someone from our school got into the game, and it seems there's more than one. Is that true? What luck! I've dreamed of getting in to take a look. Are you stupid? The game's death rate is really high. Do you think you can survive? If he can do it, why can't I? Soon, amidst the crowd's watchful eyes, Li Fei walked out of the building, flanked by 2 armed guards. What the hell? Isn't that Li Fei? It really is Li Fei, the one on our floor who wins scholarships every year. No way, he actually made it out? He looks like death itself. Don't talk nonsense, watch your mouth, or he'll call 2 ghosts to your bed tonight. Pfft, my bad, Brother Fei, if you can hear this, adults won't hold grudges against kids. Hey, look, he's getting in the car, is he being taken to the station? Quickly, under everyone's gaze, Li Fei was driven away in a police car. Despite this, discussions about him continued heatedly. Just when opinions were mixed and rumors were flying, a man in a tank top with thinning hair stepped out. He walked steadily, his flip-flops slapping against the ground casually. His face seemed to declare 4 big words: I know everything. His calm demeanor sharply contrasted with the confused crowd around. Soon, someone recognized him. Ouyang Liubois. Lure. This is Li Fei's roommate, he must know something. The crowd surged around him, their eager eyes filled with curiosity. Hey, buddy, give us a little hint. Yeah, out of thousands, only one person has gone into the game. Just tell us what Li Fei did in there. Old Lu smiled but said nothing. Facing the eager eyes, he raised a finger, pointing to the sky and giving a shush gesture. Shoo. Secrets cannot be revealed. Old Lu said lightly. After speaking, he elegantly turned around, hands behind his back, striding back to the dormitory, leaving behind a stylish silhouette that drew a round of curses from the crowd. Damn, what a show-off. Chapter 61, Explanations Only for Survivors. Changjiang City. A sizable modern city in the southern part of Dragon Country, named after the nearby Changjiang River. At this time, even though it was midnight, the streets were still bustling with people and cars. A police car sped down the road, weaving through buildings toward the city center. It's been a while since I felt this liveliness. Inside the police car, Li Fei stared out through the bulletproof glass at the night view, lost in thought. In his sight, streetlights and trees quickly retreated. Moonlight and neon lights blended, casting a strange hue over the crowd on the street. After being in the forbidden zone for so long and getting used to ghosts, seeing these people felt oddly uncomfortable. Fashionably dressed young men and women hurried along, each heading to exciting dates. Li Fei gazed at the vibrant street scene in a daze. Compared to the dull darkness of Eternal Night Street, this place had an enchanting allure. If he weren't being held by 2 people, Li Fei would have rolled down the window to take a deep breath of the long-missed fresh air. But he couldn't. Now, he wore a silver bracelet on his wrist, temporarily losing his personal freedom. Although he could easily pull it off with a tug, it was clearly unnecessary. In silence, the police car drove for about 20 minutes before finally stopping in front of an imposing building. Changjiang City Security Bureau. Commonly known as the police station, but officials preferred to call it the Security Bureau, perhaps because the word security sounds more reliable. Get out. The man in the passenger seat didn't even look back, ordering in a harsh tone. Then, 2 fully armed officers escorted Li Fei, safely leading him into the station, turning and twisting through the halls. In a hidden conference room. Here, more than 10 people were already seated. Li Fei recognized some of them, players who entered the game with him. He could feel, as these people saw him arrive late, a clear flash of disdain in their eyes. After all, as an E-level player, being late was indeed a bit annoying. Li Fei glanced around. His 2 classmates, Zhang Feng and Su Qianwen, were also here. At this moment, the usually carefree Zhang Feng sat neatly on his bench, silent. Perhaps he was nervous since it was his first time in such a place, or maybe he was still embarrassed because of Lu Wenwen. On the other hand, Su Qianwen seemed a bit strange. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes vacant, and the corners of her mouth drooped as she occasionally let out a silly laugh. Upon closer inspection, Li Fei noticed that both her pant legs were empty. Missing 2 legs, driven mad by the monsters? Li Fei speculated. No wonder after the task ended, during the group chat, Su Qianwen, who usually chattered away, didn't say a word. It turned out she had already gone crazy. Thinking of this, Li Fei looked around and found that quite a few people in the room had visible injuries. There were those with a missing ear, burns on their faces, and someone with a broken wrist. About 1/3 of the people had varying degrees of disabilities. It seemed this newbie task was not as easy as imagined. Apart from this group, in the corner was a mismatched Lu Wenwen. Beside her was a man in a suit, vigilantly guarding the surroundings. At the same time, a few police officers were bringing hot chicken soup and blankets, surrounding Lu Wenwen, asking if she was warm enough. The man in the suit, expressionless, waved his hand to dismiss the officers and pointed at Li Fei, saying, "The last person has arrived. Let's hurry and begin, my lady is in a hurry." After exchanging a glance with Lu Wenwen, Li Fei randomly found a spot to sit down. He had advised Lu Wenwen not to reveal their relationship for now. If someone with ulterior motives found out, it would harm the clinic. After all, he didn't want to see a group of robbers lining up at the clinic door causing a ruckus. After Li Fei sat, an officer counted the number of people and then shouted toward the door. "Uncle Mo, everyone is here." 2 minutes later, hurried and heavy footsteps approached from the hallway. A chubby middle-aged man in his 40s pushed the door and entered, grinning. "Sorry, everyone, I'm late. Let's get straight to it," Uncle Mo said as he flashed a smile toward Lu Wenwen's seat. He hurried up to the stage, breathless, and began the presentation. My name is Mo Shangwa, and you can call me Uncle Mo. The reason I gathered you here is, as usual, to give a lecture on the horror game. This lecture is different from the one you received earlier for the public. It is more professional and effective, and it is only open to players who have cleared the game once. Please pay close attention. Only open to those who have cleared the game. Li Fei pondered the underlying meaning of this statement. In other words, this lecture was exclusively for survivors of the horror game, not something all citizens could enjoy. Indeed, Li Fei remembered that when he first entered school, there had been a session on horror games. But it was all simplified common knowledge, not very useful for clearing the game. After all, the official selection rate for horror games was less than 1 in 1,000. If they spent effort providing detailed explanations for everyone, it would be impossible from any perspective, whether human resources or material resources. Moreover, perhaps for the sake of stability and unity, the authorities couldn't fully open these matters to the public. Once societal panic arose, it would be counterproductive. Next, I will give you a summary of the instance you just experienced. Eternal Night Street, one of the forbidden zones corresponding to Changjiang City, officially rated as C. Due to its massive area and the high level of rationality of the native monsters. So the danger level is not very high. Beginner tasks, the conditions are even more relaxed. Newcomers in Night Street often achieve an 80% survival rate, known in the industry as paradise for beginners. In fact, if we only look at the survival rate, perhaps Night Street would only be rated D. But according to intelligence reports, there are unstable factors in Night Street, the Evernight Black Mist. A highly corrosive curse, once infected, not even gods can save you. I believe everyone has seen this for themselves. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but discuss in a flurry. That black mist is indeed terrifying. Even Wang Wenbing and his group had no way to deal with it and could only flee. But without the black mist intervening, perhaps they would have died long ago at the hands of Wang Wenbing. Looking at it this way, the black mist seems to have saved their lives? Everyone's feelings are not wrong. According to security agency intelligence, the black mist in Night Street is likely to have self-awareness. Or rather, it resembles some kind of demon's ghostly trick. Old Mo paused for a moment, as if realizing he had strayed off topic, and switched the subject. Ahem, got off track there. Just remember, if you enter Night Street again, stay away from the black mist. Let's continue. Due to the extremely high survival rate in Night Street, most players can pass through without issue. To what extent can they pass, you might ask? To give an extreme example, if you hide somewhere in Night Street and don't eat or drink, just endure for 15 days, that would also count as clearing. However, this method of clearing would most likely only earn you the lowest E rating. Although the security agency has not yet received such a case. But can you imagine? Not even a case? After hearing this, everyone was initially stunned, then turned to look at Li Fei. That's right. They not only could imagine, but there sat a living example beside them. The only E-rated player in this game. Li Fei. Chapter 62, the only E-rated player in the room. Li Fei was stunned. No way, the leaderboard didn't even have a picture on it. Although these people knew the one who got the E was named Li Fei, they shouldn't know that I am Li Fei. What does this mean? It's like there's an E written on my forehead. Just as Li Fei was puzzled, Zheng Fong raised an eyebrow and said, I wasn't wrong, right? He is the Li Fei from our class, a pure talent. Uncle Mo, look, this is Li Fei, our only E-rated player in this round. Under Zhang Fong's guidance, everyone began to point and whisper. To get an E and come in last? He really thinks he is the main character? Exactly, Uncle Mo, look, this kid is the only E-rated player in our group. Pretty impressive, even broke the records of the security agency. It really is that brat Zhang Fong. If I catch him later, I'll definitely teach him a lesson for his foul mouth. Li Fei held his breath, smiled slightly, and didn't argue. He couldn't possibly explain here about the ghost doctor system or the disappearance of the main line, could he? Anyway, with that human skin trench coat on him, he wasn't worried anyone could see through him. Uncle Mo on the stage quickly reacted. He was slightly taken aback, surprised to find there was indeed someone who got an E. This is quite rare, even the security agency had never seen such a case before. Generally, those who pass with a C rating come out missing arms and legs, suffering injuries. This kid named Li Fei actually cleared with an E rating? He wouldn't really have found a place to sleep for 15 days, would he? This kid is too bold. Li Fei, right? Uncle Mo wiped his sweat and asked Li Fei. Although according to regulations, we do not have the authority to investigate your specific gameplay process. But out of personal curiosity, I still want to ask, how did you manage to get an E? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instantly quieted down. They also wanted to hear how this astonishing E-rated player managed this. After a moment, Li Fei smiled and waved his hand. There's really nothing special. Just like you said, Uncle Mo, I found a place to take a nap, and when I woke up, I cleared the game. After finishing, Li Fei shrugged helplessly, looking completely nonchalant. Everyone was momentarily speechless, shocked by Li Fei's wild claims. Is this for real? Was it really that easy? Is there really someone who can sleep in such an environment as the restricted zone? And sleep for half a month straight? Uncle Mo nodded after listening and didn't ask more questions. As an experienced ghost hunter, he had scanned everyone's ghost energy situation when he entered. Li Fei was nothing special, he was just an ordinary rookie, nothing more. Although he didn't quite believe that Li Fei had slept for half a month, since the person involved claimed it, further questioning would violate the rules. So, Uncle Mo changed the topic from Li Fei's story and began to explain some common knowledge about horror games to everyone. For example, horror games first appeared half a century ago, and back then, the selection rate was very low, less than 1 in 100,000. Thus, there were few players, and the impact was not strong. Many countries' governments didn't even know about the game's existence. It wasn't until a player nicknamed Iron King killed dozens of fully armed soldiers with his bare hands that this special group of players was exposed to the public eye. Soon, governments recognized the importance of these people and began to gradually participate in horror games, competing for the ghosts that could change the world's landscape. Later on, not only the government but various civilian ghost hunting organizations also slowly rose, taking part in the battles within the dungeons. In a moment, 100 flowers bloomed, and all forces were competing like hunters. It was known as the Great Horror Era. Another example. Due to different cultural histories, different countries have vastly different degrees of openness regarding the games. Some are completely closed off, while others are completely open. Currently, Long Country's government adopts a compromise attitude, trying to minimize the horror game's influence while maintaining stability. But they don't overly restrict players to avoid losing talent. So, we need to keep this a secret? Li Fei reacted. No wonder in the first 18 years of his life, aside from one educational incident when he started school, he had almost no memory of horror games. It was also hard to find related information online. This was the trace of official management. However, Li Fei had heard that there were player-exclusive forums online that were not regulated by the government. Besides this common knowledge, Uncle Mo also talked about some off-topic matters. Most of it was things like young people are the future of the country and cherish your life. Li Fei could tell that Uncle Mo was well liked in the department. While he spoke, the officers were busy around him, chatting and laughing, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Half an hour later, Uncle Mo wrapped up the explanation, tidying up his materials while saying, "All right everyone, today's lecture is over. Just a side note, the Safety Bureau is currently searching for those who ambushed you at the start of the game, Wang Wenbing and his men. Please rest assured, we will strive to prevent such situations from happening in the future." Uncle Mo gave a slight bow to express his apologies. Then he looked up again and said, "Currently, the government's protection plan for players, called the Guardian Plan, is undergoing a trial run in Changjiang City, and if effective, it will soon be promoted nationwide. In simple terms, in the next game, you may have government staff playing alongside you, helping you through the game." Old Mo finished speaking and pulled over a young man in a police uniform. It was the same man who sat in the passenger seat of the police car escorting Li Fei. "This is Chen Chang, a member of the Guardian team. He is responsible for having you sign confidentiality agreements, so please cooperate." Old Mo and Chen Chang exchanged glances, put away their materials, and went to Lu Wenwen's side, where he whispered something in her ear and took the two away. Everyone watched this and felt a pang in their hearts. No wonder she was the daughter of the Lu family. Naturally, the agreement signing and assurances were not for her. After all, things like rules have always been used to bind ordinary people since ancient times. After Lu Wenwen left, soon every player's table had a stack of agreements placed on it. Thick and dense, there were at least 20 pages. Li Fei glanced at it briefly. It was mostly tedious terms and conditions. For example, players are not allowed to trade ghost coins casually, to avoid disrupting the market. Another example, players have the right to keep their abilities and ghost objects private, but cannot activate or use ghost objects casually. If there are special needs, they can report to the Security Bureau's Player Management Office, obtain a certificate, and register their abilities. Only abilities and ghost objects recorded can be used. And so on. In short, it was a series of rather harsh terms, greatly limiting players' freedom in the human world. Of course, Li Fei only considered these terms as nonsense. Having abilities but not using them to heal or save people, what is the difference from committing a crime? However, from these harsh terms, it's evident that the Dragon Country's authorities do not take it lightly on players. His previous approach of staying low-key turned out to be a wise choice. But, Lu Wenwen, someone with a ghost limb, doesn't even have to sign, she just left like that? No, look at Uncle Mo's bowing and scraping. It seems Lu Wenwen's presence was already a big deal for the Security Bureau. Li Fei once again sighed at the unfairness of the world. Just as he was about to sign, a shadow blocked the light in front of him. "Stop looking, hurry up and sign." The speaker was the young officer Chen Chang. Li Fei had noticed earlier in the car that this person, unlike Uncle Mo, didn't seem very easy to get along with. "You've looked for so long, you won't be able to figure it out, just sign it quickly, that way if you die in the next game, it's not our fault." Chen Chang stood in front of Li Fei, looking down at him, urging him impatiently, a clear look of annoyance on his face. He had seen too many newcomers like this, most had unrealistic superhero dreams, dying in the second game. He didn't want to waste any more words. Li Fei looked up. Through his glasses, he could see the ghostly energy flowing around Chen Chang. But it wasn't strong, probably in the lower D grade, even weaker than the previous A Chang. And Li Fei didn't take the malice of the weak seriously at all. He smiled slightly, turned the agreement to the last page, and signed his name in the signature box. Strangely, the moment Li Fei finished signing, Chen Chang suddenly shuddered, his face drastically changing. He jumped back a step, activating his ghost energy and pulling out a long bamboo stick, taking a stance aimed at Li Fei. His expression tense, he shouted outside for Uncle Mo, then signaled to the other officers, "There's a situation." At this moment, the surrounding officers finally realized what was happening, all drawing their guns and aiming at Li Fei. The alarm rang out. In the blink of an eye, the conference room doors and windows were sealed off by rising steel plates. The players still signing collectively froze, though they couldn't figure out the situation, they could at least sense that this change was due to Li Fei. Everyone instinctively retreated, fleeing in all directions like a receding tide. Chapter 63, Sudden Situation, Official Measures. The unexpected change struck. In the conference room, which had been friendly just a second ago, it instantly turned tense and hostile. Although the players didn't understand the situation, seeing several officers drawing their guns at Li Fei, along with the alarm on the ceiling steel plates, they quickly realized something was wrong with Li Fei. In a blink, except for a few officers, everyone else was fleeing from Li Fei like a tidal wave. This was the lesson from the last terrifying game: when in doubt, the first option is to run. In the corner, Zhang Feng had shrunk under the table, trembling in fear. What's happening? It's Li Fei, what's wrong with him? Why do these police seem suddenly so scared of him? Could it be, he's turned into a ghost, and the police discovered it? About a dozen players whispered their speculations. And at this moment, Li Fei was clearly at a loss. Could it be that my hidden power has been discovered? That's not really so exaggerated. Besides, with an A-level human skin overcoat on, no one in this room could possibly see through me. After all, the highest level ghostly aura, Chen Chang, is only just above level D. Is there some precise instrument that can directly measure my level? No, that's not it. If that were the case, they should have discovered it a long time ago. So, does this mean that some movement I made just now triggered their alarm? Sign here. Li Fei lowered his head and looked at the agreement he had just signed. On the last page, it clearly states, "The above is the full content of the agreement, please sign here," with a box drawn next to it containing Li Fei's signature. No problem. Wait, that's not right. As Li Fei focused, through the plain glasses, he saw that line of text slightly wriggling, as if it were alive. What is this? Li Fei pressed his finger on it, and that line felt distinctly different, with a slippery sensation. Rubbing it hard, that line of text turned into ghostly aura in an instant, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Li Fei noticed that beneath that line of text, there was another signature box. It was completely empty inside. Does this mean that I just signed myself into a trap? Li Fei asked cautiously. Chen Chang, closest to him, saw that Li Fei wasn't making any major movements, and relaxed a bit, explaining. You reacted so quickly, you're very clever. The place where you signed was forged by ghostly aura used by the department. This ghostly aura is extremely delicate, and ordinary players cannot see it at all. No, you could even say that no one in this room can see it. After finishing, Chen Chang's bamboo stick still trembled slightly, pointing at Li Fei, not daring to relax too much. Li Fei looked at the agreements signed by others at their desks. Sure enough, everyone else ignored that signature box drawn with ghostly aura and signed in another location instead. I see. Li Fei murmured. In his eyes, the correct signature box was covered by the forgery, so he coincidentally signed in the wrong position, exactly the opposite of everyone else. Then, being discovered by Chen Chang triggered some kind of alarm. You can see the ghostly aura that we cannot. Chen Chang continued to explain, but his voice trembled slightly. Uncle Mo said that you need to be at least level 30 to see the text formed by this advanced ghostly aura. And you have only played the game once, your level is estimated to be around level 5. This means you are lying. Chen Chang's grip on the bamboo stick was starting to sweat. Even though the ghostly aura on Li Fei was very low and did not show any aggression. But it was evident that the other party concealed their strength for some purpose. Li Fei was staring blankly at the agreement. He had been tricked so easily. The Security Bureau truly lives up to being an official organization, they really have their methods. But what is the point of this kind of rookie screening? So Li Fei curiously asked, even if I didn't speak the truth, what does that represent? Chen Sheng paused for a moment, seemingly surprised by Li Fei's question. After a brief hesitation, trying to delay until Uncle Mo returned, he continued to patiently explain. It means you might be a monster. A creature that escaped from a restricted area, trying to infiltrate human society. We have had many such cases in the past, and the most severe one involved an A-level monster that almost flattened Changjiang City. Since then, the scrutiny for newcomers has become much stricter. After all, those monsters need an identity to blend into human society, and newcomers are their best choice. After Qin Chang finished speaking, the group of players was in an uproar. Because of the outstanding confidentiality work of the Security Bureau, most ordinary people still thought of the horror game as a separate game world. They previously only knew that there were ghost hunters in the human world and were unaware that the human world had already been infiltrated by monsters. In other words, ordinary people could be killed by ghosts at any time, anywhere. And before, they were completely unaware of this? This is too terrifying. Those gazes that lingered behind while walking alone at night. In the shower, every time I closed my eyes, I felt something in front of me. It turns out these eerie, fleeting chills were not just my imagination. No wonder he came so late, he must still be getting used to a human body. A girl pointed at Li Fei, trembling as she spoke. Then, the players began to recall the strange things about Li Fei. My rating is C, a ghost pulled off one of my ears. He only got an E, yet he didn't get hurt at all. No wonder. Now that you mention it, I remember, he seemed to have his leg broken by Wang Wenbing and the others as soon as he entered the game. How could he have survived until now? Even the injury on his leg has healed. No wonder. No wonder. Soon, the doubts about Li Fei quietly spread among the crowd. It seemed that all the mysteries about him could be explained by a ghost disguising as a human. After listening to the players' memories, Chen Chang became more convinced of his guess. That's right, this student named Li Fei is very likely a ghost in disguise. Though he hadn't shown hostility yet, a level 30 ghost. That was a Scarlet level ghost. Even though there were a few handguns in the room, ghosts naturally had resistance to firearms. These small caliber bullets hitting a Scarlet level ghost would be like plastic beads. As long as Li Fei wanted, this group of people in the room would be torn to shreds within 5 seconds. Right now, only Uncle Mo and the Bureau could fight against a Scarlet level existence. But no one could tell where Uncle Mo had gone or when he would return. Just as Chun Shang was getting so nervous that he felt dizzy, Li Fei spoke up. Don't be nervous everyone, I can indeed see the so-called advanced ghost energy. But that's just because I'm wearing these glasses, anyone who wears them can see it. If you don't believe me, why don't you come and try? Li Fei took off his glasses and waved them around. This action shocked everyone, causing them to scream, thinking he was about to reveal his true form and open a massacre. In the corner, Zhang Fong was so scared he nearly lost control, a stain of urine soaked through his pants. Several officers had already placed their fingers on the triggers, ready to fire at any moment. Although the Bureau's training had said that at such times, firearms had no real harm aside from provoking the ghosts. But to ordinary people, this was their only means of counterattack. Just as everyone was on edge, caught in an impossible situation. The alarm suddenly stopped. In a room that should have been airtight, a man in a black suit suddenly appeared in the center of the crowd. In just an instant, by the time the officers reacted, the man in the suit had disarmed nearly 10 police officers. Including the bamboo pole that Chen Chang held, which was suspected to be a ghostly object. Chapter 64, Powerless Fury, Experienced Hunter. The sudden appearance of the man in the suit caused a stir among the crowd. They recognized him as the man who had accompanied Lu Wenwen, suspected to be a bodyguard. Li Fei was amazed by his speed and ability. He was able to instantly enter a sealed room and disarm nearly 10 police officers. Through the plain glasses, he could see that the ghost energy on the man in the suit was clearly different from those around him. There was an indescribable texture. To describe it, the ghost energy of these low-level players was similar to that of ghosts, radiating out like steam. But the ghost energy of the man in the suit was more compact, as if it was drawing in. This was somewhat similar to Zuo 1, but it didn't have that exaggerated sense of oppression. Just as everyone was puzzled, the man in the suit picked up the collected bamboo pole and toyed with it, then looked towards Chen Chang. I didn't expect even someone of your level to be equipped with a D-level ghost object. It seems the Safety Bureau has a pretty generous budget lately. Alright, stop being so nervous, just finish up. I want to take this person away right now. After the suited man finished speaking, he reached to pull Li Fei away. Chen Chang's face suddenly changed when he heard this. The people from the Lu family suddenly appearing not only scared the police, but now they wanted to directly take away the suspected criminal? Even for the Lu family, this was a bit too arrogant. This is the territory of the Security Bureau. No. I don't agree. If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? Chen Chang said sternly, word by word. The suited man turned his head to look at Chen Chang and sneered. Responsible? If there is a problem, the Lu family will be fully responsible. Also, do you think the bamboo stick you have in your hand was given to you by who? Without the Lu family, the entire Changjiang sub-bureau would starve, do you understand? Chen Chang clenched his fists, his face turning red. At this moment, he wanted to refute something, but he couldn't find the right words. Because what the suited man said was the truth. In Changjiang City, the Lu family did indeed have this much power. At this moment, Chen Chang could feel the looks of disdain from the onlookers in the room as they looked at him. After all, being pressed down like this by the Lu family and seeing Li Fei about to be let go just like that was too embarrassing. So he racked his brain to find a way to save face. According to the rules, all newcomers must register. Even if you want to take him away, you have to sign the agreement before leaving. This is not just the Bureau's idea, it's clearly stated in the player management law. If you don't even want to sign, it's like going against the country. Chen Chang's voice grew louder, as if he had found the opponent's weak spot. As long as Li Fei signed the agreement, he could consider it a win. That way, it wouldn't be so embarrassing when it got out. The suited man's face darkened, he wanted to say something when hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Then Uncle Mo kicked the door open and charged in, giving Chen Chang a kick in the rear. You wooden fish brain. They have already said that the Lu family will take full responsibility. Why sign anything? After speaking, Uncle Mo turned to the police officers and gave them a look, telling them to go about their business and not to just stand around watching. Once the other officers left, and the atmosphere eased a bit, he ran over to Li Fei, put his arm around his shoulder, and whispered. Xiao Fei. So you are acquainted with Miss Lu, why didn't you say so earlier? Why keep such a low profile? Look, it's led everyone to misunderstand you. By the way, this is all my short-sighted subordinate's fault, just bear with it. After finishing speaking, Uncle Mo glared fiercely at Chen Chang and led Li Fei and the suited man away. At this moment, Chen Chang's facial features twisted into a knot, his expression was as ugly as can be. He never expected that what was originally a great find in discovering Li Fei's secret would turn into a situation where he was being humiliated. If this got out and his colleagues in the bureau knew, how could he ever survive? No, he didn't even need to wait for it to spread, now he could hear the whispers of the other players around him. This person is too clueless. Yes, they already said they were from the Lu family, yet he still insisted on making them sign. Isn't that asking for trouble? Also, that Li Fei was personally picked up by the Lu family, what's going on? I heard Li Fei and Lu Wenwen are classmates. Could it be they are secret lovers? Oh no, don't guess wildly. Let's just hope Li Fei doesn't hold a grudge, after all, we just targeted him. Chen Chang was getting angrier as he listened, these people changed faces too quickly. He couldn't hold it any longer, slammed his fist on the table, and shouted at the players. What are you all shouting about? Everyone shut up. Do you think this is a market? Quickly sign the confidentiality agreement, anyone who hasn't signed within 5 minutes will enjoy signing in the isolation room. After Chen Chang shouted, he did not scare the crowd as he had imagined. Instead, the newcomers thought he was just an incompetent person in a rage. Unable to get at Li Fei, he turned around to vent his anger on the new recruits. As a result, the whispers targeting Chen Chang only grew louder. What does a small officer think he's so fancy for? Uncle Mo was polite to everyone, what's the point of his craziness? Exactly, a typical example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, just incompetent rage. Chen Chang was so angry that he couldn't speak. If it weren't for the surveillance in the room, he would have given these newcomers a good lesson. You guys are really something. Chen Chang shouted angrily, picked up the bamboo pole, and slammed the door as he left. At the entrance of the safety bureau, Uncle Mo was warmly escorting Li Fei and the man in the suit. He put his arm around each person's shoulder, laughing cheerfully. Gentlemen, if you need anything from me in the future, just let me know. As long as old Mo can help, I will definitely take care of it, even if it means going through fire and water. We're all buddies. Buddies. Uncle, you're twice my age. Li Fei nodded with a smile and said. Uncle Mo, thanks to you today, otherwise I would probably have to spend the night at your bureau. Uncle Mo patted his belly and said. It's nothing at all. But you, Xiao Fei, not only are you talented and handsome, but you're also so humble. You even know the young lady of the Lu family, which makes me really envious. Hearing this, the man in the suit showed a hint of displeasure on his otherwise stoic face. Alright, that's enough. The young lady is still waiting for me, if you need anything, just call. After the man in the suit finished speaking, he walked straight to the roadside where a long luxury car was parked. After he walked far away, Uncle Emo chuckled and said, "That's a person from the Liu family, one of Miss Liu's bodyguards. The safety bureau's business is all coordinated by him, but it seems he hasn't mentioned his name. We all call him Thin Guy. This person doesn't talk much and has a bit of a strange temper. Not like you, little brother, you look very approachable." Li Fei smiled lightly but remained silent. He looked toward the back window of the luxurious car and nodded inside. Through the glass, he could see Lu Wenwen waving at him. To minimize the connection between the two, they did not talk or meet. Now, besides Uncle Mo and Thin Guy, everyone else only knows he has some ties to the Liu family, not specifically Lu Wenwen. This is a good thing. After all, the timing is not ripe yet, and getting too close to a rich girl like Lu Wenwen would not be a good thing. "Uncle Mo, there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." "Alright, little brother, if there's anything you need from the safety bureau, don't forget to look for your Uncle Mo." Uncle Mo patted Li Fei on the shoulder, smiling as he watched Li Fei leave. At this moment, a few young officers approached. They had just listened to the entire meeting outside and were very curious about Li Fei, so they began to ask Uncle Mo for information, talking all at once. Go away, go away. Get back to your work. This matter ends here. No one is allowed to ask or spread rumors about Li Fei. If I catch anyone spreading rumors, they won't have a good time." Uncle Mo waved his hand and dispersed the officers. Once the officers laughed and spread out, his expression changed, and he went to a corner outside the police station, took out his phone, and dialed a number saved as Bai San Law Firm. "Connect me to Bai Lao San. I have a stalking job for him," Mo Xianghua said coldly. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the spot where Li Fei disappeared, his gaze firm and cunning. As if he were a seasoned hunter. Chapter 65, The Iron Fist of Love from Sister. Ding dong, the final stop has arrived. Please disembark in a timely manner and take your belongings. In the subway carriage, a mechanical female voice echoed, reminding Li Fei to get off. Li Fei, waking from his daze, rubbed his sleepy eyes and got up with the crowd to exit the carriage. His home was not close to the safety bureau headquarters. The subway ride took almost an hour. After Li Fei got off, Cheer up, he walks through the station scattered with newspapers, across the road flowing with sewage, heading towards the direction of home in his memory. Actually, he didn't want to go home originally. But just now, he learned from Uncle Mo that the police had already followed the procedure to notify his family. So, Li Fei decided to go back and take a look. After all, his beloved cousin was waiting for him at home. The old city area is still comfortable. Li Fei walked while surveying the scenery around him. This is the old district of Changjiang City. Compared to the city center, there are fewer people and the various facilities are older. On the weathered walls, a few red bricks occasionally peek through. Even the streetlights seem darkened, giving the feeling that they might lose power at any moment. Feels pretty good. Li Fei walked lightly. He had stayed in a forbidden area for over half a month, so it was unavoidable to feel a bit unaccustomed to the noise of the bustling city. Returning here, he felt much more at ease. Following the direction of his memory, he entered an old residential community, turned left and right, and finally arrived at the door of his home. To be precise, it was at his second uncle's home. Next to the main door, two couplets were posted, with an upside-down Fu character in the center. Li Fei skillfully took a key from under the doormat and opened the door to enter the house. Inside, a tall girl with long hair was leaning on the sofa, deeply asleep. It was his sister, Yi Guyun, who had been waiting for Li Fei for a long time. At this moment, Yi Guyun was not in deep sleep, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and the corners of her mouth turned up, as if she were dreaming some beautiful dream. "Sister, I'm back," Li Fei whispered tentatively. Yi Guyun wasn't deeply asleep. She slowly opened her eyes and, upon recognizing Li Fei, jumped up from the sofa in a rush, puffed up her cheeks, and walked right up to him, checking his shoulders. It was only when she was close that Li Fei noticed her eyes were full of bloodshot veins, and there were panda-like dark circles around her eyes, as if she hadn't slept well for days. "I'm sorry," Li Fei said softly. It seemed that his disappearance over the past 2 days had caused his sister a lot of worry. In this entire house, the person who cared about him the most was his sister Yi Guyun. Li Fei still remembered when he was in middle school, after getting into a fight with a classmate and losing, his sister found out and the next day brought a group of high school students to teach that kid a good lesson. One could say he would never find such a good sister again even with a lantern in the outside world. "I'm sorry, sister, I didn't tell you in advance." Li Fei hung his head, feeling a bit guilty. However, Yi Guyun didn't pay him any mind, seeming to still be upset. After turning him over and checking him from head to toe, she finally let out a breath, her eyes reddening, and suddenly hugged Li Fei tightly. "You little brat. Do you know? You disappeared for 2 days, couldn't be reached by phone, and didn't reply to messages. I was worried sick. I asked several friends, and they said this kind of situation is very likely to have entered a horror game." They also said that even if you can come out alive, you would basically be missing an arm or a leg. Luckily you didn't. If you had lost something, I would have gone after them for an explanation. Them? Who could he even go after? Yi Guyun picked Li Fei up into the air with one arm, making it hard for him to breathe. He didn't expect that although his sister was slim, she had such unexpected strength. Sister, stop, stop, stop. I can't breathe, Li Fei struggled. Yi Guyun released her arm, still looking angry. You little brat, this is punishment for not telling me. Such a big matter, why didn't you tell your sister? I've saved up some money over the years, although it's not much, I can barely get you 2 D-grade ghost items to take with you. Having something is better than nothing. Yi Guyun's eyes sparkled, her gaze firm. She didn't exaggerate. If possible, she would even be willing to replace Li Fei in the game. After all, in her eyes, Li Fei was still just a minor child. Child's matters should be for adults to handle. Hearing this, Li Fei was slightly taken aback. Not right. How would my sister know the market price of ghostly objects? Logically speaking, she, like me, has only received the simplest popular science education, so she shouldn't know such specific information. Hey sis, how do you know how much those ghostly objects sell for? Even I don't know. Li Fei pretended to casually ask. Yet, Yi Guyun paused for a moment, as if realizing she had said something wrong. She slapped her forehead and directly pretended to be clueless. I guessed. Guessing my foot. Li Fei nodded and said, I knew it. Since his sister didn't want to talk, he had no reason to continue asking. Maybe she heard it from some friend? It's all possible. But speaking of which, big sister, we won't have to worry about this anymore. I brought back 180 ghostly objects this time, there's too much to even stack. Really? Where did you get them? Didn't they say you can only get 1 or 2 from a game at a time? Li Fei said, pretending to show a fierce look, and angrily stated. I killed many people, they were all taken from their hands. After hearing this, Yi Guyun seemed to be greatly startled, covering her mouth in surprise and unable to speak for a moment. A few seconds later, just as she grabbed Li Fei's wrist, looking serious and wanting to say something, Li Fei grinned and changed his expression. You really believe it? My silly sister. Yi Guyun was stunned for a moment, realizing she had been fooled, and gave Li Fei's ear a hard tug. You little rascal, now you've learned to tease your sister. At that moment, Yi Guyun vaguely felt that her brother Li Fei was different from before. How to say it? She wasn't sure if it was her illusion. It felt like Li Fei became brighter and more cheerful after coming out of the game, more sunny than before. He emanated a charm of a mature man from head to toe. Is it an illusion? No, it must be the brutal experiences in the game that made my brother grow up all of a sudden. Yi Guyun sighed inwardly. Then, she asked Li Fei more about the game. As a reporter, she naturally didn't want to miss such an opportunity. It seems in my sister's eyes, I am just a stepping stone for her promotion and salary increase. Li Fei pretended to be sad, teasing Yi Guyun. Before he finished speaking, he was hit by a flurry of playful punches, leaving him in pain in the chest. Ouch. Sis, what's your deal? Even my 40 points of defense can be broken? Humph, what strength, this is called a loving iron fist, take that. Just as the two were laughing and joking, a noise came from the hallway outside the door. Li Fei and Yi Guyun exchanged a glance, both understanding that their second uncle and aunt had returned. Then, outside the door came a slightly harsh female voice. You say this little brat, I've raised him hard for so many years, it must have cost at least 200,000 to 300,000, right? Just when it's about time for some return, he disappears on me. Isn't this purposefully annoying? Following was a middle-aged man who sounded honest and straightforward. Sigh, that kid is also unfortunate, he lost his parents at such a young age. Honey, don't be too unreasonable, besides, my sister treated me well when she was alive and raised Li Fei, we've done our best. Done your best, my foot. What do you know, forget it, I won't waste time arguing with you, open the door quickly. Aunt said. Why is the key under the mat missing? Second uncle wondered. Missing? How is that possible? I said, how can you not even know how to feel for a key? Let me try. It really is gone. Aunt was stunned. She remembered very clearly that the key was right under the mat. Aside from the two of them, no one should know about it. Meanwhile, inside the room, Li Fei and Yi Guyun smiled at each other, taking out the key that should have appeared outside the door from their pockets. Chapter 66, Sister's Secret. Yi Guyun gazed at Li Fei, who was hiding the key, with an indescribable subtle feeling. In her memory, her brother's personality was actually quite gloomy. How did a terrifying game trip leave me more lively when I returned? I've heard that the game dungeon is packed with man-eating monsters, it's as frightening as hell. Those who survive it come out, and even if they aren't dead, they are bound to be disabled. Even without disabilities, most will develop mental illnesses, known as forbidden zone syndrome. These patients often fear the dark and dread being alone. Some even go mad, spending the rest of their lives drooling and giggling aimlessly. Yi Guyun was puzzled. Her brother had such amazing ability? It's like he just took a spring outing in the countryside, with nothing happening at all. Just as Yi Guyun was in doubt, there was another knock at the door, pulling her back to reality. Xiao Fei, stop messing around. If my mom finds out, she's going to lecture you again. Yi Guyun took the key from Li Fei's palm, stood up, and opened the door. Outside, her Aunt Su Qian was berating her second uncle Yi Dilu. How could the key just fly away by itself? It must have been you when you came back, not putting it back. You're already this big, yet can't keep things tidy. How many times do I have to tell you? When you're done using something, put it back in its place. Su Qian had her hands on her hips, ranting non-stop. She was in her early 40s, well-maintained, and still a charming woman. Even as she fussed and made a scene, the charm in her brows and eyes couldn't be hidden. Next to her, Yi Dilu was honest and earnest, looking even more aged than Su Qian. Facing his wife's complaints, he just chuckled, seeming used to it. Mom and Dad, you're back, Yi Guyun interrupted. The two were startled, and when they noticed their daughter was present, they immediately returned to being friendly. Su Qian wanted to say something to her daughter but spotted Li Fei standing behind her. She paused slightly, exchanged a glance with her husband, and her face grew somewhat serious. It seemed like she felt embarrassed for the comments made about Li Fei earlier. After all, her previous dissatisfaction with Li Fei had always been indirect and pointed, never spoken outright. Now, after talking like that behind a door, it was inevitable that there was some awkwardness. Yi Guyun quickly caught on, linking arms with Li Fei, smiling brightly, and said, Mom and Dad, come in. Xiao Fei went to participate in a terrifying game these past few days. After clearing the game, he came back immediately to report to you. Right, Xiao Fei. Li Fei smiled and nodded, not saying much. In his memory, the original owner often quarreled with Aunt Su, while his sister and second uncle acted as the lubricant. After all, without anyone easing the tensions, given the original owner's temper, he would have run away from home during his rebellious phase. It's good you're back, good you're back. Alright, let's all go inside and talk. I'll make you some late-night snacks. Yi Dilu said as he pushed Su Qian toward the room. His eyes gleamed with tears, seemingly grateful for Li Fei's survival. At that moment, Li Fei stood up, waved his hand, and said, I won't eat late-night snacks. I have things to do back at school, sis, I'm leaving first. Li Fei directly ignored Su Qian, saying goodbye to the father-daughter duo, and walked down the stairs. Su Qian's expression froze. Earlier, she wanted to follow the atmosphere and say something nice, but this brat just ignored her completely. This was simply too ungrateful. Su Qian, furious, shouted towards Li Fei's leaving direction. How disappointing. After all these years of hard work, I raised such an ungrateful brat. After Su Qian finished her rant, she seemed to want to continue, but Yi Guyun quickly covered her mouth, preventing her from speaking. After a while, Li Fei's playful reply echoed in the hallway. It's mainly because Aunt taught me well. This kid dared to retort. Hearing this, Su Qian stared, her face turning pale with anger, unable to reply. By the time she thought of a comeback, Li Fei had already walked far away, leaving her to mutter at the dark corridor. Alright, Mom. Xiao Fei finally managed to escape from the horror game alive. Don't talk about those irrelevant things. Yi Guyun comforted Su Qian for a moment, then picked up the keys and reached to place them back under the doormat outside. At that moment, her long sleeve was pulled up, revealing half of her slender forearm. Strangely, on that originally smooth and fair skin, several long flesh lumps had frighteningly appeared. These lumps looked like worms, constantly writhing beneath the skin, changing into various numbers. Girl, why are you squatting there? Hurry and come in to eat something. From inside, Yi Dilu's honest voice came. Nothing, I'm not doing anything. I'm coming. A trace of imperceptible bloom flashed in Yi Guyun's eyes. She hurriedly pulled down her sleeve, covering the lumps tight, before returning home. Changjiang Medical University. Beneath the boys' dormitory. The commotion caused by Li Fei in the evening had calmed down significantly, continuing instead to spread in a more covert manner throughout the school. This made Li Fei feel much better, at least he didn't have to face being hunted down and questioned as soon as he entered the campus. When he sneaked back to his dormitory, he found it empty. Opening the group chat Chang de Four Kings, he saw that those guys had all gone to the internet cafe for an all-nighter. So Li Fei opened his computer, planning to search online for information about horror games. Although he knew that the security bureau had tight control over this, there are no walls that do not let the wind through. He might still gain something. Searching keywords, horror game. Horror. A popular actress plays games at home, and the target is actually 5 big dogs. Search, Eternal Night Street. My god. You would never imagine that a girl wandering the streets at midnight is actually 4. Click to see the full text. Search, Slipmouth Woman, Peace Clinic, Property Certificate, Ghost Doctor. Li Fei listed all kinds of keywords he could think of, searching for more than half an hour but found almost nothing. Regarding horror games, aside from some basic education materials, there were just various clickbait headlines. Clicking in wasn't about gaming, it was either about gambling in Macau or sexy dealers dealing cards online. As expected, the authorities don't want the public to know too much about horror games. But paper can't wrap up fire if one day, the news about horror games is fully exposed. Not to mention anything else, just letting the public know that there are monsters lurking in the human world would be enough to cause an earth-shattering sensation. Li Fei muttered to himself. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly a QR code popped up in the webpage window, catching his attention. Lonely men and women, local dating. Scan the QR code below for quick pairing. At that moment Li Fei felt a jolt in his heart. For some reason, although he wasn't that kind of person, he suddenly felt a strong desire for friendship. Hypnotized, he quickly took out his phone and scanned the QR code in a flash. The next moment, the long-lost system prompt sound echoed. You have scanned the invitation code from player, Genius Hacker Beautiful Girl. You are now being added to the official forum of the horror game. Chapter 67, Horror Forum, Emergency Visit. When Li Fei regained his senses, the system prompt had ended. He opened the system panel, and indeed, a new section named Player Forum had appeared. After clicking in, it was similar to various website forums, with various areas. Beginner's Guide, Advanced Techniques, Recommended Players, Local Dating. Li Fei looked at the different sections, feeling quite like browsing a forum. He tried to click into a few posts but regrettably found that all the content actually required payment to view. The key was that they only accepted cash. This is a bit awkward. Li Fei took out his phone to check his balance, almost crying over his own poverty. But this also confirmed one point for him. The ghost currency rewarded by the system was a universal currency among ghosts, and most likely could only be used within the instances, it wasn't recognized outside. No wonder Zhang Wen said back then that they only accepted cash and not ghost currency. It seems that the 6,000 ghost currency he saved. Only wait until the next instance is used again. Li Fei sighed. He held 6,000 ghost coins that he couldn't spend, feeling quite uncomfortable. If the next instance provides an opportunity, he must go all in and spend all the money. However, this forum is too unfriendly to newcomers. Wait a second. Newcomer free zone? Li Fei suddenly discovered with joy that there was an inconspicuous free zone hidden in a corner of the forum. Upon clicking in, he found there were quite a few posts. This horror forum's free zone was similar to the free section on the small websites Li Fei collected, although the quality was a bit lacking, it was free and still readable. So he picked some less watered-down posts and began browsing them with interest. Here, he learned some common knowledge about the horror world. For example, it is known that ghosts can be roughly divided into 6 levels. E minor ghost level, D evil spirit level, C fierce ghost level, B red dress level, a nightmare level, SL level. Corresponding to the system levels, anything below level 10 is minor ghost level, and every 10 levels up is a span. And above level 60, it belongs to the root level which only exists in legends. However, it is said that there is no information available about such ghosts in the market because those who have seen root level are all dead. Also, although players are not allowed to carry out activities openly within Dragon Country, if they register with the Safety Bureau and obtain a license, they can establish a legal agency to handle various tasks related to the horror world. The accompanying service agency where Zhuowen works is one of them. It can be understood as a kind of existence similar to a guild. Another point is about the fate of newcomers. Although the selection rate for the horror game is less than 1 in 1,000, based on the huge population base, a large number of new players enter the game every year. Aside from some lone wolves, most ordinary players will choose to join an organization for protection after 1 or 2 games. Of course, the agency will also select players and send out invitations. Especially the newcomers at the top of the leaderboard are the primary targets for major agencies to recruit. It's so competitive that it's not an exaggeration to say it's a people snatch. It is said that there have even been brawls in the human world over recruitment, leading to arrests by the authorities. Fortunately, I'm just an E level now, I won't have such troubles. Li Fei thought this way. At present, he didn't have the energy to form cliques, he just wanted to focus on running the clinic well. With this thought, he exited the forum and utilized the power of the property certificate to check on the clinic's situation. This was a new ability he discovered after obtaining the employee section. Through the property certificate, he could check the clinic's interior and surroundings from a surveillance perspective. At this moment, the clinic's door was tightly closed and in a state of being closed for business. The little guardian, Xiaoya, was crouched in front of the storage room door, fiddling with something. It was a lockable iron chain as thick as an arm. This was prepared by Li Fei before he left. After all, the storage room contained a lot of ghost limbs, including the North Sea giant monster's tentacles. If Xiaoya were put inside, in the blink of an eye, it could lead to the clinic going bankrupt. In Li Fei's view, Xiaoya was tiptoeing and constantly fiddling with the password lock, but clearly, she couldn't understand the high technology of the human world. So she pouted her little mouth, looking angry as she hugged the iron chain and started biting it. But she couldn't bite through it. Under the protection of the property certificate, the entire clinic was incredibly sturdy, and even the red dress level Xiaoya was helpless. Li Fei couldn't help but marvel at the One Punch Man's amazing destructive power. When he used this move, he broke through a wall with one punch, shattering the community's wall along with an evil spirit level half-ghost. Although the community is quite large, diluting the property certificate's power, for a C-level player like him to achieve that, the skill's power was impressive. Xiaoya! Li Fei shouted from a distance, startling Xiaoya. She instantly released the iron chain, tucked her hands behind her back, and silly grinned, revealing two sharp little tiger teeth. Looking completely innocent. Li Fei let out a sigh. It wasn't because he was stingy about giving Xiaoya food. But Xiaoya simply couldn't be fed enough. If he allowed her to eat recklessly, her appetite would only grow larger. This would be detrimental to her future treatment. So for now, he could only strictly control Xiaoya's food intake, and wait until he had the conditions for dialysis later, to cure her thoroughly. After comforting Xiaoya a bit, Li Fei exited the monitoring. This power that crossed worlds consumed a great deal of mental energy. With a mental attribute of 12, Li Fei couldn't support using it for long periods. Soon, Li Fei lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Li Fei got up, washed up, and went to class just like usual. In class, he barely listened for 10 minutes before feeling drowsy. Even though the teacher's theoretical knowledge was quite good, the medical standards of this world were extremely backward. What they taught in class was as simple as elementary school math to a top doctor like Li Fei. But considering the scholarship and graduation certificate, he decided to show his face when nothing else was happening. None of those guys who played the game with me showed up. Seems the horror game really had a big impact on them. Li Fei looked around. The few people who entered the game with him were all absent. And in class, he vaguely felt that the way his classmates looked at him carried a hint of strangeness. It seemed that some gossip aimed at him was secretly growing. But this was also understandable. After all, last night he was taken away in handcuffs by the police in front of so many people. There's nothing to be done. It wouldn't matter who it was, no one could silence so many mouths. Fortunately, it seemed the security bureau had informed the counselor, who had talked to the classmates. For now, no one would crowd around Li Fei to ask questions like before. They simply whispered among themselves, quietly discussing. Thus, amidst the subtle discussions, Li Fei finally finished a day of classes. In the evening, he had just arrived at the dorm. As he was about to wake up the still soundly sleeping Lao Lu and the others, his phone rang. It was the counselor, Brother Tian, calling. Hey! Is this Li Fei? Are you sleeping? Hurry up and get up, there's a job for you. Brother Tian's voice came from the receiver, somewhat urgent. Because he was young and friendly, the classmates all called him Brother Tian. And the job he mentioned referred to a part-time position given to Li Fei. He knew Li Fei worked to support himself because his family conditions weren't very good, so he often found him some outpatient part-time jobs, as a form of targeted poverty alleviation. After Li Fei replied with a noise, he hurriedly continued. This job is urgent. At the Luda International Villa area, an urgent home visit, they said someone is injured, you need to go check it out quickly. Emergency? Injured? Li Fei raised his eyebrows. In the memories of the original owner, the part-time jobs sent by Brother Tian were mostly trivial minor illnesses. For example, colds, headaches, diarrhea, and so on. After all, they were still college students and could only hand out a couple of boxes of medicine to show for it. But this time, it seemed not so simple. Hurry and give me an answer, can you do it? This time they are paying a lot, just because it's urgent. If you go within half an hour, the visit fee is 5,000, and the medical expenses are additional. Wow! 5,000. Li Fei doubted his ears. This 5,000 was equivalent to his living expenses for several months. Just for the visit fee, it's simply like a grandmother getting into bed, giving me a laugh. Okay. That's just great, Brother Tian, I'll leave immediately to take a taxi. Li Fei sprinted down the stairs in a rush. Good kid, Li Fei, I sent the address to your phone, hurry up and go. But don't be too nervous, I estimate it's just a small issue that needs to be dealt with quickly, it shouldn't be anything serious. You know, rich people are this delicate, a small injury often causes a frenzy. At this point, Brother Tian paused, adding. But, if it turns out to be a serious injury and you can't handle it, remember to call 120. As soon as Brother Tian finished speaking, Li Fei hung up the phone. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Can't wait to rush towards his 5,000 yuan. No, he's rushing towards the patients who urgently need treatment. Chapter 68. This guy doesn't look reliable at all. 20 minutes later, Li Fei appeared at the entrance of a high-end neighborhood in Changjiang City like a gust of wind. He didn't waste time chatting with the security guard, quickly finding a blind spot in the surveillance cameras, and lightly jumped over the wall, heading towards the address on his phone. This neighborhood is really big, just the garden is larger than his second uncle's entire community. Marble pavement, real Roman columns and fountains, extravagantly luxurious. Li Fei didn't have the mood to admire, he dashed straight into the depths of the neighborhood to the front of a villa. Ludo International Villa Area, Building 11. This is it. After repeating the address to himself, Li Fei rang the doorbell. A few seconds later, a young man with a fair complexion opened the door, seemingly the owner of the villa, just a little rich second generation. Are you the doctor arranged by them? The rich second generation looked Li Fei up and down, with some suspicion. After all, Li Fei was too young, just a few years older than him, looking like a college student, feeling a bit unreliable. After a brief hesitation, the rich second generation looked around Li Fei and said, "Fine, you can come in and take a look, see if you can do anything." After speaking, the rich second generation pulled Li Fei inside and quietly locked the door behind him. Li Fei raised an eyebrow. This little action of his certainly did not escape Li Fei's eyes. In fact, the moment they met, he noticed that this rich second generation was giving off weak ghostly energy. About matching a small ghost level. So, he's a player too, but what does locking the door mean? Li Fei thought to himself as he calmly sat down on the leather sofa on the first floor. He concentrated, observing the entire villa through his plain glasses. Sure enough, this rich second generation has something suspicious. On the third floor of the villa, there were 7 or 8 people standing, all of whom also carried ghostly energy. And in a bedroom on the second floor, there lay a cold male corpse, along with a mother and daughter tightly bound. This is killing the male owner and taking over the nest? Li Fei guessed silently. The rich second generation did not notice the change in Li Fei's expression but brought a cup of tea and placed it in front of him, politely asking, "What should I call you?" "Li Fei, just call me Dr. Li." Li Fei replied. The rich second generation's expression stiffened. It was his first time meeting a young guy who called himself Doctor. "Li, Dr. Li." Though it felt a little awkward, he still called out. "My friend hurt his wrist while cutting vegetables, it's pretty serious. Can you treat him?" "No need to treat it completely, just reattach his palm." Li Fei glanced at the upstairs and answered without hesitation, "Of course, I can treat it. Don't say it's just a severed palm, even if his head came off, I could stitch it back on." Upon hearing this, the rich second generation twitched his lips. He felt that this person in front of him seemed a bit unwell. "So, the patient is upstairs, right? Can you take me to see him?" Li Fei stood up, ready to go upstairs. But the rich second generation pressed him back onto the sofa. And failed to push him down. Li Fei simply sat back down on his own. After all, with his strength over 40 points in specialization, unless it's a red cloth level, he couldn't really be pushed down. "You just wait here, I'll go get him down." After saying that, the rich second generation turned and went into the elevator, heading to the 3rd floor. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the villa, 7 or 8 players were waiting, each silently and anxiously. As soon as the elevator doors opened and the rich second generation stepped out, everyone's eyes immediately turned to him. "The person is here, I told him to wait on the 1st floor." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere eased significantly. The rich second generation walked through the crowd and arrived at the balcony. There stood a scar-faced man with a serious expression, the leader of their group. Without waiting for the rich second generation to report, the scar-faced man turned and said, "I've seen it all. To be honest, I've never seen a doctor this young, but the situation is special now, we can only hope he can give it a try." As he spoke, the scar-faced man looked toward the corner of the room. There lay a man with a broken wrist, fainted from blood loss. He was the injured member of their team. "We worked hard to sneak in here, killed the Illusion Spirit gang members just to grab this box. If it weren't for Ah Fei getting hurt in the fight, we would have opened the box and left Changjiang already." The scar-faced man gritted his teeth as he spoke. He kicked the safe, fixed in the corner of the room, with force. The thing inside this box was the target of their group, but Ah Fei, the locksmith, lost his ability to unlock it due to his injury. They had to change their plans and find a doctor to treat Ah Fei before opening the box to take the items. After all, such a large safe, if they couldn't open it, it would also be hard to carry out. If they caused a stir and attracted the security bureau, they would all be doomed. After venting, the scar-faced man looked at the rich second generation. "We can only treat this dead horse as a live one. No matter if this doctor can treat Ah Fei or not, remember to silence him. The rich second generation nodded to show he understood. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Li Fei almost burst out laughing when he saw this. The people upstairs, most of whom were at the same level as the rich second generation, were all small fries. Their leader, the scar-faced man, was not much stronger than the previous vest-wearing man, a Chang, probably at the peak of D rank. To be honest, they were just a bunch of nobody. It seemed that these people couldn't thrive in the horror game, so they had to come to the human world to cause trouble. And from the scar-faced man's words, they indeed occupied the nest of the magpie. They killed the male owner of the villa to steal the safe. But the locksmith, Fei, was unexpectedly injured, forcing them to find a quack doctor to treat Ah Fei and retrieve the items. So that means, the stuff in that safe must be very valuable. Li Fei raised his eyebrows slightly. For such a large group of desperate men to risk so much to steal something, it could easily be rare ghostly items or techniques. At the very least, it should be a big stack of gold bars or diamonds. If not, just a box of cash would still be good, Li Fei thought. After all, he had mentioned before that the service fee was 5,000, and medical expenses were negotiable. Once he treated Ah Fei and opened the box, pocketing a couple of stacks of cash wouldn't be a big deal. It could also be considered a way of robbing the rich to help the poor. Li Fei was thinking this. At this moment, the elevator door opened, and the rich second generation came out carrying Ah Fei with two others. After instructing the two to place Ah Fei on the sofa, the rich second generation said, "Dr. Li, this is my friend. He hurt his wrist while chopping vegetables, can you take a look?" The rich second generation acted anxious. But in reality, as soon as he saw Li Fei, he had lost all hope. This doctor introduced by the black intermediary was just a young kid, he couldn't possibly heal Ah Fei. After all, Ah Fei's wrist and palm were nearly severed, only a thin piece of skin was left attached. If Ah Fei wasn't physically strong as a player, he might have already bled to death. Just now, if the boss hadn't said to give him a chance, the rich second generation even thought about killing this so-called doctor to vent his anger. "This isn't too serious, I can treat it." "But the medical fee," Li Fei said while examining Ah Fei's injury. The rich second generation glanced at him with disdain, saying, "Dr. Li, rest assured, as long as you can reattach the hand, I'll transfer 100,000 right here." "Transfer it on the spot? You might as well kill me on the spot," Li Fei thought sarcastically. But since the other party mentioned 100,000, then don't blame himself for checking out on his own later. "Alright, then I'll start." Li Fei leaned closer to Ah Fei and quickly took out his tools to get to work. Meanwhile, the two beside pulled the rich second generation aside to whisper, "Damn, I didn't expect this kid to look so unreliable. Yeah, he's probably a scammer, out here trying to swindle money. No worries, the boss said to let him try. If it doesn't work, just kill him right here." Just as the three were whispering, discussing for a moment, they suddenly heard Li Fei's calm voice from behind. "Alright, the perfect stitching." The three turned their heads. At this moment, Ah Fei had already sat up from the sofa. Not only was his wrist as good as new, he looked radiant, more energetic than before. The three exchanged glances, momentarily unable to react. The rich second generation kid slapped his own face, doubting if he was dreaming. Meanwhile, Li Fei took out his phone and shoved it in front of him, displaying the payment code. "Why are you stunned? Time to settle the bill." Chapter 69, Has it really been healed? Has it really been healed? Is it that simple? The trio exchanged bewildered looks, three faces filled with confusion. They swarmed around Ah Fei, grabbing his right hand, flipping it over and examining it closely. "I woke up and my hand was just fine." Ah Fei himself was even more confused, constantly moving his fully restored fingers. After finally confirming there was no problem, the rich second generation kid supported his chin with his hand, even more puzzled. Although he didn't understand medicine, theoretically, reattaching a severed wrist couldn't possibly be this easy. No. It might actually be this simple. After all, if this kid could attach it back quickly and well, maybe reattaching a wrist really isn't that technical. Yes, it must be like that. Just as the rich second generation kid was self-brainwashing, Li Fei interrupted. "Boss, can you settle the medical fees now? The 100,000 you mentioned. Seeing you are so wealthy, you won't try to skip out on the bill, right?" After hearing this, the rich second generation kid snapped back to reality, and exchanged glances with the two beside him, both of them snickering in unison. This kid is on the verge of death and still asking for money? He must be a fool. The three of them harmoniously urged the ghost energy, preparing to silence him. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. A group of accomplices of the rich second generation kid slowly walked out of the elevator, with the scarred face man leading, a look of uncontainable joy on his face. As soon as he stood still, two strong men carried a huge safe down the stairs. "Ah Fei, unlock it." The scarred-faced man restrained his excitement, directing Fei to unlock it. Fei nodded and leaned down to examine the safe closely. It was a safe taller than a person, just looking at it from the outside gave a sense of being unbreakable. Moreover, even Li Fei, concentrating with clear lenses, could not see its internal structure. Was it because the exterior of the safe was shrouded by a thin layer of ghost energy that played a role in blocking? Li Fei wasn't sure, considering this to be some invention of the horror world. After Fei observed the box for about 10 seconds, he took a step back and raised his right hand, focusing his ghost energy. At that moment, Li Fei saw the ghost energy on Fei's body suddenly began to flow, concentrating toward his right hand, slowly condensing into a black key at the tip of his index finger. Fei gently inserted the key into the lock. Click. As soon as the lock opened, the crowd surged forward excitedly, surrounding the open safe. Then there was an explosion of wild cheers from the crowd. Li Fei looked through the crowd at the open safe and was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit bewildered. Inside, there was neither stacks of cash nor gold bars or diamonds, but a long, rust-covered knife. Although the knife had some ghost energy attached, the concentration wasn't high, probably at sea level. Li Fei was taken aback. Was this knife impressive? Did these people go through all the trouble, even killing someone, just for this? The scarred-faced man patted Fei on the shoulder as a sign of affirmation, then the crowd parted, allowing him to approach the safe, drawing out the long knife and examining it closely. After confirming the knife's quality, he burst into a wild laugh. Fortunately, the seemingly unreliable doctor managed to reattach Fei's wrist. If they hadn't been able to open the box here, all their risky decisions before would have been for nothing. Unexpectedly, this black intermediary found a wild doctor. Who would have thought such skill could exist? Heaven helps me. The scar-faced man howled to the sky and, in a fit of rage, swung his knife, splitting the nearby stone table along with the sofa in two. What a good knife, what a good knife! The scar-faced man was excited, and his eyes could not hide his arrogance. This sea-level ghost object is really powerful. Weapons of this kind aren't common, even D-level weapons are fought over by many people in the market. Let alone this sea-level weapon, in the auction house, as soon as one is listed, it gets snapped up immediately, and you won't see another for months. And today, we actually managed to get one. Wait a minute. So sea-level weapons are this precious? Li Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. You must know there are 5 or 6 of these things piled up in the clinic's warehouse. While the scar-faced man played with the long knife, a beautifully made-up woman squeezed through the crowd and flattered him by draping her arm over his shoulder, saying, "Boss, as the saying goes, those who gain the way are often helped. A chaotic hero like you, of course, will receive more blessings from heaven. With this knife, we won't have to see those from the Phantom Spirit group flaunting their power anymore." The rich second generation saw this and came up to flatter as well. "Boss, tomorrow after we leave Changjiang, the brothers will follow you back to bloodily wash away the Phantom Spirit. In my view, that sea-level bald guy from the Phantom Spirit can be chopped up with just one knife from you." The scar-faced man harshly replied. "Of course, our blood gang always repays hatred with hatred. Tomorrow night, we will let the people from the Phantom Spirit see what real cruelty is." After the scar-faced man finished speaking, everyone cheered, shouting cruelty and bloodwash, and so on. At this moment, an odd voice came out. "Hey, everyone, don't get too excited, who here is calling the shots? Let's settle the medical fees first." As Li Fei spoke, he weaved through the crowd and arrived in front of the scar-faced man. "You're the boss, right? That 100,000 in medical fees you mentioned, it's cash only." The scar-faced man turned his head, glanced at Li Fei, and said indifferently, "Kill him." After saying this, he turned back and continued to play with the long knife. Immediately, several people from the crowd stepped out and moved toward Li Fei. Surrounded, Li Fei exclaimed, "What does this mean? What are you trying to do? Are you going to kill me? Don't think you can bully a doctor just because there are many of you. You pay the 100,000, and I'll leave immediately. All that talk about bloodwashing and cruelty? I will absolutely keep it secret. How about just giving 80,000? After Li Fei finished speaking, a brief silence fell in the room, then everyone burst into laughter. The glamorous woman couldn't stop laughing, almost in tears. She looked at Li Fei and said, "Who would have thought you were quite handsome, but you're just a fool. Can't you see the atmosphere in this room? We never planned to pay you." Li Fei said seriously, "If you don't pay, that's fine, but there's no need to kill me to silence me. Don't think you can do anything just because there are many of you. I've practiced taekwondo since I was a child, and even if you all come at me together, you might not be able to take me down. You still have time to back off. If you end up fighting and regret it later, it will be too late." The laughter grew even more reckless. Even the scar-faced man at the side twitched his lips, wanting to tease this fool. Just then, the rich second generation behind Li Fei could no longer wait. He directly activated his ghost energy, using all his strength to punch Li Fei in the back. With a bang, dust flew everywhere. But Li Fei remained completely still, just scratching his back, as if he had only been bitten by a mosquito. Chapter 70, A Mob of the Useless. The rich second generation was stunned. The punch he had expected should have been able to directly pierce this kid's body. What's going on? Is it because the other side practiced taekwondo? No, that's impossible. You could say he practiced something like a golden bell cover, maybe that would be more believable. Is it the method of exerting force that's wrong? Or did something else go wrong? He, a peaky level, hitting an ordinary person, actually didn't draw blood? The rich second generation felt something was off, but he couldn't react right away. Everyone else was equally stunned, looking at each other in confusion. At this moment, it was hard to figure out the situation. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man was just about to approach and check the situation when suddenly his face changed, and he shouted, "The cops are coming! Brothers, retreat!" Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, then they all instinctively scattered and fled. Though they hadn't felt anything yet, since the boss said to retreat, they truly had to retreat. As a gang of misfits, they might lack in many areas, but when it came to running, they were quite professional. In the center of the crowd, Li Fei was still in a daze. His mental strength was only slightly stronger than an average person, so he was naturally not as sharp as the scar-faced man. It was only after the scar-faced man gave the order and everyone around him started moving that he sensed several dark presences approaching from the surroundings of the villa. However, those who fled in panic were soon forced back. Around the villa's living room, 4 men in black uniforms emerged, casually stepping forward towards the crowd. The leader among them held a pole, and it was none other than the foul-faced officer from the security bureau, Chen Chang, who they had met earlier. Li Fei estimated that these 4 officers had similar levels of dark energy, all around the mid-range of D-class, roughly equivalent to level 15 in his system ranking. The scar-faced man, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, suddenly turned gloomy. "Dogs of the security bureau. You have a keen nose, we were careful all along, yet we still got exposed so quickly. But do you think a few of you rotten fish could take down me, known as the Blood Gang's manslayer, Wang Chang?" While saying this, the scar-faced man brandished the long knife he had just acquired, striking a pose. He wasn't bluffing, as a peak D-class, with the support of a C-class ghostly weapon, he was completely confident he could take on these 4 officers. Even if he couldn't win, escaping would still be no problem. Just then, a chubby shadow scurried in through the front door. It was Mo Xianghua. "Huff, young people have such good stamina, running so fast." Mo Xianghua panted heavily, his belly rising and falling like a frog that had just exercised. He wiped his sweat and glanced at the scar-faced man, saying, "What manslayer of the Blood Gang, your skills are lacking, but your name is fearsome. Wang Chang, I officially inform you now that you are under arrest. Surrender and seek leniency is your best choice." The scar-faced man Wang Chang let out a cold laugh, mocking. "Mo Xianghua, you really are this old dog of the security bureau. Leniency? I, a respected manslayer, need leniency? Listen to me, you little officers are just trying to make a living, there's no need to risk your lives. Be sensible and step aside." The officers, upon hearing this, remained completely unfazed, still closing in step by step. Mo Xianghua rebuttoned his shirt, which had split open due to his belly, and chuckled. "What if I don't? What if you don't?" Wang Chang's eyes widened in anger. "Then I'll carve a bloody path out, just kidding. Brothers, take hostages." Wang Chang changed his tone suddenly and shouted. He recognized Mo Xianghua and clearly knew that with his current strength, he had no chance of winning. As the saying goes, all is fair in war, as long as he could capture that young man as a hostage, with the security bureau's nature, they were likely to hesitate in harming civilians. As long as he had a hostage in hand to restrict the enemy, he was confident he could escape from the encirclement. "Boss, that guy ran away." The rich second generation looked incredulous, trembling fingers pointing to a corner of the hall. Wang Chang looked in the direction he was pointing and saw Li Fei grinning and hiding behind Mo Xianghua, making funny faces at him. Damn it! When did this happen? A bunch of useless fools can't even watch one person? Wang Chang stomped his feet in anger. How did someone, who was just under his nose, get away so quickly? He must have been pushed too hard by Mo Xianghua and let his guard down to make such a rookie mistake. But without a hostage, they had no chance of winning. However, there was no retreat. In a narrow fight, only the brave would win. Only fight. Brothers, capture the hostage. Wang Chang shouted loudly, drawing out his long knife and leading the charge. His movements were sharp, dodging between Chen Chang and the other 4, rushing straight toward Li Fei. Ah! No! Li Fei cried out in shock, hiding behind Mo Xianghua. He wanted to see what the battle between demon hunters was really like. Before his eyes, Wang Chang swung his knife. The rusty long knife was not sharp, but like a heavy hammer, it struck fiercely toward Mo Xianghua. Ha! Mo Shangwa let out a low growl, inhaling sharply, and his whole body instantly swelled several times, like a plump balloon. The moment Wang Chang's blade hit him, he felt a softness in his hand, as if he were chopping into cotton, and lost balance, stumbling forward. Thud! The sound of flesh colliding with flesh. Wang Chang plunged into Mo Shangwa's belly, his whole body squeezed tightly by the soft fat, unable to move a single finger. Nice knife, but your knife skills as a butcher are a bit lacking. Mo Shangwa laughed, patting Wang Chang on his belly. Upon seeing their boss's terrible state, the little brothers cried out and rushed up, eager to avenge their leader. Thud 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 thud. After several muffled sounds, a few more men appeared on Mo Shangwa's body, crying out wildly. In less than a minute, the battle was declared over. The strongest among the little brothers, the rich second generation, had been knocked down by Chen Chang with a bamboo pole, kneeling aside with his arm broken, surrendering helplessly. No wonder in Mo uncle, he took down this butcher in one go. Li Fei said while observing Mo Shangwa's abilities. At that moment, through his plain glasses, he saw that there was not much ghostly energy emitted from Mo Shangwa's body, so he could not determine the opponent's strength. However, he could confirm one thing: Uncle Mo's body shape had indeed changed. This change was somewhat different from the pig stab of back shirt guy Ah Chang. The pig stab was formed using ghostly energy, while Uncle Mo's balloon state was a real physical change. An advanced demon hunter can alter the shape of their body. Li Fei thought to himself. Mo uncle then pulled out handcuffs, handcuffing each person from his belly before tossing them to the police, returning to his original form as if deflating. He turned to Li Fei and said, "Little Li, ah. What a coincidence, weren't you scared? These people are ruthless killers. I'm so glad you weren't hurt." Li Fei grinned and said, "It's all thanks to you, Uncle Mo, for coming in time, otherwise, I might have been in serious trouble." Upon hearing this, Mo uncle added explanations. "Not at all, it's still thanks to you. These guys are under the Blood Gang from the next city, an underground gang organization. Their visit to Changjiang is likely to seize the ghostly entity from the Illusion Spirit Group. These two are old rivals, they often clash in the restricted area. According to regulations, we can't intervene in the restricted area's matters, but I didn't expect these guys to dare commit crimes in Changjiang City. We need to strike back hard." Li Fei nodded. After chatting briefly, Mo uncle indicated that the matter was resolved, and the security bureau would investigate further. Hearing that he could leave on his own, Li Fei raised an eyebrow and asked, "So I don't need to go back to the bureau to sign a confidentiality agreement or give a statement?" Li Fei said while glancing at Chen Chang, who was handcuffing nearby. He saw Chen Chang seem to sense something, trembling and turning his back, as if recalling some painful memory. "What are you talking about, brother? You don't need to be formal. We're all on the same side, no need for so many rules." Mo uncle patted Li Fei's shoulder, laughing heartily. Chapter 71, The Fragile and Scarce Doctor. After sending Li Fei off, Mo Shangwa called a group of police officers to clean up the scene and take the victim's wife and daughter back to the police station. Once the cleanup was nearly finished, he slipped away from the crowd and found a corner on the side of the villa garden. He had just stood firm when a man in a white suit walked out from the shadows. Quiet and silent. This man was dressed in an extremely flamboyant manner. In the dead of night, he wore a glaring white suit and a green polka dot tie. The strangest part was that he was wearing a milky white swimming goggles on his head. Through the swimming goggles, Mo Shangwa could see that the lenses were filled with water, and the man's eyes were fully submerged in the water. This was Baisan, the head of Baisan office, one of the top 3 in Changjiang City. "Old Mo, I don't see any problem with this kid. The ghostly energy level is quite low, about at level E. He is neither a ghost nor shows any harmful signs." Baisan shook his head, causing the water in the goggles to slosh around, giving him an indescribably absurd look. "You don't have the final say. Just like before, I want to see the detailed report on this kid." Mo Shangwa reached out for the report. Baisan pulled out a stack of documents from his pocket and handed it over, which recorded Li Fei's actions and behaviors over the past few days. The report was extremely detailed, covering what Li Fei muttered in his sleep on the subway, his conversations with roommate Lao Lu in their dorm, and his interactions with his sister at home, as well as the lead-up to his arrival at the villa after receiving a call from his counselor. Mo Shangwa quickly read through it but ignored the violations part, focusing instead on the section about the villa treatment. "Are you saying he reattached a severed wrist in just a few minutes?" Mo Shangwa asked in surprise. "At most 1 minute, and that locksmith's wrist was good as new. Unfortunately, I wasn't close enough at the time, so I didn't see exactly how he did it." Baisan recalled. "But I can confirm he is a medical-type ghost hunter." Upon hearing the word medical, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Mo Shangwa's eyes. It seemed like he had struck gold. Among a group of ghost hunters, medical-type abilities were the most rare. About 1 out of 100 ability users would have a medical-type ability. This was exactly the kind of promising talent the bureau needed. Old Mo, how about you let me have this kid? Bai San seemed to sense Mo Shangwa's thoughts and leaned in closer. You know, my team doctor died in the last team battle. Bai San frowned slightly, seemingly reminded of some unpleasant memories. However, Mo Shangwa waved his hand, indicating it was impossible. As an old employee of the Safety Bureau, he certainly knew that the team battle the other party mentioned referred to a special mode in a horror game, team hunting. In this mode, several teams of ghost hunters would enter a restricted zone together, and their only task was to fight each other to determine the winner. This mode had an extremely high death rate, and the teams involved were all well-trained, high-level players, commonly known as high-tier matches. In this brutal fighting mode, each team's doctor was essentially a healer figure, crucial to the team's victory, making them the primary target for other teams. Since all doctors focused on supportive abilities and lacked combat power and self-defense means, the death rate for doctors in team battles was extraordinarily high. According to statistics from the Safety Bureau, the death rate for doctors on the losing side in team battles reached 95%. Even for the winning team, the targeted doctor was likely to perish midway through the team battle. This led to the already scarce medical-type ability users approaching extinction, becoming coveted targets for all major factions. Old Bai, I am aware of your situation, but you must understand that the pressure for medical assistance on our side is even greater, especially with less than half a year until the next Great Ghost Night. Of course, we will still compete fairly. As long as you can convince him to join your office.